Chapter 1, Awakening the King's Gene. They all want to marry me. Donghai City, Gene Management Center. The test report came out, stamped with a really cool big red seal, SSS level King's Bloodline. Holy crap! SSS level. 10 years have passed. Our Donghai City has finally produced another one. Quickly. Block the news. Report it immediately. The entire center erupted in chaos on the spot. Chu Fan held the report, his face expressionless, but he knew perfectly well what was going on. He knew that from today onwards, his peaceful life was over. Next, I'll be living the life of a god. This world is superficially similar to ours, but there's a secret: a very small number of men possess a gene called King's Bloodline. Once he turns 18, if this thing wakes up, he's amazing. He'll give off a scent that makes women want to ovulate on the spot, and everything he does will go smoothly for him. His potential is limitless. Therefore, once this kind of man appears, he immediately becomes a national treasure, able to marry whomever he wants, and no one dares to say no. Mom, let's go home. Chu Fan tucked the report into his pocket and said to his mother. His mother was so excited that her face turned red, and she could hardly speak. Okay, let's go home. But as soon as the mother and daughter stepped out the door, they were dumbfounded. The entrance was completely blocked off, with rows and rows of luxury cars, Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and the like, as if they were free. With a whoosh, the car doors opened wide, and a group of bodyguards in black suits stepped out, standing ramrod straight. The sight was terrifying. A pink Bugatti was parked at the front. The door opened, and a little girl stepped out, dressed like a princess, and incredibly beautiful. Behind her followed a strong woman, who was clearly her mother. The young girl, Lin Shishir, leaned against the car door, her long, white legs, visible beneath her skirt, dazzling to the eye. She licked her moist red lips, her gaze towards Chu Fan seeming to want to devour him whole. You're Chu Fan? She strode over, a sweet, cloying fragrance wafting towards her, her fingers almost poking Chu Fan's firm chest. Be my man, and half of the Lin family's fortune will be your dowry. Of course, I am even more tempting than the family fortune. The Lin family. A conglomerate that ranks among the top 10 in the world, their wealth is terrifying. Half of their assets are worth trillions. Those watching the spectacle were stunned, their jaws dropping to the floor. Before Chu Fan could speak, a Hongqi car with the license plate Federal 007 silently pulled up from the other side. A beautiful woman stepped out of the car, dressed in a black business suit that tightly hugged her curvaceous figure. She wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked incredibly stylish and aloof. Her name is Qin Yuma, and she is the mayor's secretary. Chu Fan, she walked directly up to Chu Fan, not even glancing at the Lin family mother and daughter beside him. Mayor Xia asked me to invite you. The mayor has only one daughter, 19 years old, with a dignified appearance, and she would like to get to know you. The mayor's daughter. Her connections are incredibly powerful. Lin Shishir immediately flew into a rage upon hearing this and tried to take Chu Fan's arm, but he subtly dodged her. She stomped her foot in anger. Qin Yuma, what do you mean by this? There's a proper order to things. I was the one who took a liking to Chu Fan first. Qin Yuma adjusted her glasses, her beautiful eyes behind the lenses sweeping over Chu Fan, and said calmly, Miss Lin, the royal bloodline is a national treasure, not something that can be bought with money. Chu Fan has the right to choose for himself. As she spoke, she handed Chu Fan a rather pretty notebook, her voice softening slightly. As she handed it over, her fingertips intentionally or unintentionally brushed against Chu Fan's palm. Chu Fan, this is the first batch of potential partners the government has selected for you. There are 36 in total, all of them top-notch girls. Take your time looking through them, and the city will arrange things for you. Chu Fan took it and randomly flipped to a page. Target, Qin Yuma. Occupation, mayor's secretary. Family, mayor's only daughter. Rating, S+. Target, Lin Shishir. Occupation, heiress to the Lin Group. Family, a world-class wealthy family. Rating, S+. Target, Lu Qianxue. Occupation, superstar with over 1 billion fans. He looked up at the two top-tier rich and beautiful women arguing over him, then looked down at the impressive list of names on it, feeling incredibly satisfied. Just then, a voice rang in his mind. Ding! The king's bloodline has awakened, and system binding has been successful. The Supreme Emperor system is at your service. It helps you build the strongest harem and become the world's ruler. Want to claim your newbie gift pack? Caller. Gift pack received. Gain talent, god-level charm, everything you say will sound like heavenly music to women. Acquired skill, Emperor's Eye, can see through all women's thoughts and information. Chu Fan felt himself suddenly different, even his eyes had become incredibly penetrating. He looked at Qin Yuma and Lin Shirshir again, and the Emperor's Eye was activated. Name, Qin Yuma. Status, outwardly calm, but physically aroused, yearning to be completely conquered by him. Affection level, 95, love at first sight. Name, Lin Shirshir. Status, poor princess temper, I just want to pin him down in the car and show him who's in charge. Affection level, 92, I'm attracted to your body and want to exercise with you. Interesting. Chu Fan closed the notebook and smiled. I appreciate your kind offer, he said softly, but no one dared to interrupt. However, I'd like to be alone tonight. Tomorrow, I'll pick the first person from this list for a proper date. He emphasized the word date. After saying that, he ignored the two women's reactions, grabbed his mother, got into the car arranged by the Gene Center, and left. In the car, Chu Fan's phone kept ringing like crazy. All the text messages were from unknown numbers. Hello Chu Fan, I am the president of Tianying Entertainment, and this is my daughter. Mr. Chu, I'm from the military. Looking at these text messages, Chu Fan smiled. His time has come. Now there's only one question: whose card should we choose first tomorrow? Chapter 2, on the first date, he met a veteran king. The next morning, Chu Fan was woken up by the vibration of his old, broken phone. In one night, I received thousands of text messages and friend requests, which almost ruined my phone. His mother, Li Lan, brought in a steaming bowl of noodles. Looking at her son, her eyes were full of light. Fan, eat quickly. After you finish eating, Mom will take you out to buy some nice clothes. Our status is different now. Chu Fan felt a warmth in his heart. His family was just an ordinary working-class family, living in an old neighborhood, and this bowl of noodles still tasted familiar. Mom, no need, someone will take care of it, Chu Fan said, slurping his words as he ate his noodles. He took out the roster and started scribbling on it with his finger. Lin Shirshir was too impulsive, like a little firecracker that hadn't grown up. If he asked her out first, it would probably cause a huge uproar. His finger stopped on Qin Yuma's name. This woman is calm, intelligent, and has powerful connections. Dealing with her should be more interesting than dealing with a rich heiress who throws money around. She's the one. Chu Fan found Qin Yuma's phone number and dialed it directly. The phone rang once and was answered. Qin Yuma's clear, cool, and pleasant voice came from the other end. Chu Fan? It's me, Chu Fan said lazily, leaning against the headboard. Secretary Qin, are you free today? I'd like to invite you to dinner. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, and Chu Fan could even hear her breathing suddenly become rapid. Emperor's Eye, activated. Name, Qin Yuma. Status, extremely excited. Heart rate 120. Trying to remain calm, thinking about what outfit to wear to the meeting that is both elegant and sexy. Affection level, 96, expectations maxed out. Of course I'm free, Qin Yuma's voice remained calm. You can decide the time and place. How about the Gentle Peak restaurant in the city center at noon? Okay, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fan smiled. This woman is interesting. At 11:30, a black car pulled up right in front of Chu Fan's apartment building. The driver was a woman in a suit, very capable. As soon as she saw Chu Fan, she bowed respectfully. Mr. Chu, I'm here on Secretary Qin's orders to pick you up for the appointment. Chu Fan nodded and got into the car. As soon as the car left the old town, it was stopped by a bright red Ferrari. A man in his mid-20s got out of the car. He was quite handsome, but his face was filled with arrogance and haughtiness. He was accompanied by two stunningly beautiful women, one alluring and the other innocent, who treated him like an emperor. Chu Fan's female driver's expression changed. It's Xiao Tianyu from the Xiao family. Chu Fan raised an eyebrow. He had heard of Xiao Tianyu, a kingly bloodline awakener in Donghai City, 5 years earlier than him. In those 5 years, relying on his bloodline advantage, he had gathered a large number of beauties and established his own power in Donghai City. He could be considered a veteran king among the younger generation. Newcomer? Xiao Tianyu leaned back in his car, a cigarette dangling from his lips, looking at Chu Fan inside with disdain. Kid, pretty arrogant, huh? You dare to mess with Qin Yuma as soon as you arrive? Don't you know she's my pre-ordered dish? Chu Fan rolled down the car window and glanced at him indifferently. Do you own this road? Xiao Tianyu paused for a moment, then laughed. You've got guts. I like men with guts. But Donghai City is a deep and dangerous place. Newcomers should follow the rules of newcomers. Don't be too cocky, or you'll drown. The glamorous woman beside him giggled and leaned in, saying, Brother Tianyu, why waste your breath on this newcomer? He's nowhere near as impressive as you. Xiao Tianyu enjoyed the flattery. He pinched the beauty's cheek and said to Chu Fan, Did you hear that? That's real power. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Stay away from Qin Yuma and follow me from now on. I'll guarantee you'll live a life of luxury in Donghai City. Chu Fan laughed as well. You mean, you want me to be your underling? Clever. It's a pity, Chu Fan shook his head. I'm not the type of person who is used to being someone's dog. Xiao Tianyu's face instantly darkened. The two beautiful women beside him also sensed the tense atmosphere and looked at Chu Fan with hostility. An invisible aura emanated from Xiao Tianyu, pressing down on Chu Fan. This was the inherent pressure of the king's bloodline. Ordinary people would have their legs go weak in his presence. But Chu Fan simply sat quietly, even yawning. His SSS level bloodline was many times stronger than Xiao Tianyu's, whose level was unknown. This bit of pressure was like a tickle. You. Xiao Tianyu's expression changed. He felt as if his aura had hit a wall, completely useless. Get out of the way, don't block my way, Chu Fan said impatiently. Xiao Tianyu's expression changed several times, but he finally stepped aside. He knew that a direct confrontation wouldn't give him any advantage today. This kid was a tough one. We'll see, Xiao Tianyu said ruthlessly, watching Chu Fan's car drive away with a cold look in his eyes. Brother Tianyu, are we just going to let him go like this? The pure and beautiful girl asked unwillingly. What's the rush? Xiao Tianyu sneered. That kid just awakened, his wings haven't hardened yet. Go, investigate his background, investigate everyone around him. I want him to know who's in charge in Donghai City. Henteing Restaurant. When Chu Fan arrived, Qin Yuma was already there. She changed out of her sharp office attire and into a light blue dress. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she wore light makeup. She looked less sharp as a career woman and more feminine. Name, Qin Yuma. Status, nervous yet excited. She changed into over a dozen outfits in front of the mirror for this date, more than she had ever put this much effort into meeting her father. Affection level, 98, completely fallen for her. Chu Fan, you've arrived. Upon seeing Chu Fan, she stood up, a perfectly timed smile on her face. Have you been waiting long? Chu Fan pulled out a chair and sat down. No, I just arrived too. Qin Yuma said, pouring him a cup of tea. Her fingertips accidentally touched the back of his hand, and she froze for a moment, a blush rising to her cheeks. I ran into a little trouble on the way, Chu Fan said casually, taking a sip of tea. Qin Yuma immediately tensed up. Is it Xiao Tianyu? Chu Fan was a little surprised. You knew? His informants are all over the city. Qin Yuma's expression turned serious. He'll know as soon as you step out. Chu Fan, Xiao Tianyu is a narrow-minded and vindictive man. You need to be careful in the future. He wouldn't dare do anything to me, Chu Fan said confidently. He wouldn't dare touch you, but he'll target the people around you, Qin Yuma said bluntly. For example, your mother. Chu Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. If he dares to touch a single hair on my mother's head, I'll make him regret ever being born. Qin Yuma felt a chill run down her spine when she saw the cold glint in Chu Fan's eyes. She knew that the man before her was not as simple as he appeared. My dad will put pressure on the Xiao family, Qin Yuma said, taking the initiative to show goodwill. We can be considered allies. An ally? Chu Fan laughed. Secretary Qin, you didn't just invite me to dinner today, did you? Qin Yuma smiled too. She knew that talking to smart people was effortless. My father wants to take things further and needs strong support. And you, Chu Fan, are the most suitable candidate. She leaned forward slightly, her chest curves outlined breathtakingly. As long as you are willing to support us, the Xia family know, the entire power core of Donghai City will be your strongest backing. And I, she looked into Chu Fan's eyes, her voice carrying a hint of seduction, will also be your most loyal companion. Just then, a commotion broke out at the restaurant entrance. Chu Fan! You bastard! You didn't even invite me to our date. Lin Shirsher, dressed in a fiery red mini-skirt, burst in like a ball of fire, followed by 7 or 8 bodyguards, and stormed up to their table. Equals 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 equals. Give this a thumbs up, you handsome guys and beautiful ladies, and you'll get rich. Chapter 3, 2 Women Clash? No, it's my stage. Lynn Schercher, dressed in a bright red mini skirt, stormed up to the table with an imposing air. The 7 or 8 bodyguards in black suits behind her scattered in a flash, separating all the surrounding guests and waiters, and the atmosphere in the entire restaurant instantly became tense. Chu Fan! You bastard! Lynn Schercher slammed her hands on the table, causing the tea in her cup to spill. She glared at him with her beautiful eyes, both angry and aggrieved. You said yesterday you were going to choose someone for a date, why didn't you choose me? What do I lack compared to this woman with glasses? Shin Yuma slowly wiped her mouth with a napkin, without even raising her eyelids, and said indifferently, Ms. Lin, watch your words. Also, making a scene in public is not how an heir to the Lin group should behave. I want to. It's none of your business. Lynn Schercher exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Let me tell you, I'm buying this restaurant right now. You, and you, she pointed at Shin Yuma and the surrounding waiters, get out of here. Upon hearing this, the restaurant manager turned pale and rushed over, bowing and scraping, saying, Ms. Lin, please calm down, please calm down. Shut up. Lynn Schercher completely ignored him, pulled out a chair, squeezed in next to Chu Fan, and reached out to grab his arm. Chu Fan is mine. Stay away from him. Chu Fan frowned and moved to the side, dodging her hand. He finally understood that Lynn Schercher was a spoiled young lady who did things entirely according to her whims and without using her brain at all. Shin Yuma then put down her knife and fork, looked at Lynn Schercher, and smiled faintly. Miss Lin, do you know who owns this restaurant? Who is it? Who cares who he is, I have the money to beat him to a pulp. The boss's surname is Zhang, and he is an old friend of my dad's, Shin Yuma said slowly. If you smash up his place today, I guarantee that tomorrow the Lin Group's 30 billion yuan project in the south of the city will encounter some problems with the land approval. Lynn Schercher's expression changed instantly. A 30 billion yuan project. That's the most important thing her dad is looking forward to lately. If it really falls through, she'll be skinned alive when she gets back. She's good at using money to bribe people. But when it comes to wielding power, she's still a bit green compared to Shin Yuma. Name, Lynn Schercher. Status, furious, but helpless, currently thinking of other ways to deal with her love rival. Affection level, 90. Possessiveness 2. Name, Shin Yuma. Status, victory is assured, feeling great after winning the game. Affection level, 99. Admiration +1. Seeing that the two women were about to start fighting again, Chu Fan got annoyed. He came out to eat, not to watch a play. Shut up, all of you. Chu Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an indescribable air of authority. Although his kingly aura hadn't fully manifested yet after awakening his SSS-level bloodline, even a slight release of it was enough to make ordinary people tremble with fear. Lynn Schercher and Shin Yuma were both stunned, feeling as if something was pressing down on their hearts, and they actually shut their mouths. They were both exceptionally talented women who would dare speak to them like that normally? But when Chu Fan said it, they didn't feel offended at all. Instead, they felt inexplicably intimidated, and even a little excited. You two will be having dinner with me today. Chu Fan leaned back in his chair, his eyes sweeping over the two of them. If either of you says another word of nonsense, you'll be crossed off my list forever. Upon hearing this, both Lynn Schercher and Shin Yuma's expressions changed. Cross it off the list. This is worse for them than killing them. Lynn Schercher's spoiled princess attitude vanished instantly. She bit her lip, looking unwilling, but her buttocks were nailed to the chair, and she didn't dare to move. Shin Yuma was also taken aback. She hadn't expected Chu Fan to be so domineering. But this domineering nature didn't disgust her. On the contrary, it made her feel even more attractive. She lowered her head and whispered, "Okay." The restaurant manager was dumbfounded. Who was this young man? He'd managed to subdue the mayor's secretary and the Lin family's eldest daughter with just a few words? Impressive. A potential public feud was abruptly quelled by Chu Fan. The atmosphere at the following dinner was incredibly strange. Lynn Schercher and Shin Yuma ignored each other, but both tried their best to curry favor with Chu Fan. Chu Fan, try this. It's Wagyu beef air freighted from Australia. Lin Shirshir picked up a piece of meat and tried to put it in Chu Fan's mouth. Mr. Chu Fan, have some soup, it's good for your health. Qin Yuma immediately ladled him a bowl of soup, subtly blocking the beef from eating. The two women were exchanging blows, their chopsticks almost clashing in mid-air. Chu Fan ignored them and continued eating. This was exactly the effect he wanted to make them understand who was in charge. Just then, his phone vibrated. Chu Fan picked it up and saw that it was a multimedia message sent from an unknown number. He clicked on it, and his pupils instantly contracted. The photo shows his mother, Li Lan, carrying a vegetable basket as she walks out of their dilapidated apartment building. On his mother's body, someone had drawn a glaring crosshair in red pen. Below the photo, there is a line of text. Kid, the game begins. Xiao Tian Yu. Snap. The wine glass in Chu Fan's hand was crushed by his bare hands. Red wine mixed with shards of glass dripped down between his fingers, but he seemed oblivious to the pain. A chilling, bone-chilling killing intent suddenly erupted from his body. Qin Yuma and Lin Shirshir were both startled. They had never seen Chu Fan like this before. His eyes were so cold, they looked like they could kill. Chu Fan, what's wrong? Qin Yuma asked anxiously. Chu Fan didn't speak. He slowly stood up, picked up a napkin and wiped the blood and wine stains off his hands. His eyes returned to calm, but beneath that calm was a volcano about to erupt. I'm stuffed. He said it to the two women. Take me home. Equals 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 equals. Give this a thumbs up, you handsome guys and beautiful ladies, and you'll get rich. Chapter 4, Touch My Mother? Even the King of Heaven himself would die. The atmosphere inside the car suddenly plummeted to freezing point. Qin Yuma and Lin Shirshir weren't stupid. They could tell something serious was about to happen from the murderous look in Chu Fan's eyes. Chu Fan, what happened? Qin Yuma asked nervously, as this was the first time she had seen Chu Fan like this. Chu Fan didn't say anything, he just handed over the phone. Qin Yuma took a look, and her face turned deathly pale. Lin Shirshir also glanced over and immediately exploded. Xiao Tianyu. This bastard dared to touch Auntie. Does he want to die? In the photo, Chu Fan's mother, Li Lan, has a crosshair drawn on her face with a red pen. The meaning couldn't be clearer, a blatant threat. Drive home, as fast as you can. Chu Fan's voice was icy cold. The female driver didn't dare to delay, and stepped on the gas pedal to the floor, causing the black car to speed away. Qin Yuma immediately took out her phone, dialed a number, and said quickly and urgently, "Hello, it's me. Send a team to Changla residential area immediately, on maximum alert. Yes, protect Mr. Chu's mother, and don't allow any suspicious persons to approach." Lin Shirshir wasn't about to be outdone, and immediately shouted into her smartwatch, "Team A. Everyone move out. Surround Changla residential area within 3 minutes. Anyone who dares to touch Chu Fan's family, break their legs." The two women, one mobilizing official resources and the other deploying their family's private army, reacted with astonishing speed. They both understood that this wasn't just about helping Chu Fan, but also about demonstrating their own value and power to him. Whoever can help him at this time will hold a greater place in his heart. The car sped along and soon drove into Chu Fan's old, dilapidated neighborhood. Compared to the surrounding skyscrapers, this place seemed like a forgotten corner of the city. Qin Yuma and Lin Shirshir stared blankly at the mottled walls and narrow roads outside the window. They simply couldn't understand how a king like Chu Fan could live in such a place. As soon as the car stopped in front of the apartment building, Chu Fan pushed open the door and rushed out. But he stopped after running only 2 steps. A dozen or so black SUVs had surrounded the building at some point. 20 or 30 women in black suits got out, their temples bulging, their eyes fierce, clearly trained fighters. The leader was a woman dressed in a tight leather outfit. She had a cigarette dangling from her mouth, and a faint scar on her face that, far from detracting from her beauty, actually added to her fierce appearance. "Oh, the main character is back?" The scarred woman exhaled a smoke ring, looking at Chu Fan with a flirtatious gaze. "My name is Rose, and I work for Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao said he'd like to invite you over for a cup of tea and a chat." "Tea?" Chu Fan laughed, a laugh that sent chills down one's spine. "I'm afraid your Brother Xiao can't afford it." Whether you can afford it or not is not up to you. Rose waved her hand, and the women behind her tried to rush into the apartment building. Let's see who dares. Lin Shishir and Qin Yuma also got out of the car and stood on either side of Chu Fan. Qin Yuma looked coldly at Rose. I am Qin Yuma, the mayor's secretary. You are illegally detaining people. Leave immediately, or I will call the riot police. Rose chuckled, mayor's secretary? What a high-ranking official. Too bad, this is the West District. I only recognize Brother Xiao, not any mayor. The Lin Group's bodyguards and the City Hall security personnel also arrived at this time. The two groups, totaling 20 or 30 people, quickly surrounded Rose's people. For a moment, the three forces confronted each other downstairs, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Rose's men are the elite bodyguards that Xiao Tianyu has been training at great expense over the years, and each of them has blood on their hands. The bodyguards of the Lin and Qin families are also the elite of the elite. No one dared to make the first move, because once they did, it would be a chaotic melee in which no one would come out on top. Xiao Tianyu's move was very clever. He didn't show up personally, but sent a subordinate, which both annoyed Chu Fan and tested his strength. Even if things escalated, he could still extricate himself completely. Secretary Qin, Miss Lin, Rose said slowly, stubbing out her cigarette, you two are indeed capable of summoning so many people. It's a pity, can you protect him for a while, but can you protect him forever? Our brother Xiao has plenty of time to play with him slowly. These words hit the nail on the head. Qin Yuma and Lin Shishir both looked grim. They could protect Chu Fan's family once or twice, but they couldn't guard them 24/7. Even a single moment of negligence could have unimaginable consequences. This was Xiao Tianyu's open scheme. He wanted to keep Chu Fan living in fear and force him to submit. Just when both women were finding the situation tricky, Chu Fan made his move. He took a step forward, looked at the Rose, and said calmly, you're right, relying on others is ultimately not a solution. Rose thought he was about to back down, and a smug smile appeared on her face. What? You've come to your senses? If you have, come with me. Once you see our brother Xiao, you. Before she could finish speaking, Chu Fan's figure suddenly disappeared before her eyes. Where are they? Rose was startled. A sense of extreme danger came from behind her. Without thinking, she delivered a backhand elbow strike while simultaneously lunging forward. Her reaction was incredibly fast, but it was still too late. A cold hand had somehow landed on her shoulder. Immediately afterwards, an immense force that she was completely unable to resist came. Snap! Rose felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, her entire arm dislocated instantly, and she lost her grip on the gun, which fell to the ground. Chu Fan's figure appeared silently behind her. He caught the falling pistol, its muzzle cold, and pressed it directly against Rose's temple. The whole process took less than a second. Everyone present, including Qin Yuma and Lin Shishir's bodyguards, was completely dumbfounded. They didn't even see how Fan moved. Rose broke out in a cold sweat. She was someone who had also walked a tightrope, but she had never been so close to death as she was today. She could feel that if the man in front of her moved his finger even slightly, her head would explode like a watermelon. Now, Chu Fan's voice rang in her ear, eerily calm, are you still going to invite my mother for tea? Rose's body was trembling, not from pain, but from fear. She finally understood. It seemed Brother Xiao had bitten off more than he could chew this time. This new guy wasn't a newbie at all, he was a monster. Tell Xiao Tianyu, Chu Fan's voice was devoid of any emotion, I'm also good at games. Tell him to wash his neck and wait for me. After saying that, he let go of the gun and casually threw it on the ground, as if he were throwing away a piece of trash. He didn't look at Rose again, turned around, and rushed into the apartment building. Rose clutched her dislocated arm, watching Chu Fan's retreating figure, her eyes filled with terror and a hint of excitement she herself didn't even realize. Qin Yuma and Lin Shishir were also completely stunned. Looking at Chu Fan's retreating figure, a storm raged within them. This man is not only the king they are fighting over, but he himself is a beast awakening. The two looked at each other and saw an unprecedented fervor in each other's eyes. They quickly followed. Chu Fan rushed upstairs in 3 quick steps and unlocked his door with his key. Mom! Hey, Fan, you're back? Li Lan, wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen and smiled kindly when she saw her son. Seeing that his mother was safe and sound, Chu Fan finally felt relieved. But then, a surge of overwhelming anger erupted from the depths of his heart. equals 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 equals. Give this a thumbs up, you handsome guys and beautiful ladies, and you'll get rich. Chapter 5 tonight, let's talk about life. Seeing that his mother was safe and sound, Chu Fan finally felt relieved. But then, a surge of overwhelming rage erupted from the depths of his heart. Mom, pack your things. Chu Fan's voice was calm, but the calmness was frightening. Huh? What are you packing? Li Lan was completely bewildered, not knowing what was wrong with her son. We're moving, now, immediately, right now, Chu Fan said, enunciating each word clearly. He couldn't let his mother stay in this wretched place any longer. If Xiao Tianyu could send people to block the door today, he might send people to break it down tomorrow. Xin Yuma and Lin Shishir followed them in, and seeing the simple furnishings in the room, they felt uneasy. This is the Wang's house? It's not even as nice as the room where their housekeeper lives. Chu Fan, don't be impulsive, Xin Yuma quickly stepped forward and said in a low voice, don't worry about safety. I have arranged the most professional security personnel to guard this place in shifts 24 hours a day. Not even a fly can get in. That's right. Lin Shishir puffed out her chest and insisted, my people are here too. Don't even mention flies, even if Xiao Tianyu himself came, he'd have to crawl out. Auntie is absolutely safe here. Chu Fan glanced at the two of them and shook his head. My mom can't live in a place where she needs someone to protect her. His words stunned both women. They then realized that what Chu Fan wanted was not temporary security, but absolute control that belonged to him. He didn't want to depend on anyone. So, where do you want to move to? Xin Yuma asked cautiously. What's the best place in Donghai City? Chu Fan asked. Of course it's Villa No. 1 at Cloud Peak Manor. Lin Shishir blurted out without thinking. That was a birthday gift my dad built especially for me. The whole mountain belongs to our family. The security system is the highest level in the Federation, even missiles can't penetrate it. Upon hearing this, Xin Yuma frowned and immediately retorted, Villa No. 1 is too ostentatious and not suitable for Auntie's recuperation. The municipal government has several specially provided sanatorium villas next to Jinghu Lake. The environment is quiet and the security level is top secret. They are directly managed by the Municipal Security Bureau and are much more reliable than your private soldiers. Name, Lin Shishir, status, eager to impress, trying to win over Chu Fan with money and a luxury house. Affection level, 91 desire to impress +1. Name, Xin Yuma, status, utilizing her position to demonstrate her power and meticulousness. Affection level, 99 stable. Seeing that the two women were about to start arguing again about which luxury house to choose for their mother-in-law, Chu Fan interrupted them. No need for either. He took out his phone and dialed a number he had saved yesterday. Hello, is this Jay Cho? This is Chu Fan. On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged woman's voice trembled with excitement, Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu. Hello, hello. What can I do for you? Mr. Zhou, the largest real estate developer in Donghai City, was also one of the hundreds of wealthy women who sent him text messages yesterday. Do you own a penthouse unit in Yiping Jiangshan that you haven't sold yet? Chu Fan asked casually. Yes. We've been saving it for you. Deliver the keys and property certificate to my current address, Changla Community, within 1 hour. Also, find the best moving company to come. Yes. I'll get it right away. Half an hour. No, I'll definitely be there within 20 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fan looked at the stunned Xin Yuma and Lin Shishir and said, I'll handle my own affairs. Both women felt a mix of emotions. They had hoped to use this opportunity to prove themselves, but Chu Fan hadn't given them a chance at all. This man was more independent and domineering than they had imagined. But this domineering nature only made them more fascinated. Less than 20 minutes later, a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman arrived in a limited edition Bentley, personally delivering the property deed and keys. Her attitude towards Chu Fan was more respectful than if she were seeing her own father as she left. She kept turning back to look at him, her eyes practically overflowing with seductive charm. A dozen or so moving company trucks followed, and hundreds of well-trained workers rushed upstairs and emptied the entire house in less than half an hour. Li Lan was completely dazed throughout the entire process, and even after she sat in that spacious car, she still felt like she was dreaming. A top-floor duplex in a prime location. The house, spanning over 1,000 square meters, features a rooftop garden and a private swimming pool, and is decorated like a palace. From the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, the entire night view of Donghai City is laid out before you. Lilan was so excited she didn't know what to do with her hands. Fan, how much does this cost? Mom, don't worry about how much money it costs. Chu Fan helped his mother sit down on the soft sofa. From now on, this is our home. No one will be able to bully us again. After settling his mother in, Chu Fan went to the balcony. Thank you all for today. Chu Fan looked at the night view in the distance and rarely expressed his gratitude. Hearing Chu Fan say thank you, both girls were overjoyed. What are you planning to do about Xiao Tianyu? Xin Yuma was still quite rational, worried about the potential trouble later on. He will come looking for me. Chu Fan's eyes were cold. If he dares to cause trouble again, I'll have my dad cripple him, Lin Shishir said angrily. No need, Chu Fan interrupted her, this is between him and me. He turned around and looked at the two stunningly beautiful women in front of him, each with their own unique charm. Under the emperor's eyes, their thoughts are laid bare. Name, Xin Yuma, status, worried about Chu Fan, and longing to stay with him. Affection level, 99. Name, Lin Shishir. Status, still angry about not being able to help today, but wants to stay even more. Affection level, 92. Chu Fan smiled. He walked between the two women, put his arms around their waists, one in each hand. Both women gasped in surprise, their bodies instantly becoming unresponsive. They could clearly feel the heat emanating from Chu Fan's palms and the scent emanating from him that made their legs go weak. Don't leave today. Chu Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a provocative tone. Stay here and keep me company. Xin Yuma's face flushed bright red instantly, her heart pounded like a drum, and she even forgot to breathe. She tried to struggle, but her body was completely powerless. Lin Shishir, that little girl, went up and leaned close to Chu Fan's face, pressing her whole body against him, her voice both sweet and seductive. Tell me, how do you want us to accompany you? Chu Fan didn't speak. He lowered his head and gently blew a breath into Xin Yuma's ear. Then, he turned his head and looked at the lovely Lin Shishir, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The room is big, and the bed is big too. Tonight, his voice was slightly husky and magnetic. How about we talk about life? The three of us can be together. Equals 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 equals. Use your lucky hands to give this a like, handsome guys and beautiful ladies. You'll get rich after you do. Chapter 6, 1 King and 2 Queens? There's going to be a good show tonight. Chu Fan's words, let's talk about life, were like pouring a ladle of water into a boiling oil pan, causing it to explode on the spot. Xin Yuma's face, usually as cold as an iceberg, suddenly turned bright red to her ears. Her mind went blank for a moment. In all her life, she had never even properly held a boy's hand, let alone been with two girls while accompanying a boy. Yet, when Chu Fan uttered such outrageous words, besides feeling ashamed, she also felt a sliver of expectation that she dared not admit herself. Name, Xin Yuma. Status, brain shut down, heart racing, contemplating whether to run or stay, but legs won't obey. Affection level, 99. Shameful and hopeful. Lin Shishir's reaction was much more direct. Far from being shy, she licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She puffed out her chest, deliberately rubbing her full breasts against Chu Fan's arm, her breath sweet and fragrant. Okay, how do you want to talk about it? Do you want to talk about me first, or her first? Or, talk about it together? Name, Lin Shishir. Status, extremely excited, bursting with competitive spirit, ready to fight to the death with her love rival. Affection level, 93. Challenge spirit +1. Chu Fan smiled. He released his arms from their waists and turned to walk towards the master bedroom. Keep up. He threw down 2 words without turning his head. Xin Yuma and Lin Shishir exchanged a glance, their eyes sparking with unspoken tension. Neither was willing to concede, yet neither dared to lag behind. The master bedroom was unbelievably large, bigger than the entire house Chu Fan had lived in before. A super king-size bed that could sleep 7 or 8 people was placed in the center, next to a huge floor-to-ceiling window, outside which was the most dazzling night view of Donghai City. Chu Fan didn't turn on the light, but sat down on the edge of the bed in the neon light from the window. He didn't say anything, just leaned against the headboard, looking at the two women standing in the doorway with a playful expression. That look in his eyes was like an emperor looking at the concubine he would choose tonight. Lin Shirshir was the first to lose her temper with the silence. She snorted, kicked off her high heels, and walked in barefoot, plopping down next to Chu Fan and reaching out to hook her arm around his neck. "Why aren't you saying anything? Weren't you so imposing just now?" Her voice was both sweet and charming, and her fingers were mischievously drawing circles on Chu Fan's chest. Shin Yuma gritted her teeth in disbelief. This vixen was too fast. She took a deep breath and walked in. But unlike Lin Shirshir, she wasn't direct. Instead, she went to the wine cabinet and elegantly poured 3 glasses of red wine. "Mr. Chu Fan, you must be thirsty after a long day." She walked over with a wine glass, handed one to Chu Fan, took one for herself, and sat down on the other side of Chu Fan, subtly keeping Lin Shirshir's restless hands away. "Sister Yuma is so caring," Lin Shirshir chuckled, her words laced with sarcasm, "unlike some people who are all talk and no action." "At least I won't act like a child who throws tantrums," Shin Yuma retorted calmly. The two women began their open and covert struggles again. Chu Fan ignored them. He took the wineglass, drank it all in one gulp, and then placed the empty glass on the bedside table. "You two," he began, "who's going to give me a shoulder massage?" Both women were taken aback. Let them, the two most outstanding women in Donghai City, give him a massage? If any other man said those words, they would have beaten him to death on the spot. But looking at Chu Fan's matter-of-fact gaze, neither of them could bring themselves to say no. "I'll do it," Lin Shirshir said eagerly, kneeling down behind Chu Fan and placing her small hands on his strong shoulders. Shin Yuma was a step too slow, and she gritted her teeth in anger. But she was quick-witted and immediately came up with an idea. She went around to the other side of the bed, knelt down, and reached out to massage Chu Fan's legs. "My shoulders are tired, and my legs are tired too," she said softly, giving Lin Shirshir a defiant look. Lin Shirshir was so angry that she tightened her grip. Chu Fan closed his eyes, enjoying the service of 2 top-tier rich and beautiful women, feeling incredibly satisfied. He could sense that Lin Shirshir's hands, though a little clumsy, were working very hard, with a determined spirit. Shin Yuma's technique, on the other hand, was much more professional, never too light or too heavy, always finding the perfect spot to make one's heart itch. The atmosphere inside the room gradually changed. The lights were dim, the air thick with the smell of alcohol, and the two women's breathing became somewhat rapid. Their movements, which had initially been competitive, gradually became gentle, even with a hint of ingratiation. Chu Fan knew that the time was almost right. He opened his eyes, and with one hand on each arm, pulled Lin Shirshir behind him and Shin Yuma in front of him into his embrace. Ah! Meanwhile, at the Shao family manor, Xiao Tianyou's face was so gloomy it could drip water. Rose, clutching her dislocated arm, knelt on the ground and recounted everything that had happened that day. "You mean, he crippled you in one move?" Xiao Tianyou's voice was cold. Yes, brother Xiao," Rose's body trembled, "I didn't even see how he moved." "Useless." Xiao Tianyou kicked over the coffee table next to him. "What's the use of keeping a bunch of useless people like you?" He paced irritably around the room. He had initially thought Chu Fan was just a lucky newcomer who could be easily intimidated and made to beg for mercy. Unexpectedly, this kid was not only fearless, but also a tough nut to crack. "Brother Xiao, that kid asked me to pass on a message to you," Rose said cautiously. "Say what?" He said. "You should wash your neck and wait for him." "Fine. Very well." Xiao Tianyou laughed angrily. "A mere kid who just awakened dares to talk to me like that. Does he really think that with the Qin and Lin families protecting him, I can't touch him?" He sat back on the sofa, his eyes turning sinister. "If force doesn't work, try a softer approach." He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Black Snake?" A hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. "Young Master Xiao, what are your orders?" "Do me a favor." Chu Fan's mother, Li Lan, is an ordinary housewife. She used to work in a textile factory, but she was laid off. Now she spends her days buying groceries and dancing in the square. "You want me to?" "No," Xiao Tianyou sneered, "taking direct action is too low level. You find a few thugs to cause trouble in the square where she dances every day, and disrupt her shopping at the market. Also, find a few gossip reporters to fabricate some dirt on her, saying she's disrespectful to her elders, seducing old men, or has a mountain of gambling debts. I'll ruin her reputation, making her unable to hold her head up in that neighborhood. I understand, young Master Xiao. This kind of thing is my specialty. Remember, don't leave any evidence that I'm involved. Rest assured. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Tianyu revealed a cruel smile. Zhu Fan, aren't you supposed to be a great fighter? Aren't you supposed to care a lot about your mother? I want to see if you can still be as arrogant as you are today when all the neighbors are pointing fingers at your mother and she doesn't even dare to leave the house. Trying to outmaneuver me? You're still too green. Equals 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 equals. Dear readers who have read this far, it would be a bit unkind of me not to add this to my bookshelf. I toss and turn all night, thinking about nothing but messages urging me to update, interesting comments, a small gift to show my support, and that one click of add to bookshelf from you. If you've read this far and haven't added the book to your bookshelf yet, I'll really feel a little disappointed. When I'm working late into the night to finish a manuscript, I always think that if I receive a message urging me to update, a funny comment, or some free support, and then see you add the book to your bookshelf, all the hard work will be worth it. Chapter 7 You Dare Touch My Mother? Xiao Tianyu, you're tired of living. The next morning, Zhu Fan was awakened by an itchy sensation. He opened his eyes and saw Lin Shishir nestled against his chest, nuzzling his chin with the tip of her hair. On the other side, Jin Yuma, though her eyes were closed, had long eyelashes trembling and a slight smile on her lips, clearly pretending to be asleep. Last night's life talk went on and on. The two usually haughty and proud women now lay obediently beside him, one like a clingy kitten and the other like a docile lamb. Zhu Fan felt incredibly satisfied. He reached out and pinched Lin Shishir's nose, and she immediately woke up, opening her big, watery eyes and saying in a soft, sweet voice, "Good morning, husband." That one word, husband, made Zhu Fan's bones melt. Jin Yuma couldn't keep up the act any longer. She opened her eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed, glared at Lin Shishir, and then looked at Zhu Fan, her voice barely audible, "Good morning." Ding! Detected that the host has successfully established deep links with 2S+ level women. System task issued, King's Majesty. Task requirements: completely eliminate Xiao Tianyu's threat and force him to kneel and beg for mercy in public. Task reward: unlock the system shop and receive 1,000 points. Zhu Fan's eyes turned cold. The system mission had arrived. It seemed his feud with Xiao Tianyu was now set in stone. You too, Zhu Fan sat up, the blanket slipping off his muscular chest. Who's going to run me a bath first? The two women exchanged a glance and began a new round of competition. Me. Lin Shishir immediately jumped off the bed and ran barefoot to the bathroom. Not to be outdone, Jin Yuma also got up and said carefully, "I'll go prepare breakfast and clothes for you to wear today." Watching the two top-tier rich and beautiful women busy themselves for him, Zhu Fan leaned against the headboard and lit a cigarette. This feeling is fucking awesome. Just as Zhu Fan was enjoying royal treatment, his mother, Lilan, encountered a big problem. As usual, Lilan carried her shopping basket to the vegetable market at the entrance of her residential compound to buy groceries. But today, the atmosphere is a bit off. The neighbors who usually greeted her warmly as sisterly looked at her strangely today, avoided her, and even pointed and whispered behind her back. "Hey, look, it's her. I can't believe it, at her age, still doing that kind of thing. Yeah, I heard she's got a mountain of gambling debts and hooking up with old men." These words reached Li Lan's ears without missing a single one. She was stunned on the spot, and her face turned pale instantly. You're talking nonsense." Li Lan was so angry that she was trembling all over. Just then, a few shady-looking thugs surrounded her. The leader, a blonde-haired guy with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looked at her with a wicked grin. "Hey, isn't this Aunt Li? We heard you're on a winning streak. When are you going to let us have a go?" Another thug was even more direct, reaching out to snatch her shopping basket. "No money to pay off gambling debts, but you have money to buy groceries? Come with us." "What are you doing? Let me go." Li Lan was so frightened that she backed away repeatedly. None of the neighbors came to help. Instead, they all stood by and watched the spectacle, and the chatter grew louder. "See, I told you so. They must owe money. The creditors have come knocking on the door. It's so shameful. How could such a person come from such an upscale neighborhood?" Li Lan was both angry and anxious, and tears were almost in her eyes. She had always been an honest and upright person, and when had she ever suffered such injustice? Just when she was about to despair, the market manager rushed over with several security guards and chased the thugs away. But the gazes of those neighbors were like knives, cutting into her heart piece by piece. Li Lan didn't even buy groceries. She ran home crying, took out her phone, and dialed her son's number with trembling hands. What? When Chu Fan received the call and listened to his mother's tearful complaint, his icy killing intent instantly erupted. Mom, don't be afraid. Stay home and don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. He hung up the phone, his face terribly grim. Xiao Tianyu. He practically spat out those 3 words through gritted teeth. He knew it must have been Xiao Tianyu who did it. To use such despicable means against an ordinary old woman was simply the act of a beast. Xin Yuma and Lin Shishir also heard the contents of the phone call, and their expressions changed. Chu Fan, don't be impulsive. Xin Yuma quickly said, this is Xiao Tianyu's trap. He just wants to provoke you and make you lose your temper. A trap? Chu Fan sneered. In the face of my absolute strength, any trap is just a paper tiger. He grabbed his coat and headed outside. I'll go with you. Lin Shishir followed without hesitation. I'll call people right now to arrest that bastard Xiao Tianyu and break his legs. No. Xin Yuma immediately stopped her. The Xiao family is deeply rooted in Donghai City. If you act recklessly like this, you'll only make things worse, and then no one will be able to back down. This matter must be resolved according to the rules. What rules? He's bullying Auntie, what rules are we talking about? Lin Shishir was so angry she jumped up and down. Chu Fan, Xin Yuma ignored her and looked at Chu Fan with a firm gaze, saying, give me some time. I can find out who is spreading rumors behind the scenes, and I can also find those thugs. As long as there is evidence, my father can rightfully punish the Xiao family and make them spit out everything they've swallowed. Chu Fan stopped and glanced at her. He knew Xin Yuma was right. Beating up someone like Xiao Tianyu wouldn't solve the problem. He had to be completely eradicated so he could never rise again. But the thought of his mother's suffering made him unable to suppress his anger. I can't wait. Chu Fan's voice was cold. I can't wait a minute longer to see my mother suffer this injustice. He looked at the 2 women and said, both of you, use all your strength right now to find Xiao Tianyu. I need to know where he is right now. Xin Yuma and Lin Shishir exchanged a glance, both seeing seriousness in each other's eyes. They knew that Chu Fan was truly determined to kill this time. Okay, they both answered in unison. Half an hour later. Xin Yuma's phone rang. I've found out, she said in a serious voice. Xiao Tianyu is currently at the Royal No. 1 Club in the west of the city, talking with the heirs of several families. Royal 1? Lin Shishir sneered. That's his stronghold, and the security there is the strongest in the Xiao family. Does he think that just because he's hiding in his turtle shell, I can't do anything to him? He took out his phone and dialed the number of the real estate tycoon, Mr. Zhou, from yesterday. Jay Cho, do me a favor. Oh, Mr. Chu, what are your orders? Help me arrange a meeting with Black Snake. Tell him I have a big business deal to discuss with him. Chapter 8: The Underground Queen Black Serpent. On the other end of the phone, Jay Chow's voice trembled with excitement. Black Snake? Mr. Chu, you're looking for her? Yes, is there a problem? Chu Fan's voice was very calm. No. Absolutely no problem. Jay Cho quickly said, I have some connections with Sister Snake, I'll contact her for you right away. Where are you? I'll send someone to pick you up. No need, just give me the address, I'll go there myself. After hanging up the phone, Xin Yuma and Lin Shishir both stared at him in shock. Chu Fan, are you crazy? Lin Shishir was the first to shout. Do you even know who Black Snake is? She's the queen of Donghai City's underworld. A ruthless female demon who kills without blinking an eye. Even Xiao Tianyu has to treat her with utmost respect. Why are you going to find her? Yes, Mr. Chu Fan, Xin Yuma's expression was more serious than ever before. Black Snake is a complex character, both righteous and wicked. She acts entirely on her own whims and never takes sides. Moreover, she hates getting involved with powerful families. Neither of our families can persuade her to come. It would be too dangerous for you to go there rashly. Chu Fan glanced at the 2 of them and smiled. Do you think I went there to ask her for help? Both women were stunned. No, Shu Fan's eyes flashed with a light they couldn't understand. I'm going to make a deal with her. He stood up and walked into the bedroom, and Qin Yuma and Lin Shishir quickly followed him in. I'm going to change my clothes. You too, help me pick out an outfit. Shu Fan said, taking off his shirt right in front of them, revealing his well-defined muscles. Qin Yuma's face flushed red instantly, and she quickly turned away, her heart pounding. Lin Shishir's eyes lit up, and she almost drooled. She reached out and touched it, exclaiming, "Wow, it feels so good." Stop fooling around, Shu Fan slapped her hand away, pick out clothes. Half an hour later, Shu Fan, dressed in a well-tailored black casual outfit, walked out of the room. Qin Yuma and Lin Shishir followed him on either side, one helping him straighten his collar and the other smoothing out the wrinkles in his cuffs. They looked just like two caring wives. I'm leaving, Shu Fan said, looking at them. My mother's safety is in your hands. Don't worry, the two women assured each other in unison. In the south of the city, there is a courtyard called Tranquil Tea House. The place looks ordinary, but the two waitresses in Cheongsam standing at the door have eyes as sharp as knives. As soon as Chu Fan got out of the car, a female waitress came up to him and bowed slightly. Are you Mr. Chu? Sister Snake has been waiting for you for a long time. Chu Fan nodded and followed her inside. The tea house is a hidden gem, with winding corridors, artificial hills, and flowing water. After passing through several doors, Chu Fan was led to a private room. Inside, sandalwood incense burned, and a woman in a black, tight-fitting cheongsam reclined on a chaise lounge, lazily smoking a slender cigarette. She looked to be around 27 or 28 years old, extremely beautiful, a mature yet dangerous kind of beauty. Her figure was also incredibly alluring. The slit in her cheongsam almost reached her waist, revealing a long, snow-white leg. She is the Black Snake. Name, Zhao Xinyao. Nickname, Black Snake. Identity, leader of the Snake Hall, an underground organization in Donghai City. Measurements, 96-62-95. Status, extremely curious about the host, currently assessing the host's value. Favorability, 50. Neutral observation. So you're Chu Fan? Black Snake exhaled a smoke ring, his voice a little hoarse but also very pleasant. You've got some nerve, daring to come here alone. Chu Fan ignored her, pulled out a chair and sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea. Joe the fat man said you have a big business deal to discuss with me? Black Snake squinted, sizing him up. Go on, what kind of business? I want Xiao Tianyu to kneel before my mother and kowtow an apology, Chu Fan said calmly, taking a sip of tea. Black Snake paused for a moment, then laughed, a laugh so loud it shook his head, and the astonishing curves of his chest jiggled along with it. He. Little brother, are you kidding me? Xiao Tianyu is the darling of the Xiao family. You want me to mess with him? Do you know that this would put me at war with the entire Xiao family? That's your business, Chu Fan put down his teacup. I only care about the outcome. You've got quite the nerve. Black Snake sat up straight, pulling her cheongsam collar even tighter. But what makes you think I'd offend the Xiao family for your sake? And what benefits do you have for me? She stood up, walked step by step to Chu Fan, bent down, and her warm breath blew directly onto Chu Fan's face. Money? Or a woman? Or, are you planning to use yourself as payment? Her fingers lightly traced Chu Fan's cheek, her eyes full of provocation. Chu Fan didn't move, he just looked at her. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the hand that was groping his face with the Black Snake. Black Snake's eyes changed instantly. She tried to pull her hand back, but found that Chu Fan's hand was like an iron clamp, and she couldn't move at all. She was shocked. She was a master of internal energy. How could this kid possess such strength? You. Don't move, Chu Fan looked into her eyes, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. You're putting on quite a good act, but why is your heart beating so fast? The Black Snake's pupils suddenly contracted. How did he know? Your body is much more honest than your mouth. Chu Fan stood up, put his other arm around her slender waist, and pulled her into his embrace. Ah! Black Snake gasped in shock, her body instantly going limp. She could clearly feel the burning masculine aura emanating from Chu Fan, engulfing her like a tidal wave. Her pride in her composure was utterly shattered before this man. She tried to struggle, but Chu Fan's arm was like an iron clamp, making her unable to move. You let me go. Black Snake's voice carried a tremor and panic that she herself was unaware of. Let you go? Chu Fan lowered his head, his lips almost touching her ear, his voice deep and magnetic. Didn't you ask me what benefits I could give you? His hand, which was around the black snake waist, began to slowly move upwards, feeling the amazing curves under the cheongsam. The black snake's body trembled even more violently, and an unprecedented heat rose from its lower abdomen, instantly spreading throughout its entire body. The benefit I'm giving you is? Chu Fan's voice was slightly hoarse and seductive, to let you taste the flavor of a real man. Name, Zhao Xinyao, status, mind blank, body completely out of control, utterly suppressed by the host's SSS level bloodline aura, experiencing an unprecedented sense of submission. Affection level, 85 completely conquered. Looking into Chu Fan's deep, all-consuming eyes, the black snake felt like a butterfly caught in a spider's web. The more it struggled, the tighter it was entangled. After years of navigating the underworld, this was the first time she felt like prey. Now, Chu Fan looked at her stunningly beautiful face, flushed with emotion. Do you still think you lost out in this deal? Black Snake bit her lip, unable to speak. All her pride and defenses had been shattered in front of this man. What do you want? Her voice was so soft it could melt your heart. Chu Fan smiled. He lowered his head, his lips slowly approaching the black snake's ear. It's very simple. His voice was soft, with a hint of warmth. Let me give you a kiss. Chapter 9: The Queen's Submission. Chu Fan's words, "Let me kiss you," were not loud, but they struck the black snake like an electric current. She froze completely. How about a kiss? Is it really that simple? She was Black Snake, the underground queen of Donghai City. The men who wanted to kiss her could line up from the south to the north of the city. But no man had ever dared to speak to her in such a commanding tone. What's worse, she found that she couldn't refuse. Chu Fan lowered his head without waiting for her reply. This wasn't a gentle kiss, it was filled with domineering and possessiveness. Black Snake felt all her defenses crumble completely in that instant. Her mind went blank, she forgot everything, the underground queen, the master of internal energy. All she knew was that she had been completely conquered by a man, both physically and spiritually. The sandalwood incense in the room seemed to have changed, becoming ambiguous and alluring. After an unknown amount of time, Black Snake lay limply on the chaise longue, her expensive black cheongsam now wrinkled beyond recognition. She stared at the ceiling, her eyes somewhat vacant, her face still flushed. It's over. She had only one thought in her mind. I've really fallen for this little man in my life. Chu Fan slowly straightened his clothes, sat back down in his chair, picked up his teacup, and acted as if nothing had happened. Now, we can continue discussing that deal, he said casually, taking a sip of tea. Black Snake snapped out of her daze and sat up from the couch. She tried to revert to her queenly demeanor, but the moment she saw Chu Fan's gaze, she immediately lost her imposing manner, and her voice softened. What do you want me to do? It's very simple. Chu Fan put down his teacup, his eyes turning cold. I want Xiao Tianyu to disappear from Donghai City. I don't care what methods you use, whether it's kidnapping, assassination, or ruining his reputation, I just want this result. Black Snake felt a chill run down his spine. Making Xiao Tianyu disappear? That's far more ruthless than forcing him to kneel and apologize. This is a complete break with the Xiao family, a fight to the death. If it were before, she would have thought Chu Fan was crazy and thrown him out. But now. She looked at Chu Fan and nodded as if possessed. Okay. From this day forward, the Snake Hall will obey your commands. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully recruited the S-rank female, Zhao Xinyao. System reward, unlock the faction panel and obtain the initial faction Snake Hall. Affection, 100 completely devoted. Chu Fan was very satisfied. He stood up, walked to Black Snake's side, reached out and pinched her chin, then kissed her on the lips again. Wait patiently for my message. After saying that, he turned and left, looking incredibly dashing. The Black Snake stared at his retreating figure, its eyes filled with fascination. Chu Fan had just stepped out of the tea house when his phone rang. It was Qin Yuma calling. Chu Fan. Something terrible has happened. Qin Yuma's anxious voice came through the phone as soon as it connected. Quick, check the trending topics. Auntie's situation, it's gotten out of hand. Chu Fan frowned and immediately opened today's dog food. The top trending topic was a jarring one, #vicious gambling old woman found in Donghai City #. He clicked on it and found it filled with all sorts of exaggerated posts. Some said his mother, Li Lan, owed millions in gambling debts and was being chased by creditors every day. Others said she had a chaotic private life and was still seducing old men in the neighborhood at her age. Even worse, some people photoshopped pictures and superimposed his mother's image onto some obscene photos. The tens of thousands of comments below are all abusive. Why doesn't this old hag just die? She's a disgrace to Donghai City. Dox her. Let her suffer social death. These vicious remarks made Chu Fan's eyes turn red. Xiao Tian. You. He practically spat out those 3 words through gritted teeth. He knew this must be Xiao Tianyou's doing. Before the Black Snake's men could even make a move, Xiao Tianyou's counterattack had already begun. And it was more ruthless and vicious than he had imagined. This move struck right at his weak point. Black Snake can deal with thugs and hooligans, and she can carry out assassinations, but she can't control public opinion on the internet. The Xiao family has been operating in the media industry for many years, and their network of connections is incredibly deep. For them, making or ruining someone is all too easy. Chu Fan, where are you right now? Don't do anything rash. Xin Yuma's voice was full of worry. I've already asked my dad to use his connections to delete the posts, but it's not very effective. For every 1 post deleted, 10 more immediately appear. We can't suppress them at all. I understand. Chu Fan hung up the phone, his eyes chillingly cold. He understood that Xiao Tianyu was forcing him. Force him to leave Donghai City, or force him to bow his head and beg for mercy. Just then, Lin Shishir called. Chu Fan. Did you see the news? That bastard went too far. I've already had the company's PR team handle it, and I've hired the best lawyers. We're preparing to sue those media outlets that spread rumors. Lin Shishir's voice trembled with anger. You wait, I'm taking people to smash up Xiao Tianyou's company right now. Don't do anything rash. Chu Fan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew that getting angry now would be useless. Smashing the company or hitting people wouldn't solve the fundamental problem. Xiao Tianyou's battle was fought in the arena of public opinion. To win, you have to use the same methods to fight back. Moreover, you have to be even more ruthless than him. You too, Chu Fan said into the phone, listen to me. You say it, the 2 women said in unison. The Xiao family isn't a monolithic entity. Shishir, call your dad right now. Chu Fan's voice was devoid of emotion. Don't even think about shorting them all at once. The Xiao family isn't that stupid. I want your Lin family to concentrate your firepower on attacking Yuanhang Logistics, the least profitable but most cash-hungry subsidiary of the Xiao family. Beat it to a pulp. I want to force Xiao Tianyu to bleed money from other industries to save this crumbling company. UMO, he turned to the other end of the phone, tell your dad not to rush the seizure. The Xiao family, those old foxes, have impeccably clean books. Tell your dad to use the guise of municipal safety inspection to investigate all the construction companies and suppliers that cooperate with the Xiao family. No need to arrest anyone, just investigate. Investigate for 10 days to half a month. I want all the businessmen in Donghai City to feel that cooperating with the Xiao family is risky, and to leave them all alone. The 2 women on the other end of the phone both gasped. They never expected that Chu Fan's counterattack would not be a simple matter of spending money to delete posts, but rather such a ruthless and vicious series of schemes. The first move is to strike at the snake's vital point, forcing you to bleed to save it. The second move is to cut off your resources, severing your connections and alienating you from everyone. What? You can't do it? Chu Fan's voice was cold. We can do it, the 2 women answered in unison again. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fan stared at the vicious comments on his phone, his eyes devoid of any warmth. Xiao Tianyu, do you think you can beat me like this? You're too naive. He dialed Black Snake's number. My snake beauty, the game begins. Xiao Tianyu is at Royal 1, right? Bring all your people and come with me. Tonight, I will make sure that Royal 1 disappears completely from the map of Donghai City. Chapter 10 Tonight, we'll raise Royal Number 1 to the ground. The Royal Number 1 Club is located in a prime location in Donghai City. From the outside, it looks like a proper and high-end club, but inside it is Xiao Tianyou's private kingdom. Dozens of black motorcycles and modified off-road vehicles were parked on the street corner opposite the clubhouse. Black Snake dismounted from the lead motorcycle, changing out of her alluring Chong salmon into a tight black leather jacket and pants that accentuated her voluptuous figure. Behind her stood hundreds of elite female thugs from the Snake Gang, each with fierce eyes and carrying weapons. Sister Snake, is it worth going head-to-head with the Xiao family for a newcomer? You, Black Snake's most trusted deputy, couldn't help but ask. The Black Snake turned around, glanced at her, and its eyes held a brilliance that Ayu had never seen before. Whether it's worth it or not is not your question. She licked her lips, savoring something. All you need to know is that from today onwards, his orders are my orders. Ayu was startled and dared not say another word. She had followed Black Snake for so many years and had never seen her treat any man like this. Just then, a taxi slowly pulled up to the side of the road. The car door opened, and Chu Fan got out. He was still dressed casually, completely out of place with the tense atmosphere around him, as if he were just out shopping. Is everyone here? Chu Fan glanced at the Black Snake and asked casually. Black Snake immediately stepped forward, his respectful attitude causing all his subordinates to drop their jaws. Mr. Chu, all 120 elite members of the Snake Hall are present and ready to act at any time. Chu Fan nodded, then raised his chin toward the magnificent golden gate of Royal One. Let us go in and have a good talk with young Master Shao. At the entrance of Royal One, 8 hostesses, all tall and beautiful, dressed in red, high-slit cheongsams, were present. But they were no ordinary pretty faces, they were all highly skilled individuals hired by Shao Tianyu at great expense. Upon seeing Chu Fan and Black Snake arrive with a large group of people, the woman in the cheongsam at the head of the group immediately reached out to stop them. Sister Snake, it's not convenient for us here today. Young Master Shao is entertaining guests. Would you like to come another day? The leading woman said with a forced smile. The women behind her all had their eyes fixed on Chu Fan, their eyes filled with undisguised desire. Hey, Sister Snake, where did you find such a handsome young man with such delicate skin? A woman in a cheongsam said with a coquettish smile. Young Master Shao doesn't have such good looks. Do you want us sisters to help you check him out? Another one was even more direct, sticking out her tongue and licking her red lips. Handsome young man, stop following this old woman, come over to us sisters, we'll make sure you know what it means to live like a god. Black Snake's eyes instantly turned cold. Chu Fan laughed. He looked at the 8 women and asked with interest, Oh? How do you plan to inspect the goods? There are 8 of you and only 1 of me. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. He. The leading woman in the cheongsam laughed heartily. Young man, you're quite confident. Don't worry, we sisters have plenty of strength and will make sure you're comfortable. We're just afraid you won't be able to handle it. Upon hearing this, the murderous aura emanating from the Black Snake almost solidified into a tangible form. What she hates most is other women coveting her man. Especially when they use such vulgar language. Chu Fan sensed the change in the woman beside him, and his smile deepened. He deliberately leaned close to Black Snake's ear and whispered in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. Look, they seem to know how to have fun even better than you. That one sentence completely ignited the powder keg. Court death. The Black Snake's voice was as cold as if it came from hell. Before Chu Fan could say anything more, she suddenly vanished from the spot. Those present only saw a blur before their eyes, and a black shadow had already rushed into the formation of the 8 women in cheongsams. This time, it wasn't just the sound of bones breaking. Put. The Black Snake's hand moved as fast as lightning, piercing straight through the first woman's back. The woman's eyes were wide open, she couldn't believe she was gone until the very end. Anyone who dares to touch my man will suffer the consequences. The Black Snake's voice was filled with violence and madness. She pulled out her hand, not even glancing at the fallen corpse, and turned to pounce on another person. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Twist their necks. Crush their throats. Or even crush their hearts with an E. The battle was over in less than 10 seconds. On the ground lay 8 more corpses, their eyes wide open in death. Blood stained the expensive carpet at the entrance of Royal One. Black Serpent returned to Chu Fan's side, a few drops of blood staining her leather coat, making her look even more alluring. She was slightly out of breath, her cheeks flushed with a sickly redness, and she looked at Chu Fan with fiery eyes, as if seeking praise. It's quiet now. Chu Fan was shocked when he saw the 8 corpses on the ground. He knew Black Snake was ruthless, but he didn't expect her to be this ruthless. She killed without hesitation, without even blinking. This woman is a complete and utter mad beast. But he likes it. Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction, reached out and gently wiped the blood off her cheek, then put his finger in his mouth and licked it. Well done. The Black Snake's body trembled, and its eyes became even more glazed. The female thugs from the snake gang around them were all too terrified to breathe. Their snake sister, in front of this young man, had completely transformed into a madwoman who would kill only for him. Chu Fan then slowly lifted his foot, stepped over the corpse on the ground, and walked into the clubhouse. This time, no one dared to stop him. Black Serpent waved his hand, and led the Serpent Hall members in a grand procession as they went inside. Inside the luxurious private room on the top floor of the club, Xiao Tianyu was surrounded by women on his left and right, bragging to several rich young masters. "Let me tell you, that new kid is a greenhorn. I've already made arrangements. In less than 3 days, his mother will be kneeling and begging me for help." Before he could finish speaking, with a loud bang, the heavy solid wood door of the private room was kicked open from the outside. Amidst the flying sawdust, Chu Fan walked in. Behind him stood Black Serpent and her hundreds of menacing subordinates. The private room fell silent instantly, everyone staring in disbelief at the unexpected guests. Xiao Tianyu's expression changed instantly. He stood up abruptly, staring intently at Chu Fan, then glancing at the black snake beside him. "Black Snake? What do you mean? You brought people to cause trouble for my place?" Black Snake didn't speak, but silently stood behind Chu Fan, his meaning clear. "I'll listen to him." Xiao Tianyu's pupils contracted sharply. He couldn't understand how Black Snake, this ungrateful venomous snake, would listen to a mere young boy. "Xiao Tianyu," Chu Fan pulled out a chair, sat down with an air of authority, his eyes as cold as ice. "I'm here." "You, what do you want?" Xiao Tianyu felt a little uneasy, but he remained defiant. "Let me tell you, this is my territory. If you dare to mess around, I'll make sure you don't leave this house alive." He clapped his hands, and the hidden doors around the private room suddenly opened, and dozens of female bodyguards dressed in black tight-fitting clothes rushed out, each holding a stun gun, and surrounded Chu Fan and his group. These were his true trump cards, the Xiao family's elite guards. "There are quite a few people," Chu Fan laughed, a somewhat cruel laugh. "Perfect, saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one." "Chu Fan, I'm giving you one last chance." Xiao Tianyu thought he had the upper hand and became arrogant again. "Kneel down now, kowtow to me 3 times, and give me all the women around you, and I might consider sparing your dog's life." Chu Fan ignored him and turned to look at the black snake, his eyes carrying a hint of command. "My snake queen, these flies are yours. I'll give you extra time tonight." Black Snake blushed instantly. She licked her lips, her eyes filled with excitement, and waved to the Serpent Hall elites behind her. "Sisters, let's show young Master Xiao what a real elite is." "Yes." More than 100 people from the Snake Hall surged forward like a tidal wave. Although the Xiao family's guards were all highly skilled, they had never seen the Snake Hall's reckless fighting style before. In an instant, chaos erupted in the private room. The blue light of stun guns and the cold glint of machetes mingled together, and the screams and cries of women filled the air. Xiao Tianyu and his buddies were all terrified, huddled in the corner, trembling. Chu Fan, however, acted as if nothing had happened, leisurely poured himself a glass of wine, and leaned back in his chair. He watched as the black snake slaughtered its way through the crowd, its agile figure and ruthless methods leaving him with only one thought. "No wonder she's one of the women I've been with." The battle did not last long. The Snake Hall had the numerical advantage, and every member was a desperate thug. Soon, the Xiao family's guards couldn't hold out, and one by one they were knocked to the ground, incapacitated. Apart from Chu Fan and Xiao Tianyu and a few others, only the Snake Hall members remained standing in the private room. The black snake walked to Chu Fan's side, with several more bloody marks on her body, but her eyes shone with an astonishing light. "Baby, the area is cleared." Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction, picked up his wineglass, stood up, and walked step by step toward Xiao Tianyu, who was already terrified and pale. Chapter 11. Tonight I have to personally check on the 3 of you. The lobby of Royal One was a mess. Xiao Tianyu lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and hatred as he looked at Chu Fan. He couldn't understand how his territory, which he had cultivated for 5 years, could be wiped out in one night. Chu Fan ignored him and walked straight to Black Snake. This woman had a mixed smell of blood and sweat, which was quite intriguing. "Baby," Chu Fan's voice wasn't too loud, but everyone in the room could hear him clearly. "From today onwards, this club belongs to me." The black snake's eyes shone with an eerie light. She licked her lips and bowed her head respectfully. "Yes, my dear." That one word, darling, made the female thugs from the snake gang next to them feel a chill run down their spines. Chu Fan was very satisfied. This was exactly the feeling he wanted. He didn't look at Xiao Tianyu again, and turned to leave. "As for you," his voice drifted from behind, icy cold, "go back and tell your father this isn't over." By the time I returned to the penthouse of Yiping Jiangshan, it was almost dawn. But the whole house was brightly lit. As soon as Chu Fan entered the room, good heavens, there was a strong fragrance inside, at least 3 different high-end perfumes mixed together. In the living room, Jean Yuma, Lin Shershur, and the newly returned Black Snake, three women sat on the sofa, ignoring each other, creating an incredibly awkward atmosphere. Jean Yuma was wearing a silk bathrobe, holding a glass of red wine, and sitting there pretending to be sophisticated, but her eyes kept glancing towards the door. Lin Shershur changed into a pink lace slip dress, swinging her long legs back and forth, hugging a pillow, pouting as if she was angry with someone. Black Snake was the most direct, still wearing that tight leather outfit, sitting with his legs spread apart, his eyes like knives, scraping back and forth over the two women, clearly a provocation. 3 women, 3 styles, 3 top beauties. If any random man outside saw this scene, he would probably faint from happiness on the spot. Oh, everyone's here? Shu Fan smiled. He knew that these 3 women were waiting for him to come back to report on their work and also waiting for him to reward them for their contributions. Darling. Black Snake was the first to stand up, and walked a few steps to Chu Fan, naturally reaching out to help him take off his coat. This darling completely stunned Jean Yuma and Lin Shershur. What did you call him? Lin Shershur was the first to explode, jumping up from the sofa and pointing at the Black Snake. You gangster, don't bring those weird names here. What? You have a problem with that? Black Snake narrowed her eyes, her gaze clearly intimidating. I'm calling my man, what's it to you? Your man? That's hilarious. Shu Fan is mine. Seeing that the 2 women were about to start fighting again, Jean Yuma stood up. She walked over to Chu Fan, gently took the coat from his hand, hung it on the hanger, and then looked at the 2 of them, saying calmly, "Stop arguing, let's get down to business." She paused for a moment, then added, "Chu Fan knows perfectly well who can help him." Upon hearing this, Lin Shershur and He Shi immediately stopped arguing. They both understood that now was not the time for jealousy and rivalry, but rather a time to see who was more useful. Speak, Chu Fan said, walking to the head of the sofa and patting the seats on either side of him. Who wants to go first? The 3 women exchanged glances, and finally Jean Yuma spoke first. She sat down to Chu Fan's left, leaning against him intentionally or unintentionally, and said, "The Shao family's network of relationships is more complicated than we thought. My dad's side has already started making moves, and several small companies are already panicking, but the Shao family's main businesses, like Zhao's real estate and Tianyu Entertainment, haven't been greatly affected yet. Their patriarch, Shao Xinghua, is an old fox. It won't be easy to bring him down all at once." Chu Fan nodded. This was exactly what he had expected. Me too. Lin Shershur quickly squeezed to Chu Fan's right and said eagerly, "Our family has already started Yuanhang Logistics, and their stock price dropped by almost 20% today. But Shao Tianyu reacted quickly and immediately transferred more than 10 billion from Tianyu Entertainment to save them. If we want them to bleed money, we'll have to put in even more effort." As for me, Black Snake was the most direct, sitting down on the carpet and resting his head on Chu Fan's knees, looking up at him with teary eyes. "We've found the source of those nonsensical posts online. It's a PR company under Tianyu Entertainment. I've already sent someone to invite that boss for tea. And those troublemakers, I've also had someone teach them a lesson. I guarantee they won't even dare to come near my aunt's neighborhood anymore." 3 women, 3 directions, that's all been said. Although progress has been made, no one has been able to deliver a decisive blow to Shao Tianyu. This veteran champion is much more difficult to deal with than they thought. Well done. Chu Fan's face remained expressionless after hearing this. He placed one hand on Jean Yuma's thigh, feeling the smooth, tender skin beneath the silk robe. His other hand slipped inside Lin Shershur's camisole, squeezing its amazing elasticity. His feet, held in Black Snake's arms, could be felt even through his leather pants, their heat palpable. But, Chu Fan's voice suddenly took on a mischievous chuckle. "It's not enough to just talk about it." All 3 women were taken aback. "Tonight," Chu Fan grinned, "none of you 3 will be leaving. I need to personally check whether what you've done is up to standard." Chapter 12. I advise you to take your mother and get out of Donghai City. The next day, Chu Fan didn't open his eyes until almost noon. Good heavens, 3 stunningly beautiful women are sprawled out on this enormous bed, sleeping soundly. Jean Yuma's silk nightgown was undone, revealing large expanses of her fair skin. Her usual aloofness was completely gone. She was sleeping like a log. Lin Shershur was even more exaggerated, clinging to Chu Fan like an octopus, her pink lace nightgown all wrinkled, and one of her long legs restlessly wrapped around his waist. Black Snake was the most well-behaved sleeper, lying on her side, but even in her sleep, she held tightly to Chu Fan's arm, as if afraid he would run away. Last night's work inspection was really thorough. Chu Fan moved slightly, and Lin Shershur immediately woke up. She groggily snuggled against his chest, her voice soft and sticky. Honey, sleep a little longer. That cry of husband woke up Qin Yuma, who was sitting next to him. The moment she opened her eyes and saw the mess in front of her, her face flushed red. She quickly pulled at her robe, trying to sit up, but her back buckled and she fell back down, hissing as she did so. What are you yelling for? Lin Shishir rubbed her eyes, looked at Qin Yuma, and still said, You weren't this shy last night. You. Qin Yuma was both ashamed and angry, but she had no energy and could only glare at her. Black Snake woke up too. She yawned and stretched, her curves beneath her tight leather outfit making one dizzy. She looked at the other two women and smiled smugly. Looks like I still have the best stamina. Chu Fan looked at the three women and chuckled. After a whole night of commotion, the tension between them had noticeably subsided, and they were more like comrades who had fought side by side? Everyone's awake? Chu Fan sat up, shirtless but not at all bothered. Now that you're awake, it's time to get down to business. The three women were all stunned for a moment. Still trying to do serious business? They feel like their bones are about to give way. From today onwards, Chu Fan looked at them, his gaze so intense that none of them dared to object. The three of you are mine. He pointed at Qin Yuma. Yuma, you're smart, so you're in charge of giving me ideas. You're also in charge of the official connections. He then looked at Lin Shishir. Shishir, your family is rich, so from now on, my purse strings are in your hands. As for the Shao family, keep showering them with money, don't stop. Finally, he looked at Black Snake. Snake's sister, you have a lot of men and connections. All the dirty and hard work will be yours. I don't want to see any more of this mess involving my mother, understand? The three women looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Chu Fan wasn't just treating them like decorative objects, he genuinely considered them core members of his team. A feeling of being trusted and valued warmed their hearts. Yes. The three women answered in unison without hesitation, their voices full of enthusiasm. Very good, Chu Fan said with satisfaction. Since she's my woman, she'll definitely be rewarded. He had barely finished speaking when his phone rang. Chu Fan picked it up and saw it was a call from his mother. His heart skipped a beat, he sensed something was wrong. Hello, Mom? Fan. Li Lan's voice came through the phone, choked with sobs. Please come back quickly, something terrible has happened. Chu Fan's face immediately darkened. Half an hour later, downstairs at the luxury mansion of Yiping Jiangshan. Chu Fan stared at the scene before him, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. His family's car, which they had only driven back for 2 days, was now smashed to pieces. All the windows were shattered, and the car was covered in swear words in red paint. You adulterous couple. You old bitch, give me back my hard-earned money. A crowd of reporters and onlookers gathered around, pointing at the car and flashing their cameras. Several elderly people dressed in hospital gowns were sitting on the ground, wailing and crying. This is outrageous. That old hag Li Lan has cheated us out of our entire lives. My husband's life-saving money. And she just gambled it away. Qin Yuma and Lin Shishir's faces turned pale with anger. These are professional actors hired by Xiao Tianyu. Qin Yuma said in a low voice. Those reporters are all his dogs too. They're trying to make a big scene. I'll have them all arrested right now. Black Snake's eyes were chillingly cold. No way. Qin Yuma immediately stopped her. The reporters are all here. If you make a move, things will get complicated. Then the internet will definitely say we're bullying others. Xiao Tianyu's move was both insidious and vicious. He knew that sneaking around and doing small tricks wouldn't work, so he decided to go all out and expose the whole thing to the media, leaving you with no way to explain yourself. Just then, Chu Fan's phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered the phone, and Xiao Tianyu's arrogant and smug laughter came from the other end. Ha 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 ha. Chu Fan, do you like this big gift I gave you? This is just the beginning. I advise you to take your mother and get out of Donghai City right now. Otherwise, tomorrow's news will be 100 times more exciting than today's. Do you believe I can make her get rotten eggs thrown at her even when she goes out to buy groceries? Chu Fan didn't speak, but listened quietly. What? Scared? Xiao Tianyu thought he had chickened out, and laughed even more happily. It's good that you're scared. Now, kneel down, kowtow to me on the phone, and send your 3 girls over so the brothers can have some fun. Maybe I can consider letting you live. Chu Fan smiled. Xiao Tianyu, his voice was frighteningly calm. Do you know that you've made the biggest mistake ever? What error? You shouldn't have crossed my line. Chu Fan hung up the phone. He looked up at the chaotic scene before him, at the excited faces of the reporters, and at the actors' energetic performances. He suddenly did something that stunned everyone. He pushed through the crowd and walked up to the group of reporters. Ladies and gentlemen, he picked up a reporter's microphone, his voice amplified through the camera and broadcast across the entire internet. Want to film? Sure. I'm giving you 1 hour to call over every media outlet you can in Donghai City. An hour later, Chu Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. I will hold a press conference here. At that time, I will give Xiao Tianyu a big gift that he will definitely like. Chapter 13 Infiltration. Installing a camera for young Master Xiao. Chu Fan's statement, "Let's hold a press conference," completely stunned everyone present. The reporters stared wide-eyed, as if they'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. What is that? Dude, we came here to expose your mother's dirty secrets and ruin your reputation, and now you want to hold your own press conference? Is this kid so angry he's gone mad? Chu Fan, don't do anything rash. Xin Yuma was the first to react, quickly grabbing him, extremely anxious. It's no use saying anything now. They'll just write nonsense and make up whatever you said. Exactly. Lin Shishir exclaimed anxiously. What's the point of talking to these paparazzi? I'll call people to clear the area right now and smash all their crappy cameras. Chu Fan smiled. He patted the two women's hands to tell them not to rush, then picked up the microphone and said to the group of reporters, I will only say it once. Here in 1 hour. Anyone who doesn't show up will regret it. He looked calm, but his eyes sent chills down everyone's spine. After saying that, he ignored the reporters' reactions and turned to walk towards the mansion's gate. Umo, sure, Sister Snake, come in with me. As soon as he entered the door, Chu Fan threw himself onto the large sofa in the living room. The three women immediately surrounded them, all of them extremely anxious. Chu Fan, what exactly are you trying to do? Lin Shishir stamped her feet anxiously. Are you really going to confront those reporters head-on? Wouldn't that just fall right into Xiao Tianyu's trap? Yes, Chu Fan, Xin Yuma also frowned. When arguing online, the worst thing is to get involved yourself and say the wrong thing and someone will seize on it and never let it go. Black Snake didn't speak, but the worry in her eyes was unmistakable. Although she was ruthless in killing, she knew nothing about dealing with the media. Chu Fan looked at the three of them and chuckled. Who said I was going to reason with them? He leaned back on the sofa, stretched, and then patted his shoulder. Black Snake immediately understood, and naturally walked behind him, placing a pair of soft yet strong hands on his shoulders to massage them. Chu Fan hummed comfortably twice and then pointed to his legs. Lin Shishir pouted, but still reluctantly sat down on the carpet, placed his legs on her long legs clad in stockings, and clumsily began to massage them. Xin Yuma was both angry and anxious, but there was nothing she could do. She thought for a moment, walked to the wine cabinet, opened a bottle of good wine, poured a glass, and brought it to Chu Fan's lips, her voice particularly gentle. Take a sip first, don't get too upset. While enjoying the service of three top beauties, Chu Fan leisurely took out his phone. What do you guys think? Chu Fan asked lazily, looking at his phone. Wouldn't it be interesting if everyone in Donghai City could see how Xiao Tianyu plays? The three women were stunned. You mean, live stream? Xin Yuma's eyes lit up. That's right, Chu Fan said with a wicked grin. Doesn't he like to stir up trouble online? Then I'll play along and do something even bigger. Sister Snake, he ordered without turning his head, do you have any girls with decent technique under your command? Black Snake paused for a moment, then immediately understood, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Master, don't worry. I have a few sisters under my command. They may not have any other skills, but when it comes to technique, they're absolutely professional. I guarantee they can serve Xiao Tianyu so well that, even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Very good, Chu Fan nodded. Let those rich kids who brag with him also serve him. Find a high-definition camera and broadcast it live the whole time. I want the whole of Donghai City to see how they usually have fun. Xin Yuma and Lin Shishir were stunned. They had expected Chu Fan to retaliate, but they never imagined that his method of retaliation would be so vulgar and ruthless. This is to press Xiao Tianyu's face to the ground and stomp on it repeatedly, so that he will never be able to lift his head again for the rest of his life. But Xiao Tianyu is currently hiding in the Xiao family manor. That place is like an iron barrel, with a military-grade security system. How can our people get in? Qin Yuma remained relatively calm and asked the right question. Don't even mention installing cameras. Even if a mosquito flies in, it will be scanned 3 times. Who said our people were allowed to go in? Chu Fan laughed. He dialed a number that Black Snake had given him. Hello, is this Rose? A woman's voice, filled with surprise and delight, came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu? How could you? Rose is the scarred woman whose arm was crippled by Chu Fan in one move. Do you want revenge? Chu Fan asked calmly. I want to. I dream about it. Very good, Chu Fan said. Xiao Tianyu is currently in the main villa of the Xiao family manor. Snake's sister will give you a set of the latest pinhole camera equipment, smaller than a speck of dust. Within an hour, I need to see live footage of his bedroom and living room. If you do it well, you'll be the second in command of Snake Hall. If you don't worry. We guarantee the mission will be completed. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fan looked at Qin Yuma and Lin Shishir, who were completely dumbfounded, and said, Never underestimate a woman's jealousy, it can be ruthless. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous truck outside the Xiao family manor, Rose looked at the few cameras, smaller than grains of rice, in her palm, her eyes filled with both excitement and nervousness. Sister, are we really going to do this? A trusted confidant whispered. Even Sister Snake says the Xiao family security system is a headache. If we get caught, we're doomed. What's there to be afraid of? Rose sneered. Fortune favors the bold. Besides, this is the first task Mr. Chu gave me, and I must complete it flawlessly. She looked at the manor's internal structure diagram and security patrol routes displayed on the tablet, which Qin Yuma had obtained through her connections with the municipal government. The Xiao family's security system restarts every half hour, leaving a 3-second window of inactivity. Their food is specially supplied from the Green Source Farm in the west of the city, delivered promptly at 4:30 p.m. every day. Rose pointed to a dot on the screen. The opportunity is right here. 4:25 p.m. A refrigerated truck bearing the words Lu Yuan Farm slowly pulled up at the back gate of the Xiao family manor. The driver and escort were both women, and they were only allowed to pass after undergoing strict identity verification and body searches. The car drove to the back door of the main villa's kitchen, where several of the Xiao family's maids came out to receive the goods. Just as they were carrying a box of top-grade Wagyu beef, the escort cried out ouch, and slipped, causing the box to fall to the ground, scattering fresh beef everywhere. What are you good for? The maid and housekeeper immediately snapped. I'm so sorry. My leg cramped up. The guard clutched his leg, wincing in pain. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. No one noticed that right behind them, a black shadow, like a gecko, slid silently along the wall and into the kitchen. It's a Rose. She took advantage of those few seconds of chaos to successfully sneak in. She knew the layout of the place like the back of her hand, and like a cat, she slipped up to the second floor, avoiding all the surveillance cameras. Master bedroom. Rose slipped inside and immediately smelled an air mixed with perfume and some other peculiar scent. She frowned in disgust. She quickly scanned the room and finally focused on the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. She pulled a small device from her pocket, flicked it gently, and a camera smaller than a speck of dust was precisely attached to the back of the most intricate crystal pendant of the chandelier. One done. She slipped into the living room and, using the same method, installed a second one inside the fireplace carvings. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard footsteps and women's laughter outside the door. Xiao Tianyu is back. Rose was startled. Without thinking, she rolled over and tumbled under the bed. The space under the bed was cramped and smelled strange. Rose held her breath, afraid to move. Soon, Xiao Tianyu walked in with 2 young models in his arms, and the 3 of them immediately collapsed onto the bed. What followed was a series of unpleasant sounds. Rose, who was under the bed, turned green with rage. She bit her lip hard to keep herself from vomiting. While enduring the earthquake above, she secretly took out her phone and sent a message to Chu Fan. Mission accomplished. A first-class empire. Chu Fan looked at the 2 clear live feeds he received on his phone and smiled. He turned to look at the 3 beautiful women beside him who were getting a little impatient, and clapped his hands. All right, actors in position, lights and sound ready. The show is about to begin. Chapter 14, A Sudden Change in the Plan. An hour passed quickly. The area downstairs at Yiping Jiangshan had completely transformed into a sea of media. Hundreds of media outlets, with their long lenses and microphones, had completely surrounded the scene. The entire population of Donghai City was glued to their phones and televisions, eagerly awaiting this grand spectacle. The atmosphere inside the penthouse was somewhat tense. Why haven't we heard anything yet? Lin Shershur paced anxiously in the living room, her long legs making people dizzy. Is that Rose even capable of anything? It's been almost an hour, and she hasn't said a word. Don't rush, Shin Yuma said, holding a glass of red wine. Although she seemed calm, the constant swirling of the glass betrayed her nervousness. The Shao family manor isn't a market, it's not that easy to get in. Black Snake leaned back on the sofa, eyes closed, silent. But her tightly clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. Rose was someone she had sent out if something happened to her. She wouldn't be able to explain herself to Chu Fan, and she would lose face in the snake hall. Chu Fan, however, acted as if nothing had happened, leaning back on the sofa with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Just as Lin Shershur was about to lose her temper and call to urge him, Chu Fan's phone vibrated. The three women's eyes all turned to him in an instant. Chu Fan slowly opened his eyes and glanced at his phone. It's an encrypted message. The sender is Rose. The message was very simple, containing only one word, appropriate. Below, links to 2 live videos are also provided. All done. Chu Fan tossed his phone onto the coffee table and said casually. The 3 women immediately surrounded them, eager to see what was going on. Clicking the first link, the image was a bit shaky, but very clear. It showed the luxurious living room of the Shao family manor's villa, where several rich second-generation heirs were embracing young models, drinking, and bragging. Clicking on the second one reveals an even more stimulating scene. It's Xiao Tianyu's bedroom, where on that enormous bed, Xiao Tianyu is playing a 3-player card game with 2 hot girls. Holy crap! This girl's amazing! Lin Shershur exclaimed first, her eyes brimming with excitement. She managed to sneak in and get in so well? Shin Yuma breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. It seems we're destined to win. A smug smile curled at the corner of the Black Snake's mouth. All right, Chu Fan stood up and stretched. The actors are in position, and the lights and sound are ready. It's my turn to be the director. Downstairs, at the press conference venue. As soon as Chu Fan appeared, the flashbulbs went off like crazy. Mr. Chu. Time's up. What exactly do you want to say? Mr. Chu. Are you bluffing? The reporters, like sharks drawn by the smell of blood, practically shoved their microphones into Chu Fan's face. Chu Fan ignored them and walked to the front of the stage to test the microphone. Everyone, his voice, transmitted through countless cameras throughout Donghai City. I know you're all here today to see some excitement. Don't worry, the excitement is coming soon. He snapped his fingers. The huge advertising screen on the building behind him suddenly lit up. Everyone held their breath and stared wide-eyed. The scene displayed on the screen was inside the villa of the Shao family manor lord. In the scene, Xiao Tianyu and his cronies are being played around by a few hot, scantily clad girls. Various eye-searing poses, various disgusting scenes, high definition and uncensored, live broadcast throughout the city. Holy crap! What the hell did I just see? That's Xiao Tianyu? I can't keep up with the nutrition, brothers, I'm going for it. The reporters at the scene went absolutely crazy. All the citizens watching the live stream went crazy. The Shao family's stock collapsed instantly. Xiao Tianyu, Chu Fan looked at the terrified face on the screen, then smiled like a devil into the microphone. Do you like this big gift I gave you? Just as the whole city was going crazy for this live broadcast, a shocking change occurred at the Shao family manor. In the bedroom of the main villa, Rose breathed a sigh of relief after sending a message to Chu Fan and prepared to slip away quietly. But as soon as she crawled out from under the bed and before she could even stand up straight, she suddenly felt a chill on her neck. A blade as thin as a cicada's wing had somehow been placed against her carotid artery. A woman dressed in a maid outfit, who looked harmless, was standing behind her with a sweet smile on her face. Sister, you've been under my master's bed for so long, won't you come out for a cup of tea before you leave? Rose broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. She had no idea when the maid had appeared. This woman is a top-tier expert. Who are you? Rose's voice trembled. Me? The maid smiled, pushing the razor blade in her hand forward a little more. I am the Shao family's butler, my name is Chi. Just then, the live stream suddenly cut off. On the screen, only static remained. The press conference for A World of Excellence was held on site. Shu Fan's brows furrowed instantly. What happened? Black Snake's expression changed as well. Something's wrong. Something's happened. Inside the bedroom of the Xiao family manor. Ah Chi looked at Rose, who had been trampled to the ground and was already dead, took out her phone, and dialed a number. Young master, a little mouse had sneaked in, but we've already taken care of it. On the other end of the phone came Xiao Tianyou's furious voice. What's the use of cleaning things up? The whole of Donghai City has seen my live stream. I don't care what method you use, bring that Shu Fan here right now. I want to kill him with my own hands. Yes, young master. Ah Chi hung up the phone, licked the bloodstain on his lips, and his eyes were filled with excitement. She walked to the window, looked in the direction of Yiping Jiangshan in the distance, and smiled. SSS rank royal bloodline. Finally, there is prey worth my serious attention. Chapter 15, The Plan Exposed, A New Target. The press conference was held downstairs at Yiping Jiangshan building. Just as everyone was caught up in the excitement of Xiao Tianyou's live broadcast on the big screen, the screen suddenly went black. Holy crap! What happened? I'd already taken my pants off, and this is what you show me? Disappointing me at the crucial moment, what a terrible signal. The reporters at the scene and the netizens watching online immediately went wild. Shu Fan's brows furrowed as well. Oh no! Something's happened. Black Snake's expression changed instantly. She stared intently at her phone, where the vital signs representing Rose's heartbeat had turned into a straight line. Rose is dead. Black Snake's voice trembled, and his eyes turned red instantly. Xin Yuma and Lin Shishir were also stunned. They never expected that the Xiao family would dare to kill someone outright. And the person they killed was one of Black Snake's most trusted lieutenants. Shu Fan. Xin Yuma was about to say something when Shu Fan raised his hand to interrupt her. Shu Fan's face remained expressionless. He picked up the microphone and, addressing the chaotic group of reporters below, said calmly, "Ladies and gentlemen, due to a technical issue, we're taking a halftime break. If you want to see the second half, stay here quietly." After saying that, he ignored everyone's reactions and turned to walk into the building. His aura was frighteningly calm. The atmosphere inside the penthouse was frighteningly oppressive. Smack! Black Snake slapped the expensive mahogany coffee table in the living room, cracking its grain. The Xiao family. I'll fuck your mother's horse. She trembled with rage, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. They dared to kill my people. If I don't raise the Xiao family manor to the ground today, I'm not Black Snake. Rose had followed her for almost 10 years, nominally a subordinate, but like a sister. Now, she had died so mysteriously in the Xiao family she couldn't swallow this insult. Going there now is just suicide, Shu Fan said coldly, sitting on the sofa. Then what do you suggest we do? Black Snake turned around and roared at Shu Fan, "Are we just going to watch my sisters die in vain?" I didn't say she died in vain. Shu Fan raised his eyes and looked at her. But revenge requires using your brain. He pointed to his temple. The Xiao family has a master, Shu Fan said. He can kill Rose silently and cut off our signal instantly. This person is not someone your Snake Hall people can handle. Xin Yuma and Lin Shishir also looked grim. They knew Shu Fan was right. The Xiao family, this old and established clan, possessed a much deeper hidden strength than they had imagined. Just then, the system's voice rang in Shu Fan's mind. Ding! Host's personal safety has been detected as threatened. New feature activated, talent search. Feature description, allows you to screen for qualified special talents throughout the city based on your needs. Shu Fan's eyes narrowed. What he lacks most right now is not money or power, but a top-notch bodyguard who can fight and truly protect him and his family. System, he silently chanted, find me the most capable fighter woman in all of Donghai City. Talent screening in progress? Screening complete. Target, Han Ling, identity, former top federal agent Ghost Shadow, retired due to injury, currently owner of the Tactical Golf Club. Strength assessment, SSS level peak condition, currently S level injured infirm, location, Tactical Doll Club, western suburbs of Donghai City. Shu Fan stood up. You two, he said, looking at Xin Yuma and Lin Shishir, continue to follow the original plan and crush the Xiao family in the business world. I want to make Xiao Tianyu a penniless loner. The two women nodded emphatically. Snake sister, he looked at Black Snake again, I've remembered Rose's grudge. I'll personally avenge you this. Okay, she gritted her teeth and nodded, I'll do as you say. Then, what about you? Shin Yumo was still a little worried. Me? Shu Fan laughed. I'll go find someone who can fight. That evening, Shu Fan drove alone to the western suburbs of Donghai City. The Tactical Doll Club sounds like a place to collect figurines, but in reality, it is the most exclusive private shooting and fighting club in all of Donghai City. Shu Fan was stunned by the scene inside as soon as he entered. Inside the enormous arena, the sounds of various firearms firing filled the air. A group of women with voluptuous figures, dressed in tight-fitting combat suits, were firing wildly at the shooting range. Meanwhile, in the fighting area on the other side, two women were engaged in a fierce, unrestricted fight in the octagon, their punches landing with brutal force, making the audience's blood boil. The members here are all wealthy and powerful, and they are all women. Shu Fan's appearance was like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Holy crap! Where did this handsome guy come from? That physique, that face, amazing. I want to pin him to the ground and bully him. Shu Fan ignored these lewd words and his gaze fell behind the bar. A woman, with her back to him, was slowly wiping a glass. She wore a simple black tank top, revealing two sleek and powerful arms. Her short, neat black hair was tied back. Although it was just her back, Shu Fan could sense an extremely dangerous aura emanating from her. He walked over and knocked on the bar. The woman slowly turned around. Shu Fan's breath hitched for a second. It was a face of striking, almost aggressive beauty. She had sharp, arched eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose, thin lips, and a gaze as piercing as an eagle's. A faint scar on her left brow bone didn't detract from her beauty, instead, it added to her aloof, unapproachable air. Name: Han Ling. Age: 26. Measurements: 94-61-93. Status: old injury relapsed, currently using alcohol to numb her nerves. Affection level: 5. Warning: hidden information: due to a failed mission, her spinal nerves were severely damaged, rendering her unable to engage in high-intensity combat. Deep down, she desperately desires to return to her peak condition. What is it? Han Ling's voice, like her personality, was cold and hard. I'm here to see the boss, Shu Fan said. That's me. I would like to ask you to come out of retirement and become my personal bodyguard, Shu Fan said bluntly. Han Ling was taken aback for a moment, then laughed, a somewhat mocking laugh. Do you even know who I am? Yet you dare to invite me? The former top federal agent, Ghost Shadow, Shu Fan said calmly. 3 years ago, during the conflict in the Western Territory, he single-handedly infiltrated behind enemy lines, assassinated the enemy leader, and escaped unscathed. He became a legend in one battle. Han Ling's expression changed instantly. These are all top secret. How could an ordinary person like him possibly know? Who exactly are you? A chilling killing intent emanated from her. I am the one who can bring you back to your peak, Shu Fan said, looking into her eyes and enunciating each word clearly. Han Ling's pupils suddenly contracted. Back to the top. These 4 words struck her heart like a heavy hammer. What do you mean? Her voice was trembling. Your injury is in your spine, Shu Fan said. Conventional medical treatments are no longer effective, are they? Han Ling didn't speak, but her tightly clenched fists said it all. I can heal you, Shu Fan said. What gives you the right? I know how you got injured. Shu Fan didn't bother arguing with her. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Han Ling's wrist. Han Ling reacted extremely quickly, her other hand flashing out to grab Shu Fan's throat. But her hand froze in mid-air. It wasn't because of any magical power, but because of what Shu Fan said next. What injured you? One TA bullet, nor an explosion, Shu Fan said, gripping her wrist and looking at her sharply, but a neurotoxin hidden on your opponent's blade. The Federation's doctors couldn't detect it and could only treat it as a physical injury, which is why your injury has been getting worse. Han Ling froze completely, her eyes filled with disbelief. This was her biggest secret and source of resentment. She just couldn't understand why she couldn't recover. How, did you know? I not only know this, Shu Fan smiled, a smile that was both confident and domineering. I also know that there is only one person in the whole world who has the antidote for this poison. Han Ling's breathing became rapid instantly. Who? This is my bargaining chip. Shu Fan released his grip, leaned forward slightly, and whispered seductively in Han Ling's ear, be my woman, and I'll take you to him. By then, not only will you be able to return to your peak, but you might even surpass it. He looked at Han Ling's face, which was slightly flushed with excitement, and smelled the unique scent of alcohol and sweat on her body. How about it? Want to take a gamble with me? Chapter 16 tonight, I'll show you what true peak really means. Han Ling looked at the man in front of her, her mind completely in turmoil. In all her years of experience on the battlefield, this was the first time she had encountered such a formidable opponent. Not only did he know her greatest secret, but he also offered her a condition she simply couldn't refuse. Take a gamble? Han Ling's eyes turned cold. She took a step back, creating a safe distance. Why should I believe you? What if you're just bluffing me? She's Ghost Shadow, the Federation's top agent. How could she possibly be intimidated by a mere kid's few words? Believe it or not, just try it and you'll see, Chu Fan laughed, a smile so confident it made people's teeth itch. Fine. A fighting spirit ignited in Han Ling's eyes. You want me to follow you? Fine. Beat me first. She pointed to the huge octagonal cage next to her. Just the two of us, no holds barred fighting. If you can last 3 minutes against me, I'll go with you. She was testing Chu Fan's limits. In her view, men ultimately had to settle things with their fists. The women who were watching the spectacle became excited upon hearing this. Holy crap! Boss Han is going to get involved himself? This kid's in for it. Boss Han's a tough guy who can tear apart mechs with his bare hands. Hee, perfect. Once he's crippled, we girls can take him home and pamper him. Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat as he listened to the surrounding discussions. Fighting? What a joke. He mentally screamed, I'm only good in bed, I'm a total idiot in a fight. Look at Han Ling's arms, those muscles, one punch from her could probably splatter my brains out. A head-on collision would definitely kill me, I have to think of a way to get by. Thinking of this, Chu Fan pretended to be calm, with a contemptuous expression on his face. He looked up and down at Han Ling's explosive figure, deliberately smacked his lips, and said in a tone that wanted to be beaten, fight with you? I'm afraid that I didn't strike lightly or harshly, and damaged your good skin. How can you use it in the future? These words caused an uproar in the audience. Han Ling laughed in anger. Kid, you're the most arrogant person I've ever met in my life. How about this, Chu Fan said, holding up a finger and shaking it, fighting is too crude, let us play something more civilized. He pointed to the shooting range in the distance. Let's compare marksmanship. 3 shots to decide the winner, whoever gets the highest total score wins. Han Ling frowned. Her injury was in her spine. Although it didn't affect her daily life, the recoil from high-intensity shooting would aggravate the old injury, causing her arm to tremble slightly. This was the main reason she retired. Does this kid even know this? What? You're too scared? Chu Fan noticed her hesitation and deliberately provoked her. The mighty Ghost Shadow wouldn't be too scared to even touch a gun, would they? Okay. Han Ling agreed on the spot, spurred on by his words. What are we betting on? The bet is simple, Chu Fan said with a wicked smile, if I win, you're mine. Not only will you be my bodyguard, but at night you'll also be responsible for warming my bed. You. Han Ling's face turned red for the first time. As for my loss, Chu Fan shrugged, you can take my life any time. Han Ling stared intently at him. She wanted to see even the slightest bit of fear or guilt in Chu Fan's eyes. But she failed. In those eyes, there was only absolute confidence and a possessiveness that made her heart flutter. It's a deal. On the firing range, the two took their positions. Han Ling chose the military pistol she was most familiar with, cocked it, and aimed it in one smooth motion. The murderous aura of a top special agent instantly returned. Chu Fan casually picked up a practice pistol for beginners from the gun rack, weighed it in his hand, and looked exactly like a novice who had just touched a gun. Are you sure you want to use that one? Han Ling asked, frowning. This is enough. It's enough to beat you up. Bang! Han Ling stopped wasting words and fired directly. The bullet hit the bullseye of the target 50 meters away with pinpoint accuracy. 10.9 rings. A gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd. That was a one-handed, unsupported shot. To achieve that score was simply the work of a sharpshooter. Your turn. Han Ling blew on the gunpowder smoke from the muzzle of her gun, looking at Chu Fan with a defiant gaze. Chu Fan smiled and raised his gun as well. Instead of aiming, he turned his head to look at Han Ling and asked an unrelated question. Your vest is quite nice. But I still think you'd look even better without any clothes on. Han Ling's face flushed red instantly, and her heart skipped a beat. What nonsense are you spouting? Bang! In that instant of distraction, Chu Fan fired his gun. The bullet hit the target precisely. 8.8 rings. Although her grades had dropped significantly, Han Ling's mind was in turmoil. That bastard actually used such underhanded tactics to influence me. Second shot. Chu Fan reloaded the gun, and this time, he shifted his gaze to Han Ling's full curves under her tight vest. Honestly, he clicked his tongue, it's a shame you're not a model with a figure like that. Especially here. He paused deliberately. Han Ling's breathing became erratic instantly. She forced herself to calm down, raised her gun, and aimed. But she discovered that her hands were actually starting to tremble slightly. Bang! She gritted her teeth and forced the gun to fire. The bullet hit the 9.2 ring. The grades have clearly declined. It's my turn. Bang! Chu Fan fired again. 9.5 rings. After 2 shots, Chu Fan's total score was only 0.4 rings lower than Han Ling's. Han Ling's expression became extremely solemn. She knew she couldn't let him influence her anymore. With the final shot, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and banished all distracting thoughts. When she opened her eyes again, the calmness and focus that belonged to Ghost had returned. She raised her gun, aimed, and the whole world seemed to consist only of her and the bullseye 50 meters away. Bang! The bullet hit the bullseye again. 10.8 rings. Total score for 3 shots, 30.9 rings. This is a near-perfect result. Kid, you lost. Han Ling put down her gun and said coldly. Yeah? Chu Fan smiled. He didn't look at Han Ling again, nor did he speak again. He raised his gun, aimed at the target, and fired the last shot. Bang! 7.5 rings. A terrible result. I lost. Chu Fan put down his gun decisively, shrugged, and showed no sign of defeat. Instead, he smiled even more happily. Han Ling was completely stunned. She had won, but for some reason, she felt no joy at all. Instead, she had a feeling of being tricked. You did this on purpose? My marksmanship is indeed inferior to yours. Chu Fan walked towards her step by step, his eyes full of aggression. However, I want to bet on something else. What? Han Ling subconsciously took a step back. I bet you've never been in a relationship. I bet you've never been touched by a man. Chu Fan pressed himself against her, looking down at her, his voice laced with a wicked glint. I bet if I touch you even once, your legs will go weak. You're talking nonsense. Han Ling's face instantly turned bright red, her eyes darting around in a panic. She looked nothing like a top-tier agent with a cold demeanor. She was just like a little girl whose secret had been exposed. Look, your face is red and your heart is beating fast. Chu Fan reached out, but instead of touching her face, he gently grasped the hand that had been holding the gun. Han Ling's body trembled violently, as if she had been electrocuted. She tried to pull her hand back, but found that she couldn't muster any strength at all. See, I wasn't wrong, was I? Chu Fan's thumb gently caressed her palm, which was calloused from years of holding a gun. The gesture was full of provocation. Let me go. Han Ling's voice was trembling. You won the marksmanship. As agreed, my life is yours. Chu Fan's lips almost touched her ear, his warm breath making her feel all over. But your heart is in turmoil. So, tonight, you are still mine. After saying that, he ignored Han Ling's resistance and simply picked her up in a horizontal embrace. Ah! Han Ling exclaimed in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Damn it! Put me down. I won't let go, Chu Fan said, holding her tightly as he strode out, ignoring the astonished stares around them. Tonight, I'll show you what the true pinnacle is. Chapter 17. My remaining life and my lower body belong to you. Chu Fan carried Han Ling and swaggered out of the tactical golf club. Behind him, there were jaws agape in astonishment. The women in the club stared wide-eyed, their eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. What were they just seeing? The boss, Han, who could dismantle a mecha with his bare hands and freeze the entire room with a single word, was being carried in a princess carry by a man? Moreover, although she kept calling him a bastard, her face was as red as a monkey's bottom, and she never let go of the man's neck. Holy crap! Who's this kid? Did he drug Boss Han? Drug my ass. Didn't you see Boss Han's expression? He was both ashamed and angry, but he didn't kill him. He's really in love. I'm devastated, guys. My ship has a bad ending. Hearing the whispers behind her, Han Ling wished she could disappear into the ground. She had never been so humiliated in her entire life. "Put me down right now," she whispered in Chu Fan's ear, but her voice was soft and weak, sounding more like she was whining. "I won T, let go," Chu Fan said, looking down at her with a wicked grin. "Didn't T you say my life was yours? Now I'm your trophy, and you have to take me home. You." Han Ling was so angry at his twisted logic that she couldn't speak. She tried to struggle, but Chu Fan's arms were like iron clamps. What was worse, every time she moved, her body would press even closer to him, and that masculine scent that made her heart race would intensify. She felt all the strength drain from her body, and could only lean limply against his chest. Chu Fan picked her up and shoved her into the passenger seat of his Audi. He bent down, leaned close to Han Ling, and helped her fasten her seatbelt. The two were so close that their breaths were on each other's faces. Han Ling could clearly see Chu Fan's long eyelashes and his smiling eyes. Her heart was pounding like a drum, and her face was burning hot enough to fry an egg. "Look," Chu Fan's voice was slightly hoarse and magnetic, "your heart is beating faster again." After fastening his seatbelt, he didn't rush to leave. Instead, he reached out and gently touched Han Ling's cheek, which was tense from nervousness. "Your skin looks nice, it's quite smooth." After saying that, he sat back in the driver's seat, satisfied, and started the car. Han Ling froze, her mind blank. She's known as Ghost Shadow. In combat, enemies would be terrified just by hearing her codename. But now, she's been completely flustered by a man's few words. This woman's horse is just too outrageous. Meanwhile, at the Xiao family manor, Xiao Tianyou's face was so gloomy it could drip water. "Useless. A bunch of useless trash." He pointed at his kneeling subordinates and cursed, "You can't even handle those petty online matters. And you got live streamed. You've completely disgraced the Xiao family." Just then, a figure dressed as a maid appeared silently behind him. "It's Ah Chi." "Young master, getting angry won't solve the problem." Her voice was flat, revealing no emotion. As soon as Xiao Tianyou saw her, his anger subsided by half. 7. That Chu Fan is more difficult to deal with than we thought. Xiao Tianyou's expression was grave. Even Black Snake has sided with him. Now, what do we do? It's simple, a cold glint flashed in Ah Chi's eyes. Isn't he concerned about his old mother? You mean? Even the most powerful person has a weakness, Ah Chi said calmly. I'll go and invite his mother over. Then, whether she is killed or tortured will be up to you. Xiao Tianyou's eyes lit up. Good. Good. You're so smart. He rubbed his hands excitedly. That's the plan. I'll make that kid kneel before me and beg like a dog. However, Ah Chi changed the subject. That Chu Fan is not simple. He is now protected by the Qin and Lin families, so it won't be easy for him to touch his mother. Then what should we do? I need an opportunity, Ah Chi said, an opportunity for me to get close to his mother alone. I understand. Xiao Tianyou slapped his thigh. If we want to get his mother out, we have to make her walk out on her own. Go and arrange for some minor accidents, like her accidentally tripping and falling in the neighborhood, or suddenly falling ill. Then have our people pretend to be paramedics and take her to a private hospital in the west of the city. Once she's on our turf, she'll be trapped like a turtle in a jar. Ah Chi nodded, yes, young master. After saying that, her figure disappeared into the shadows again. Xiao Tianyou looked in the direction she disappeared, a cruel smile on his face. Chu Fan, so what if you're awesome? You're too green to mess with me. A top-floor luxury residence in a prime location. Chu Fan parked the car, then swept Han Ling, who was still in a daze, into the elevator in another princess carry. Damn it! I can walk by myself. Han Ling finally regained some strength and began to struggle. Don't move, Chu Fan looked down at her and breathed into her ear, if you move again, I'll kiss you right here. Han Ling's body froze instantly. She dared not move. Back home, Chu Fan gently placed her on the sofa in the living room. As soon as Han Ling touched the sofa, she immediately tried to jump up and run away, but Chu Fan pressed her back down with one move. He braced himself on the sofa, trapping her beneath him, and looked down at her. Why are you running? Chu Fan's eyes were full of aggression. Our bet isn't over yet. I won. Han Ling retorted stubbornly, your life is mine. That is right, Chu Fan laughed, my life is yours, so my future and my body are all under your control. You scoundrel. I can be even more roguish. Chu Fan's hands began to wander, lightly tracing her waistline that was tense from nervousness. Your injury is in your spine, right? Neurotoxins, that's hard to deal with. Conventional treatments don't work. Han Ling's breathing stopped abruptly. However, Chu Fan's voice was full of seduction. There is an ancient and most effective treatment called yin-yang harmony. It requires a man with abundant yang energy to use his purest life energy to help you unblock your damaged meridians. You're talking nonsense. Han Ling's face was so red it was almost bleeding. Although she had never been in a relationship, she wasn't stupid. How could she not understand the meaning behind Chu Fan's words? Whether it's nonsense or not, we'll find out by trying it. Chu Fan lowered his head and slowly brought his lips close to Han Ling's ear. Chapter 18. This is a trap. Chu Fan looked at the woman beneath him, her body tense, her eyes filled with panic, yet she was still stubbornly holding on, and he was secretly overjoyed. His favorite thing was taming these spiky wild horses. He didn't say anything more and just lowered his head. Han Ling's mind went blank for a moment. All her fighting skills and methods of killing vanished in that instant. All she knew was that she had been kissed by a man. The feeling was unfamiliar and domineering, making her weak all over and leaving her without the strength to resist. After a long while, Chu Fan finally raised his head. Han Ling lay on the sofa, panting heavily, her eyes wet with tears. She had lost all trace of the coldness of a top agent and looked exactly like a little girl who had just been bullied. Do you still think I'm talking nonsense? Chu Fan's voice was hoarse with a hint of smugness. Han Ling bit her lip and didn't say anything. She lost, utterly and completely. Not because of her marksmanship, but because of this territory she had never ventured into before. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully subdued the SSS level female, Han Ling. System reward, bodyguard function activated. Han Ling will become your first exclusive bodyguard. Reward points, 1000. Affection level, 100. Complete submission. Chu Fan was very satisfied. What he wanted was this complete conquest, from body to soul. He picked Han Ling up from the sofa and headed straight for the master bedroom. You bastard, where are you taking me? Han Ling's voice was soft and sweet, without any intimidation. Of course, I'm going to treat you. Chu Fan grinned mischievously. My yin-yang harmony therapy is very physically demanding, and I can't perform it on the sofa. The next morning, Han Ling was woken up by a cell phone ringing. She opened her eyes abruptly, and her first instinct was to reach for her gun under her pillow. But I found nothing. She then realized where she was. Looking at Chu Fan, who was still fast asleep beside her, and the messy blankets covering her, the crazy scenes from last night flooded back into her mind. Han Ling's face flushed red instantly. She tried to sneak out of bed, but as soon as she moved, she felt her back was so sore it felt like it was about to break. Hiss! She gasped. Awake? Chu Fan's lazy voice came from the side. Han Ling was startled. She turned around and saw Chu Fan propping his head up with his hand, smiling at her. Good morning, Agent Han. How did you feel about last night's treatment? Did you feel like you've returned to your peak? Shut up. Han Ling was both embarrassed and angry, and grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Chu Fan easily caught her and continued to tease her. What? Are you shy now? You weren't like this last night, you were screaming louder than anyone else. I kill you. Just as the two were playfully bickering, Chu Fan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from his mother. His heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. Hello, Mom? Fan. Leland's voice, choked with sobs and pain, came from the other end of the phone. I accidentally fell, and my leg, I think it's broken. Chu Fan's face immediately darkened. Mom! Where are you? Don't panic, tell me slowly. I just stepped out of my residential compound when I was hit by a car. Now, some kind people in white coats are offering to take me to the hospital. Which hospital? Chu Fan's heart jumped into his throat instantly. It seems to be the West City Private Hospital. Don't go. Chu Fan shouted. Mom! Listen to me, don't go anywhere. Just stay where you are, I'll be there right away. He hung up the phone, his face terribly grim. The private hospital in the west of the city. That's a property of the Shao family. This is a trap. What happened? Han Ling also sensed something was wrong and immediately sat up in bed, her expression becoming extremely serious. An enemy is trying to kidnap my mother to threaten me, Chu Fan said quickly as he dressed, his voice filled with anger. Han Ling's eyes instantly turned cold. Targeting family members was the kind of tactic she despised most. I'll take care of it. She threw back the covers and was about to get out of bed when her legs gave way and she almost fell. Chu Fan quickly helped her up. Looking at her seemingly strong but actually weak appearance, he was both annoyed and amused. Alright, you should rest first. You were exhausted last night, don't push yourself today. After saying that, he kissed Han Ling on the lips. Be a good girl and wait for me at home. When I get back, I'll give you a proper treatment. Meanwhile, at the Xiao family manor, Ah Chi received a call from one of his subordinates. The person has been invited onto the vehicle and is being transported to Qingxi Hospital. Very good, Ah Chi said to Xiao Tianyu beside him after hanging up the phone. Young master, the prey is in the cage. Xiao Tianyu laughed triumphantly. Good. Excellent. Chu Fan, let's see how you fight me this time. He took out his phone and dialed Chu Fan's number. Hello, is this Chu Fan? His voice was full of the teasing of a cat playing with a mouse. I heard your mother was in a car accident? That's so pitiful. Xiao Tianyu, Chu Fan's voice was as cold as ice. I'm warning you, if you dare to touch a single hair on my mother's head, I will make you regret ever being born. Ha 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 ha, really? I'm so scared. Xiao Tianyu laughed even harder. If you want your mother to be alright, fine. Now, come to the private hospital in the west of the city alone. Remember, alone. If I see you with helpers, or if you call the police, I guarantee that all you'll see is your mother's corpse. Chapter 19. Going to the meeting alone? No, it's my women who have arrived. Chu Fan hung up the phone, his eyes so cold they could freeze someone to death. Xiao Tianyu, do you really think you've got me cornered? He glanced at Han Ling, who was still recovering her strength on the bed, and without saying anything more, turned around and walked out. Where are you going? Han Ling struggled to sit up. Go to the hospital. Chu Fan turned around and smiled at her, but the smile was full of cold killing intent. Go see my old friend. You're going alone? Han Ling's brows furrowed instantly. This is a trap, you'll be sending yourself to your death. Who said I went alone? Chu Fan shook his phone, a playful smile curving his lips. He went to the living room, created a WeChat group, and added Qin Yuma, Lin Shishir, Black Snake, and Han Ling, whom he had just won over. The group name is very simple, just 2 words, Group By. Chu Fan, at all members, is everyone awake? It's extremely urgent. My mother has been kidnapped by Xiao Tianyu at a private hospital in the west of the city. The message caused an uproar in the group chat. Lin Shishir, holy crap. Which bastard dared to touch Auntie? Wait, I'm calling in reinforcements, a reinforced platoon of bodyguards, and we'll raze that lousy hospital to the ground. But, wait, why is there a stranger in this group chat? At Chu Fan, you big jerk, you went out and hooked up with someone again? Black Snake, newbie? At Chu Fan, how's your job? Don't let her be just a pretty face. If she dares to touch my man's family, I'll chop up Xiao Tianyu first, then I'll deal with this new sister. Qin Yuma, everyone, calm down first. At Chu Fan, who is this? This is a critical time in dealing with the Xiao family. The sudden addition of a new person requires us to assess the risks. Seeing the group chat instantly veer off topic, turning from emergency rescue into harem trial, Chu Fan was completely bewildered. Chu Fan, quiet down, everyone. Let me introduce you. This is Han Ling, who will be my personal bodyguard from now on, responsible for everyone's safety. The situation is urgent right now, so let's get down to business. At Han Ling, say hello to the ladies. Han Ling looked at the group of boisterous women on her phone and couldn't help but rub her forehead. She endured the aching in her lower back and typed rapidly on her phone. Han Ling, hello everyone. I'm Han Ling. Let's stop chatting now. Han Ling, shut up, everyone, and listen to me. As expected of a top-notch agent, he calmed the situation down with just one sentence. Han Ling, at Chu Fan, what are their requirements? Chu Fan, let me go alone. Don't bring anyone else, and don't call the police. Han Ling, a typical kidnapping tactic. He wants you to go alone, so you go alone. Lin Shishir, what? Are you crazy? You're sending him to his death alone? Han Ling, he'll act as bait, we'll go rescue them. Han Ling had a clear mind and assigned tasks in just a few words. Han Ling, at Qin Yuma, you're an official. I need you to get detailed floor plans, security deployment diagrams, and the location of the monitoring room for all floors of the private hospital in the west of the city within 1 minute. Also, try to create some chaos, such as causing a malfunction in the fire protection system or having the hospital's backup power supply repaired. Qin Yuma, received. Han Ling, at Lin Shishir, your family is rich. I need you to immediately procure several sets of state-of-the-art individual soldier communication equipment, night vision goggles, and miniature drones. Also, prepare a signal jamming vehicle and park it near the hospital, ready to cut off their external communications at any time. Lin Shishir, no problem. This is nothing, I'll take care of it in no time. Han Ling, at Blacksnake, your people are in charge of the operation. I need you to pick a few of the most skilled and quick-witted women to infiltrate the hospital through its weakest point. Remember, this isn't a shootout, it's infiltration, and it needs to be done silently. Black Snake, understood. Seeing Han Ling directing things in an orderly manner, Chu Fan smiled. As expected of the woman I've set my sights on, her professional skills are top-notch. Chu Fan, what about me, Commander Han? What should I do? Han Ling, you? You're in charge of acting. The more convincing the better, and stall them. Remember, your task is to ensure your own safety while we rescue you. Chu Fan felt a warmth in his heart as he read the last sentence. Chu Fan, received. After this is all over, I'll give you a proper treatment tonight. Han Ling, get lost. Half an hour later, at the private hospital in the west of the city. The area has been cleared out by the Xiao family. On the surface, everything looks calm, but in reality, danger lurks in every corner. Chu Fan drove alone and slowly stopped his car in front of the hospital. As soon as he got out of the car, a figure dressed as a maid appeared silently in front of him. It's Ah Chi. Mr. Chu, our young master has been waiting for you for a long time. Ah Chi's face still wore that harmless smile. Where's my mom? Chu Fan's voice was cold. Don't rush, Ah Chi gestured for you to see him, you'll see him soon. Chu Fan followed her into the hospital. He could feel that from the moment he stepped through the door, at least a dozen eyes were fixed on him from all directions. Meanwhile, at the other end of the hospital, Black Snake, along with several elite members of the Snake Hall, had quietly slipped in through the ventilation ducts of the morgue. On the rooftop of a building opposite the hospital, in an inconspicuous van, Han Ling, Qin Yuma, and Lin Shishir, 3 women, were sitting in front of rows of sophisticated instruments. The drone is in place, and all thermal imaging images inside the hospital have been synchronized. Lin Shishir operated the tablet in her hand, looking every bit like a tech geek. The fire protection system has been hacked and can create a surprise at any time. In front of Qin Yuma were several laptops, their screens filled with dense code. Han Ling, wearing a headset, stared sharply at the moving dot representing Chu Fan on the main screen. Attention all units, her voice came clearly through the headset to everyone's ears, the prey has entered the field. Now, it's our turn, the hunters, to get moving. Chu Fan was taken by a Qi to an operating room on the top floor. As soon as the door opened, he saw his mother strapped to the operating table, and Xiao Tianyu standing next to her with a smug look on his face. Chu Fan, you finally arrived. Xiao Tianyu grinned like a madman. How do you feel? Aren't you feeling hopeless? Chu Fan ignored him, but looked at his mother and said softly, Mom, don't be afraid, I'm here. You should worry about yourself first. Xiao Tianyu picked up a scalpel and gestured it across Li Lan's face. I'm giving you 2 choices. First, kneel down and lick these shoes clean. Second. Before he could finish speaking, alarms suddenly went off throughout the hospital. Wah wah. Then, with a snap, all the lights went out. The entire hospital was plunged into darkness in an instant. What's going on? Xiao Tianyu shouted in panic. Don't panic, young master. In the darkness, Ah Chi's voice remained frighteningly calm. The real game is just beginning. Chapter 20. You must really like eating candy, right? In the operating room, all the lights suddenly went out. What happened? Where's the backup power? Xiao Tianyu panicked on the spot, his voice trembling as he shouted in the darkness, A Chi! A Chi! Where is he? Don't panic, young master. Ah Chi's voice, like a ghost, came from behind him, still so calm, without a trace of emotion. But Chu Fan could sense a killing intent that instantly locked onto him. Chu Fan wasn't flustered at all, in fact, he even felt a little amused. Playing tactics? The women's army behind me is a professional. inside the command vehicle across from the hospital. Well done. Lynn Schercher snapped her fingers excitedly as she looked at the darkened thermal image of the hospital on the screen. Power outage successful. Signal jamming activated. Now that lousy hospital is like a metal, not even a fly can get out. Shin Yuma pushed up her glasses and her fingers flew across the keyboard. The fire protection system has been activated. The sprinklers on the 3rd and 4th floors will start spraying water in 3 minutes to create chaos. The surveillance footage has already started looping the first 5 minutes of the recording. Very good, Hanling said, wearing tactical headphones and staring intently at the red dots representing the enemy on the screen. Black Snake, did you hear that? You have 3 minutes to get to the top floor stairwell before the fire sprinklers activate. Remember, do not engage in firefight. Received. Black Snake's voice, tinged with suppressed excitement, came through the earpiece. The hospital morgue. Black Snake, along with her 4 most skilled sisters, silently emerged from the ventilation duct. They all wore night vision goggles for them. Darkness was no different from daytime. Let's go. Black Snake gestured, and the 5 of them quickly crept upstairs, hugging the corner of the wall. Before the sentries the Shao family had set up in the corridor could react, they were sneaked up from behind and had their necks snapped cleanly. The entire process was conducted without making a sound. In the operating room, Xiao Tianyu was so scared he almost wet himself, hiding behind the operating table, trembling with fear. Ah, Chi! Quick! Arrest Chu Fan for me. Shut up. Ah Chi's voice was cold. She knew something was wrong. This was definitely not a simple power outage. She moved carefully in the darkness, slowly approaching Chu Fan's position. Although Chu Fan couldn't see, he could feel the approaching killing intent. He knew in his heart that he was a complete novice in combat, and going head-to-head with such a top assassin would be nothing short of suicide. His only advantage is his terrible teammate, Xiao Tianyu. Xiao Tianyu, Chu Fan said loudly on purpose, you're already so weak? You get scared like this just because of a power outage? Did your dad send you to electrotherapy and leave you with psychological trauma? You're the one who's been electroconvulsive. Xiao Tianyu was indeed enraged. He poked his head out from behind the operating table and cursed. Now! Ah Chi seized the opportunity. She pushed off with her feet and instantly lunged towards the location where Chu Fan had spoken. But she came up empty-handed. Chu Fan rolled away on the ground to avoid it. TSK, not bad skills, Chu Fan's voice came from another corner of the room. What a pity, you're working for a pig-headed boss. You're quite good-looking, with a nice figure. Why did you think of doing this to be a dog for such a piece of trash? Ah Chi didn't speak, but her breathing clearly faltered for a moment. Guess what, once I catch you, I might make you my dog too? Chu Fan continued to provoke him. But I'm not as stingy as Xiao Tianyu. I'm always very generous to my own dogs, especially at night. Damn it! You're asking for it. Ah Chi was completely enraged. What she hated most was being treated like a plaything. She pounced on him again. Just then, the fire sprinklers on the ceiling suddenly started spraying water down. The icy water instantly soaked everyone to the bone. Xiao Tianyu was drenched from the cold and immediately screamed, "Ah! Water! Where did this water come from?" Shut up! Ah Chi was extremely annoyed. She knew that the enemy had already infiltrated the top floor stairwell. As soon as Black Snake and her group showed themselves, they were blocked by 7 or 8 women who were also wearing night vision goggles. Hey, Snake Sister? What brings you here? The woman in the lead was none other than Rose, whose arm Chu Fan had crippled that day. But now, her arm had been reattached. Rose? Black Serpent's eyes turned cold. You're not dead? I'm lucky to be alive, Rose laughed, a smug laugh. My sister Chi said she'll keep you around for a while. Sisters, let us go. Let the Snake Hall show them who the real boss of Donghai City is. The two groups clashed instantly. Inside the command vehicle. Oh no! Black Snake and the others have been ambushed. Lynn Schercher exclaimed as she looked at the several red dots that suddenly appeared on the screen. The other side is prepared too, Han Ling said calmly. Qin Yuma, cut off the backup power to their floor. Lynn Schercher, have the drone shine a strong light from the window to interfere with their night vision equipment. Receive. The operating room was in complete chaos. Taking advantage of the sounds of fighting and alarms outside, Shu Fan quietly crept to the operating table. Mom, don't be afraid. He untied the ropes binding his mother. Shu Fan. Don't worry about me. Run. Li Lan was extremely anxious. Run? Xiao Tianyou's venomous voice suddenly came from behind. Today, none of you will escape. The emergency lights suddenly turned on. In the stark white light, Xiao Tianyou held a pistol, pointing it at Shu Fan's head. Behind him, Ah Chi stood like a shadow. Surprised? Xiao Tianyou's smile was incredibly sinister. You think you're the only one who knows how to play tactics? I knew you'd pull this trick. Now, kneel down. He pointed the gun at Shu Fan. Otherwise, I'll break your mother's legs first. Shu Fan's eyes turned cold. He glanced at Xiao Tianyou, then at a Chi behind him. Emperor's Eye, activate. Name, Aki. Real name, unknown. Age, 24. Measurements, 88-58-89. Status, highly alert, ready to act at any time. Affection level, 20. Hostile. Hidden information. In her childhood, her only playmate, Xiaoya, was abused to death by the orphanage director over a piece of candy. From then on, she harbored an extreme hatred for sweets and felt immense hostility towards anyone who tried to offer her warmth. Shu Fan's lips curled into a smile that no one could decipher. He ignored Xiao Tianyou and instead looked at Achi, slowly taking out a white rabbit milk candy from his pocket. He unwrapped the candy and handed it to Achi, his voice unusually gentle. You must really like sweets, right? Chapter 21. Sugar is sweet, and so is my sister. In the operating room, the white rabbit candy stood out starkly under the harsh emergency lights. Achi stared at the candy, completely frozen in place. Her pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpoints. For the first time, a crack appeared on her usually expressionless face. Fear, pain, and nightmares that had been buried for over a decade all surged forth at once. Ah, Chi! What the hell are you standing there for? Xiao Tianyou cursed angrily when he saw her not moving. Damn it! Shoot him! Kill him for me! But Ah Chi acted as if she hadn't heard anything in her world, only that piece of candy remained. My mind is filled with images from my childhood. The dark, damp little room, the dean's hideous face, and her best friend Xiaoya, who was beaten black and blue and eventually died after trying to snatch a piece of candy that had fallen on the ground. From that day on, she hated sugar and all sweet things. She thought she had forgotten, but this man in front of her so casually tore open her deepest scar, leaving it raw and bleeding. Sugar should be sweet, not bitter. Shu Fan's voice was soft, yet it struck Ah Chi's heart like a hammer. If that girl named Xiaoya were still alive, Shu Fan walked towards her step by step, ignoring Xiao Tianyou's gun pointed at him. She would definitely want you to taste something sweet, wouldn't she? Shut up! Ah Chi finally broke down. She clutched her head, let out a painful scream, and the gun in her hand clattered to the ground. Shut up! Xiao Tianyou was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? My strongest trump card was ruined by a single candy? This shouldn't be the script. Ah Chi! You good for nothing. In that instant of distraction, the operating room door was violently kicked open from the outside with a loud bang. Black Snake, accompanied by 4 sisters covered in blood, burst in. Xiao Tianyou! I'll take your dog's life today. Black Snake's eyes were bloodshot. As soon as she saw Xiao Tianyou, she charged forward with her machete without saying a word. Protect the young master. Several Xiao family bodyguards guarding the door tried to stop them, but the Snake Hall sisters chopped them down like vegetables in an instant. Ah! Don't come any closer. Xiao Tianyou was so frightened that he didn't think twice and grabbed Li Lan next to him, holding a scalpel to her neck and using her as a human shield. Don't the hell move! Or I'll kill her! The black snake abruptly stopped. You dare! You'll see if I dare! Xiao Tianyou had completely lost his mind. He knew that if he failed here today, it would all be over. The entire operating room was in complete chaos. Only Chu Fan remained unaffected. He didn't look at Xiao Tianyou, nor at Black Snake. His gaze remained fixed on the woman huddled in the corner, trembling and clutching her head. He walked up to Achi and squatted down. He didn't say anything, but gently placed the unwrapped white rabbit milk candy into her cold hand. Then, using my own hands, I gently closed her fingers one by one, so she could hold the candy. Follow me, Shu Fan's voice carried a tenderness that words could not express, and from now on, you'll have plenty of candy. Ah Chi's body trembled violently. She slowly raised her head, and for the first time, a glimmer of light appeared in her empty eyes. She looked at the man in front of her, then at the candy in her hand that still carried his warmth. Something I'd never felt before, something called warmth, seemed not so bad after all. You. Chu Fan stood up, looking down at her. Whether you continue to be that good-for-nothing's dog who only uses you as a shield, or find a new master? Chi looked at Chu Fan, then turned back to look at Xiao Tianyu, who was holding his mother hostage with a ferocious expression. She fell silent. Then, she slowly stood up. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, she walked step by step to stand behind Chu Fan. Xiao Tianyu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Chi! You fucking dare to betray me? Chi ignored him and silently put the candy into her mouth. It's very sweet. Xiao Tianyu, Chu Fan looked at his opponent, who had completely lost his trump card, and smiled. Now, what tricks do you have up your sleeve? Xiao Tianyu looked at the two menacing women behind Chu Fan, one a black snake and the other a Chi, and then at the unarmed old woman in his arms. He knew he was doomed. With a thump, he knelt down on the ground. No. Don't kill me. Chu Fan. Brother Fan. I was wrong. I'll kowtow to you. Chapter 22. Xiao Chang, a woman with an extremely high IQ. In the operating room, Xiao Tianyu knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, kowtowing loudly. Brother Fan. I was wrong. I'm not human. I'm just a dog. Please, have mercy and let me go. Let you go? Black Snake, carrying a still dripping cleaver, walked over step by step, his eyes fixed on a dead man. My sister's life, how the hell are you going to repay it? No. Don't kill me. Xiao Tianyu was so frightened that his crotch felt hot, and a pungent smell instantly filled the air. Chu Fan frowned in disdain. Sister Snake, wait a minute, he said. Black Snake stopped and turned back to look at him, puzzled. Honey, what's the point of keeping this piece of trash around? Just chop him up. Cutting him off would be clean, Chu Fan smiled, but it's too easy on him. He walked up to Xiao Tianyu, squatted down, and patted his pale face. Want to live? Yes. Yes. Xiao Tianyu nodded vigorously. Okay, Chu Fan stood up and pointed to the phone lying on the ground beside him. Call your dad, Xiao Jinghua. Tell him his son is in my hands now. Have him prepare 10 billion yuan and transfer it to my account before noon tomorrow. 10 billion? Xiao Tianyu was dumbfounded. My family doesn't have that much cash. That's your problem, Chu Fan's eyes turned cold. If the money doesn't arrive, you can prepare to feed the fish. Xiao Tianyu dared not say another word, and with trembling hands picked up his phone and dialed his father's number. As soon as the call connected, he immediately started wailing, Dad! Help me! Chu Fan has captured me. He wants 10 billion, or he'll kill me. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Just when everyone thought Xiao Jinghua would fly into a rage, a terrifyingly calm middle-aged woman's voice suddenly rang out throughout the operating room through the speakerphone of her mobile phone. Mr. Chu Fan, is that right? Chu Fan raised an eyebrow. My name is Xiao Chang, I am the CEO of Xiao Group, and also Xiao Tianyu's older sister. The woman's voice was calm and unhurried, revealing no emotion. My brother has caused you trouble. However, this game should end now. Game? That's right, Xiao Chang's voice carried a hint of amusement. I have to admit, you're much more interesting than we expected. Not only did you subdue the Black Snake, but you also managed to seduce our family Sachi, who we've raised for over 10 years, with just a piece of candy. Chu Fan's heart sank. He had a bad feeling. Your brother's life is now in my hands. No, Mr. Chu, you're mistaken, Xiao Chang laughed. What you have is just a good-for-nothing. Our Xiao family can train 10 or 100 more such good-for-nothings at any time. She paused, then continued, however, I still want to make a deal with you. You release my brother, and we'll pretend this never happened. As for Achi, that defective product with psychological issues, consider it my gift to you. But if you insist on killing the hostage, Xiao Chang's voice suddenly turned cold, then you and everyone around you should wash your necks and wait. I guarantee that you will all meet the king of hell. The entire operating room was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by the woman's words. Ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. He'd risk his own brother's life just to save face. Chu Fan knew that he had met his true opponent this time. This woman named Xiao Chang is 100 times more difficult to deal with than that good-for-nothing Xiao Tianyu. Okay, Xu Fan smiled, I'll let him go. He walked up to Xiao Tianyu, kicked him away, and then helped his mother up. But remember this, Xu Fan said, looking at Xiao Tianyu on the ground, this is the last time. If there's a next time, even the Heavenly King himself can't save you. After saying that, he didn't look at anyone again, and with his mother and Achi, who had kept his head down and remained silent the whole time, he turned and left. Although Black Snake was unwilling, he could only spit an 82-year-old phlegm at Xiao Tianyu in resentment before following after him with his men. Back to the luxurious mansion of Yiping Jiangshan. Xu Fan first settled his frightened mother before returning to the living room. In the living room, Black Snake, Achi, and Qin Yuma, Lin Shishir, and Han Ling, who had just returned from the command vehicle, stood in a row, looking at him. The atmosphere was a little awkward. What are you all standing there for? Waiting for me to choose a card? Xu Fan joked, trying to ease the tension. Honey. Lin Shishir was the first to rush over and cling to him. Are you all right? You scared me to death. What could possibly happen to me? Xu Fan patted her bottom hard. But you did a good job today, like a strategist. Of course. All right, Xu Fan pulled her off him and looked at the others. You've all had a hard day. But the enemy is stronger than we thought. That woman named Xiao Chang is a ruthless character. Han Ling nodded, her expression grave. I've investigated her. Xiao Chang, nicknamed Empress, is the actual head of the Xiao family. Ruthless and extremely intelligent. Compared to her, Xiao Tianyu is nothing but a shoe shiner. Then what do we do? Qin Yuma asked, frowning. No rush, Xu Fan smiled, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. His gaze fell on Achi, who had been standing in the corner like a transparent person. You, he beckoned to her, come here. Achi's body trembled slightly, but he still silently walked over. From today onwards, you'll be with me, Xu Fan said, looking at her expressionless face. I've forgotten your old name. I'll give you a new name, Xiaoya, what do you think? Achi's body suddenly trembled. She raised her head, and for the first time, her once still eyes showed a flicker of emotion. Now, Xu Fan reached out and gently pinched her chin, forcing her to look at him. Go take a shower and wash away that stench of the Xiao family from your body. Then, come to my room. I need to check this gift the Xiao family gave me carefully to see if it's defective. Chapter 23 Examining Xiaoya's Body. After taking a shower, Xiaoya Aki changed into a clean bathrobe and dawdled as she arrived at Xu Fan's bedroom door. She raised her hand as if to knock, but then lowered it. My mind is a mess. On one hand, there's the loyalty instilled in me by the Xiao family for over a decade. On the other hand, there's the long-lost sweetness brought by Xu Fan's candy. She didn't know what to do. Come in, the door's unlocked. Xu Fan's voice came lazily from inside. Xiaoya's heart skipped a beat, but she still pushed open the door. Xu Fan was leaning against the headboard, shirtless, holding a glass of red wine, smiling at her. His gaze was like that of someone looking at a newly acquired, novel toy. Come here. He patted the spot next to him. Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, then walked over and sat down on the edge of the bed, her body tense, like a spring ready to be launched at any moment. Still so nervous? Xu Fan held the wine glass to her lips. Take a sip and relax. Xiaoya subconsciously opened her mouth and took a sip. The spicy liquor slid down her throat, causing her to cough twice and a blush to rise on her face. I'm asking you, Xu Fan's hand wandered to her thigh, feeling the taut muscles beneath her robe. How many people have you killed before? Xiaoya's body froze instantly. I forgot. She uttered the two words, her voice cold and hard. Forgot? Xu Fan laughed. Then let me help you remember. His hand began to slowly move upwards along her thigh. You got into your first fight when you were 13, right? You used a fruit knife to cut him 3 times. When you saw those horrific wounds, you didn't eat for 3 days. Xiaoya's breathing suddenly became rapid. Even Xiao Tianyu didn't know about these things. How did he find out? You were 16, and for the first time, you were bullied by the Xiao family, Xu Fan's voice rang in her ears. Although you ended up crippling that person, from that day on, you never let anyone touch you again, right? Don't say any more. Xiaoya's voice was trembling. She felt as if she were naked in front of this man, with all her secrets laid bare before him. Look, you're not a defective product, Xu Fan's hand wandered restlessly over Xiaoya's leg. You're just scared. He lowered his head and brought his lips close to her ear. Don't be afraid, his voice carried an irresistible allure, I'll be here for you from now on. After saying that, he pulled Xiaoya into his arms. Xiaoya's body trembled violently as she tried to struggle, but Chu Fan held her down firmly. Meanwhile, in the living room, Lin Shirshir, Qin Yuma, Heishi, and Han Ling, for women, were sitting around a table, pretending to play cards, but their eyes were all glancing intentionally or unintentionally toward the master bedroom. What the hell? Lin Shirshir slammed the cards in her hand on the table and said impatiently, Does a physical examination take this long? Is there something wrong with that woman that requires a microscope? What's the rush? Black Snake slowly wiped her machete, a cruel smile playing on her lips. I hope this newcomer will be loyal and not play mind games like that Rose. Han Ling didn't say anything, but silently assembled the parts of a sniper rifle, but the click-clack sound was obviously much faster than usual. Only Qin Yuma remained calm. Holding a cup of coffee, she said calmly, Quiet down, everyone. Chu Fan knows how to do things properly. That's what she said, but her constantly shaking legs still betrayed her inner turmoil. Just then, their phones simultaneously vibrated. It's a message from the group chat. Lin Shirshir, sisters, let's open a betting pool. I bet that newbie won't last half an hour. Black Snake, half an hour? Who do you think you are? I bet 10 minutes. Han Ling. Qin Yuma, can you two be serious for once? Just as Chu Fan's harem was arguing fiercely about how long can the newcomers last, the Xiao family's counterattack had already begun quietly. The top floor of the Xiao group, the president's office. Xiao Chang, dressed in a smart business suit, stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking coldly at the city's night view below. Is everything arranged? She asked casually into her Bluetooth headset. Don't worry, miss, a respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. I've already caused some trouble with the Lin family's shipping route in South America. Their cargo ships will have to stay in port for at least half a month. I've also had my friends in the auditing department have tea with Mayor Qin regarding his new urban development project. I guarantee they'll find something interesting. Very good, Xiao Chang's lips curled into a cold smile. What about Black Snake's side? Snake Gang's several venues in the west of the city were also raided by the cops tonight. Although they couldn't catch her in person, it's enough to make her suffer. Well done. Xiao Chang hung up the phone, picked up a glass of red wine from the table, and gently swirled it. Chu Fan, she murmured to herself, looking at the night outside the window, you shouldn't have messed with the Xiao family. I want to see how long you, this little tiger just released from its cage, can keep jumping around without the support of these women. A magnificent empire, in the bedroom. An in-depth exchange has finally come to an end. Xiaoya lay on Chu Fan's chest, fast asleep. For the first time, a peaceful expression appeared on his usually expressionless face. Chu Fan looked at her, quite satisfied. This gift was a bit tough, but after inspecting it, he found that the quality was actually quite good. Just then, his phone started ringing incessantly. He picked it up and saw that it was a series of calls from Qin Yuma and Lin Shirshir. His heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. He answered Qin Yuma's call. Chu Fan. Something terrible has happened. Qin Yuma's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. My dad's in trouble. The new urban area project he's in charge of is being investigated by the Discipline Inspection Commission. Before Chu Fan could speak, Lin Shirshir called again. Honey. Our cargo ship in South America has been seized by local customs. The loss is at least 5 billion. Chu Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. Xiao Chang. Chapter 24 Women's Countermeasures. Chu Fan hung up the phone and answered another one, his expression growing colder and colder. He didn't speak, just listened quietly. Only after Lin Shirshir's tearful voice on the other end of the line stopped did he say calmly, I understand, and hang up. The master bedroom was eerily quiet. Xiaoya, who was nestled against his chest, was fast asleep and completely unaware of what was happening outside. Chu Fan gently moved her off him, covered her with the blanket, then stood up and left the bedroom. In the living room, the four women were already in an uproar. Damn it! That bitch Xiao Chang. Black Snake kicked over the chair in front of him, his eyes bloodshot with murderous intent. My entire brothel in the west of the city was raided by the cops overnight. They didn't even give me a warning. My dad's in trouble too. Qin Yuma's face was deathly pale, all her usual composure gone. People from the Discipline Inspection Commission suddenly appeared, saying they're going to investigate the Xinqing project. My dad is now under investigation. Our family is in even worse shape. Lin Shershur's eyes were red and her voice was trembling. The cargo ship in South America has been seized. The local customs said there is something wrong with our goods, and the fines and late fees are tens of millions a day. It's a bottomless pit. Only Han Ling remained relatively calm, slowly and methodically wiping the parts of a sniper rifle with a cloth. However, her hand speed, which was so fast it was almost a blur, betrayed her inner turmoil. This is a combination of attacks. Han Ling's voice was cold. Business, politics, and underground forces are all being attacked simultaneously. That woman named Xiao Chang is a ruthless character. Four powerful women who can command respect outside, are now facing an unprecedented predicament. For the first time, they realized that without the families in power behind them, they weren't so strong after all. Just when the atmosphere was at its most oppressive, Chu Fan came out of the bedroom. He was wearing loose pajama bottoms, shirtless, his hair was a little messy, and his face even had a hint of languor from just waking up. What's all the noise about? He yawned and asked lazily. Can't a person get some sleep this early in the morning? Husband. Lin Shershur was the first to rush over, hugging his waist and starting to cry. Our family is about to go bankrupt. Wa'ada. Look at you, so pathetic. Chu Fan pinched her cheek, then looked at the others. Is the sky falling down? It's worse than the sky falling down, the black snake said irritably. Alright, Chu Fan walked to the head of the sofa and sat down, patting the seats on either side of him. Come over here, everyone. Although the four women were extremely anxious, they obediently went over and sat down around him. What's the panic? Chu Fan leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said, take turns and share your opinions. Even 3 cobblers can outwit Zhuge Liang. Besides, I have 4 top-notch female strategists here. His words calmed the 4 women who had been panicking. Xin Yumo was the first to speak. As expected of someone in officialdom, her thinking was the clearest. My father's situation is the most troublesome. The Discipline Inspection Commission has intervened, and no one can say anything. The only way now is to stall, find a pretext to have him hospitalized, and then send out a deputy to take the blame. As long as we can wait out this storm, there will be a chance to turn things around. Lin Shershur gritted her teeth and said, it's impossible for our family's shipping line to be out of trouble all at once. The Xiao family must have spent a fortune to establish connections in South America. A head-on confrontation would result in too much loss for us. However, I do have a solution. We can sell this line to our arch-rival, the Li family, at half price. Let them fight like dogs with the Xiao family, and we can recoup our funds to invest in other Xiao family businesses. Black Snake wiped the knife in his hand, his eyes turning sinister. My territory is gone, so be it. It's good to give the sisters a break. I can't do anything to the Xiao family openly, but they won't have an easy time either. Doesn't Xiao Chang have an illegitimate younger brother studying abroad? Let's invite him back and let her taste the bitterness of having to hesitate before harming the innocent. After listening to the 3 women's words, Chu Fan gave them a thumbs up. Look, aren't you guys pretty awesome? He continued his effusive praise. Umo dragged it out, Shershur sold it, and Sister Snake stole it. Perfect. After listening, the 3 women all rolled their eyes at him. They all knew in their hearts that it was hopeless to rely on this man for advice. They would have to rely on themselves. But there was nothing they could do. They had all fallen for this unreliable man. As for you, Chu Fan said, glancing at Han Ling with a wicked smile, my bodyguard, you have a very important mission. What? Go and find out which bed Xiao Chang usually sleeps in. Chu Fan stood up and stretched. Doesn't she like playing games? Then I'll play something even more exciting with her. He looked at the 4 women in front of him and waved his hand smugly. All right, go and get on with your business. They exchanged a glance, seeing helplessness in each other's eyes, then stood up one by one, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Watching their retreating figures, Chu Fan smiled. He returned to the bedroom, looked at Xiaoya who was still fast asleep on the bed, and then crawled into bed as well. I need to catch up on some sleep, he murmured to himself, holding Xiaoya's soft body. There's still a tough battle to fight tonight. Chapter 25. Games always need some kind of prize to be fun. Chu Fan slept soundly for a long time. When he opened his eyes again, it was almost dark. He moved and felt his arm go numb from being pressed down by something. Looking down, he saw Xiaoya Aki still curled up in his arms like a kitten, fast asleep, with a trace of drool at the corner of her mouth. Chu Fan smiled, carefully pulled his arm out, and glanced at his phone. There are already 99+ messages in the group chat for the group buy. He clicked on it and wow, these women are incredibly proactive. Lin Shershur, done. That old fox from the Li family, the moment he hears there's a bargain to be had, he's more eager than anyone else. We've already handed over our shipping line to him, and now he's mobilizing a huge sum of money, preparing to fight the Xiao family to the death in South America. At Chu Fan, honey, wasn't I great? Please reward me, Shy.jpg. Xin Yuma, my dad's arrangements are all set. He suffered a sudden heart attack and has been admitted to the special care ward of the military hospital. The deputy has also been dealt with, he'll take all the blame, and my dad has promised to ensure his family's lifelong comfort. Now the Discipline Inspection Commission can only watch helplessly. Black Snake, the sisters from the Paris branch have already set off. In 12 hours at most, they'll be able to invite Xiao Chang's cheap brother back for tea. When he does, I'll have him sing good luck while giving his sister a live broadcast. Chu Fan looked at the 3 messages and muttered to himself. Awesome. As expected of the women I've chosen, they're all quite capable. Just then, Han Ling, who hadn't said anything until now, also sent a message. Han Ling, found it. Xiao Chang has 3 permanent addresses, the Xiao family's old residence, a luxury apartment in the city, and a private penthouse on the top floor of the Shanghai World Financial Center. All 3 are at the highest security level. Chu Fan's eyes lit up. This is exactly what he wants. Just as he was about to reply to the message, Xiaoya in his arms stirred and groggily opened her eyes. Is it dawn? She rubbed her eyes, her voice still hoarse from just waking up. It's almost dark, you little lazybones. Chu Fan pinched her nose. Xiaoya then realized that she had actually slept in Chu Fan's arms for a whole day. Her face flushed red instantly, and she quickly sat up in bed, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket. I didn't mean to. I know, Chu Fan chuckled, looking at her shy and frightened expression. You were too tired last night, you should get some rest. You. Xiaoya was both ashamed and angry, but she didn't know how to refute him. Alright, Chu Fan threw off the covers and sat up, his muscular physique particularly striking in the dim light. Are you hungry? I'll take you to get something good to eat. Meanwhile, at the Shanghai World Financial Center, on the top floor, Xiao Chang, dressed in a black silk bathrobe, stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of red wine, looking down at the city lights. Young Mississippi. A woman in a suit stood respectfully behind her, reporting the situation. The Lin family sold their South American shipping routes to the Li family, and now the Li family is aggressively targeting our stocks in the market. Mayor Qin suffered a sudden heart attack and was admitted to the military hospital. The disciplinary committee's investigation has been temporarily suspended. Several of our establishments in the west of the city were vandalized by Black Snake's men. Also, your brother in Paris seems to have gone missing. Despite hearing all the bad news, Xiao Chang's face remained expressionless. She simply swirled the wine in her glass and asked casually, "Where's Chu Fan? What's he up to?" He seems to have slept at home all day. Sleep? Xiao Chang was taken aback for a moment, then laughed, a somewhat cold laugh. Interesting. It seems I underestimated him. She was a little surprised. Qin Yuma's women, who usually seemed quite shrewd, were surprisingly capable of such self-destructive tactics when pushed to the limit. It seemed that love truly could make women both foolish and insane. Miss, the woman in the suit asked with some concern, what do we do now? What about our losses? Loss? Xiao Chang took a sip of red wine, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Just a little money. Games have to have some stakes to be fun. She turned around, looked at the woman in the suit, and a cruel smile curled at the corner of her lips. Since he likes to hide behind women, then I'll rip out all his women, one by one. She walked to her desk and picked up the phone. Hello, it's me. Let those thugs from the west side of the city do it. Target, Tactical Doll Club, owner, Han Ling. I don't care what methods you use, tonight, smash this club to pieces. Chapter 26. Local thugs cause trouble at the club. Chu Fan took Xiaoya Qi directly into a high-end looking Western restaurant instead of going to a street food stall. Xiaoya followed Chu Fan like a wooden doll, finding everything new and interesting, but her face remained expressionless. Come, sit down. Chu Fan pulled out a chair for her. Xiaoya sat up straight, her back as straight as a steel plate, her hands neatly placed on her knees, looking exactly like a primary school student waiting to be scolded. Relax, Chu Fan chuckled, looking at her tense expression. I'm not going to eat you. He paused, then added, at least not during the day. Xiaoya's face flushed red instantly. The waiter brought the menu, but Chu Fan didn't even look at it and directly ordered 2 of the most expensive tomahawk steaks. When the steak arrived, Xiaoya was completely dumbfounded. Looking at the piece of meat bigger than her face and the strange pile of knives and forks beside it, she had absolutely no idea where to begin. From childhood to adulthood, she had always eaten in the simplest way, just stuffing food into her mouth. She had never seen anything like this before. Don't you know how to use it? Chu Fan noticed her embarrassment. He sat down next to Xiaoya, picked up her knife and fork, and then reached out and took her cold little hand in his. Come on, I'll teach you. Chu Fan's hands were warm. He held Xiaoya's hand and slowly taught her, starting with the first cut. His breath brushed against Xiaoya's ear, hot and ticklish. Xiaoya felt her heart almost stop beating, her mind went blank, and she could only mechanically follow Chu Fan's movements. After cutting a small piece of meat, Chu Fan picked it up with a fork, but instead of putting it in his own mouth, he offered it to Xiaoya's lips. Open your mouth. Xiaoya opened her mouth subconsciously. The beef was very tender and juicy. It was the best thing she had ever eaten in her life. Is it tasty? Xiaoya looked at Chu Fan's face, which was so close to hers and had a mischievous grin on it, and nodded as if possessed. If it's delicious, eat more. Chu Fan cut another piece and held it to her lips. From now on, if you follow me, you'll have meat every meal. Just as Chu Fan was putting on a show of domineering CEO feeding his little wife, the tactical doll club had already turned into a sea of fire. Boom! With a loud crash, the club's main gate, made of special alloy, was smashed open. A dozen or so thugs, each carrying a steel pipe, stormed in menacingly. Smash this place. Leave no one alive, the leading woman ordered in a hoarse voice. They are the Tomahawk Gang, the most ruthless thugs in the city, willing to do any dirty work for money. Someone's causing trouble. The security personnel in the club were no pushovers either. They were all elites recruited by Han Ling from the special forces, and their reactions were extremely fast. In an instant, the sounds of fighting erupted. The sound of the steel pipes swinging and the dull thuds of impact blended together. Han Ling was in her top floor office, polishing her specially made Tang sword. When the door slammed open, she immediately rolled away and hid behind her desk. She pressed a button behind the desk that was only used in dangerous situations. The next second, all the lights in the entire club went out instantly, and heavy bulletproof gates fell from all sides, completely sealing off the entire venue. The Tomahawk Gang members were wearing night vision goggles, so the darkness didn't bother them. But they soon discovered that their path was completely blocked by a bulletproof gate. Several walls suddenly rose up, dividing and surrounding them. Damn it! We're in an ambush, the leading woman cursed. Call for backup. A first-class residence in a luxurious mansion. Chu Fan's phone suddenly started vibrating. It's a message from the group chat for group buying. Han Ling, the club was attacked. The attackers were from the Warhawk Gang. They fight like madmen. I'm trapped in the office. The message immediately caused an uproar in the group chat. Lin Shishir, what? War Axe Gang? Isn't that the mad dogs from the west side of the city? That crazy woman Xiao Chang. At Han Ling, you wait, I'll have my dad transfer his private army over there right now. Black Snake, damn it! How dare they touch my sisters? I'm taking my men over there right now and chop those bastards to pieces. Xin Yuma, don't be impulsive. The Battle Axe Gang members are all desperate criminals. We won't gain the upper hand in a direct confrontation. Besides, the fact that they dare to act so openly means they must have a backup plan. Chu Fan looked at the messages in the group and his eyes turned cold. He didn't speak in the group chat, but instead dialed Han Ling's private number directly. The phone rang once and was answered, with the background filled with intense fighting sounds and screams. Hello? Han Ling's voice was still calm, but with a hint of rapid breathing. How much longer can we hold out? Chu Fan asked. It's hard to say, Han Ling said. They outnumber us, and our defenses won't hold for long. Besides, I have a feeling their target is me. Got it, Chu Fan said. Stay in the office and don't come out. The takeout I ordered for you will be here soon. After hanging up, Chu Fan dialed another number. Hey, Snake Sister. Husband. Tell your men not to go to the club to die. Go to the Shanghai World Financial Center and invite that woman, Xiao Chang, out here alive. Clear. Tactical Doll Club. The battle has reached a fever pitch. Although Han Ling's men were all elites, they couldn't withstand the sheer number of opponents and their aggressive fighting style. Boom! Another loud bang, and the bulletproof door to her office was smashed open with a hammer by two people. 3 thugs from the Tomahawk gang rushed in, carrying steel pipes. Han Ling's eyes turned cold as she slid out from under the table, holding 2 military daggers in her hands. A flash of cold light, and the 3 thugs fell to the ground. But she herself was also grazed on the arm by the edge of the steel pipe, and blood instantly stained her vest. Damn it! She gritted her teeth and changed to an even more cunning position. She knew she was about to give up. Just then, even more horrific screams suddenly erupted outside the club. Report, Captain. We're surrounded. It's the Serpent Clan. What? Before the leader of the Tomahawk gang could react, the roar of drones suddenly filled the air. Immediately afterwards, countless smoke grenades rained down from the sky, crashing directly into the club. Cough cough. What is that? The Tomahawk gang members were instantly thrown into disarray. Taking advantage of the chaos, Han Ling rushed out of the smoke. In her hand, she held the tang sword that gleamed with a cold light. She looked at the group of thugs running around below and sneered, "You've had your fun, you'll all just wait and see." Chapter 27 Xiao Chang, this woman, still has a backup plan. In the Tactical Golf Club, the last Tomahawk gang thug was kicked in the chest by Han Ling, sent flying and crashing into the wall, where he lay motionless. The entire venue was a mess. Steel pipes, broken glass, and spent shell casings from smoke grenades were scattered all over the ground, and the air was filled with the smell of smoke and blood. Han Ling's men, all injured, were bandaging each other and cleaning up the scene. "Sister Han, are you all right?" A low-ranking member of the Snake Gang, clutching her bleeding arm, walked over. She was the delivery girl sent by Chu Fan. Han Ling leaned on her tang sword, panting heavily. Her black tank top was soaked with blood and sweat, clinging tightly to her body and outlining her stunning curves. "I won't die," she glanced at the people from the Snake Hall and nodded. "Thanks, sister. I'll remember this favor." "Don't mention it," the Snake Gang leader smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. "We're all family now, all working for the boss." Han Ling didn't speak, but a strange feeling welled up inside her. There was a time when she always went her own way. But now, it seems she has comrades in arms now. Meanwhile, at the Shanghai World Financial Center, on the top floor, Black Snake, along with her most elite sisters, stealthily slipped into the CEO's office. But the office was empty. Only the red wine on the table was still emitting a slight chill. "Damn it! I'm late!" Black Snake slammed his fist on the table. Just then, the hidden door to the office suddenly opened, and 7 or 8 men dressed in black suits, carrying machetes, rushed out. "Snake's sister! Watch out!" Clang! 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 A series of sharp, clanging sounds rang out, and 2 of Black Serpent's sisters fell to the ground on the spot. "Damn! There's an ambush!" Black Snake rolled away and hid behind the sofa, his eyes turning incredibly sinister. She knew she'd fallen into a trap. That woman, Xiao Chang, had anticipated her arrival. A first-class residence in a luxurious mansion. Chu Fan had just fed the last piece of steak to Xiaoya when his phone rang. It was Han Ling calling. "It's over," Han Ling's voice was tinged with exhaustion. "The War Axe gang members are all down. We had 7 wounded on our side, but no one died. The people from the Snake Hall told me you injured your arm. How is it?" Han Ling on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, then said with a hint of annoyance, "Shut up." Chu Fan laughed, his voice both soothing and seductive, still being stubborn. "Are you wondering whether you should call me, afraid I'll think you're useless?" Han Ling's face immediately turned red. You're talking nonsense." "All right, stop being stubborn," Chu Fan's voice suddenly softened. "Clean up the scene and come right back. I'll personally apply the medicine to you." After hanging up the phone, Chu Fan looked at Xiaoya, whose cheeks were slightly flushed and whose eyes were darting away, and felt great. Just as he was about to tease her a couple more times, Black Snake called again. As soon as the call connected, Black Snake's furious voice came through. "Honey, I messed up. That bitch Xiao Chang got away. We've been ambushed. Where are the people? What are the casualties?" Chu Fan frowned. 2 died and 3 were injured. Black Snake's voice was full of self-blame and anger. "However, I caught her secretary in the suit." "Well done," Chu Fan said. "Not bad, my ass." Black Snake cursed, "They've all run away." "It's a small matter that the person got away," Shu Fan laughed, "but the one you caught is a big fish." He knew that Xiao Chang valued her reputation above all else. Now that her most trusted subordinate had been arrested, it was as if she had been slapped in the face in public. "Bring him back," Shu Fan said. "Tonight, we'll interrogate this big fish properly." Late at night, in the living room of a luxury mansion. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. Han Ling sat on the sofa, her arm wrapped in thick bandages, her face pale. Xin Yuma and Lin Shishir were flanking her, offering words of comfort and concern. Black Snake stood to the side with a displeased expression, his feet resting on the woman in the suit who was bound hand and foot. Shu Fan came downstairs. He had changed into a clean bathrobe. "They're all back?" He walked up to Han Ling, squatted down, and carefully examined her wound. "Does it hurt?" "It's just a minor injury," Han Ling said, but when Shu Fan's fingers gently touched the edge of her bandage, her body couldn't help but tremble. "Stubborn to the end." Shu Fan smiled and picked her up in a princess carry. "Hey! What are you doing?" Han Ling was both embarrassed and anxious. "Of course I'm going to apply medicine to you," Shu Fan said, carrying her and striding towards the bedroom. "You two chat first, I'll be right back." In the living room, the remaining women looked at each other with complicated expressions. Especially Black Snake, who looked at Shu Fan's back with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Just then, the cell phone in the pocket of the woman in the suit who was being trampled on the ground suddenly rang. Black Snake paused for a moment, then searched her body and found her phone. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it belonged to Miss. She pressed the speakerphone button. On the phone came Xiao Chang's cold voice, tinged with a hint of laughter. "My dear sisters, did you have fun? How was the appetizer I sent you?" "Ha ha. Don't rush, this is just the beginning. I've prepared a big gift for each of you. I hope you'll like it." Black Snake muttered to himself, his face dark. He really is an old man. Humph. Just look at Xiao Chang's brother's scoundrel-like appearance and you'll know. Behind every young dang, there is an old dang. The woman in the suit looked smugly at the beautiful women in front of her. "Do you submit now?" Lin Shishir stared at the woman in the suit and said disdainfully. "Xiao Chang is at most a mid-level dang. She's not even worthy of the title." The woman in the suit was speechless. Chapter 28: Backyard on Fire. The atmosphere in Shu Fan's bedroom was a little different. "Don't move, the wound will reopen," Shu Fan said in a low voice, with a hint of concern. He was carefully unwrapping the bandages from Han Ling's arm. The wound wasn't deep, but it was long, ruining the perfect muscle lines on her arm. Han Ling sat on the edge of the bed, her whole body tense, afraid to move. It wasn't that she was afraid of pain, it was that she was afraid of being tickled. Shu Fan's fingers were warm, coated with ointment, and he gently circled them around her wound. The sensation was both numb and itchy, like hundreds of ants crawling on her, making her feel utterly powerless. Do you even know how to apply medicine?" Han Ling's voice was trembling. "Don't rush," Shu Fan smiled, his voice both soothing and numbing. "The nerves around the wound also need to relax, so it will heal faster. Look, your muscles here." His hand, following the wound, mischievously slid down to her strong shoulder and gently squeezed it. Hiss. Han Ling gasped, her body going limp on one side. "See, what did I tell you?" Shu Fan's lips were almost touching her ear. "Your body is much more honest than your mouth." When Shu Fan finally finished applying the medicine and helped the weak-legged Han Ling out of the bedroom, the atmosphere in the living room had already dropped to freezing point. Black Snake, Xin Yuma, and Lin Shishir, the three women, all looked at the two of them as if they were enemies. Black Snake, in particular, looked at Han Ling's face, which was as red as if it were dripping blood, and her barely perceptible awkward posture when she walked. She snorted coldly and wiped the machete in her hand with a swish sound. "It takes an hour to apply medicine?" Lin Shishir said sarcastically. "Is your wound in the Mariana Trench? It's so deep." "Exactly," Black Snake chimed in. "Some people talk about being sisters, but they're quicker to strike than anyone else." Han Ling's face turned even redder. She wanted to retort, but she didn't know what to say. "All right," Xin Yuma said calmly, pointing to the woman in the suit who was tied up like a dumpling on the ground. "Let's deal with the important matters first." Shu Fan glanced at the woman in the suit, then at his women who were on the verge of fighting amongst themselves, and quickly tried to divert their attention. He walked up to the woman in the suit, squatted down, pinched her chin, and looked her over. She's alright looking. The people around Xiao Chang all have good taste. Pa! The woman in the suit spat at him fiercely. Oh, she's pretty spicy. Chu Fan wasn't angry. He stood up, clapped his hands, and said, alright, since Xiao Chang brought her here, let's give her a proper welcome. He looked at Black Snake and Han Ling. You two are both professionals. One is from the underworld, the other from the legitimate world. Let's see whose methods are more skillful and can get her to talk. Upon hearing this, Black Snake and Han Ling immediately stopped bickering. They exchanged a glance, both seeing a burning fighting spirit in each other's eyes. I'll go first. Black Snake slammed his machete on the table, grabbed the woman in the suit by the collar, and dragged her into the bathroom like a chick. If she doesn't talk in 10 minutes, I'll chop her up and feed her to the fish. Soon, screams of agony and the sinister laughter of the Black Snake echoed from the bathroom. Lin Shishir was a little scared and moved closer to Qin Yuma. She wouldn't really chop someone up, would she? Qin Yuma shook her head, her expression grave. Black Snake knows what she's doing. However, Xiao Chang's secretary is a tough nut to crack, I'm afraid. Before she could finish speaking, the bathroom door opened. Black Snake walked out looking gloomy, carrying several freshly pulled, bloody fingernails in his hand. Damn it! So stubborn. Han Ling stood up, walked to the bathroom door, glanced at the woman in the suit who was almost unconscious inside, and said calmly, brute force is useless against people who have received professional training. She went into the bathroom and closed the door. This time, there were no more screams from inside, only Han Ling's emotionless, flat questioning voice. Half an hour later, Han Ling also came out, her face equally pale. She revealed some information, but it was all useless. She didn't say a single word about top-secret information. Now, everyone was at a loss. They all looked at Chu Fan, who had been sitting on the sofa drinking red wine as if nothing had happened the whole time. Why are you looking at me? Chu Fan swirled his wine glass. If you all can't handle this, what can I, a weak man who can't even kill a chicken, possibly do? The three women all rolled their eyes at him. I don't believe you. Alright, Chu Fan put down his wine glass and stretched, since you guys can't do it, then let me do it. He went into the bathroom and locked the door behind him. Lin Shishir and Qin Yuma both curiously pressed their ears against the door. Hey, what do you guys think he'll do? I don't know, but I'm kind of excited. The bathroom was quiet at first. But soon, some strange sounds were heard. It wasn't a scream, nor was it a beating or cursing, but rather a kind of suppressed, blush-inducing panting sound. The four women outside the door looked at each other, their faces turning red. Holy crap! This works? Lin Shishir was the first to exclaim. Half an hour later, the bathroom door opened. Chu Fan walked out looking refreshed, followed by the woman in the suit. At this moment, she was still wearing the same clothes, but her eyes had completely changed. It was a look that mixed fear, confusion, and a hint of worship. Speak, Chu Fan said, sitting down on the sofa. Tell me everything you know about Xiao Chang, and what she wants you to do. Yes. The woman in the suit's voice trembled. The young lady, she never intended to reconcile with you. Attacking your businesses was just the first step. Her real target is... Just as she was about to reveal the crucial information, her phone suddenly rang. It was Xiao Chang calling. Chu Fan pressed the speakerphone button. Xiao Wei, came Xiao Chang's icy voice from the other end of the phone. Did you have fun? The woman in the suit Xiao Wei shuddered violently. Now, look up and look out the window. Everyone instinctively looked out the window. On the rooftop of the building across the street, a woman in a black trench coat was standing there, holding a huge anti-material sniper rifle. The gun barrels were pointed directly at them. Chu Fan, Xiao Chang's voice came through the phone clearly. Now, it's my turn to give you a big gift. Chapter 29 Mr. Xiao, do you still want to continue playing this game? Xiao Chang's words, I'm giving you a big gift, still echoed in the living room. The next second, bang! With a loud bang, the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room instantly shattered into countless flying glass shards. A bullet grazed Chu Fan's scalp and embedded itself deeply in the wall behind him. Holy crap! Ah! The living room instantly descended into chaos. Lin Shishir and Qin Yuma screamed and scrambled under the sofa. Black Snake reacted the fastest, grabbing the still trembling secretary, Xiao Wei, and using her as a human shield. Only Han Ling reacted differently from the others. Instead of dodging, she immediately rolled to the blind spot by the window, her eyes fixed on the roof of the building across the street like an eagle's. Barrett M82A1, her voice was quick and cold, armor-piercing rounds. The enemy is a professional. Shu Fan was also terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. He could clearly feel the wind generated by the bullet, which made his scalp tingle. Damn it, this Xiao Chang is insane. She actually dared to use a sniper rifle in the city center. Don't fucking move. Han Ling yelled at the women who were still frantically trying to get out of the way. Get cover. Don't show your faces. Honey. Are you all right? Lin Shishir poked her head out from under the sofa, tears welling up in her eyes. I'm fine, Shu Fan said, crouching low and hiding behind the sofa. Don't panic. Bang. Another shot. This time, the bullet pierced through the thick sofa, grazed Qin Yuma's ear, and knocked a few strands of her hair out. Qin Yuma turned pale with fright and froze, too scared to move. Damn it. Black Snake cursed angrily, this can't go on. We're just sitting ducks. She didn't want to kill anyone, Han Ling calmly analyzed. She just wanted to play. She was playing cat and mouse. Shu Fan understood. If Xiao Chang really wanted to kill someone, she should have shot him in the head with the first shot, instead of hitting the window. This crazy woman is enjoying our fear. We can't let her be so comfortable. Shu Fan's eyes turned cold. He glanced at his secretary Xiao Wei, who was completely terrified, and then at his other women who, though frightened, managed to remain calm. He then made up his mind. He took out his phone and typed quickly in the group chat. Shu Fan, listen up, everyone. From now on, Han Ling is the commander. Do whatever she tells you to do. Lin Shishir, why should I listen to her? Shu Fan, just because she's not hiding under the sofa crying now. Lin Shishir, angry.jpg. Han Ling didn't stand on ceremony and immediately issued the instructions in the group chat. Han Ling, at Qin Yuma, stop spacing out. Contact the city hall immediately and tell them there's a gas leak in this building. Have the fire department clear all the surrounding streets within 5 minutes. The bigger the commotion, the better. Han Ling, at Lin Shishir, have your men drive the signal jamming vehicle downstairs. Also, have your dad's private army surround that building from the east, west, and south. Remember, only surround, don't attack. Han Ling, at Black Snake, your men, sneak through the sewers on the north side. There's definitely more than one person on the roof of the building across the street. Find a way to take out her lookout. The 3 instructions were carried out in an orderly manner. Although the 3 women were still a little apprehensive, as soon as they saw the task, they immediately felt reassured and began to take action. And what about you? Han Ling asked Shu Fan in the group chat one last time. Shu Fan, me? I'll take the lead, in having a good talk with her. He picked up Xiao Wei's phone and dialed Xiao Chang's number directly. Hello? The voice on the other end of the phone was still unhurried. Mr. Xiao, what a generous gesture. Shu Fan's voice was lazy and showed no fear at all. You even used a Barrett mortar from the military just to invite me for tea. Do you like the big gift I gave you? It's alright. Shu Fan walked up to Xiao Wei, who was still trembling, grabbed her hair, and dragged her to the window. It's just a bit wasteful. You know, it's such a waste to use such good bullets to shoot through glass. Why don't you try a different target? You dare. Xiao Chang's voice wavered for the first time. See if I dare. Shu Fan laughed and held the phone to Xiao Wei's mouth. Come on, say hello to your boss. Miss, save me. Xiao Wei cried out. Shu Fan. Let her go. I can let her go. Shu Fan's lips curled into a wicked smile. You can have your people rolled down from the roof right now. Otherwise, in the next second, I'll throw your most loyal secretary off here. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Shu Fan knew he had made the right gamble. Xiao Chang valued control above all else. She might not care about the lives of her subordinates, but she absolutely could not tolerate her pawns being controlled by others. Just as the two were confronting each other, a deafening police siren suddenly sounded downstairs. More than a dozen fire trucks blocked the entire street. What happened? Xiao Chang's voice was clearly panicked. It's nothing, Shu Fan smiled, looking at the red and blue lights outside the window. It's just that your sniper seems to be surrounded. Mr. Xiao, do you want to continue playing this game? Chapter 30, let's have a debriefing meeting in my room tonight. Xiao Chang remained silent on the other end of the phone. Shu Fan could clearly hear that her originally steady breathing had become somewhat rapid. He knew he'd made the right bet this time. That stupid woman couldn't afford to lose. Shu Fan, Xiao Chang's voice came again after a long while, you won this round. She paused, then continued, have your men leave away for my sniper? That's enough for today. You're just going to let it go like that? Shu Fan laughed. President Xiao, do you think this place is a public toilet? You can come and go as you please? So what do you want? Xiao Chang's voice carried a hint of danger. It's simple, Shu Fan said with a wicked smile, I'll make your sniper pay back double for the gift you gave me. What's the meaning? That building across the street, isn't that also owned by your Xiao family? Shu Fan said slowly, looking out the window. Tell her to smash your office window too. Otherwise, I guarantee she won't be leaving that building today. There was another silence on the other end of the phone. One could imagine that Xiao Chang's expression must have been very unpleasant. Finally, Xiao Chang's voice, tinged with suppressed anger, came through. Good. The rooftop of the building across the street. A woman in a black trench coat was packing her things to make a run for it. Suddenly, Xiao Chang's extremely reluctant voice came through her earpiece. Smash my office window. Young miss? The woman in the trench coat thought she had misheard. That's your favorite viewing window. I don't want to say it a second time. The woman in the trench coat's expression changed several times, but in the end she gritted her teeth, repositioned her sniper rifle, and aimed it at the huge floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor of the Shanghai World Financial Center in the distance. Bang! A gunshot rang out, its piercing sound particularly jarring in the city's night sky. A first-class residence in a luxurious mansion. Shu Fan listened to the sound of shattering glass coming from the other end of the phone and smiled with satisfaction. Mr. Xiao, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Shu Fan, Xiao Chang's voice had returned to calm, but beneath that calm lay a deeper chill, you just wait. We will meet again soon. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Shu Fan tossed his phone to his terrified secretary, Xiao Wei. You can get out of here, he said indifferently. Go back and tell your master that next time he wants to play, he should remember to bring some new tricks. Xiao Wei felt like she had been granted a pardon and ran away as fast as she could. The living room finally quieted down. But the atmosphere was even more tense than before. Lin Shishir, Xing Yuma, Heishi, and Han Ling, the four women, all emerged from behind their respective hiding places, their faces looking rather grim. We just let her get away like that? Lin Shishir was the first to object, kicking away a shard of glass at her feet and saying angrily, we lost two sisters, and all we got in return was a broken window for her? That's such a bad deal. Otherwise what? Han Ling said coldly while checking her equipment. If pushed too far, she might actually try to take everyone down with her. That woman is a madwoman. Damn it! Black Snake kicked the wreckage of the sofa, his eyes bloodshot. Two sisters died, and you just let it go like that? Master, I can't swallow this. Xin Yuma frowned and said worriedly, releasing a tiger back to the mountain will bring endless trouble. Xiao Chang has suffered such a great loss this time, her next counterattack will definitely be even more ferocious. Of course we can't just let it go like this. Shu Fan walked to the center of the living room, looked at the four beautiful women in front of him, each with their own unique charm, and smiled. I must avenge them. But not now. He stretched and yawned. It's almost dawn. You've been playing all night. Aren't you tired? He looked at the four women, his eyes becoming somewhat amused. Let's go, everyone, let's not just sit around. You all did a great job tonight. Especially you, he pointed to Han Ling, you gave a very good command. The four women were stunned, not understanding what he meant by saying this at this moment. So, Shu Fan's lips curled into a wicked smile, I've decided to give you a little reward. He paused, then said slowly, tonight, let's have a post-battle debriefing meeting. The location is in my room. The four women looked at each other, each with a different expression. Lin Shishir was the first to react, her eyes sparkling, and she leaned in with a mischievous grin, in-depth communication? Honey, is it the in-depth I'm thinking of? Xin Yuma's face flushed red instantly, and she spat lightly, be serious. You just finished a battle, and this is all you can think about. Black Snake licked her lips, looking at Shu Fan with fiery eyes, fine, I'm just bursting with anger and have nowhere to vent it. Let's see if you can handle it. Only Han Ling still looked completely bewildered. She frowned and asked, why did we need to go to your room for the debriefing? As for the content. Chu Fan ignored their interruptions, licked his lips, and slowly concluded, "We need to have a thorough discussion and summarize the experiences and lessons learned from this operation." Chapter 31: How to Get Rid of This Person. The atmosphere in Chu Fan's bedroom was incredibly strange. The four women, who could walk with their heads held high in public, were now sitting upright like elementary school students, none of them daring to speak first. Lin Shusher, dressed in a cool sundress, kept tapping the carpet with her toes, her eyes darting around, seemingly plotting something. Shin Yuma's face was still red. She held a glass of water, pretending to drink it, but her eyes kept glancing at Chu Fan. Black Snake was the most direct. He was still wearing that leather jacket, sitting with his legs spread apart, his eyes like knives, scraping back and forth over Han Ling, clearly showing his displeasure. Han Ling stood there like a wooden doll, arms crossed, expressionless, but her slightly reddened ears betrayed her inner turmoil. "Alright, stop being so serious." Chu Fan leaned against the headboard, looking at the four beautiful women in front of him, and chuckled. "We said it's a post-battle debriefing, so we need to make it look like a meeting." He patted the edge of the bed. "Come over here, sit closer, one by one. Let's start with a performance review. The four women looked at each other, unsure of what he was up to, but still obediently gathered around him. "Lin Shusher, you go first." Chu Fan waved to her. Lin Shusher's eyes lit up, and she immediately squeezed over, plopped down next to Chu Fan, and reached out to hug his arm. "Honey, how did I do today? Wasn't I the best?" "Great, my foot." Chu Fan pinched her nose. "You were so loud and almost ruined everything. Tonight, you can only use your mouth, no hands." Lin Shusher was stunned for a moment, then understood. Her face flushed red, but her eyes were full of excitement. "Great, I love this punishment." Shin Yuma shook her head as she watched, inwardly cursing, shameless. Next, Black Snake. Black Snake snorted and walked over as well. "You," Chu Fan looked at her, "have merits and demerits. Your merit lies in capturing a survivor, your demerit lies in the death of two sisters." The Black Snake's eyes suddenly darkened. "So," Chu Fan reached out and pulled her to his side, "I'm punishing you tonight to tell me the story of your two sisters. As a reward, you'll be the first to have an in-depth conversation with me later." Black Snake's body trembled slightly. She looked at Chu Fan with a complicated expression. She hadn't expected that this man would care about the lives of her men. "Okay." She nodded, her voice a little hoarse. Han Ling. Han Ling walked over. "You," Chu Fan looked at her, "are the commander today, and your contributions are outstanding. Therefore, your reward is the most special." He leaned close to Han Ling's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Tonight, I'll let you be on top." Han Ling's body froze instantly. For the first time, a crack appeared on her usually icy face. "As for you, UMO." Chu Fan finally looked at Shin Umo, a particularly wicked smile on his face. "You orchestrated everything today, and your contribution was significant. Therefore, I've decided." He paused, then said slowly, "I'll let you watch from the sidelines and be our referee." "Huh?" Shin Yuma was dumbfounded on the spot. "But..." Lin Shusher and Black Snake, who were standing next to them, couldn't help but laugh. Just as Chu Fan was about to begin his unserious post-battle debriefing, Shin Yuma's phone suddenly rang sharply. She picked it up and took a look, and her face turned pale instantly. It was her father's secretary calling. "Hello?" Her voice was trembling. "Miss. Something terrible has happened." A panicked man's voice came from the other end of the phone. The deputy director Liu, who took the blame, was hit by an out-of-control truck on the road and died on the spot. And there's also an anonymous report about the old man accepting bribes in the new district project, which has been delivered directly to the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission's desk. "What?" Shin Yuma's phone fell to the ground with a thud. The living room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone understood. Xiao Chang is up to her old tricks again. Moreover, it was even more ruthless than they imagined. She not only thwarted Shin Yuma's plan, but also turned the tables on him. "Damn it!" Black Snake was the first to react, slamming his fist on the bed. "That crazy woman." Lin Shusher panicked too. "What do we do? Now the witness is gone, and there's new evidence." "Uncle Chin, this time." Han Ling's brows furrowed tightly. The carefree expression that had been on Chu Fan's face was gone. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the brightly lit night scene outside with a frighteningly cold gaze. "Xiao Chang. She's stuck to us like glue. How can we get rid of this bitch? Chapter 32 Harem Team Building. Shin Yuma's phone fell onto the carpet without making a loud noise, but the impact seemed to strike everyone's heart. The bedroom was deathly silent. Damn it! That crazy woman. Black Snake was the first to react, slamming his fist on the bed and gritting his teeth as he said, "She's trying to drive us to our deaths." Lin Shirshir panicked as well, grabbing Chu Fan's arm helplessly. "What do we do? Now we've lost the witness, and we have new evidence." Uncle Qin, isn't he doomed this time? Han Ling's brows furrowed tightly. She quickly analyzed the situation in her mind, but the conclusion she reached made her heart sink. Xiao Chang's move was extremely ruthless. It completely cut off their escape routes. The carefree expression that had been on Chu Fan's face was gone. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the brightly lit night scene outside with a very unpleasant expression. Xiao Chang. Looking at Chu Fan's cold profile and the dejected women in the room, he suddenly smiled. "Why are you all looking so long-faced?" He turned around and leaned against the window. "The sky hasn't fallen yet. It's just a scapegoat dying in a few more letters. It's no big deal." "This isn't a big deal?" Shin Yuma suddenly looked up, her eyes red. "If anything happens to my dad this time, our Qin family will be finished." "So what?" Chu Fan looked at her. "You're just going to cry here? Will crying make your dad come out? Or will it make Xiao Chang cry to death?" Shin Yuma was stunned by his retort and couldn't say a word. "Everyone, perk up." Chu Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a commanding tone. "Doesn't Xiao Chang like to play around? Then let's play along with her." He walked to the bedside, plopped down, and patted the spots on either side of him. They all look like wilted eggplants. "How are we supposed to fight that woman?" He looked at the four women in front of him and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. "I think we need to do some pre-battle mobilization, or you could call it team building." The four women looked at each other, none of them understanding what he was up to. "What Xiao Chang wants to see most is this half-dead state we are in now," Chu Fan said slowly. "She wants to break us down mentally. So what we should do now is let her know that we are not only not broken, but doing very well." He paused, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the four women, and finally, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. "Tonight, our team building activities are very simple." "Exactly. We need to have in-depth conversations, be honest with each other, and raise the cohesion of our team to its highest level." Now, even the most oblivious of the four women understood the meaning behind his words. Shin Yuma's face flushed red instantly, and she spat lightly, "Shameless. You, what time is it for you to be thinking about such nonsense? How is this a mess?" Chu Fan said innocently. "Health is the foundation of everything. When everyone is in a good mood, we can come up with better solutions, right?" "I agree." Lin Shirshir was the first to raise her hand, her eyes sparkling. "I think this team building is really necessary. I've been wanting to have in-depth exchanges with my sisters for a long time." Black Snake looked at Chu Fan with burning eyes. "Fine, I'm just bursting with anger and have nowhere to vent it. Let's see if you can handle it." Only Han Ling remained oblivious, frowning as she analyzed earnestly. From a tactical perspective, high-intensity physical confrontation can indeed effectively relieve pressure and improve teamwork. This suggestion is feasible. Shin Yuma. Looking at the three women in front of her who were completely beyond saving, and the culprit with a wicked grin, she felt like she was about to faint. After an unknown amount of time, this team-building activity led by Chu Fan finally came to an end. The five people, feeling pleased and happy, returned to the living room. However, the atmosphere this time was completely different from before. The previous despair and oppression vanished. In their place came an unprecedented surge of determination to fight Xiao Chang to the bitter end. "Alright, the team building is over, let's get down to business." Chu Fan leaned back on the sofa, clearly exhausted, his lips were pale, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. Xiao Chang's move was indeed ruthless. Han Ling was the first to speak. She targeted Uncle Qin, but her goal was all of us. She wanted to throw us into disarray. "That's right," Shin Yuma said calmly. "She wanted to crush us all in one fell swoop. But she also exposed her weaknesses." "What weakness?" Lin Shirshir asked curiously. "She was too hasty," Shin Yuma said. "She thought we were all just good-for-nothings from our families, and that we would fall apart if things got heated. But she forgot that even a rabbit will bite when cornered. So, Black Serpent's eyes turned sinister. We can no longer remain passively defensive. We must take the initiative and catch her off guard. The four women, one after another, quickly came up with an even bolder and more outrageous plan. Xiao Chang's foundation is the Xiao family. And the Xiao family's foundation is that old fox who never makes the news but controls everything, Xiao Xinghua, Han Ling said. That's right, Qin Yuma nodded. As long as we bring him down, Xiao Chang is a toothless tiger. Then what are we waiting for? Lin Shishir said excitedly, let's go mess with that old man. It's not that simple, Qin Yuma shook her head. Xiao Xinghua is more cunning than a fox. Trying to find something wrong with him is as difficult as climbing to heaven. If you can't do it openly, then do it secretly. Black Snake sneered. I don't believe he has never done anything wrong in his life. Chu Fan listened to their discussion and nodded in satisfaction. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Although he wasn't a strategist who could devise infallible plans, he knew how to maximize the enthusiasm of his fierce generals. All right, he clapped his hands, interrupting their discussion. Now that we have a clear objective, let us split up and get to work. He looked at the four women whose fighting spirit had been rekindled. Xiao Chang, don't you like to play around? This time, it's our turn to take the initiative. Chapter 33. Xiao Xinghua, that old fox, really managed to whitewash himself. The next day, Chu Fan was awakened by a series of chattering sounds. He opened his eyes, and good heavens, the living room looked like a vegetable market. Qin Yuma, sporting dark circles under her eyes, was holding a tablet and constantly making phone calls. Judging from her expression, she was so anxious she was almost on the verge of a breakdown. Lin Shishir went even further, directly connecting her father to a multinational video conference. She was facing a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners on the screen, yelling something in fluent English. Black Snake and Han Ling were also busy. They huddled together, with a pile of incomprehensible maps and documents in front of them, and were discussing something in hushed tones. I say, Chu Fan yawned as he walked out of the bedroom, our team building last night was so effective. Everyone was like they were on steroids. Honey. As soon as Lin Shishir saw him, she immediately hung up the video conference, rushed over, hugged his waist, and started complaining that old fox is too difficult to deal with. I had my dad use all our family's connections overseas, but we couldn't find a single trace of him. His assets are as clean as if they've just been washed. It's the same on my end, Qin Yuma said, rubbing her aching temples, looking exhausted. I asked someone to check my dad's old archives, and it turns out that all the documents related to Xiao Xinghua's early business dealings were either top secret or simply disappeared. That old man wiped his own past clean. Black Snake also came over, his face grim. I've had my brothers in the underworld inquire. Of all the people who worked with Xiao Xinghua decades ago, not a single one is still alive. They either died in accidents or their entire families emigrated and can no longer be contacted. Han Ling concluded by pointing to a relationship network diagram on the tablet, where the point representing Xiao Xinghua stood alone, with no way to break through. He has completely exonerated himself, Han Ling said solemnly. He has no friends, no enemies, and no weaknesses that can be exploited. None of the methods we came up with before worked on him. The four women fell silent once again. For the first time, they discovered that there were people in this world whom they couldn't solve with their money, power, or fists. All right, Chu Fan chuckled, looking at their dejected expressions. It's nothing, why are you all so worried? Come here. He walked over to the sofa, sat down, and patted his thigh. Although Lin Shishir looked displeased, she still sat down on the chair without hesitation. You guys are all quite capable, so why do you wilted when something happens? Chu Fan said slowly while enjoying Lin Shishir's human cushion. Isn't it true that people can come up with solutions? What's the rush? Easy for you to say. Qin Yuma rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, we've practically turned Donghai City upside down, and we still can't catch a glimpse of that old fox, yet you're not worried at all. Then what do you suggest we do? Chu Fan spread his hands, looking completely innocent. I don't know how to investigate cases, nor do I know how to do business. Don't we have to rely on strong women like you for this kind of thing? After listening, the three women all rolled their eyes at him again. They all knew in their hearts that it was hopeless to rely on this man for advice. They would have to rely on themselves. But there was nothing they could do. They had all fallen for this unreliable man. I'd be better off expecting a sow to fly than expecting you. Lin Shishir complained, but still snuggled her head into Chu Fan's arms. Since investigating the past is not an option, we have to think of other ways. Qin Yuma calmed down and began to analyze, what does someone like Xiao Xinghua value most? Nothing more than reputation and legacy. That's right. Lin Shishir's eyes lit up. His son, Xiao Tianyu, is a good-for-nothing. He must be desperate to have a grandson. Especially an outstanding one. Black Snake smiled sinisterly. If he knew that he actually has a grandson who is 100 times more outstanding than Xiao Tianyu and who has been living away from home, do you think he would go crazy? Han Ling's eyes lit up. You mean, we'll give him a grandson? Smart. Shu Fan chimed in after listening to their discussion, patting Lin Shishir's bottom smugly. See? We've got a solution, haven't we? My wives are really something. The four women stared at him in silence once again. This guy took the ideas they came up with and claimed them as his own, acting all smug and proud. However, just having one grandson isn't enough, Shu Fan continued. We need to let him see with his own eyes just how awesome this grandson is. He looked at the four women who had been completely led astray by him and laughed. So, our next task is not to dig up graves, but to create gods. I want you to use all your resources to make someone who doesn't exist a household name in the entire Donghai city. I want Xiao Xinghua to come to us on his own initiative. Meanwhile, at the Xiao family manor, Xiao Chang also received a report from her subordinates. Miss, the Qin family, the Lin family, and the Snake Hall have all mobilized today, as if they are frantically investigating the old man's past. Oh? Xiao Chang held a cup of coffee, a mocking smile playing on her lips. A bunch of idiots. If my dad could have been found out by them, he would have been dead 800 times over. Then, do we need to do something? No need, Xiao Chang shook her head. Let them investigate. I want to see what other tricks they can come up with. She put down her coffee cup, walked to the window, and looked at the calm lake outside, her eyes becoming somewhat profound. Shu Fan. What's your next move? I can't wait to find out. Chapter 34 Talent Scout Project, Citywide Auditions. Shu Fan's phrase creating a god ignited the passion of the four strong women in the living room. Their previous dejection vanished, and their eyes lit up as if they had found a new toy. Creating a god? I'm an expert at that. Lin Shishir was the first to jump up excitedly, snatching the remote control from Shu Fan's hand and turning on her home theater screen. Our family owns an entertainment company called Tianying Entertainment. Making a new star is a piece of cake, isn't it? I'll have my dad order a citywide audition right now, called Searching for the Next Heavenly King. No, Xin Yuma immediately objected. She pushed up her glasses and calmly analyzed, it's too much of a commotion. Xiao Chang isn't stupid. We've only just started the auditions, and she'll already know what we're up to. We have to be more discreet and take things more unexpectedly. Then what do you suggest we do? Lin Shishir pouted, unconvinced. It's very simple, Xin Yuma said, pulling up a map of Donghai City on the projector screen. We're not doing open auditions, we're doing chance encounters. She pointed to several points on the map. The Lin family is responsible for spreading the word that your company is secretly looking for a male lead for a new movie, and the requirement is that he is an amateur with a story. Black Snake is in charge of having your people spread the word in the underworld that a mysterious newcomer has recently emerged with a very powerful background. Han Ling is in charge of finding a few of your retired sisters who look like talent scouts, and having them hang around these places every day, creating opportunities for chance encounters. And I, Xin Yuma's lips curled into a confident smile, am responsible for using the municipal system to conduct the most rigorous background checks on all candidates who come into our view. This ensures that the people we select have clean backgrounds and are absolutely easy to control. The combined approach was well organized and flawless. Lin Shishir and Black Snake were both stunned, but in the end they both nodded in agreement. Cultural people are still the dirtiest. Ha ha. Black Snake muttered under his breath. Shu Fan listened from the side, giving a satisfied thumbs up. This was exactly the effect he wanted, to let them fight it out and figure out their own solutions. He only needed to step in and approve at crucial moments. All right, he patted Lin Shishir's thigh, we'll do as you said. However, I'll have to decide the criteria for selecting people. What standards? The three women immediately turned to look at him. It's very simple, Shu Fan said lazily, leaning back on the sofa. First, he has to be handsome, but not more handsome than me. Second, he has to have a melancholic air, preferably the kind of person whose father died and mother remarried, who was abused as a child, and who looks at everyone as if they owe him 8 million. Third, and most importantly. He paused, then gave a wicked grin, you'd better listen. In the following days, the entire upper class and underworld of Donghai City knew about this, and everyone wanted to see what this up-and-coming entertainment star looked like. Lin Shishi's family's Tianying Entertainment has announced that the company's top executives are optimistic about a newcomer who has not yet appeared in public and are prepared to spend a lot of money to make him the next movie star. Black Snake's underlings were also spreading rumors, intentionally or unintentionally, in various bars and nightclubs, saying that a ruthless person had recently appeared in the underworld, with powerful connections, and even dared to mess with the Xiao family. In an instant, countless young men with dreams of becoming stars began frantically trying to make their presence known at the few chance-encountered locations designated by Qin Yuma. In the living room of the top-floor luxury apartment in Yiping, Jiangshan, Xu Fan was lying on the sofa like a grandpa, eating grapes that Xiaoya Qi fed him while looking at the huge projection screen in front of him. On the screen were videos of candidates secretly filmed by Han Ling's talent scouts from various places. Next, Xu Fan said lazily. The scene changes, and a man wearing a white shirt, with his hair slicked back and shiny, appears, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. But Lin Shishi spat out a mouthful of juice. Is this guy cosplaying Zhao Si? He's so greasy. Next, the scene changes again, and a man wearing ripped jeans and with a full beard appears, sitting on the side of the road playing guitar. While she does have a rather melancholic air about her, Qin Yuma said, frowning. It's just that her looks are a bit disappointing. Next. After looking all afternoon, Xu Fan's eyes were almost blurry, but he still couldn't find a suitable one. Either they were too ugly, or their acting was too fake. Damn it, Xu Fan said, annoyed. Donghai City is so big, can't we find a single capable person? Don't rush, Han Ling said, pointing to the last video on the screen, there's still one more to come. Click on the video. The scene depicts a rainy evening. A man stood quietly at the bus stop, without an umbrella. He wore a faded old jacket, and his hair, soaked by the rain, clung messily to his forehead. His head was down, obscuring his face, but the loneliness and desolation emanating from his very bones could be felt even through the screen. Ah, right. That's him. Xu Fan's eyes lit up immediately. Zoom in. Let me see her face. Lin Shishi shouted excitedly. The camera zooms in. When they saw the man's face clearly, all the women present were stunned. That was a face that bore a striking resemblance to Xu Fan's. Chapter 35 I Found You, My Substitute. In the living room, on the huge projection screen, the man getting soaked in the rain had a profile that looked exactly like Xu Fan's. Holy crap! Lin Shishi exclaimed first. She pointed at the screen, then at Xu Fan, her eyes wide with disbelief. Honey, is this your long-lost brother? Go to hell, Xu Fan rolled his eyes at her, annoyed. My mom only gave birth to me. No. I have to call my mom and find out. Has she given her child to someone else? Xu Fan said, actually taking out his phone. But Qin Yuma couldn't help but laugh. You actually believe that? Maybe it's your dad's philandering debts. Black Snake joined in the teasing, licking her lips. If it really is a younger brother, that would be interesting. Sisters, how about we buy one get one free from now on? Although Han Ling didn't say anything, a smile of anticipation crept onto her lips. Xu Fan was exasperated by their comments and didn't bother arguing with them anymore. He was quite surprised. It was unbelievable that there were people in the world who looked so alike. However, for him, this was a tremendously good thing. UMO, Xu Fan immediately perked up. Investigate him. I want all the information about him from birth until now, down to the color of his underwear. Received. Without saying a word, Qin Yuma immediately picked up the tablet and started typing away. In less than 10 minutes, an incredibly detailed document was sent over. Name, Lin Mo, age, 20, identity, an orphan from the Fine Arts Department of Donghai University, supporting herself through scholarships and part-time jobs. Experience, both parents died in a car accident when she was 3 years old, and she was sent to an orphanage. Due to her withdrawn personality, she was bullied for many years. After being admitted to university at the age of 18, she worked part-time, but was still ostracized by her classmates. She has no criminal record. His father died and his mother remarried, both deceased. He was abused since childhood, and everyone looks like they owe him 8 million. Xu Fan looked at the information and nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. It's practically tailor-made for our plan. Then what are we waiting for? Lin Shishir said excitedly, I'll have Han Ling's people go and invite him back right now. Don't rush, Chu Fan shook his head, you can't catch a wildcat like this that's covered in thorns. If you try to grab it you have to stroke it along the fur. He stood up and stretched. Let's go, everyone, let's not just sit around. I'll go and meet him myself. Downstairs in the male dormitory building at Tunghai University. A sour smell wafted from the trash can, where several stray cats were rummaging for food. Lin Mo walked past with a bucket of freshly fetched hot water, his face expressionless. Hey, isn't this our art department's genius? Out painting for money again? Several boys dressed in designer clothes blocked his way in a nonchalant manner. The one in the lead was their class monitor, who was also a rich kid. Lin Mo didn't say anything, but just lowered his head, trying to walk around to the side. I'm talking to you. Are you mute? The class monitor shoved him on the shoulder. The bucket of water in Lin Mo's hand fell to the ground with a clatter, spilling hot water all over the floor. Damn it! The squad leader, having been splashed with something, immediately flew into a rage. You fucking want to die. He raised his hand to slap him. But his hand froze in mid-air. A clean, slender hand had somehow already grasped his wrist. Hey classmate, a lazy, amused voice came from the side, hitting people isn't something a good kid should do. The squad leader turned around and was immediately stunned. He saw Chu Fan. Chu Fan stood there casually, a harmless smile on his face, but his eyes were so cold they sent chills down your spine. Who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Chu Fan tightened his grip slightly. Stop talking nonsense, you can get lost now. The squad leader felt like his wrist was about to break, and he was grimacing in pain, but when he saw the group of women Han Ling and Black Snake who had appeared behind Chu Fan at some unknown time and had unfriendly eyes, he still chickened out. You just wait. After uttering a harsh remark, the group scrambled away. Lin Mo was stunned by what he saw. He looked up and looked at Chu Fan directly for the first time. When he saw clearly that Fan's face bore a striking resemblance to his own, his pupils contracted sharply. Who are you? I'm here to give you a chance. Chu Fan let go of his hand, walked up to him, squatted down, and helped him lift the bucket. An opportunity to trample all those who have bullied you underfoot. Chu Fan's words made it difficult for Lin Mo, who had been bullied for many years, to refuse. But why should he trust someone of unknown origin and offer to help him right away? Why should I believe you? Just because of this. Chu Fan didn't waste any more words. He took out his phone and opened a video. The video shows the same squad leader kneeling on the ground, being educated by Black Snake's men in various interesting ways. Lin Mo watched the video of his usually arrogant and domineering class monitor crying his eyes out, and he fell silent. Come with me, Chu Fan stood up and extended his hand to him. I'll give you everything you want. Money, status, women, and dignity. Lin Mo looked at the hand Chu Fan had extended. He hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he placed his hand on it. A top-floor luxury residence in a prime location. When Chu Fan brought Lin Mo back, the women in the living room were all stunned. Wow! They really look alike. Lin Shishir circled around Lin Mo several times, clicking her tongue in amazement. It's just, the temperament is a bit lacking. Husband, you look like an old man, and he looks like a beggar. Ahem, Shin Yuma coughed twice, interrupting her lewd words. Now that we've brought the person back, what should we do next? What to do? Chu Fan smiled. Of course, we'll start packaging it. He snapped his fingers. Shishir, change his clothes from head to toe into his best outfit. Remember, it should be understated luxury, not like a nouveau riche. UMO, hire the best etiquette teacher for him. Within 3 days, I want him to learn how to use a knife and fork and how to appreciate red wine. Snake's sister, find someone to fabricate a backstory for him, the more tragic and bizarre the better. Then, spread the word. Han Ling, Chu Fan said, turning to Han Ling one last time, you're in charge of teaching him how to fight. At the very least, make him look like someone who can fight. The 4 women, having received their mission, immediately sprang into action. Chu Fan acted as if nothing had happened, poured himself a glass of wine, walked to the window, and looked at the skyscrapers of the bustling Donghai city outside. Now, let's see if that old fox, Xiao Xinghua, will take the bait. Chapter 36 Devil Training Camp. Lin Mo, the chosen one, was sitting in the middle of the living room with a completely bewildered expression. Yesterday he was a penniless art student orphan who was bullied every day, but today he was suddenly brought to this luxuriously decorated place, surrounded by a group of top-notch beauties that you can only see on TV. This feeling is more unreal than a dream. What are you all looking at? Chu Fan leaned back on the sofa, lazily giving orders. Let's get to work. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Let's try to transform our talented scholar Lin into young Master Xiao within 3 days. Yes. The 4 women responded in unison, and then, as if they were looking at a rare material, they surrounded Lin Mo and began to upgrade and modify him. First step, image makeover. Lin Shishir was the first to jump out. She snapped her fingers, and a row of female assistants immediately came in from outside the door, each carrying the latest styles from the world's top brands. Strip him of those tattered clothes. Lin Shishir pinched her nose, looking disgusted. From underwear to socks, replace everything with the best. Remember, the kind that looks casual, but whose logo alone is worth a lifetime's worth of work for an average person. Before Lin Mo could react, several women grabbed him and began tearing off his clothes. Terrified, his face turned pale, and he struggled desperately, shouting, What are you doing? In broad daylight, is there no law anymore? The law? Black Snake sneered as she wiped her knife. Here, our husband is the law. Half an hour later, a completely new Lin Mo appeared before everyone. He wore a low-key yet luxurious handcrafted suit, a priceless Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, and his hair was styled by a top stylist. Although he still had that gloomy expression, his overall demeanor was completely different. Not bad, it's starting to look promising. Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction. The second step is etiquette training. Xin Yuma pushed up her glasses and stepped forward. Behind her followed a very stylish-looking middle-aged woman, the etiquette instructor she had hired from abroad. From now on, Xin Yuma said calmly, looking at Lin Mo, your task is to learn how to eat, how to walk, and how to talk. When the sound of your spitting is better than other people's coughs, you'll be considered qualified. Over the next few hours, Lin Mo endured all sorts of inhuman torture. He was forced to walk with a book on his head, practice smiling with chopsticks in his mouth, and even his posture when going to the toilet was required to be elegant, noble, and cultured. By the time the etiquette class was over, he was so exhausted that he collapsed on the ground, too tired to move. The third step, background implantation. Black Snake walked over, holding a thick stack of documents, and threw them directly at Lin Mo's face. This is your life story of the 20 years you were lost, Black Snake's voice was cold. From when you were 3 years old and got lost, to being adopted by that heartless couple, to enduring humiliation and getting into university memorize every single word, every single punctuation mark. If Xiao Jinghua asks and you mispronounce a single word, I'll throw you into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Lin Mo looked at the script that was thicker than a textbook, and his vision went black. He almost fainted on the spot. The final step, Han Ling walked over. She wasn't carrying anything, but her tight yoga pants and unapproachable aura were more intimidating than anything else. Come with me. She beckoned to Lin Mo with her finger. Lin Mo was taken to the private gym of the mansion. Starting today, Han Ling looked at his thin frame and shook her head. I'll teach you how to fight. I can't. It's okay, Han Ling smiled, a smile that was somewhat cruel. What I'm best at is teaching people who don't know how to do it. While Chu Fan was busy making a big fuss, Xiao Chang was also busy. Miss, the female secretary in the suit reported respectfully, our people have found out that Chu Fan seems to be working on a star-making plan recently. Star creation? Xiao Chang was getting her nails done and didn't even lift her eyelids when she heard this. Yes. The Lin family's Tianying Entertainment has been making a lot of moves lately, seemingly secretly cultivating a new talent. Mayor Qin has also used his connections to forge a flawless identity file for this newcomer. Even Black Snake's people are spreading rumors in the underworld that this newcomer has a very powerful background. Oh? Xiao Chang finally showed some interest. She blew on her freshly painted nail polish and asked casually, have you found out who that newcomer is? Not yet, the secretary shook his head. They've done a good job keeping it a secret. However, our people discovered that Chu Fan took a student named Lin Mo from Donghai University today. Lin Mo? Yes. The information shows that he is an orphan and looks about 7 or 8 parts like Chu Fan. Xiao Chang stopped moving. She slowly raised her head, and a glint of shrewdness, unfathomable to anyone, flashed in her beautiful eyes. Interesting. She muttered to herself, making a fake Xiao family descendant to fool my dad? Chu Fan, you really are always bringing me surprises. She stood up, walked to the window, looked at the clear sky outside, and smiled. Since you want to play, I'll play with you properly. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. Hello, it's me. Go, help me contact the director of the orphanage where Lin Mo used to stay. Tell her I'm willing to pay to renovate the entire orphanage. There is only one condition. Have her help me recall some funny things that happened when Lin Mo was a child. Chapter 37. The plan was ruined by that old woman, Xiao Chang. Stand up straight. Eyes. Your eyes need to be sharp and expressive, not just staring like a dead fish. In the private gym, Han Ling kicked Lin Mo in the calf, making him wince in pain. These 3 days were like hell for Lin Mo. During the day, he was forced by that old French woman to learn how to fake a smile, and at night, he was relentlessly humiliated by Han Ling, that she-devil. He felt like every bone in his body was about to fall apart. All right, take a break. Lin Shishir walked in carrying a plate of cut fruit, looking at Lin Mo, who was being trained like a dog, with heartache. Sister Han Ling, you're too ruthless. If you keep training him like this, I'm afraid he'll be trained to death before he even sees old man Xiao. Han Ling rolled her eyes at her, annoyed. What do you know? With his small frame, if he doesn't get stronger, he'll be blown away by the wind, let alone lie to anyone. Oh dear, she's our little darling now, we have to cherish her. Lin Shishir said, picking up a piece of watermelon and holding it to Lin Mo's lips, deliberately using a pinched tone. Here, little Momo, let me feed you. Lin Mo's face flushed red instantly, and she instinctively wanted to dodge. For the past 3 days, what he feared most was this Miss Lin. She always liked to touch him inappropriately, either pinching his face or poking his still developing abs, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Look, she's getting shy again, so cute. Just as the group was fooling around, Xin Yuma walked in with a tablet computer in hand and a grim expression. Something has happened. The atmosphere in the living room instantly plummeted to freezing point. Xin Yuma connected the tablet to the screen mirroring, and a news pop-up window filled the entire screen. The headline was bold and jarring, exclusive. The mysterious young master is actually a problem child? Orphanage director tearfully recounts his shameful past. What the hell? Lin Shishir was the first to explode. When you open the video, you see a kind-looking old woman crying her eyes out in front of the camera. Lin Mo, this child. I really didn't raise him well. He was a loner from a young age, and he liked to steal. He stole a lot of the other children's snacks and toys. If we said anything to him, he would hit us. Once he almost gouged out the eye of a child who was 3 years younger than him. We had no other choice. We simply couldn't control him anymore, so we hoped he could get into university and reform himself in society. The old woman spoke with tears streaming down her face. Her acting skills were so good they deserved an Oscar. Below the video, there was a deluge of comments. Holy crap! He's a violent maniac. He looks decent enough, but who would have thought he was like this? You can't judge a book by its cover. What would happen if someone like this became a celebrity? Boycott. We must boycott him. Get him out of Donghai City. Smack. Lin Shishir was so angry that she smashed the fruit plate she was holding. You bastard. This old hag dares to spout nonsense. I'll have someone tear down her dilapidated orphanage right now. It's no use, Xin Yuma said, her face pale. This report was published on the front page of the Donghai Morning Post. They are a media outlet controlled by the Xiao family, and we can't suppress it even if we want to. Now, public opinion in the entire Donghai city is completely one-sided. Black Snake's eyes were also frighteningly cold. Xiao Chang, that crazy woman, she's really ruthless. They had painstakingly built up their image as Lin Mo, this mysterious young nobleman, for 3 days, and were about to create a buzz when Xiao Chang pulled a fatal blow, completely ruining their chances. Moreover, it completely ruined Lin Mo's reputation. I didn't. Lin Mo, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. His voice was trembling, and his face was as pale as paper. He looked at the dean on the screen, the one he once respected so much. That hypocritical face and the same eyes that he had feared most since childhood were exactly the same. All those memories of being wronged, beaten, and locked in a dark room suddenly came flooding back. I didn't steal anything. I didn't hit anyone. He clutched his head and crouched down in anguish. It wasn't me. Hey! Are you all right? Lin Shishir was a little flustered when she saw him like this. Don't touch me. Lin Mo suddenly roared, shoving Lin Shirshir aside and stumbling as he ran out. I quit. I quit. You're all liars. You're all in cahoots with them. He rushed out of the mansion like a frightened wild beast. Damn it! Han Ling cursed and turned to chase after him. Let him go. Shu Fan's voice came from behind. He didn't know when he had woken up, and was leaning against the bedroom door, looking at the messy scene in front of him. Honey! Lin Shirshir was on the verge of tears. What do we do now? They've all run away. Our whole plan is ruined. Who said the plan is over? Shu Fan laughed. He walked up to the group of dejected women and stretched. Just because the old plan is over doesn't mean we can't have a new plan. He looked at Qin Yuma and asked, what's the name of the director of that orphanage? Li Tsuehua. Okay, Shu Fan nodded. Sister Snake, Han Ling, you two go over there. Have a good talk with Director Li and get her to remember the truth. Remember, don't make too much of a fuss. I don't want to see orphanage director mysteriously disappeared on the news tomorrow. Understood. The two women exchanged a glance, both seeing a cruel smile in each other's eyes. Umo, Shirshir, Shu Fan then looked at the other two. You two, don't just sit around either. He leaned close to their ears and whispered a few words. The two women's eyes grew brighter and brighter as they listened. Honey, you're being too mean. Lin Shirshir looked at him with admiration after hearing this. To deal with someone like Xiao Chang, we have to use some extraordinary methods. Qin Yuma nodded in agreement. All right, Shu Fan clapped his hands, go and get on with your business. After everyone had left, Shu Fan leisurely picked up his car keys and went out as well. He knew that the most crucial thing right now was neither that old hag nor Xiao Chang. Instead, it was that wild cat that was frightened and hid away to lick its wounds. Chapter 38 Soothing the Little Wildcat, A New Plan. Shu Fan drove leisurely through the old town of Donghai City. He didn't have anyone follow him, nor did he use navigation. He simply relied on his instincts to navigate through narrow alleyways, many of which had broken streetlights. Finally, the car stopped in front of a tenement building that was about to be demolished. Found it. He got out of the car and went straight to the rooftop. The door to the rooftop was unlocked. As soon as I pushed it open, a gust of cold wind mixed with the smell of rain and rust rushed in. Lin Mo was sitting alone on the edge of the rooftop, his legs dangling over the edge, swinging back and forth. He was still wearing that expensive designer outfit, but it was now filthy from rain and mud, making him look even more disheveled than when he was wearing those tattered clothes before. Hearing footsteps, he turned around and saw Shu Fan. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes, but he turned back and continued to look at the city's night view. The scenery is nice. Shu Fan walked over to him and sat down in the same manner, not caring at all about getting his expensive suit dirty. Lin Mo didn't speak. Want to jump? Shu Fan offered him a cigarette. Lin Mo shook his head, took the cigarette, but didn't light it. If you don't want to die, come back with me. Shu Fan lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, the show isn't over yet. What's the point of acting anymore? Lin Mo's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. My life is a joke. From childhood to adulthood, no matter how hard I try, I can't escape it. Now, everyone knows I'm a thief, a violent maniac. What can I still act for? Who said you were a thief? Shu Fan laughed. Your current persona is a genius young master betrayed by the whole world. Don't you think this script is much more exciting than that mysterious newcomer from before? Lin Mo was stunned. He turned to look at Shu Fan, his face full of confusion. Xiao Chang wanted to ruin you, and she succeeded halfway. Shu Fan exhaled a smoke ring. She turned you into a rat that everyone hates. But she also gave you something. What? Story. Shu Fan looked at him, his eyes flashing with a kind of madness. An orphan who has nothing and has been abandoned by the whole world is suddenly revealed to be the heir of a wealthy family, only to be framed by his own relatives and ruined in the process. Don't you think this story is quite interesting? Right now, everyone in Donghai City is cursing you and sympathizing with that old hag who framed you. Tell me, what if one day the truth comes out and that old hag kneels before you, tearfully admitting that she framed you? What will those who cursed you do then? Lin Mo's breathing suddenly became rapid. They'll feel guilty, they'll go to great lengths to make it up to you. Shu Fan's voice was full of seduction. Then, you'll be the most pitiful man in the entire Donghai City. The sympathy, recognition, status you want, you'll have it all. And those who bullied you and looked down on you, Chu Fan's lips curled into a cruel smile, you can trample them all under your feet. Lin Mo looked at Chu Fan and felt as if the beast within him, suppressed for 20 years, was about to be released. Come back with me. Chu Fan stood up and extended his hand to him. I will not only let you take back everything that belongs to you. I'll make you watch that old hag headmistress get her comeuppance. When Chu Fan brought Lin Mo back to the mansion, the women in the living room all breathed a sigh of relief. Honey, you're finally back. Lin Shirshir was the first to rush over to him. All right, Chu Fan patted her bottom, let's get down to business. How's Li Tsuehua doing? It's all settled. Black Snake wiped the knife in his hand, a cruel smile on his face. Sister Han Ling and I went to pay a visit to her personally. That old hag is more obedient than anyone else now. Don't even mention making her hold a press conference, you could make her run naked right now, and she'd run faster than anyone else. Nonsense, Chu Fan nodded. Mo, sure, what about the media? Everything's arranged. Qin Yuma's eyes sparkled. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., right in front of the headquarters building of the Donghai Morning Post, we'll hold a grand confession ceremony for her. We guarantee it will be broadcast live throughout the city. Not bad. Chu Fan was very satisfied. He looked at the women in front of him who had regained their fighting spirit, then at Lin Mo beside him, who was still a little timid but whose eyes had changed, and smiled. It wasn't easy. Chu Fan's side of the game has been revitalized. Just then, Qin Yuma's phone suddenly rang sharply. She picked it up and took a look, and her face turned pale instantly. It was her informant in the police station who called. Hello? Her voice was trembling. Young miss. Something terrible has happened. A panicked man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Tsuehua. Li Tsuehua is dead. What? Just 10 minutes ago, she jumped from her own balcony and died instantly. Police have preliminarily determined it to be suicide. Clatter. Qin Yuma's phone fell to the ground. The living room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone understood. Xiao Chang, once again, beat them to it. Fuck your mother. Chu Fan stood up from the sofa and started cursing. Chapter 39. The plan collapsed? Then let's try a different approach. The living room was deathly silent. Qin Yuma's phone was still lying on the carpet, the screen lit up, displaying the news push notification of suicide out of guilt. Fuck your mother. Chu Fan's roar startled everyone. He kicked over the coffee table in front of him, shattering the cups and plates on the floor. This was the first time he had ever shown such uncontrolled anger in front of these women. You bastard. That crazy woman. Lin Shirshir was trembling with anger. How dare she? How dare she kill someone? Black Snake's eyes were chillingly cold. She didn't speak, but simply took out a metal lighter from her leather jacket, clicked it on, and watched the flickering flame, her eyes growing increasingly dangerous. Han Ling's brows furrowed tightly as she rapidly analyzed the deadlock before her. With their only witness gone, all their previous plans had instantly become worthless. The most desperate person was Lin Mo. He huddled in the corner of the sofa, hugging his knees, his eyes vacant. The glimmer of hope that had just ignited was extinguished completely by a bucket of cold water. It's over. He muttered to himself, it's all over. Seeing the chaotic scene before him, Chu Fan's anger gradually subsided. He knew that the person he couldn't afford to lose right now was himself. He walked over to Qin Yuma, pulled her up from the ground, picked up the phone, and put it back in her hand. What are you crying for? His voice was cold. What good does crying do when someone is dead? He walked up to Lin Shirshir and pinched her face, which was flushed with anger. And you, all you do is throw things. Our family is very poor, will you pay for what you break? Finally, he walked up to Black Snake and Han Ling. You two, one of you only knows how to play with fire, and the other only knows how to frown. What, are you planning to kill Xiao Chang with your eyes? The four women were stunned by his retort and couldn't say a word. Sit down properly, everyone. Chu Fan roared. The four women instinctively sat in a row on the sofa, like elementary school students waiting to be scolded. Chu Fan paced back and forth in front of them, finally stopping in front of Lin Mo. You, he said calmly, looking at the man who had completely withdrawn, raise your head. Lin Mo didn't move. I'm telling you to lift your head. Lin Mo's body trembled slightly, but he slowly raised his head. His eyes were filled with despair. Look at me, Chu Fan pointed to his eyes. Do you think it's all over? Lin Mo didn't speak, but his expression said it all. Idiot, Chu Fan cursed. He turned around and looked at the four equally dejected women. And you lot, you're all as stupid as pigs. Xiao Chang killed Li Tsuihua, which certainly cut off one of our paths. But she also gave us something. What? Qin Yuma asked subconsciously. Pity. A cold smile curled at the corners of Chu Fan's lips. An orphan who risked his reputation to uncover the truth had his only witness driven to suicide. Tell me, isn't this story tragic enough? Isn't it enough to make everyone in Donghai City feel indignant on his behalf? The four women's eyes lit up instantly. I understand. Lin Shishir was the first to react. We don't need to prove Lin Mo's innocence anymore. With Li Tsuihua's death, he is the biggest victim. What we need to do now is play the victim. Make him the most pitiful man in the world. That's right, Qin Yuma followed suit. We can use public opinion to direct all the blame at the Xiao family. We can say that Li Tsuihua was forced to her death by them. We want to make the Xiao family the object of everyone's contempt. I know this like the back of my hand. Black Snake exclaimed excitedly. I'll get my sisters to stir things up online right now. I guarantee that within a day, the Xiao family's ancestral graves will be dug up by netizens. Seeing the women who had instantly recovered their strength, Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction. The plan definitely needs to be changed. We were in the open, while the Xiao family was in the shadows. Our mistake was that we were always planning and neglected Xiao Chang. He walked to the projection screen and enlarged Lin Mo's photo. Our star project has a first step, not to make him a mysterious young nobleman, but rather a tragic figure. He looked at Lin Mo, his eyes flashing with a kind of madness. I want you to forget who you are, from this moment on. You are that orphan who was persecuted by the wealthy family, whose only witness was forced to his death. I want you to express all your pain, your anger, and your resentment. I want every woman in Donghai City who sees you to want to hold you in her arms and cherish you. Then Chu Fan's lips curled into an evil smile. When you were at your most desperate and helpless, a mysterious person, who was also being suppressed by the Xiao family, extended a helping hand to you. He pointed to himself. And that person is me. Xiao Chang, don't you like to manipulate things from behind the scenes? This time, I'll also prepare a script for her, one where the ending is unpredictable. Chapter 40 Today, our team building activity is ahead of schedule. In the following days, the tone on internet social media changed drastically. Lin Mo, the problem teenager who was condemned by everyone just a few days ago, has become the most pitiful man in the world overnight. Black Snake's online army went into overdrive. Instead of engaging in direct arguments, they changed tactics and began to passionately tell Lin Mo's tragic childhood on various forums and social media platforms. The story of losing her parents at the age of 3, being abused by the director of an orphanage, going hungry and cold, and finally being bullied by her classmates after finally getting into university, is so fabricated that it makes people sad and brings tears to their eyes. Following this, Qin Yuma also began to exert her influence. Through some internal channels, she inadvertently leaked a report on Dean Li Tsuihua's financial problems, implying that she had embezzled public funds and lived a life of extravagance. Finally, Lin Shishir's family's Tianying Entertainment stepped in. They found several influential self-media figures best known for their emotional manipulation, especially the influential figure Sima Jiao, and compiled this evidence into a tear-jerking short video with a somber background music. The title was, The Truth. Behind the dean who was driven to death was a young man whose life was ruined by a wealthy family. This combination of tactics was extremely effective. The online sentiment has taken a complete 180-degree turn. Holy crap! Did we insult the wrong person? Lin Mo is so pitiful. I knew that old woman didn't seem like a good person. Turns out she really is a bad one. The Xiao family is utterly despicable. They'd resort to such underhanded tactics to deal with an orphan. Boycott the Xiao family. For a time, voices sympathizing with Lin Mo and cursing the Xiao family became the mainstream online. A top-floor luxury residence in a prime location. Cheers! Lin Shishir, holding a glass of champagne, blushed with excitement. Sisters, the internet is full of people calling the Xiao family gangsters. Their stock hit the daily limit down again today. This is just the first step, Qin Yuma said, though she was also quite happy. She remained relatively calm. That woman, Xiao Chang, won't let this go so easily. What's there to be afraid of? Black Snake took a sip of her drink and sneered, "If she dares to play dirty tricks again, I'll make her cheapskate brothers sing Conquer live on the streets of Paris." As the women were chatting happily, Chu Fan yawned and walked out of the bedroom. "What's all the noise about?" He rubbed his eyes, looking like he hadn't slept well. "Opening champagne to celebrate so early in the morning? Aren't you afraid of waking up the neighbors downstairs?" "Honey." Lin Shishir immediately clung to him, hugging his arm and acting coquettishly, "We won a great victory. You have to reward us properly." "Okay." Chu Fan pinched her cheek, then looked at the other women beside him who were also looking expectant. Holding the little blue sildenafil tablet in his hand, he smiled and said, "Tonight, let us continue our team building and have an in-depth exchange on our successful experience this time." Just then, Lin Shishir's phone suddenly rang sharply. She picked it up and saw that it was a call from her father. "Hey, Dad, what?" Lin Shishir's face turned deathly pale again at a speed visible to the naked eye. "How is that possible? We've been working with Global Shipping for over a decade. How dare they unilaterally break the contract?" "I see." She hung up the phone, completely stunned. The champagne glass in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter and shattered. Sure. What's wrong?" Shin Yuma was the first to notice that something was wrong. "It's over." Lin Shishir's voice trembled, and tears streamed down her face. "Global Shipping terminated their contract with us." "What?" All the women present, except for Xiaoya, who was completely unaware of what was going on, were stunned. They all knew that Global Shipping was the Lin family's largest overseas partner, and half of the Lin family's business depended on their shipping routes. Now that they had suddenly terminated the contract, it was a devastating blow to the Lin family. "It must have been Xiao Chang who did it," Shin Yuma said through gritted teeth. "Global Shipping has Wall Street capital behind it. The Xiao family's influence overseas is much greater than we imagined. Then, what do we do?" Lin Shishir panicked completely, tears streaming down her face. "My dad said the company's losses this time are at least hundreds of billions. Our family is going bankrupt." Seeing the usually boisterous Miss Lin crying like a child, the other women felt bad too. For the first time, they realized that in the face of real financial giants, their methods, which they were so proud of, seemed like child's play. Chu Fan sighed. He didn't spout any grand business principles, nor did he analyze the situation. He simply walked over and pulled Lin Shishir, who was crying so hard she was almost unconscious, into his arms. "Why are you crying?" He gently patted her back, his voice tender. "Even if the sky falls, I'll still hold it up for you. But, we're going to run out of money." "It's better if you're broke," Chu Fan laughed. "Perfect, I'll take care of you from now on." He lowered his head and gently kissed the corner of Lin Shishir's tear-filled eye. "Don't be afraid," his voice carried a reassuring magic, "I'm here." Without saying anything more, he simply carried the still sobbing Lin Shishir into the bedroom on a princess carry. He turned and looked at the several equally bewildered women in the living room. "Come in. Today, our team building activity has been brought forward. I need to comfort my little darlings who have been wronged." After saying that, he paused for a moment and swallowed all 10 tablets of sildenafil. Chapter 41: The Women's Crazy Plan. In Chu Fan's bedroom, the atmosphere, which had started with despair, gradually became somewhat strange. At first, Lin Shishir was sobbing uncontrollably in his arms, like a little wife who had suffered a great injustice. But as Chu Fan's comforting gestures became faster and faster, the crying gradually changed its tone. Shin Yuma, He Shi, and Han Ling, standing outside the door, looked at each other, their expressions somewhat awkward. "Ahem," Shin Yuma cleared her throat, "what time is it, and you're still having team building? What do you know?" Black Snake chuckled, a fiery glint in his eyes. "A man should be given the greatest support in times like these. Physical support is also support." Han Ling didn't speak, but the slight redness on her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. I don't know how much time passed before the bedroom door opened. Chu Fan walked out looking refreshed, followed by 4 women with flushed cheeks and moist eyes. "This medicine is fucking amazing," Chu Fan said, rubbing his aching back. Especially Lin Shishir, although her eyes were still swollen, the disoriented look was gone, replaced by a kind of reckless madness. "Please sit down." Chu Fan sat down in the main seat of the sofa and patted the seats on either side of him. The 4 women naturally gathered around, each one looking as if they had just been recharged, their energy completely transformed. "You've cried, you've comforted them," Chu Fan looked at them. "Now, let us talk about how to deal with that crazy woman, shall we? What else can we do?" Lynn Schercher gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. Global shipping is Wall Street capital. Our family's overseas connections can't touch them at all. A head-on confrontation is like throwing an egg against a rock. Then let us not touch the rocks, Shin Yuma's eyes sharpened. We can find a bigger rock and smash them. What's the meaning? Those people on Wall Street aren't a monolithic group, Shin Yuma calmly analyzed. Worldwide shipping is backed by the Morgan Group, and the Morgan Group's arch-rival is Rockefeller. We can't beat Morgan, but we can beat Rockefeller. Lynn Schercher's eyes lit up instantly. I get it. She slapped her thigh. We'll go find Rockefeller. We'll sell them our shipping line in South America, ships and cargo, at half price. There's only one condition: they have to help us destroy world wanderers. That's a ruthless move, Black Snake chuckled sinisterly. It's called using one tiger to devour another. But Rockefeller and his cronies are cunning as foxes. Why would they help us? The price we offered is low enough. A gambler's madness gleamed in Lynn Schercher's eyes. My father worked hard all his life to get where he is today. I can't watch the Lin family end up like this. I support you, Han Ling stated succinctly. That is not enough, Chu Fan added slowly, further fueling their plans. If we're going to play, let us play big. He looked at Lynn Schercher and said, tell your dad that the shipping line can be sold, but not at half price, it's a tenth of the original price. What? Lynn Schercher was stunned. A 90% discount? That means we're losing a fortune? Loss? Chu Fan laughed. Tell the Rockefellers that we don't want money. We just want worldwide shipping dead. And we also want them to agree to completely block all of the Shao family's businesses overseas. Furthermore, Chu Fan's lips curled into a wicked smile. Tell them that after this is done, I, Chu Fan, can owe them a favor. Your favor? Black Snake was the first to scoff, looking Chu Fan up and down with suspicion in her eyes. Give me a break. Do people of Rockefeller's stature need your favor? In their eyes, you're just a pretty boy with no money. What can you do? Sister Snake, you're oversimplifying things. Shin Yuma pushed up her glasses and calmly explained, for a family like the Rockefellers, money is just a number. What they value is the future and the legacy. An SSS-level bloodline is like a mobile gold mine to them, a strategic weapon that can change the family's genes. That's right. Lynn Schercher chimed in, proudly stating, this is called venture capital. And it's the kind that guarantees a profit. My dad said that if we can build a good relationship with an SSS-level bloodline, it's worth it, even if it's a free shipping line, let alone a 10% discount. Chu Fan listened to their analysis and smiled with satisfaction. You see, my wives have good taste, he concluded. So, just tell them that. They understand. Husband Lynn Schercher looked at Chu Fan, her eyes reddening again. She knew that Chu Fan was gambling with his own life for the future of their Lin family. Alright, stop crying, Chu Fan pinched her cheek. Go call your dad and tell him to get it done quickly. Meanwhile, at the Shao family manor, Xiao Chang also received a report from her subordinates. Young miss, the Lin family sold their most important overseas shipping route to Rockefeller at a 90% discount. What? With a crack, Xiao Chang crushed the wineglass in her hand. For the first time, she felt that things were a little beyond her control. Chapter 42: A high-stakes gamble. A woman from Wall Street. The next morning, Chu Fan was awakened by the loud clattering of a keyboard. He opened his eyes, and good heavens, the living room had been transformed into a wartime command post. Shin Yuma and Lynn Schercher, both women with large dark circles under their eyes and bloodshot eyes, were frantically working on several laptops. Honey! You're awake! As soon as Lynn Schercher saw him, she rushed over and buried her face in his chest, nuzzling him. My dad agreed. He said that as long as we can destroy the Shao family, he'll give us anything, not just a 10% discount, but free. However, Rockefeller sent someone over to talk to you in person. Oh? Chu Fan became interested. Who did you send? I don't know, Lynn Schercher shook her head. They just said it's a high-ranking representative who will arrive this afternoon. Okay, I'll wait. While things were calm on Chu Fan's side, a monstrous storm was brewing on Xiao Chang's side. What did you say? As Xiao Chang listened to her subordinates report over the phone, a look of shock appeared on her usually expressionless face for the first time. The Lin family sold their shipping line to Rockefeller? And at a whopping 90% of the original price? Yes, Mississippi. And their additional condition is that Rockefeller impose a complete blacklist on us overseas. Smack. Xiao Chang squeezed the Shanghai housewife's milk tea in her hand so hard that it sprayed all over her. Chu Fan. She gritted her teeth, squeezing out the two words, good. Very good. I really underestimated you. She never expected that Chu Fan would dare to use her as a gamble to leverage Wall Street's capital. Miss, the subordinate on the other end of the phone asked cautiously, what do we do now? Rockefeller has already started making moves, and the stocks of several of our overseas subsidiaries have begun to plummet. What's the panic? Xiao Chang took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. For now, let's ignore the overseas business. Let them crash. Doesn't Chu Fan like to play the cut off the fuel supply game? Xiao Chang's eyes turned incredibly sinister. Then I'll show him what it really means to have your backyard on fire. She hung up the phone and dialed another number. Hello, it's me. Get the people from the Industry and Commerce Bureau, Tax Bureau, and Fire Department all mobilized. Starting today, I want all companies in Donghai City that have business dealings with the Lin family, the Qin family, and the Snake Hall to cease operations and undergo rectification. I want to make them truly isolated. In the afternoon, at the top-floor luxury residence of Yiping Jiangshan, Chu Fan was having an in-depth conversation with several women in the living room when the doorbell rang. I'll open it. Lin Shishir volunteered, jumping off the sofa and running to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a blonde woman wearing a white Versace suit and 10-centimeter high heels stood in the doorway with her arms crossed and an impatient look on her face. She was extremely beautiful, the kind of striking, Western beauty that was almost aggressive. She had bright blue eyes, a high-bridged nose, full lips, and an incredibly voluptuous figure. I'm looking for Chu Fan. She spoke in fluent Chinese, but her tone was full of arrogance. Lin Shishir was immediately displeased. Who are you? What do you want with my husband? You're one of his wives? The blonde woman looked her up and down, her eyes full of disdain. You're all right looking, but a bit petite. As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her impressive chest. You! Lin Shishir was so angry that her face turned green, and she was about to start a fight with her on the spot. All right, let her in. Chu Fan's voice came from the living room. The blonde woman pushed Lin Shishir aside and walked in, her high heels clicking on the floor. She glanced around at the several beautiful women in the living room, each with their own unique charm, and finally fixed her gaze on the man lounging lazily on the sofa. You're Chu Fan? It's me. My name is Isabella. The blonde woman walked up to him, looking down at him. I'm a representative of the Rockefeller family. I'm here to see if your favor is worth a shipping line. As she spoke, she naturally sat down next to Chu Fan, and deliberately crossed her legs. Her long legs, wrapped in black stockings, dazzled people under the light. Did you figure it out? Chu Fan smiled. Not yet, Isabella said with a playful smile, but I am quite interested in your body. As she spoke, her fingers began to wander off, reaching for Chu Fan's thigh. Chu Fan didn't dodge. Instead, he grabbed her hand. My body is very expensive, he said, holding Isabella's soft, boneless hand and whispering seductively in her ear, if you want to inspect the goods, you'll have to see if you can afford the price. Isabella's body trembled violently. She felt an irresistible, masculine aura that instantly enveloped her. Name, Isabella Rockefeller. Age, 25. Measurements, 98-60-96. Status, outwardly arrogant, but inwardly stirred by the host's SSS-level bloodline aura, generating a strong curiosity and desire to conquer. Affection level, 60. Interest generated. Hidden information, as one of the family's most outstanding heirs, she is extremely controlling and has never experienced being suppressed by a man. Looking into Chu Fan's mischievous eyes, she felt for the first time that she might have gone a little too far. Just then, Lin Shishir's phone rang sharply again. She picked it up and looked at it, and her face turned pale instantly. Honey. Something terrible has happened. Our three largest suppliers in China have just announced at the same time that they are terminating their cooperation with us. Chapter 43: The Foreign Girls Transaction, A New Battlefield. Lin Shishir's words, "the cooperation has been terminated," were like a thunderbolt, stunning everyone in the living room. What? Qin Yumao was the first to react, snatching the phone away. All three major suppliers have backed out? How is that possible? What about the contracts? Aren't they afraid of the penalties for breach of contract? What are you afraid of? Lin Shishir cried so hard she was almost sobbing. That crazy woman Xiao Chang must have promised them even more. Now half of our family's factory has to shut down. Dad said, we can only hold on for another week at most. Black Snake and Han Ling's expressions were extremely grim. They both knew that Xiao Chang's move was more ruthless than any of her previous moves. Cutting off their overseas revenue streams would only severely damage the Lin family. But severing their domestic foundation would be the death of the Lin family. The blonde woman named Isabella acted as if nothing had happened, slowly picking up the glass of red wine on the table and gently swirling it. Tsk tisk, she looked at the disoriented women in front of her, a mocking smile playing on her lips. I thought you were all capable. Turns out, this is all you're good for? Shut up. Lin Shishir turned around and yelled at her, you stinky foreign woman. You have no right to speak here. Oh? Isabella wasn't angry at all. Instead, she laughed even more heartily. You have no right to speak? Then you can just wait to go bankrupt. As far as I know, Xiao Chang's next step is to get the banks to withdraw their loans. At that time, you won't even have a place to cry. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuma and Lin Shishir's faces turned even paler. Xu Fan sighed as he looked at the scene before him. He stood up from the sofa, walked over to Lin Shishir who was still crying, and picked her up in his arms. Stop crying, he said, patting her bottom as he walked towards the bedroom. The sky hasn't fallen yet. Besides, even if the Lin family really goes bankrupt, I'll still support you, won't I? He threw Lin Shishir onto the bed and then looked back at the women in the living room. Come in, all of you. The atmosphere in the bedroom was a little strange. Xu Fan sat on the edge of the bed like a big shot, surrounded by 4 women who looked like defeated roosters. All right, Xu Fan chuckled, looking at their dejected expressions. Why are you all looking so gloomy? It's just a few suppliers being cut off. It's no big deal. This isn't big enough? Lin Shishir almost cried again. Shut up. Xu Fan glared at her. He looked at Isabella. You, from the Rockefeller family, have a way, right? Isabella paused for a moment, then laughed. Why should I help you? Because helping us is helping yourself. Xu Fan looked at her, his eyes full of confidence. The Xiao family is backed by Morgan. Don't you Rockefellers know how many years you've been fighting with them? Now that there is an opportunity to make Morgan suffer a big setback in the Chinese market, do you think your boss wouldn't be tempted? Isabella's smile gradually faded. She discovered that the man in front of her was much smarter than she had thought. Even if we were willing to help, Isabella crossed her legs, her long legs in black stockings shimmering under the light. What would we get in return? Don't forget, you haven't repaid your favor yet. Benefits? Xu Fan smiled. He stood up, walked step by step to Isabella, bent down, and whispered in her ear. The benefit is, he said, his voice carrying an irresistible allure, that if you help me sort this out, I'll let you inspect the goods tonight. Isabella's body trembled violently. For the first time, panic appeared in her bright blue eyes. What do you mean? It's nothing, Xu Fan straightened up, looking down at her with a wicked smile. Weren't you very interested in my body? Tonight, I'll give you a chance. As long as you can satisfy me. Looking into Xu Fan's provocative eyes, Isabella felt her blood boiling. In her 25 years of life, this was the first time a man had dared to speak to her like that. Fine, she gritted her teeth, squeezing out the 2 words, it's a deal. Meanwhile, at the Xiao family manor, Xiao Chang also received a report from her subordinates. Miss, there seems to be no movement from the Lin family. Lin Shishir went back to Xu Fan's residence in tears and hasn't come out yet. Oh? Xiao Chang held a cup of coffee, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Looks like she's run out of tricks and can only hide in a man's arms and cry. So, what's our next step? No rush, Xiao Chang shook her head, let the bullets fly a little longer. Xu Fan. I'd like to see how you, a toothless tiger, can fight me without these women's money. Chapter 44. Foreign girls are just different. The atmosphere in the bedroom was colder than ice. Lin Shishir's words, the cooperation has been terminated, left all the women in the room dumbfounded. Bastard! Black Snake was the first to react, kicking the bedside table. That crazy woman Xiao Chang, is she trying to wipe us all out? It's over, it's all over. Lin Shishir collapsed on the bed, tears welling up again. If the factory shuts down and the banks withdraw their loans, our family will really go bankrupt. Xin Yuma and Han Ling's expressions were extremely grim. They both knew that Xiao Chang's move had struck them where it hurt most. Only Isabella remained unfazed. She leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching the disoriented women with interest. That's it? Her bright blue eyes were filled with undisguised contempt. I thought you guys were all that capable. Turns out, all you can do is cry when someone chokes you? Shut the fuck up. Lin Shishir turned around and yelled at her, it's easy for you to talk when you're not the one suffering. Of course you're not worried if your company isn't going bankrupt. What's the use of being anxious? Isabella laughed. What good is just crying? Will tears scare Xiao Chang away, or make the suppliers change their minds? You. Alright, everyone, say less. Chu Fan's voice came lazily from the bed. He yawned, sat up, and acted as if the sky were falling and it wouldn't concern him at all. They all look like defeated roosters. What kind of appearance is that? He looked at the women in front of him and shook his head. Instead of offering advice, he threw off the covers, got out of bed shirtless, and walked up to Isabella. He grabbed Isabella's chin, forcing her to look at him. Do you still stand by what you just said? Isabella was stunned for a moment, then she understood. Looking into Chu Fan's aggressive eyes, she felt her heart skip a beat. Of course, she licked her lips, a hint of provocation in her voice. As long as you can satisfy me tonight, I'd be willing to help you buy the Morgan Group, let alone a few suppliers. Good. Chu Fan released her, turned around, and walked back to the bedside. He stopped looking at Isabella and instead focused his gaze on Xin Yuma, Black Snake, and Han Ling. Did all three of you hear that? The three women looked at each other, none of them understanding what he was up to. From now on, Chu Fan's lips curled into a wicked smile. Your mission is not to fight against Xiao Shang, but fight against her. He pointed at Isabella. Tonight, let us have an internal competition, Chu Fan said slowly. The four of you who can last until the end will be the winner tonight. As for the reward. He paused, a wicked smile spreading across his face. The winner can make any request of me. And the loser will have to take responsibility for resolving the Lin family's supplier issues. The women looked at each other, thinking they had misheard. Lin Shishir was the first to object. Honey. What kind of time is this to be making jokes like this? Who's joking with you? Chu Fan said innocently. I'm just trying to improve your teamwork and competitive spirit. Xin Yuma's face turned pale with anger. You're shameless. To deal with shameless people, you have to use even more shameless methods. Chu Fan shrugged. What, you don't dare? Black Snake and Han Ling exchanged a glance, both seeing a burning fighting spirit in each other's eyes. They were all competitive, especially when faced with Isabella, the unexpected challenger who had suddenly appeared, which only fueled their competitive spirit. All right. Black Snake was the first to speak. She unzipped her leather jacket, revealing her stunning curves. I'll show her what home advantage really means today. I have no objection. Han Ling also took off her coat, revealing her explosively muscular physique. Only Xin Yuma was still hesitating. UMO, Chu Fan looked at her with a mischievous smile. If you don't participate, then tonight you 1T get a spot. Xin Yuma's face flushed red instantly. She gritted her teeth, and finally, slowly unbuttoned her shirt. A business crisis that threatened the very survival of the Lin family inexplicably turned into a fierce competition for the emperor's favor. After an unknown amount of time, this fierce internal competition finally came to an end. Isabella nestled in Chu Fan's arms like a lump of soft mud. In her bright blue eyes, there was no trace of her previous arrogance, only a dazed look and a hint of worship. For the first time in her 25 years of life, she was completely conquered by a man, body and soul. Meanwhile, Xin Yuma, Lin Shishir, Heishi, and Han Ling, the four losers, were lying paralyzed on their beds, looking like wilted eggplants, not wanting to move a single finger. Chu Fan was also filled with emotion, thinking to himself that this foreign woman was indeed different. Whether it was her physical structure or her reactions, she was clearly different from the local women. That wildness of hers was really intoxicating. Seeing the queen who was just a moment ago so high and mighty now lying obediently in his arms like a kitten, the feeling of conquest was even better than earning billions. Now, he patted Isabella's pert backside lazily. Can we talk about how to resolve this, my winner? Isabella took a breath, her voice soft and seductive. Simple. If Xiao Chang can bribe your suppliers, can't we buy those suppliers out of our own acquisition? Xin Yuma was taken aback. How much money would that cost? And they certainly wouldn't sell easily. They will, Isabella laughed, a smile brimming with capitalist confidence. I'll get the family's legal and financial teams involved right away. Tomorrow morning, I'll have the owners of those 3 companies begging us to acquire them. She paused, then added, of course, the first thing we'll do after the acquisition is fire them all. Meanwhile, at the Xiao family manor, Xiao Chang also received a report from her subordinates. Young miss, there seems to be no movement from the Lin family. However, Isabella from the Rockefeller family hasn't come out since she entered Chu Fan's room. Oh? Xiao Chang held a cup of coffee, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Looks like she's been slept with by that kid. Every time he thinks he's so shrewd, but somehow he just doesn't seem to understand things. Everything he's done is under my control. So, what's our next step? No rush, Xiao Chang shook her head, let the bullets fly a little longer. Chu Fan. I'd like to see what else you're good for besides pleasing women, you pretty boy. Chapter 45. Where was the bottle stuffed? The next day, thanks to Isabella's powerful capital operations, the 3 suppliers who had betrayed the Lin family couldn't even last a day and cried out that they had to sell the company. The Lin family's crisis has been temporarily averted. The atmosphere in the luxurious mansion of Yiping Jiangshan was unusually relaxed. Come on, let's celebrate our successful counterattack. Lin Shisher excitedly opened a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Isabella, you're amazing. From now on, you're my older sister. Isabella leaned back on the sofa, sipping red wine and enjoying the shoulder and leg massages from Qin Yuma and Han Ling, looking completely content. So easy, she glanced at the black snake feeding Chu Fan fruit beside her. But when will your star-making project begin? It'll be soon, Qin Yuma said. Yin Shuyao has already hyped up Lin Mo's tragic persona, and now there are voices of sympathy for him all over the internet. We're just waiting for the right moment for him to accidentally meet Chu Fan and stage a melodramatic scene of brothers recognizing each other. Yin Shuyao? Isabella was a little unfamiliar with this name. Oh, she is our Truman, propaganda minister, Lin Shisher explained, a very capable sister who is also beautiful and has a big bust. Just then, Lin Shisher's phone suddenly rang sharply. She picked it up and saw that it was a call from Yin Shuyao. Hey, Shuyao, what's up? Is it about the publicity again? Before she could finish speaking, a terrified scream suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Help, help me. President. I'm here. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. Something's happened. Lin Shisher's face turned pale instantly. Damn it. Black Snake was the first to react, grabbing the machete from the table. How dare she touch my people? Investigate. Investigate right now. Find out where she was last seen. Half an hour later, in Donghai City, on the 3rd basement floor of the Meiya Club. This is the dirtiest and darkest place in the entire Donghai City. Yin Shuyao was woken up by a bucket of cold water and found herself tied to a chair. A woman dressed provocatively and wearing heavy makeup sat in front of her. The woman held a cigarette between her fingers and was observing her with interest. Awake? The woman exhaled a smoke ring, her voice both husky and seductive. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ninth Sister, and I'm the owner here. Who are you? Why are you arresting me? Although Yin Shuyao was scared, she still tried to remain calm. For no reason, Ninth Sister laughed, a cruel laugh, just because you are Chu Fan's woman. She stood up, walked up to Yin Shuyao, and pinched her chin. She's really good looking and has a great figure. It's a pity she married the wrong person. Our young lady said, Ninth Sister's eyes turned incredibly sinister, that she wants everyone around Chu Fan to disappear, one by one. You are the first. She winked at her burly henchman beside her. Let her warm up her voice and give Chu Fan a grand opening gift. A first-class empire. Found it. Black Snake's eyes turned red as he looked at the location on his phone. The last location was at the Enchanting Night Club. That's Ninth Sister's territory. That crazy woman is Xiao Chang's dog. I'll take my men there right now. It's too late. Han Ling, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Her voice was cold. She connected her phone to the screen mirroring system in the living room. On the screen is a link to a live stream. Click to open. The scene shows a private room in the Enchanting Night Club. Yin Shuyao was pinned to the ground by several women, while Ninth Sister was forcing an opened bottle of strong liquor down her throat. Drink. Give it to me. Yin Shuyao struggled desperately, but it was no use. The spicy liquor poured down her throat, choking her and causing her to cough violently, tears and snot streaming down her face. No. I won't drink. Still dare to be stubborn? Ninth sister laughed. She threw away the empty bottle and picked up another unopened one from the side. She didn't open the bottle, but instead, inserted it directly into her lower area. In the scene, Ninth sister showed no pity on her face. Instead, she revealed a cruel yet excited expression because of Yin Shuyao's excruciating pain, and even a twisted smile appeared on her lips. But the inhuman, piercing scream that came from the private room was clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone in the living room through the cell phone. The air in the living room seemed to freeze. All the women were stunned. They had considered that Xiao Chang would retaliate, but they never expected that her revenge would be so cruel and inhumane. Clatter. It was Chu Fan's phone that had fallen to the ground. He slowly stood up, his face expressionless. But everyone felt an unprecedented, chilling killing intent emanating wildly from him. Husband Lin Shishir wanted to go up and pull him, but she was too scared to move because of his cold eyes. Chu Fan remained silent. He simply walked back to his bedroom silently. When he came out again, he had a gun in his hand. That was Han Ling's treasured possession, a modified, Black Desert Eagle. Chapter 46. You little brat, you little pale purple. Chu Fan held the Black Desert Eagle without saying a word. But all the women in the living room could feel that the air seemed to have frozen. Husband Lin Shishir wanted to go up and pull him, but she was too scared to move because of his cold eyes. Han Ling, Chu Fan finally spoke, his voice terribly hoarse. You know how to use this thing, right? Han Ling nodded, took the gun from his hand, and skillfully checked the magazine and safety. Meeting. Okay, Chu Fan looked at her, then at the Black Snake and Xia Qi beside him. Get ready, let us go out. Where to? Black Snake asked, her machete already itching for a bite. Go to Mega. Chu Fan's lips curled into a cruel smile. Go and demand justice for Yin Shuyao. Half an hour later, 3 black minivans pulled up in front of the Glamour nightclub. The car door opened. Chu Fan was the first to come down. He was wearing a simple black t-shirt, but the murderous aura emanating from his very bones made the legs of the thugs guarding the entrance tremble. Immediately afterwards, Han Ling, Black Snake, and Xiaoya, the 3 women, also got out of the car. Han Ling changed into a black, tight-fitting combat suit and carried a long, rectangular violin case in her hand. Black Snake was still wearing the same leather jacket, but now he had a sharpened fire axe in his hand. Xiaoya was dressed in an inconspicuous tracksuit, but her empty eyes said it all. Ladies, we're not open for business tonight. A daring thug tried to stop him, trembling. Roll. Han Ling only said one word. The next second, the violin case in her hand suddenly opened, and she swiftly assembled the parts of a sniper rifle that was not yet fully assembled. With a crack, the butt of the rifle slammed into the face of the thug. Ah! The thug screamed and collapsed, his face covered in blood. Damn! Someone's causing trouble. Dozens of thugs wielding steel pipes rushed out of the club in an instant. Han Ling, lead the way. Chu Fan lit a cigarette and slowly took a puff. Black Snake, clear the area. Xiaoya, find Ninth sister. Yes. 3 women, from 3 different directions, rushed into the crowd. Han Ling was the fastest. She didn't use a gun, she just held the long barrel in her hand. With each swing, she accurately struck a thug's joint, instantly rendering them unable to fight and leaving them lying on the ground howling in pain. Black Snake was the fiercest. She wielded her fire axe with incredible speed and power. She didn't chop people, she used the back of the axe, smashing the thugs one by one until their bones were broken and they were unrecognizable. The scariest one was Xiaoya. She didn't know how to fight at all, but she would pick up half a brick from the ground and smash it on people's heads. Her reckless madness scared even the most seasoned thugs into retreating. Chu Fan watched from behind, his heart pounding with delight. Damn, this girl's fighting style is so honest. Everyone else uses knives, spears, and clubs, but she's going straight for bricks? This approach is so wild, but I love it. Chu Fan acted as if nothing had happened, smoking a cigarette as he followed behind them, step by step, into the club. At his feet lay a groaning thug. On the 3rd basement level, in that abusive private room, Ninth sister was sitting with her legs crossed, smoking a cigarette while admiring her masterpiece. Yin Shuyao was still tied to a chair, had already fainted, and was covered in injuries, looking utterly wretched. Young miss is really something, Ninth sister said slowly, exhaling a smoke ring. Why not just kill her directly? Why go through all this trouble? Before she could finish speaking, boom! With a loud bang, the heavy door to the private room was kicked open from the outside. Ninth sister was startled, turned around, and was dumbfounded. Chu Fan stood at the door, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his face expressionless. Behind him were 3 women covered in blood. You all. Ninth sister was so frightened that she dropped the cigarette in her hand. She tried to press the alarm under the table, but it was too late. A dark shadow flashed by, and Xiaoya appeared in front of her. Ninth sister was a woman who had seen a lot in life. Although she was panicking inside, she still managed to maintain a calm demeanor. She glanced at Xiaoya disdainfully, then shifted her gaze to Chu Fan, scoffing, "Oh, isn't this the handsome Chu? What, bringing your harem here to show off? Too bad, you're just a useless coward who only knows how to hide behind women. What good are you besides having a pretty face?" She glanced at Black Snake and Han Ling again, her eyes full of contempt, "And you lot, all of you look decent enough, but instead of serving men properly, you come here to fight and kill. You're a disgrace to women. What, do you think you can become a phoenix by following this pretty boy? Don't dream. In my eyes, you're just a bunch of brainless lapdogs. You're asking for it." Black Snake was the first to get angry, grabbing a fire axe and heading up. But Xiaoya was faster than her. As soon as Ninth Sister finished speaking, Xiaoya's empty eyes instantly filled with a violent killing intent. Without using a weapon, she directly rammed her head into Ninth Sister's arms. Bang! You idiot! You pale purple brat! I'll kill you! Ninth Sister was forced back by Xiaoya's reckless fighting style, her cigarette flying out of her hand. Before she could react, Xiaoya opened her mouth and bit her shoulder. Ah! Ninth Sister let out a scream, feeling as if a chunk of her flesh was about to be bitten off. She tried to push Xiaoya away, but found that this seemingly frail girl was incredibly strong, like a mad dog. You fucking, let me go! Chu Fan ignored her. He walked up to Yin Shuyao, untied the ropes binding her, and gently draped his coat over her shoulders. He carried the unconscious Yin Shuyao to the door and handed her over to Lin Shishir and Qin Yuma, who were waiting outside. Take her to the hospital, he said softly, to find the best doctor and the best medicine. After the 2 women left with Yin Shuyao, Chu Fan turned around and walked back to the private room. He closed the door and locked it. Then, looking at Ninth Sister, who was half dead from Xiaoya's bite, he laughed. Now, he walked up to Ninth Sister, reached out, and gently patted her heavily made-up face. It's our turn to have a good chat. He turned around and glanced at Black Snake and Han Ling. Which of you 2 wants to go first? Black Snake and Han Ling exchanged a glance, both seeing a cruel smile in each other's eyes. I'll go first. Black Snake threw the fire axe on the ground, cracked his knuckles, making a series of crackling sounds. I recently just learned some new massage techniques. Han Ling then took out a roll of thin steel wire from the violin case. I like to do things that are delicate. Looking at the 2 women in front of her, who were smiling like devils, and the man sitting on the sofa, watching everything with a cold expression, Ninth Sister knew that she was finished. Soon, a wail 100 times more piercing than Yin Shuyao's earlier screams echoed from the private room. Chapter 47: Torturing Ninth Sister. Inside the private room, Ninth Sister was pinned to the ground by Xiaoya Achi and couldn't move. Looking at the menacing figures before her, especially the man sitting on the sofa who was coldly staring at her, she knew she was doomed. I'll go first. Black Snake threw the fire axe on the ground, cracked his knuckles, making a series of crack sounds. I recently just learned some new massage techniques. Han Ling then took out a roll of thin steel wire from the violin case. I like to do things that are delicate. Looking at the 2 women in front of her, who were smiling like devils, and the man sitting on the sofa, watching everything with a cold expression, Ninth Sister knew that she was finished. Soon, a wail 100 times more piercing than Yin Shuyao's earlier screams echoed from the private room. Chu Fan didn't say anything, he just watched quietly, smoking. He walked up to Ninth Sister, squatted down, and gently patted her heavily made-up face with the cigarette in his hand. Does it hurt? He asked. Ninth Sister was trembling all over, her teeth were chattering, and she couldn't speak. This is nothing, Chu Fan laughed. He stood up and waved to Black Snake and Han Ling. Alright, you 2 take a break. I'll take over. The 2 women exchanged a glance and then stepped aside. Chu Fan walked up to Ninth Sister and ripped open her revealing dress. Ah! Ninth Sister screamed and instinctively tried to block with her hand. What are you blocking? Chu Fan laughed, a cruel laugh. Don't you like to let people warm up their voices? Today, I'll let you warm up your voice too. He stripped ninth sister naked, piece by piece. Then, like walking a dog, he dragged her to the center of the private room. Lie down, he commanded. Ninth sister dared not disobey and humiliatedly lay prostrate on the cold floor. Shufan plopped down on her back, holding a glass of freshly poured red wine in his hand. Giddy up! He slapped ninth sister's bottom, the crisp sound particularly loud in the quiet private room. As he rode on her back, he slowly poured the red wine from his glass down her neck, drop by drop. The icy liquor slowly flowed down her smooth back, raising goosebumps all over her body. Is it fun? Shufan's voice was like the devil's whisper. Ninth sister gritted her teeth and remained silent. Pretty tough, huh? Shufan chuckled. He stubbed out his cigarette, then pressed the still sparkling but hard against her snow-white back. Sizzle. A smell of burnt flesh filled the air instantly. Ah! Ninth sister let out a scream that was not human, and her body began to struggle violently. Don't move. Shufan's voice was cold. He got off her, walked up to Han Ling, and took a bright red leather whip from her hand. Han Ling, he handed the whip to Han Ling, it's your turn. Han Ling took the whip and walked up to ninth sister. She didn't say anything, but just flicked her wrist. Smack! With a crisp crack, the whip drew a graceful arc in the air and struck ninth sister's buttocks hard. A bloodstain appeared instantly. Ah! Ninth sister let out another scream. But strangely, this time, her scream seemed to have taken on a different flavor. Her body was no longer simply struggling because of pain. Instead, it began to twitch slightly. A strange sensation surged up from her tailbone, making her feel hot, itchy, and numb all over. Smack! Another lash. Ninth sister let out a suppressed groan. She felt like she was going crazy. Black Snake, watching from the side, sensed something was amiss. She walked over, grabbed ninth sister's hair, and lifted her face up. You bitch! You know how to enjoy yourself, huh? Slap! Slap! She slapped ninth sister hard across the face twice. Speak! Black Snake's eyes were like those of someone who wanted to devour someone. What other tricks has that crazy woman, Xiao Chang, prepared? Ninth sister was so badly beaten that she saw stars and blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. The physical pain and the strange psychological sensations intertwined, completely destroying her will. I'll tell you. She finally broke down, young miss. Young miss. She spent a fortune hiring people from the Mad Dog Gang. The Mad Dog Gang? Han Ling's expression changed for the first time. She sent the Mad Dog Gang to cause trouble at Truman's fan meeting tomorrow. The bigger the trouble, the better. Try to get the fans into some trouble. Chapter 48: The Mad Dog's Trap, and the Women's Countermeasures. Inside the private room, ninth sister lay sprawled on the floor like a lump of mud, completely still. The atmosphere in the living room was so awkward it could freeze you to death. The Mad Dog Gang. Han Ling's face turned so ugly for the first time. That crazy woman Xiao Chang is playing with fire and getting burned. What the hell is the Mad Dog Gang? Lin Shishir, though sensing something was amiss, was still somewhat unconvinced. Are they that good at fighting? Are they as good as Han Ling's people? This isn't a question of whether we can fight. Black Snake's eyes also became extremely serious. She sheathed her machete. The Mad Dog Gang isn't just thugs, they're lunatics. They do things without rules and without regard for their lives. If they cause trouble at the fan meeting, someone will definitely die. Xin Yuma's face also turned pale. Once someone dies, especially in a large-scale incident, things will be impossible to suppress. At that point, not only us, but even my father will be implicated. Xiao Chang's move is to drag us all down with her. Xiao Chang's plan was like a giant net, trapping them all inside. No matter how much they struggled, it seemed they couldn't escape this net. Then can we just cancel the meet and greet? Lin Shishir said softly. No way. Han Ling was the first to object. If we cancel, it means we're afraid of her. In the future, she'll only use more disgusting methods to deal with us. We can't back down. What should we do? Lin Shishir was almost in tears. We can't fight them, and we can't retreat. Are we just going to stand by and watch those mad dogs hurt our fans? Looking at these anxious and angry women, Shufan sighed. He stood up from the sofa, walked over to his still trembling ninth sister, squatted down, and wiped his hands with her torn dress. What's all the noise about? He stood up, looking at the flustered women in front of him. The sky hasn't fallen yet. They're just a bunch of mad dogs. Give them a beating, and they'll behave. Easy for you to say. Shin Yuma rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, "We're in a dilemma right now. What about the safety of our fans? Who said we were going to fight them on the spot?" Shu Fan laughed. He walked to the center of the private room, picked up an eyebrow pencil, and started drawing on a tissue. "You guys are all pretty smart, so why do you get stuck on things when you encounter problems?" He looked at Han Ling. "You can't beat the Mad Dog Gang? In a one-on-one fight, I could take on 10 of them. But in a group fight, it's hard to say," Han Ling answered honestly. "That's settled then." Shu Fan drew a circle on the tissue. "The meet and greet will proceed as scheduled. You'll be in charge of security. Bring your best female fighters and infiltrate the fans. If those mad dogs dare to show their faces, pin them down on the spot immediately. Keep it quiet, but be ruthless." He then looked at Black Snake. "Snake's sister, your people shouldn't be idle either. The Mad Dog Gang has all come out to cause trouble. Their hometown must be quite empty, right?" The Black Snake's eyes lit up instantly. "I get it," she exclaimed excitedly, slapping her thigh. "If they come to raid our house, we'll raid their hideout. I know this trick inside and out." "UMO," Shu Fan said, turning to Qin UMO, "you're in charge of calling the police. But don't call the local police. Call your dad directly and have him send a special police team from the city bureau to stand by outside the venue." Finally, he looked at Lin Shishir. "You have the most important task. Invite all the media in Donghai City to the scene. I want them to see with their own eyes how the dogs raised by the Xiao family bite people. Remember, it must be broadcast live the whole time." The combined approach was well organized and flawless. The four women stared at Shu Fan in disbelief, their eyes filled with a strange expression. They just couldn't understand how this man, who seemed to be good for nothing but picking up girls, could have so many insidious tricks up his sleeve. "Did you all understand?" Shu Fan threw down his eyebrow pencil and clapped his hands. "Understood." The four women replied. "All right," Shu Fan stretched and yawned, "the plan is all set, go and get ready." He walked up to Han Ling, said nothing, but reached out and pulled out the pistol she never parted with from the holster on her waist. Han Ling's body tensed instantly, and she instinctively wanted to snatch it, but Shu Fan stopped her with a look. Shu Fan held the gun up to his eyes and examined it carefully, as if admiring a work of art. "The gun is nice," he said slowly, "but it's a bit too cold." He ran his finger lightly across the cold barrel of the gun, finally stopping at the muzzle. "It needs to be properly oiled and maintained, otherwise, it's prone to jamming at crucial moments." Upon hearing this, all the women present except Han Ling immediately understood, and each of them revealed a sly smile, as if they were watching a good show. Han Ling's face flushed red instantly. She was both ashamed and angry, and reached out to snatch the gun back. "Give it back to me. What's the rush?" Shu Fan easily dodged, twirled the gun in his hand, and then tucked it into his belt. Tonight, he looked at Han Ling, a wicked smile curving his lips. "Come to my room, gun and all. I'll personally help you with maintenance. Chapter 49. How about I buy you a drink? The struggle with Xiao Chang has temporarily come to an end. Shu Fan had a rare 2 days of leisure, enjoying the service of several women at home every day, living like an emperor. That day, he was lying on the sofa, having Xiaoya Aki feed him grapes, when Black Snake suddenly called. "Master," Black Snake's voice sounded excited on the other end of the phone, "I've taken over the Mad Dog Gang territory. Tonight, I'm planning to hold a victory celebration there. Would you like to come and take a look?" "Sure," Shu Fan thought for a moment. It had been a while since he'd checked out his new territory. "Send me the address." That evening, Shu Fan drove to the old town of Donghai City. This place is a completely different world from the bustling city center. The streets are narrow, the lights are dim, and there are old 3-story buildings everywhere, giving it a feel of the 1970s and 80s. Shu Fan parked the car and looked at the familiar street in front of him, his eyes slightly dazed. He lived here when he was a child. His father ran a small shop on this street. "In my memory, my father was a very honest and upright man, always smiling. But on that day, all that beauty was shattered." Shu Fan still remembers that afternoon when a few thugs rushed into the store, and the fat guy in the lead, wearing a big gold chain, kicked over the shelf. "Old man. It's time to pay your protection money this month. Brothers, please grant me 2 more days. The shop is really out of money." "No money? If you have no money, then pay with your life." Chu Fan hid under the counter, covering his mouth, and watched helplessly as his father was beaten to death with steel pipes by those beasts. He was only 8 years old that year. From that day on, the seed of revenge took root in his heart. Who? Chu Fan took a deep breath and suppressed that bloody memory. He straightened his clothes and walked into the shop that had been converted into a bar by the Black Snake. The deafening music in the bar and the women dancing wildly on the dance floor made Chu Fan feel a little uncomfortable. "Honey! You're here!" Black Snake, with her sharp eyes, immediately came out from the booth to greet him. She looked incredibly sexy today, wearing a black, tight leather skirt that perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. "Yes," Chu Fan nodded. "Is everything arranged?" "Don't worry." Black Snake patted his chest. "This place is absolutely safe today." Chu Fan found a corner booth and sat down. Black Snake immediately started pouring him drinks like a dutiful wife. Just then, a commotion broke out at the entrance of the bar. A bald, fat man with a face full of fat, wearing a floral shirt and a thick gold chain, swaggered in with 2 glamorous women in his arms. Behind him followed a dozen or so fierce-looking thugs. "Hey, Snake Girl, I heard you opened a new place, so I've come here to support you." The bald fat man's voice was rough and unpleasant. Black Snake's expression changed instantly. "Brother Long? What brings you here?" "What? Not welcome?" Brother Long plopped down on the sofa opposite Chu Fan, his lecherous eyes scanning Black Snake up and down. "This territory used to be under my control. Now that you've taken it over, shouldn't you pay me some protection money?" Chu Fan's eyes immediately turned cold. He stared intently at the bald, fat man in front of him. Even if he were burned to ashes, he would still recognize that face and that voice. He is the same beast who beat his own father to death back then. Wang Jinlong. Ding. Host detected encounter with father's killer, revenge mission activated. Mission objective, make Wang Jinlong pay for his blood debt and take control of all his forces. Mission reward, unlock bloodline fusion function, plus 5,000 points. Chu Fan's grip on the wine glass made a cracking sound. Just as he was about to take action, a crisp, slightly disgruntled voice came from the doorway. "Dad! What are you doing out here again, fooling around in places like this? Didn't you promise to go shopping with me?" A girl wearing a white dress and with pigtails, looking both innocent and alluring, walked in angrily. As soon as she entered, she saw Chu Fan sitting in a booth. Then, she froze. Countless little stars instantly appeared in those beautiful big eyes. Name, Wang Baobao, age, 18, measurements, 90-58-89, status, falls in love with the host at first sight and is thinking about how to get her contact information. Affection level, 90, love at first sight, hidden information, Wang Jinlong's only daughter, spoiled since childhood, but secretly yearns to break free from her father's control. Chu Fan looked at the girl who had suddenly appeared, and then at her father, who was her father's killer. Instantly, a crazy and daring plan took shape in his mind. He ignored Wang Jinlong's provocation, stood up, and walked straight to the girl named Wang Baobao. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, he ignored the bewildered Wang Jinlong beside him and gave the girl a gentle smile. "Ignore them," Chu Fan said gently. "Adults always make such a fuss over their own affairs." He extended his hand in an inviting gesture. "My name is Chu Fan. Shall I buy you a drink?" Chapter 50, picking up your girl right in front of you. Chu Fan's words, "I'll buy you a drink," though not spoken loudly, exploded like a thunderclap in the bar. Wang Jinlong was stunned on the spot. He'd been running rampant in the old town for years, and this was the first time he'd ever seen anyone dare to flirt with his precious daughter right in front of him. This isn't just slapping him in the face, it's like shoving his face to the ground and rubbing it back and forth with the sole of a shoe. "You son of a bitch." Wang Jinlong was about to explode. Wang Baobao acted as if she hadn't heard anything. She looked at the handsome man in front of her, whose looks made her legs weak, and her delicate face turned red instantly. Her heart was pounding like a drum. Can I? Her voice was so soft it was barely audible, completely devoid of the arrogance she had displayed when she challenged her father earlier. "Of course." Chu Fan's smile was so gentle it could melt your heart. He ignored Wang Jinlong, who was about to explode with anger, and naturally took Wang Baobao's soft, boneless little hand, leading her towards the bar. Wang Jinlong? His dozen or so thugs were also dumbfounded. This script is wrong. Black Snake watched from the booth, nearly crushing the wine glass in her hand. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, filled with a dangerous glint. "Damn it," she muttered under her breath, "I just conquered this territory, and he's already hooking up with some other slut right in front of me. He just finished arguing with that fat pig, and now he's flirting with someone else's daughter. His taste is really damn heavy. Although she said that, she still gave a wink to the sisters guarding the side. The sisters immediately understood and quietly dispersed, subtly surrounding Wang Jinlong and his group. At the bar, Chu Fan ordered a cocktail that looked very girly for Wang Baobao, while he ordered the strongest whiskey for himself. You're called Chu Fan? Wang Baobao held her wineglass, taking small sips, but her eyes seemed glued to Chu Fan, unable to look away for even a moment. Chu Fan leaned against the bar, turning to the side so he could see her chest rising and falling slightly with nervousness. And you? Call me baby? My name is Wang Baobao. Wang Baobao's face turned even redder. They all call me Baobao. Then I'll call you that too, Chu Fan smiled. He leaned closer, lowered his voice, and said in a magnetic, breathy tone, "Baby, it sounds so nice." Wang Baobao felt like her ears were on fire. This was the first time in her life that a man had ever spoken to her like that. She felt like she was about to faint. You don't seem afraid of my dad? Wang Baobao mustered her courage and asked. Afraid of him? Chu Fan laughed, a smile tinged with contempt. Why should I be afraid of a good-for-nothing who can't even control his own daughter? Upon hearing this, Wang Baobao's heart skipped a beat. From childhood to adulthood, what she hated most was living in Wang Jinlong's shadow. Everyone around her feared him and flattered him. Only this man dared to so disdainfully call her a good-for-nothing. This feeling is fucking exciting. Just as the two were having a pleasant conversation, Wang Jinlong finally couldn't hold back any longer. He kicked over the table in front of him and, with a dozen thugs, surrounded them menacingly. You little brat. You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Wang Jinlong pointed at Chu Fan's nose and cursed, You dare to hit on my daughter. I'll break your third leg today. The music in the bar had stopped some time ago. All eyes were now on them. Wang Baobao turned pale with fright and instinctively hid behind Chu Fan. Chu Fan acted as if nothing had happened. He shielded Wang Baobao behind him, picked up his wineglass, and slowly took a sip. Brother Long, right? He looked at Wang Jinlong and laughed, Such a fiery temper is bad for your liver. Besides, your daughter is a grown woman, it's her freedom to drink with whomever she wants. You, as her father, are being too nosy. Fuck your mother. Wang Jinlong was completely enraged. Get him. Break his legs. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. The dozen or so thugs behind him all drew their weapons in a flash, ready to make their move. Let anyone try to touch him. A cold yet slightly languid voice came from the side. Black Snake had arrived unnoticed. She was toying with a sharp dagger in her hand, her eyes scanning the dozen or so thugs as if they were already dead. Behind her, dozens of Snake Hall sisters surrounded her from all directions, each carrying a steel pipe, and turned the tables on Wang Jinlong and his gang. Wang Jinlong's expression changed instantly. Black Snake? What do you mean? This is a feud between me and this pretty boy, it has nothing to do with you, right? It's okay? Black Snake smiled. She walked to Chu Fan's side and naturally took his arm. She even deliberately rubbed her full breasts against his arm and gave Wang Baobao a provocative look. He's my man, so tell me, does it have nothing to do with me? Looking at the beautiful and cool woman who suddenly appeared in front of Wang Baobao, and at her assertive gesture, a strange feeling of jealousy welled up in his heart. Wang Jinlong was also dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why Black Snake, a notorious lone wolf, would follow this seemingly weak and helpless pretty boy. Now, Black Snake said, lightly tracing the tip of his dagger across Wang Jinlong's fleshy face, take your dog and get out of my territory. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you won't be able to pee standing up tomorrow. Looking at the dozens of gleaming steel pipes around him and his daughter's eyes, which were almost turning into hearts, Wang Jinlong knew that he was going to lose face today. Good. Very good. He stared intently at Chu Fan. Kid, you just wait. After uttering a harsh threat, he led his men and slunk away. TCH, trash. Black Snake spat disdainfully. She was about to turn around and boast to Chu Fan when she realized that Chu Fan's attention was not on her at all. Chu Fan was looking down at Wang Baobao, who was still in a daze, with a gentle expression. Did I scare you? He reached out and gently tidied her messy hair. Wang Baobao snapped out of her daze and looked into his gentle eyes, her heart pounding even faster. No. That's good, Shu Fan smiled. Let's go, I'll take you home. After saying that, he ignored the black snake next to him whose face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and took Wang Baobao's hand and walked out of the bar. Chapter 51. If you two want to be intimate, can you find another place? Shu Fan held Wang Baobao's hand and strolled along the dilapidated streets of the old town. Wang Baobao's little hands were soft and smooth, and when Shu Fan held them, her palms became sweaty with nervousness. She lowered her head, her face burning hot, and she didn't even dare to look at where she was going, so she could only let Shu Fan lead her. This was the first time in her life that she had ever held hands with a man she had just met. This feeling was both unfamiliar and exciting, and my heart was pounding. Not far behind them, the black snake followed furtively, neither too close nor too far. She stared at the lovey-dovey couple in front of her, the dagger in her hand clenching so tightly it made a cracking sound. Damn it, she muttered under her breath, while I'm fighting tooth and nail in front of him, he's chasing girls like crazy in the back. That pretty boy, he's got no taste for anything. She was so angry that she wanted to rush up right then and there and chop off Wang Baobao's hand. But she held back. She couldn't figure out what this pretty boy was up to, but she trusted him. Shu Fan took Wang Baobao and strolled to a riverbank. The wind by the river was a bit chilly, making Wang Baobao shiver. Upon seeing this, Shu Fan naturally took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. The coat still carried Shu Fan's body heat and a faint tobacco scent, smelling distinctly masculine. Wang Baobao's heart pounded even faster. Thanks. Sit down, Shu Fan said, pointing to a broken bench by the river. The two sat down, but neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. Finally, Shu Fan spoke first. You seem quite afraid of your dad? Wang Baobao paused for a moment, then gave a wry smile. Afraid? I'm not afraid of him, I'm just annoyed by him. She stared blankly at the dark river, her eyes unfocused, not knowing where she was looking. From childhood to adulthood, he has never asked me what I like or what I want. He only knows how to shower me with money and treat me like a pet. Everyone around me only hangs out with me because of him. I don't have a single true friend. Sometimes, I really want to run away and go somewhere where nobody knows me. As she spoke, her eyes reddened. Shu Fan didn't speak, but listened quietly. He knew that this seemingly pampered young lady was actually quite pitiful. Cry if you want to, Shu Fan reached out and gently pulled her into his arms. Today, you can lean on my shoulder. Wang Baobao couldn't hold back any longer, buried her face in Shu Fan's arms, and burst into tears. She cried out all the grievances she had suffered over the past 10 years. Shu Fan held her in his arms and gently patted her back. It's unclear how much time passed before Wang Baobao's crying gradually subsided. She lifted her head from Shu Fan's embrace, her eyes, red and swollen from crying, looked heartbreaking in the moonlight. Thank you, thank you. No need to thank me, Shu Fan smiled, reaching out to gently wipe away her tears. I've made a profit to have such a beautiful woman leaning on me and crying. Wang Baobao burst out laughing at his joke, and her face turned red. You really know how to talk. I will only tell the truth. Shu Fan looked into her eyes and said very seriously, you are beautiful and very special. You are completely different from your father. Wang Baobao's heart skipped a beat. Looking into Shu Fan's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, she felt as if she had fallen into them. Shu Fan. She wanted to say something, but didn't know how. Shu Fan smiled. He lowered his head and slowly approached Wang Baobao's slightly parted lips, which were parted due to nervousness. Wang Baobao's eyes widened instantly. She could clearly feel Shu Fan's warm breath on her face, both hot and itchy. Her mind was blank. Just as the two were about to kiss, an untimely cough came from the side. Cough, cough. Black Snake had arrived unnoticed. She leaned against a tree, arms crossed, and glared at the two of them with displeasure. I said, if you two want to be intimate, can you find another place? It's late at night, and the wind is strong by the river. What if you catch a cold? Wang Baobao was startled and quickly broke free from Shu Fan's embrace, her face turning as red as if it were about to bleed. Shu Fan looked at the black snake with a helpless expression. This woman, of all times, she had to come at this hour. All right, he stood up and pulled Wang Baobao, who was still in a daze, to her feet as well. It's getting late, I'll take you home. After dropping off Wang Baobao, Shu Fan had just returned to the bar when Black Snake blocked his way at the door. Speak, Black Snake said, arms crossed, looking at him with hostility. What's going on? You've taken a fancy to that little girl? Jealous? Shu Fan laughed. Eat your big head. Black Snake spat. I'm just worried you'll be fooled by that little slut. Her father is Wang Jinlong. Have you forgotten what he does? Of course I haven't forgotten. Chu Fan's eyes turned cold. He looked at the black snake and said, word by word, not only have I not forgotten, I will never forget in my entire life. He paused, then continued, Wang Jinlong, I must kill him. But not now. I want him to watch as I take away his most precious possession, bit by bit. I want him to die slowly in the most desperate and painful way. Black Snake looked at Chu Fan's expressionless face, but his eyes were colder than knives, and her heart skipped a beat. Although she didn't know what deep-seated hatred existed between Chu Fan and Wang Jinlong, she could tell that Chu Fan's approach to Wang Baobao was definitely not just a simple case of lust at first sight. This man is playing a very big game, a game that could kill people. Chapter 52 I'll teach you how to drive, look at my chest? When Chu Fan returned to his mansion in Yiping Jianshan, it was almost dawn. The living room was brightly lit. Qin Yuma, Lin Shishir, Han Ling, and Black Snake's deputy, who had just flown back from Paris overnight, were gathered around a table, all sporting dark circles under their eyes, clearly having not slept all night. You're back? Han Ling was the first to look up, her eyes sharp as she looked at him. Did you get everything done? Chu Fan nodded, tossing his coat onto the sofa. Xiao Chang's cheap younger brother should be having morning tea at Sister Snake's tea house by now. Well done. Lin Shishir slammed her hand on the table excitedly. I want to see how that crazy woman Xiao Chang will fight us this time. It's not that simple, Qin Yuma said with a serious expression. Xiao Chang is not Xiao Tianyu. She won Ti lose her composure because of a younger brother born out of wedlock. I'm worried that this will enrage her and make her take even more drastic measures to retaliate. What's there to be afraid of? Black Snake sneered. If she dares to come, I dare to meet her. I want to see if her methods are tougher, or my blade is faster. Chu Fan looked at the group of women who were both excited and nervous, and smiled. All right, he said, walking to the head of the sofa and patting the seats on either side of him. Come over here, everyone. The four women instinctively surrounded her, each one as energetic as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. Don't worry about Xiao Chang for now, Chu Fan said, leaning back on the sofa and crossing his legs. She's like a snake with its fangs pulled out, she won't be able to jump around for much longer. He paused, his eyes becoming somewhat playful. We now have more important prey to deal with. Who? All four women turned to look at him. Wang Jinlong. When Chu Fan uttered those three words, his voice was very soft, but the temperature in the living room seemed to drop several degrees instantly. That fatso? Lin Shishir said with disdain, honey, do we really need to work together to deal with someone like that? I'll have Sister Han Ling take a few people over there, and they'll chop him up and feed him to the fish in no time. Chop him up? Chu Fan shook his head. That's too easy on him. He looked at the women in front of him, a cruel smile curving his lips. I want to make him suffer more from living than from dying. He briefly recounted what had happened at the bar the previous night and his plans. The four women were stunned after hearing this. They simply couldn't understand how Chu Fan could harbor such a deep-seated hatred for Wang Jinlong. What they found even more incomprehensible was that his method of revenge was to seduce his enemy's daughter. Honey, Lin Shishir's expression was a little strange. You're being too mean, aren't you? But I like it. That's called attacking the heart, Han Ling commented succinctly. So what should we do next? Qin Yuma asked. It's very simple, Chu Fan smiled. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. I want you to investigate that Wang Baobao thoroughly. I need to know all her hobbies, habits, and even what position she likes. But Lin Shishir spat out a mouthful of water. Also, Chu Fan continued, ignoring their interruptions, prepare an identity for me. An identity that will make her take the bait. The next day, an outrageously detailed document about Wang Baobao was presented to Chu Fan. You like visiting art exhibitions? You like listening to classical music? And you also like going to the racetrack alone to race? Chu Fan looked at the information and chuckled. He never imagined that Wang Jinlong, that crude and uncouth brute, could have such an artistic and rebellious daughter. All right, we have the script, it's time for the actors to come on stage. He snapped his fingers. Shishir, get me a few VIP invitations to the Municipal Art Museum tomorrow night. Yuma, find out who Wang Jinlong is fighting with for territory lately. Sister Snake, Have your people find out whose racetrack that is? Han Ling. He looked at Han Ling with a wicked grin. You're in charge of teaching me how to drive a race car. In an abandoned racetrack on the outskirts of Donghai City. Han Ling was wearing a black, tight-fitting racing suit that perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. She leaned against a modified GTR, looking helplessly at the man next to her who couldn't even fasten his seatbelt properly. Are you sure you want to learn this? She asked doubtfully, arms crossed. This is no joke. One wrong move and you could crash and die. What's there to be afraid of? Chu Fan said excitedly after finally managing to squeeze himself into the driver's seat. With a top-notch coach like you here, I feel at ease. Alright, Han Ling sighed and got into the passenger seat. Let's make this clear first, if you dare to do anything reckless, I'll be the first to throw you out of the car. For the next few hours, the entire racetrack echoed with the roar of engines and Han Ling's screams. Press the clutch. Shift gears. Are you driving a tractor? Look ahead. Stop staring at my chest. Brake. Brake. You want to die? Chu Fan was scolded mercilessly, but he was secretly overjoyed. While he was driving clumsily, he also misbehaved by placing his hand on Han Ling's long legs, which were clad in a racing suit. Coach, my hand is acting up, it keeps going towards you. Do you think it's too hot in the car? Han Ling's face flushed red instantly. She wanted to push Chu Fan's hand away, but she was afraid of interfering with his driving, i.e., his sexual activity. You better behave yourself. I'm very honest, Chu Fan said innocently. Don't believe me? Feel it. He grabbed Han Ling's hand and pressed it against his firm chest. Look, my heart isn't even racing. Han Ling. She felt like she was about to be driven mad by this scoundrel. Just as the two were flirting, a pink Porsche slowly drove into the entrance of the racetrack. A girl in a white dress got off the car. It's Wang Baobao. Chapter 53. This young master is as still as a male model, and as energetic as a teddy bear. Wang Baobao looked at the GTR wobbling on the track and the handsome man in the driver's seat who made her heart flutter, and couldn't help but laugh. I thought it was some expert practicing driving here, but it turns out it's just a newbie who can't even turn the steering wheel properly. However, this rookie is damn handsome. Hey, she shouted into the car, newbie? Want me to teach you a few tricks? Han Ling, who was in the car, turned pale when she heard this. She was about to speak when Chu Fan glared at her, shutting her down. Chu Fan stopped the car, leaned out of the window, looked at Wang Baobao, and smiled sheepishly. Hey beautiful, it's you. Sorry, I'm a beginner and my driving is terrible. Did I scare you? I wasn't scared. Wang Baobao walked to the car, leaned against the window, and lowered her body, revealing the white tomatoes don't let me say mark on her collar. It's just I'm a little sorry for this car. As she spoke, she reached out and gently touched the body of the GTR. Such a nice car is wasted on a newbie like you. What should I do then? Chu Fan spread his hands, looking completely innocent. My coach is too fierce. He's made me lose all my confidence. As he spoke, he glanced at Han Ling beside him with a particularly aggrieved expression. Han Ling. She felt her fist harden. When Wang Baobao saw Chu Fan's pitiful appearance, her heart softened immediately. How about this, she said, her eyes darting around, we'll have a race. If you lose, you can't drive this car anymore, it's too painful to watch. And while you're at it, fire that fierce instructor next to you, and I'll teach you instead. What if I win? Chu Fan asked. You win? Wang Baobao smiled, her smile full of confidence. If you can beat me, I'll do anything you want, not just teach you how to drive. Really? Chu Fan's eyes lit up. Certainly. Great. Chu Fan slapped the steering wheel. But this alone isn't enough. We need to add a prize. He looked at Wang Baobao with a wicked smile. If I win, you'll not only have to be my personal coach, but also my personal sparring partner at night. He deliberately emphasized the words sparring partner. This young master is as still as a male model, and as energetic as a teddy bear. Wang Baobao was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood, and her face turned red instantly. You scoundrel. What? You're scared now? Who wouldn't dare? Provoked by him, Wang Baobao immediately agreed, let's compete. Don't cry if you lose. On the track, two cars, one black and one pink, were parked side by side at the starting line. Sitting in the passenger seat, Han Ling looked at the excited man next to her and couldn't help but remind him, "Hey, take it easy. That girl may look young, but she's a good driver. She's the fastest on this road." "Don't worry," Xu Fan winked at her, "I know what I'm doing." He turned his head, looked at Wang Baobao on the Porsche next to him, and gave a provocative smile. Wang Baobao returned a look that said, "You're dead." 3, 2, 1. Han Ling lowered her hand. The two cars shot off like arrows in an instant. The pink Porsche started incredibly fast, leaving the GTR far behind. "Ha ha ha. Newbie." Wang Baobao looked at the increasingly smaller black dot in the rearview mirror and hummed a smug tune. Inside the GTR, Xu Fan wasn't in a hurry at all. As he drove slowly, he even had time to put his hand on Han Ling's long legs, which were clad in racing gear. "Coach," he asked with a serious look, "my foot seems a bit disobedient. I can't seem to press the accelerator properly. Do you think it's because you're too good looking, it's affecting my performance?" "Get lost." Han Ling's face was almost green with anger. She slapped Xu Fan's hand away. "Drive properly. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." "Don't be so fierce." Xu Fan's hand wandered over again. "Look, when you get angry, my hand shakes even more." As he spoke, he deliberately wobbled the steering wheel a couple of times, the car drawing a flashy S shape on the track. "Do you think I'm as still as a male model and as energetic as a teddy bear?" Han Ling. She felt like she was about to be driven mad by this scoundrel. Just as the two were flirting, Wang Baobao, who was ahead of them, was almost at the finish line. "It's boring," she said, glancing at the car in the rearview mirror, which was barely visible. "I thought he was a pro, but he's just a show-off." Just as she was about to slow down and enjoy her victory, a sudden burst of force came from behind her. She instinctively turned around and her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. That black GTR, somehow, had caught up with her. And, in a way she couldn't understand at all, at an impossible angle, it forced its way past her on the inside. Drifting? Wang Baobao was completely dumbfounded. Before she could react, the black GTR sped across the finish line first. The finish line of the track. Wang Baobao got out of the car as if she had lost her soul. She looked at the man leaning against the car door, looking at her smugly, and felt like she was dreaming. Didn't you say you couldn't drive?" "I don't know how to drive," Xu Fan shrugged, looking completely innocent. "It's all thanks to my coach's excellent teaching." Han Ling, who was standing next to her, silently turned her head away. She was afraid that if she watched any longer, she would lose her temper and punch that bastard's head in the head. Now, Xu Fan walked up to Wang Baobao, reached out, and gently lifted her chin. "It seems I won our bet?" He lowered his head, leaned close to Wang Baobao's ear, and said in a voice that could melt your bones, "My private sparring partner. Are you free tonight?" Chapter 54, Tell Your Dad, I've Fallen in Love with His Daughter. Wang Baobao followed Xu Fan into the mansion, which was like a palace, feeling dizzy and confused. Upon entering the living room, she was stunned. A beautiful woman in a black leather jacket was sitting on the sofa, and then two more stunning women in pajamas emerged from the room, each more beautiful than the last. What are you all doing here?" Wang Baobao recognized them. These women were all powerful figures in Donghai City, whose mere presence could make anyone tremble. Now, they were acting like a family, dressed in pajamas, casually staying in this man's house? What? Can't we stay here? Lin Shishir crossed her arms and glanced at Wang Baobao from head to toe, her gaze like that of someone looking at a mistress, or rather, a mistress. "But you wild girl who came out of nowhere, how did you end up home with my husband?" "Your husband?" Wang Baobao was taken aback, and her face flushed red instantly. "All right," Xu Fan patted Lin Shishir's bottom, then looked at the disgruntled women next to him. "Stop acting like fighting cocks. I have some serious business to discuss with the baby, you guys have some fun on your own." After he finished speaking, without waiting for anyone's reaction, he grabbed Wang Baobao's hand and led her into the master bedroom, locking the door behind him. The living room erupted in chaos. Holy crap! He actually brought her back. Lin Shishir was the first to jump up. Right in front of us. Doesn't he care about us at all? Damn it, Black Snake's eyes were frighteningly cold. If I let them stay for another second, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist skinning that little girl alive. Don't be impulsive, Xin Yuma said, though she was also feeling incredibly aggrieved. You've all forgotten, this is his plan. Wang Baobao is the key. Plan my ass. Lin Shishir stomped her feet angrily. I think he's just lusting after her body. That Wang Baobao, so what if her breasts are bigger than mine, her legs are longer than mine, and her butt is perkier than mine? What's so great about that? Qin Yuma and the Black Snake. In the bedroom. Looking at the man who had locked the door from the inside, Wang Baobao felt both flustered and expectant. What do you want to do? Her voice was trembling. What? Chu Fan chuckled, approaching her step by step. Of course, it's to make you fulfill your bet. My private sparring partner. He cornered Wang Baobao against the wall, placed his hands on either side of her, and pulled her into his arms. Didn't you say that if I won, you'd do anything I wanted? Wang Baobao's legs went weak from the overwhelming masculine scent emanating from him, and she stammered, I did say that, but. No buts. Chu Fan lowered his head and kissed her directly. Wang Baobao's mind went blank for a moment, and all her resistance and restraint vanished instantly. She felt as if she had fallen into the sea, and could only let this man take her, experiencing for the first time the pleasure that spread throughout her nerve endings. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Baobao lay in Chu Fan's arms like she had no bones, not wanting to move a single finger. Her face, which usually held a hint of disdain, now held no trace of arrogance, only the docile demeanor of someone who had eaten and drunk her fill. Having lived for 18 years, this was the first time she realized that being a woman could be so enjoyable. Now, Chu Fan said lazily, pinching her rosy cheeks, do you still think I'm a newbie? No. Wang Baobao's voice was soft and charming. Amazing, you're much more amazing than my Teddy. That's more like it. Chu Fan smiled with satisfaction. He knew that he had completely won over this little wildcat. Alright, he patted Wang Baobao on the bottom, the sparring is over, time to get down to business. He sat up, looked at Wang Baobao, and his eyes became playful. Your first task is very simple. Go home and tell your dad that you've fallen in love with me. Wang Baobao's body trembled. Then, Chu Fan's lips curled into a wicked smile, tell him that I'm coming to your house for dinner tomorrow night. She looked at the man in front of her who had just given her a wonderful time, her eyes filled with conflict. What? You're scared? Chu Fan looked at her and chuckled. If you don't want to, that's fine too. I'll let you go right now. But from now on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. Wang Baobao's heart clenched immediately. The thought of never seeing this man again, and never experiencing that exhilarating feeling again, made her feel like she couldn't breathe. No. Don't. Without thinking, she grabbed Chu Fan's hand, tears welling up in her eyes. I'll do it. I'll do anything for you. Very good. Chu Fan was pleased to see her defying her father for his sake. He knew that the most crucial piece in his revenge plan had begun to falter. Chapter 55 The Feast at Hongmen. When Wang Baobao returned home, she was still feeling unsatisfied and dizzy. She touched her still slightly swollen lips, her mind filled with Chu Fan's wicked grin and the lewd things he had whispered in her ear. She felt like she was possessed. So you finally decided to come back? In the living room, Wang Jinlong's voice roared like thunder. Wang Baobao was startled. When she looked up, she saw her father sitting shirtless on the sofa, with several thugs who had gone to the bar with him the day before kneeling beside him, all of them with bruises and swelling on their faces. Kneel down. Wang Jinlong pointed at the washboard on the ground, his eyes as red as a rabbit's. Looking at her father's murderous expression, Wang Baobao's legs would have gone weak in the past. But today, for some reason, when Chu Fan's smiling face flashed through her mind, the fear in her heart didn't feel so strong anymore. She didn't kneel instead, she stood up straight. Dad, she said, looking at Wang Jinlong, I've fallen for him. What did you say? Wang Jinlong thought he had misheard, jumped up from the sofa, and pointed at his daughter's nose, say that again, you fucking idiot. I'm telling you, I've fallen for Chu Fan, Wang Baobao said, mustering all the courage she had ever had, staring straight at her father. And I'm inviting him to our house for dinner tomorrow night. The living room suddenly became eerily quiet. The kneeling thug's eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. Is the young lady gone mad? Wang Jinlong was so angry that he trembled all over. He raised his hand and was about to slap him. But his hand froze in mid-air. He noticed a change in his daughter's eyes. They were no longer filled with dread, instead they held a hint of defiance, a look of recklessness. Fine, very well. Wang Jinlong was amused and annoyed. He put his hand down and sat back on the sofa. Let him come. I want to see if he has the guts. He winked at one of his trusted confidants. Go, call back all the fighters in the house. And invite that Master Zhang over too. Tomorrow night, I'm going to host a Hongmen banquet. A top-floor luxury residence in a prime location. Chu Fan had just seen Wang Baobao off when he returned home and was immediately surrounded by a group of women. Honey, are you all right? Lin Shishir was the first to rush over, hugging his waist tightly and refusing to let go. That brat surnamed Wang, did she do anything to you? What could possibly happen to me? Chu Fan slapped her on the butt. But you're like an octopus, you're almost strangling me. Speak, Black Snake said, arms crossed, looking at him with displeasure. How far have things progressed with that little girl? Have you even decided what to name the child? Jealous? Chu Fan chuckled. Eat your big head, you idiot. Black Snake spat. I'm just afraid you'll be fooled by that little slut. All right, Chu Fan walked to the head seat on the sofa, cleared his throat, and said, stop arguing and let's get down to business. He looked at the women in front of him, his eyes suddenly turning cold. He gritted his teeth and said, word by word, listen carefully, I approached Wang Baobao not because I was interested in her, nor because I wanted to play any emotional games with her. He paused, his voice filled with barely suppressed hatred. I want that beast Wang Jinlong to watch his most precious daughter fall into my trap step by step, willingly doing anything for me. I want him to know what true despair is. I want to take advantage of his daughter right in front of him when he's at his most triumphant, and then, personally send him on his way. So, I'm going to Wang Jinlong's house for dinner tomorrow night. The moment the words were spoken, the living room erupted in chaos. What? You're going alone? Lin Shishir was the first to scream. No way. Absolutely not. That's like going to your death. Exactly. Black Snake exclaimed anxiously. That old bastard Wang Jinlong is ruthless. He's definitely set a trap for you. I'll take some men with you and raze his house to the ground. This is the stupidest way, Han Ling analyzed calmly. Wang Jinlong has been in the old city for so many years and is deeply entrenched. If we force our way in, we won't gain anything. Then what should we do? Qin Yuma frowned. Are we just going to let him go on this risk alone? Looking at the women who were worried about him, Chu Fan felt a warm glow in his heart. What's the panic? Chu Fan leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked nonchalant. It's just a meal. It's no big deal. Besides, I still have you guys backing me up, don't I? He looked at the several beautiful women in front of him, some plump and some slender, and smiled. Everyone is so tense, how can we fight like this? He patted the bedside. I think we need to hold a mobilization meeting first to relax a bit. The four women looked at each other, none of them understanding what he was up to. Wang Jinlong wants to see me make a fool of myself, and that crazy woman Xiao Chang is definitely waiting to see a good show too, Chu Fan said slowly. The more they want to see us panic, the more we need to let them know that not only are we not panicking, but we are also having a great time. He paused, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the four women, and finally, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Tonight, our team building activities are very simple. Exactly. We need to have in-depth conversations, be honest with each other, and raise the cohesion of our team to its highest level. Now, even the most oblivious of the four women understood the meaning behind his words. Qin Yuma's face flushed red instantly, and she spat lightly. What time is it for you to be thinking about such nonsense? How is this a mess? Chu Fan said innocently. Health is the foundation of everything. When everyone is in a good mood, we can come up with better solutions, right? I agree. Lin Shishir was the first to raise her hand, her eyes sparkling. I think this team building is really necessary. I love having in-depth conversations with my girlfriends. Black Snake cracked her knuckles, making a series of crack sounds, and looked at Chu Fan with fiery eyes. Fine, I'm just bursting with anger and have nowhere to vent it. Let's see if you can handle it. Han Ling didn't speak, but silently unbuttoned the top two buttons of her combat uniform, revealing a black sports vest and a small patch of firm skin underneath. Actions speak louder than words. Qin Yuma. Looking at the three women in front of her who were completely beyond saving, and the culprit with a wicked grin, she felt like she was about to faint. Equals 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 equals. Give this a thumbs up, you handsome guys and beautiful ladies, and you'll get rich. Chapter 56 Young man, don't be so hot-tempered, I want rat tail juice. The next evening, the atmosphere in Chu Fan's mansion was quite strange. In the living room, 4 women surrounded Chu Fan, serving him like royalty. No, this is too formal, it looks like you're going to a funeral. Lin Shirshir threw a black suit aside and picked up a dark blue one. This one is better, it's flashy enough, it suits you. Your tie is crooked. Xin Yuma stepped forward and naturally helped Chu Fan straighten his tie, her fingers accidentally touching his Adam's apple, her eyes full of worry. Do you really have to go? What should we do then? Chu Fan looked at his incredibly handsome self in the mirror and chuckled. They've already set the table, it would be too disrespectful of me not to go. Damn it, Black Snake said with a cold snort, wiping her strange-looking dagger. What Hong Men banquet? If you ask me, we should just take some men in, chop up that old bastard surnamed Wang and feed him to the dogs, that's it. Don't be impulsive, Han Ling walked over, holding a black vest in her hand. Wang Jinlong has been in the old city for so many years, his house must be like a fortress. If we force our way in, half of our men will be lost. She handed the vest to Chu Fan. Take off your clothes and put this on. What is this thing? Chu Fan took it and rubbed it. He felt that the material was strange, both slippery and firm. The latest bulletproof vest, Han Ling said seriously, it can withstand a pistol to the head. Also, I added some good stuff to the soles of your shoes. As she spoke, she winked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan looked down at his shiny leather shoes and understood. He took off his shirt, revealing a body full of fleshy muscles. Even women would go weak at the knees at the sight of him. When Han Ling was helping him put on his bulletproof vest, her finger accidentally brushed against his abs. Then she leaned close to his ear and whispered in a barely audible voice, "You must be exhausted from last night's team building? Can you still handle it tonight?" Chu Fan felt a sudden, inexplicable twitch in his kidney. He coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. Is everything ready? Don't worry, Xin Yuma opened her tablet, which displayed the architectural blueprints of Wang Jinlong's villa. I got the internal structure diagram of his house through someone, and I also bribed one of his servants. I've already marked out where he's put in extra manpower today. My men are already lying in wait outside his house, Black Snake said, tucking the dagger back into his boot, his eyes filled with malice. Just say the word, and I guarantee not a single fly will get out. My private helicopter is also circling around nearby, Lin Shirshir said proudly, puffing out her chest. If all else fails, we'll just give his house a physical demolition. Chu Fan felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at the women bustling around taking care of him. He knew he wasn't alone tonight. At 7 p.m., the lights were on brightly in Wang Jinlong's villa. Dozens of thugs in black suits surrounded the villa, like guards, in layers upon layers. Inside, Wang Jinlong, shirtless and revealing his fat body and dragon and tiger tattoos, was drinking tea with an old man in a tang suit with a goatee. Master Zhang, this time, we're counting on you. Wang Jinlong said, holding a teacup with a fawning expression. Don't worry, Brother Long, Master Zhang said slowly, taking a sip of tea. He's just a kid. I don't even care about him. When he comes, I'll make sure he comes in standing and leaves lying down. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the door. A henchman scrambled in, shouting, Brother Long. Brother Long. That kid, he's here. Oh. Wang Jinlong and Master Zhang exchanged a glance, then both smiled slyly. Let him in. Chu Fan got out of the car alone, unhurriedly. He looked at the scene before him and chuckled. It's quite a spectacle. He ignored the murderous glares from the thugs and walked in step by step as if he were strolling in his own backyard. As soon as he entered, he saw Wang Jinlong sitting on the sofa and Master Zhang next to him, who looked quite stylish but had a particularly sinister look in his eyes. Kid, you actually dared to come. Wang Jinlong looked at him and said with a sinister grin. Brother Long invited me to dinner, how could I not come? Chu Fan pulled out a chair and sat down naturally. He glanced at the pile of fine wine and food on the table, then looked at Wang Jinlong. However, Brother Long, he said, a wicked smile playing on his lips, before we eat, shouldn't I meet your precious daughter first? After all, the main reason I'm here today is to have a deeper conversation with her about our relationship. Chu Fan's words were like pouring a ladle of water into a pot of hot oil. They immediately caused an uproar. Wang Jinlong's fat face instantly turned a deep purplish red. He slammed his teacup on the table with a loud bang, splashing tea everywhere. What the hell did you say? I'm telling you, Chu Fan picked at his ear, looking completely innocent, baby and I are deeply in love. I'm here today to meet the parents. What, future father-in-law, you don't seem too satisfied with me as your son-in-law. I'm satisfied with your mother's head. Wang Jinlong was so angry that he jumped up from the sofa and pointed at Chu Fan's nose, cursing loudly. Just then, Master Zhang, who had been keeping his eyes closed and pretending to be a master, suddenly opened his eyes. Hey, young man. He took a sip of tea, striking a pose befitting a martial arts master. I advise you to have some martial ethics. What you're doing isn't right. Brother Long is my friend, and you're not giving me any face. Take my advice, young man, don't be so hot-tempered, you're just asking for trouble. An invisible aura emanated from him, pressing down on Chu Fan. If an ordinary person were glared at like that, their legs would tremble. But Chu Fan just sat quietly, even pouring himself a glass of wine. Through the miniature earpiece in his ear came Han Ling's cold, disdainful voice, typical external martial arts, unstable lower body, weak chi and blood. To put it bluntly, he's just his show-off one punch is enough to take him down. Chu Fan was overjoyed inside, but his face showed an expression that said, "You're so amazing, I'm so scared." At the same time, his Emperor's Eye was also activated. Name, Zheng Taizhan. Nickname, Iron Palm Master. Strength, his flashy punches and prothorax kicks have been ruined by years of drinking and womanizing. His actual fighting ability is inferior to that of a street thug. Status, currently putting on a show, trying to intimidate you with his imposing presence so he can squeeze more money out of Wang Jinlong. Interesting. Chu Fan put down his wine glass, looked at Master Zhang, and smiled. Master, what is your name? I am Zhang Taizhan. Master Zhang stroked his goatee, looking proud, known in the martial arts world as Iron Palm that suppresses mountains and rivers. Oh, Chu Fan deliberately drew out his words, so it's Master Iron Palm, my apologies for not recognizing you. But I see that your forehead is dark, your eyes are lifeless, and your steps are unsteady. Have you been feeling a bit weak lately? Zhang Tieshan's expression changed. Wang Jinlong was also taken aback. Something seemed off about what he was hearing. Kid, what do you know? Zhang Taizhan was hit where it hurt and immediately became anxious. This is a display of my profound internal strength. Let me tell you, with this palm strike, I can bend even a steel plate. Equals 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 equals. Give this a thumbs up, you handsome guys and beautiful ladies, and you'll get rich. Chapter 57 Teasing Zhang Taizhan. Really? Then I'd like to see for myself. Just then, a clear, slightly coquettish voice came from the stairs. Dad! What are you arguing about? The guests are here, how can you be so rude? Wang Baobao, dressed in a white princess dress and wearing light makeup, walked downstairs like a fairy. The moment she saw Chu Fan, countless little stars immediately appeared in her beautiful big eyes. She jogged over to Chu Fan's side, naturally took his arm, and deliberately rested her head on his shoulder, giving Wang Jinlong and Master Zhang a defiant snort. Chu Fan, don't pay them any mind. My dad is an old fogey, and that Master Zhang is just a charlatan who freeloads. Wang Jinlong was so angry that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys ached when he saw his tender little cabbage being so blatantly taken by a pig. You unfilial daughter. Baby, don't say that. Chu Fan squeezed her little hand and said with a doting look, Master Zhang is a master. I heard that he uses the lightning 5-fist combo with great skill. He turned his head, looked at Zhang Taizhan whose face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and said with a smile, Master, all talk and no action is useless. How about we have a little spar? We'll stop short of a fight, and let the baby see what's going on. Fine. You asked for this. Zhang Taizhan was looking for a way to save face, so he agreed on the spot. The two got into position and stood in the center of the living room. Zhang Taizhan assumed a Wing Chun starting stance, muttering to himself, Young man, watch closely, this is called. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Fan moved. He didn't use any fancy moves, he simply stretched out his foot and tripped someone before anyone could react. Zhang Taizhan was about to rush forward when his foot landed right on Chu Fan's outstretched foot. He cried out ouch, and fell face first into the dirt like a giant turtle. Even more coincidentally, when he fell, Chu Fan accidentally raised his knee. Bang! A muffled thud, followed by Master Zhang's inhuman scream, echoed throughout the living room. Everyone was stunned. Master! Are you all right? Wang Jilong was the first to react and quickly ran over to help him. As a result, Master Zhang clutched his crotch, writhing on the ground in pain, unable to speak. "Oh dear, Master, how could you be so careless?" Xu Fan innocently withdrew his foot. "I was just about to dodge when you bumped into me. Your flat ground fall move is truly divine." Wang Baobao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looking at the master on the ground who was almost unconscious from the pain, and his daughter who was staring at him with a lovesick expression, Wang Jilong knew that today's banquet was a complete joke. "Boy," he stared intently at Xu Fan, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, "who exactly are you?" "Me?" Xu Fan smiled. He didn't answer Wang Jilong, but instead took Wang Baobao's hand and walked to the living room window. He pointed to the old neighborhood outside the window and said slowly, "Brother Long, look at this place, doesn't it look familiar?" Wang Jilong looked in the direction he was pointing, paused for a moment, and didn't understand what he meant. 10 years ago, Xu Fan's voice suddenly turned cold as ice. "Was there a small shop on this street?" Wang Jilong's pupils suddenly contracted. "Is there an honest man surnamed Xu in the shop?" Wang Jilong's face turned deathly pale in an instant. You. It seemed to be raining that afternoon. Xu Fan turned his head and looked at him. There was no warmth in his eyes, only deep-seated hatred. "You kicked over the shelves, stole all the money from him, and finally smashed his head with a steel pipe. Do you remember?" Every word Xu Fan said was like a heavy hammer, striking Wang Jilong's heart hard. He looked at Xu Fan's young yet unfamiliar face, and a blood-red memory that had been sealed away for 10 years surged up instantly. "It's you! You're his son!" "You got it right," Xu Fan laughed, a cruel laugh. "Too bad, no prize." He grabbed the completely stunned Wang Baobao and turned to walk out. As he reached the door, he stopped, turned around, looked at Wang Jilong, who was slumped on the ground, pale as a ghost, and slowly said, "Brother Long, the food tonight was pretty good. Next time, I'll buy you a drink. My dad loved drinking erguatu the most when he was alive." After Xu Fan finished speaking, he didn't look at Wang Jilong's face, which looked like his father had died. He pulled Wang Baobao, who was still in shock, and walked out of the villa, disappearing into the night. The villa was deathly silent. Wang Jilong collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, his entire body trembling with fat. Fear, an unprecedented fear, gripped his heart like an icy hand. That look, that boy's look, exactly the same as when his father died. "Ah!" Wang Jilong suddenly let out a beast-like roar, and he overturned the mahogany table in front of him, shattering the plates and cups on the table. "It's him! His son has returned for revenge. Are they all fucking dead? Chase after him!" He pointed at the group of terrified thugs at the door and cursed, "Smash his car to pieces. Get that kid back to me. I want to chop him up and feed him to the dogs myself." Several trusted thugs suddenly realized what was happening and scrambled out, started their car, and gave chase. In the living room, only the limp Wang Jilong and Master Zhang, who was clutching his crotch and groaning on the ground, remained. Looking at the mess on the ground, Wang Jilong's fear was slowly replaced by resentment and madness. "This kid has to die, or I'll never have a peaceful life again." Wang Jilong looked at the old town and gritted his teeth. Chapter 58. Sweetie, I'll pamper you tonight. On the dilapidated streets of the old town, Wang Jilong's men drove a beat-up van in pursuit of Xu Fan's car. Xu Fan's car hadn't gone far when he heard a loud buzzing sound of the accelerator behind him, which was incredibly noisy. 7 or 8 black vans, like mad dogs, sprang out from various intersections and relentlessly chased after his car. Bang! A van suddenly accelerated and crashed hard into the rear of Xu Fan's car. The car jolted violently, and Wang Baobao screamed in fright, slamming her head against the window. Her mind went blank. What had just happened, and the group of lunatics chasing after her, had left her completely stunned. "Xu Fan! My dad, he really killed someone?" Her voice trembled, and tears streamed down her face. "Now is not the time to think about this," Xu Fan said calmly. He jerked the steering wheel, and the car executed a beautiful fishtail, narrowly avoiding a second impact. "Hold on tight." Through the small earpiece in his ear, Han Ling's icy voice came through. Turn left at the next intersection, go into that alley under construction. The Black Snake people have prepared some good stuff for them there. Damn it, this old bastard really wants to kill me." Xu Fan sneered as he looked at the approaching vans in his rearview mirror. He seized the opportunity and made another sharp turn, plunging the car into a narrow alley, just wide enough for one car to pass at a time. The van behind also rushed in. Just then, a dozen or so dark objects were suddenly thrown down from the buildings on both sides of the alley. It's a modified fire extinguisher. Bang! 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 The white powder instantly covered the entire alley. The driver in the van saw nothing but white light and couldn't see anything, so he slammed on the brakes. Immediately afterwards, dozens of women carrying fire axes and steel pipes rushed out of the darkness like ghosts, and without saying a word, they started smashing the vans. Damn it! We've fallen for their trap. They're from the Serpent Hall. The thugs inside the car were in complete chaos. Before they could even react, the car window was smashed, and axes and steel pipes were thrown at them. In an instant, screams and the sound of bones breaking filled the alley, and the stench of blood mixed with the smell of dried powder made people want to vomit. Well done, Chu Fan whistled, looking at the chaotic scene in the rearview mirror. Sister Snake's hardcore deterrent tactic really worked. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Han Ling's voice came through his earpiece again, sounding somewhat anxious. Don't let your guard down. Wang Jinlong has personally led a group to block your way at the intersection ahead. He has a gun. No sooner had he finished speaking than 3 SUVs blocked the road completely at the intersection ahead. Wang Jinlong, whose body was as fat as a pig, got out of the car, and in his hand he was actually holding a homemade shotgun, the dark muzzle pointed directly at Chu Fan's car. You little bastard. Let's see where you run this time. Wang Jinlong's eyes were red, and he looked like he had gone mad. Holy crap! Chu Fan slammed on the brakes, and the car stopped less than 10 meters away from him. Wang Baobao looked at the dark gun barrel in front of him and his father's hideous face, and his face turned pale with fright, and he trembled like a leaf. Don't be afraid, Chu Fan reached out and pulled her into his arms, his hands wandering over her back as he comforted her. I'm here for you. His voice was gentle, but his eyes were chillingly cold. He knew that someone like Wang Jinlong, who was suicidal, was truly capable of firing a gun. Husband. Don't move. Lin Shirshi's voice was choked with tears in the earpiece. I'll get a helicopter over there. We'll just lift them off the hook, car and all. No. Xin Yuma's voice rang out immediately, sounding very decisive. The helicopter is making too much noise. My men are already here and clearing the area outside. Listen to me, stall him. Chu Fan took a breath. He knew that now he had no choice but to gamble. He pushed open the car door, raised his hands, and slowly got out. Brother Lon, he looked at Wang Jinlong, a smile still on his face, making such a big fuss? Anyone who didn't know better would think you were filming a movie. Shut the fuck up. Wang Jinlong pointed the gun at his head and walked closer step by step. Kneel down. Just then, Wang Baobao pushed open the car door and stumbled out. She rushed to Wang Jinlong, spread her arms, and stood in front of Chu Fan. Dad! What are you doing? Are you crazy? She cried. You're not allowed to hurt him. Wang Jinlong was so angry that he trembled all over, and he felt like he was about to snap. He looked at his daughter who was fighting him for an outsider. You get out of my way. I don't. Fine, fine. Wang Jinlong laughed angrily, pointing the gun directly at his daughter. You traitor! Since you like him so much, I'll send you on your way first. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, whoosh, the sound of sirens suddenly rang out from all directions. More than a dozen police cars had surrounded the entire intersection at some point. Drop your weapons. You are surrounded. Wang Jinlong was dumbfounded. His thugs were also dumbfounded. Chu Fan smiled. He walked up to Wang Jinlong, who was still stunned, took the shotgun from his hand, and then gently patted his fat face with the muzzle of the gun. Brother Lon, Chu Fan laughed, a truly despicable laugh, playing with an idiot like he was no challenge at all. On the way back to Yiping Jiangshan, the car was eerily quiet. Wang Baobao huddled in the passenger seat, hugging her knees, not saying a word, just constantly shedding tears. She felt as if her world had collapsed overnight. Chu Fan didn't say anything, and just drove quietly. Back at the mansion, he simply carried Wang Baobao out of the car, ignoring the strange looks the women in the living room were giving him, and went straight into the master bedroom, locking the door behind him. He gently placed Wang Baobao on the bed, then squatted down and looked at her tear-streaked face. If you want to cry, then cry, he said gently. Just let it out, and you'll feel better. Wang Baobao couldn't hold back any longer, threw herself into his arms, and burst into tears. She poured out all the grievances, fears, and things she couldn't understand over the past 18 years in a single cry. Chu Fan held her in his arms, letting her tears soak his clothes, and gently patted her back. It's unclear how much time passed before Wang Baobao's crying gradually subsided. She lifted her head from Chu Fan's embrace, her eyes, red and swollen from crying, looked heartbreaking under the light. What should I do? Her voice was hoarse and lacked confidence. What should we do? Chu Fan smiled. He reached out and gently wiped away her tears. Then, his fingers wandered along her smooth face, eventually reaching her trembling lips, where he gently rubbed them. From today onwards, you are no longer Wang Jinlong's daughter. His voice is so captivating that it's impossible to resist. You are my woman, Chu Fan's woman. He lowered his head, his lips slowly approaching her ear, his warm breath making her feel all over. I've forgotten all the bad things from the past. Sweetie, tonight, I'll pamper you. Equals 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 equals. Give this a thumbs up, you handsome guys and beautiful ladies, and you'll get rich. Chapter 59 Xiao Chang's Backup Plan, Wang Jinlong's Madness. In the master bedroom, Chu Fan's words, "I'll take good care of you," seemed to have a magical power, instantly calming Wang Baobao's chaotic heart. She looked at the man in front of her, and in his swollen eyes, besides dependence, there was also a restlessness that she herself did not realize. Chu Fan didn't waste any words. He knew that when dealing with this kind of terrified little rabbit, direct action was more effective than any words. He lowered his head, his lips gently touching the corner of her tear-stained eye, and then continued downwards. The room was dimly lit, but the temperature was rising. At first, Wang Baobao was stiff and extremely nervous. But soon, she felt like a block of ice, completely melted by Chu Fan, who was like a furnace, turning into a puddle of water, leaving her no choice but to let him do as he pleased. She had lived for 18 years and never realized that she had so many switches on her body. Outside the bedroom, inside the living room. Lin Shishir, Xin Yuma, Heishi, and Han Ling, the four women, couldn't sit still any longer, as if they had nails stuck to their butts. Holy crap! How long have we been in there? Lin Shishir was the first to lose her temper. She ran to the bedroom door and pressed her ear against it. Listen, why is this bed shaking like it's about to fall apart? And there's a, weird sound coming from it? Can't you think of anything good? Black Snake was wiping her fire axe beside her, staring at the bedroom door with hostility, and snorted coldly, I think he's just gone crazy. He's forgotten his old love for someone new. Men, not one of them is any good. Stop arguing, Xin Yuma said, though she was also annoyed, she remained relatively calm. You've all forgotten that Wang Jinlong has been arrested, but this isn't over yet. I have a feeling, it's not that simple. Han Ling didn't speak. She simply disassembled a pistol, then reassembled it, then disassembled it again, then reassembled it again. The clicking sound made the atmosphere in the living room even more tense. Just then, Xin Yuma's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was a call from her father's secretary. Hello? Young miss. Something terrible has happened. A panicked male voice came from the other end of the phone, Wang Jinlong. Wang Jinlong has been bailed out. What? Xin Yuma jumped up from the sofa. How is that possible? He brandished a gun in the street and even fought with the police. The evidence is all there. Who would dare to protect him? It's the Xiao family, the secretary's voice trembled. Xiao Chang personally sent a lawyer and used her connections to turn this from a gang fight into a debt collection disturbance. Now, Wang Jinlong has been released. Clatter. Xin Yuma's phone fell to the ground. The living room suddenly became eerily quiet. Damn it! Black Snake was the first to react, kicking over the coffee table in front of him. That crazy woman Xiao Chang. She's going to fight us to the death. It's over. Lin Shishir's face also turned pale. That madman Wang Jinlong suffered such a huge loss, and now that he's out, he's definitely going to take revenge like a madman. They were right. Wang Jinlong, who had just been released from the police station, didn't even go home. He led his men straight into an underground casino under the Snake Hall in the old city. Smash it! Wang Jinlong's eyes were bloodshot, and he was holding a baseball bat. He smashed anything and hit anyone he saw. The casino patrons and the sisters of the Snake Hall were completely caught off guard and scattered by this group of mad dogs. Wang Jinlong! You're fucking crazy! A low-ranking member of the snake gang tried to stop him, but Wang Jinlong smacked him on the leg with a stick, and he immediately knelt down. Crazy? Wang Jinlong stomped on her face, pointed his baseball bat at the terrified people in the casino, and roared with a savage grin, "Today I'll show you what happens when you offend me, Wang Jinlong." He held back, and with the baseball bat in his hand, he slammed it down hard on the leader's head, again and again. Red and white, splattered everywhere. The entire casino instantly transformed into hell. A first-class empire. The bedroom door finally opened. Chu Fan walked out looking refreshed, followed by Wang Baobao. The Wang Baobao of today is completely different from the little girl who could only cry before. Although her face is still a bit red, her eyes have become particularly firm. She looks at Chu Fan's back with the same gaze she would give him, as if he were her god. "Oh, finished chatting?" Black Snake said sarcastically, but as soon as she spoke, she saw the extremely ugly expressions on Qin Yuma and Lin Shirshi's faces. Something happened? Chu Fan frowned. Qin Yuma briefly recounted Wang Jinlong's release on bail and the massacre at the casino. The carefree look on Chu Fan's face was gone. He walked to the window, looking at the bustling night view outside, his eyes chillingly cold. He knew that Xiao Chang was warning him. Warn him not to push things too far. Wang Jinlong was the wildest and most reckless dog in her hands. "Husband, what do we do now?" Lin Shirshi's voice was trembling. "What should we do?" Chu Fan smiled, but his smile was a little cold. He turned around and walked up to Wang Baobao, who had been keeping her head down and not saying a word. "Baby," he reached out and gently lifted her chin, forcing her to look at him, "are you scared?" Wang Baobao looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and finally shook her head, without a trace of fear in her eyes. It was a firm shake of the head. "I'm not afraid." "Very good." Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction. He took out his phone and dialed Black Snake's number. "Sister Snake, have all your men withdraw." "What?" Black Snake on the other end of the phone exploded on the spot. "You're just going to let it go like that? Several of my sisters died." "Of course, we can't just let it go like this." Chu Fan's lips curled into a cruel smile. "If a dog bites me, I can't bite back. I have to kill the person who owns the dog." He hung up the phone and looked at Wang Baobao again. "Baby, do me a favor." "You say." "Call your dad. Just tell him you miss him. Invite him out for a meeting. The location is right in front of the small shop where my father died back then. Equals 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 equals. Use your lucky hands to give this a like, handsome guys and beautiful ladies. You'll get rich after you do. Chapter 60 Deadly Bait. Chu Fan's words, "Ask him to come out," made all the women in the living room gasp. "Honey, are you crazy?" Lin Shirshir was the first to exclaim. "You're sending the baby as bait? That madman Wang Jinlong, he's capable of anything these days. What if he..." "There is no what if," Chu Fan interrupted her, his eyes chillingly cold. "This is our only chance. Either we wait to be killed one by one, or we fight them to the death." He stopped looking at Lin Shirshir and stared at Wang Baobao, asking her word by word, "Baobao, are you willing?" Wang Baobao looked at Chu Fan, then thought of her father's face and the bloodshed in the casino. She bit her lip hard, and finally nodded heavily. "I do." She knew that from the moment she chose to sleep with Chu Fan, there was no turning back. Late at night, in the old town, at the entrance of that long-abandoned convenience store. The surroundings were deathly silent, there wasn't even a ghost in sight. Wang Baobao stood alone under the streetlight, the cold wind making her thin dress cling tightly to her body, looking both pitiful and helpless. She took out her phone and, with trembling hands, dialed Wang Jinlong's number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. "Hello," came Wang Jinlong's rough voice from the other end of the phone. "Dad." Wang Baobao began, tears welling up in her eyes. Her voice was heartbreaking. I'm scared, Chu Fan, he doesn't want me anymore." "Where is that little bastard?" "I don't know, he just left me here and left." Wang Baobao cried even harder. "Dad, I was wrong, please come and take me home. I'm cold." There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a long while, Wang Jinlong's voice came again, carrying a hint of weariness and a father's concern. "Don't move, I'm coming right away." After hanging up the phone, Wang Baobao's legs went weak and she almost collapsed to the ground. Just then, a pair of strong hands reached out from the darkness and supported her. "It's Chu Fan." "You acted well," he said, pulling Wang Baobao into his arms and rubbing her lower back with his hands. "You can cry so easily, it would be a waste of your talent not to win an Oscar." "I hate it." Wang Baobao buried her face in his chest, sobbing softly. She wasn't acting, she was genuinely scared. "Don't be afraid," Chu Fan lowered his head and breathed into her ear, "the show is just beginning." Meanwhile, in a residential building on the second floor opposite the convenience store, the living room was converted into a temporary command center. Han Ling, dressed in a black, tight-fitting combat suit, was leaning against the window, staring intently at the area below through the scope of a sniper rifle. "Attention all units," her voice came clearly through the headset to everyone, "target is almost here." "Black Snake, are your men in ambush position?" "Don't worry," Black Snake's voice, tinged with suppressed excitement, came through the earpiece, "my men are everywhere at the alley entrance, on the rooftop, in the sewers. If he dares to come, I guarantee he won't leave alive." "UMO, what about the police?" "They're in place." Shin Yuma's voice sounded a little nervous. "I've already sealed off the 3 surrounding streets under the pretext of a gas leak. As soon as we make a move, they'll rush in and clean up the mess." "Very good." Han Ling adjusted the focus of the scope, and could see Chu Fan holding Wang Baobao and groping her. She cursed irritably, "Damn it, what time is it, and you're still thinking about taking advantage?" Just as she was about to remind Chu Fan to be mindful of the impact, suddenly, a car she had never seen before appeared in the scope. It was a black Mercedes with an ordinary license plate, but the driver's eyes were as sharp as knives. The car didn't drive directly to the convenience store, instead, it stopped at the street corner. A man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses stepped out of the car. He looked refined and polite, but Han Ling felt a chill run down her spine after just one glance. "Damn it! It's one of Xiao Chang's men," she whispered, yelling into her earpiece, "Attention everyone! There's a master. This guy's a professional." At the street corner, the man in the suit got out of the car. Instead of rushing over, he took out a small thermal imaging camera from his pocket and scanned the surroundings. "Young miss," he reported calmly into the miniature microphone in his collar, "there's an ambush. There's a sniper on the roof, and at least 20 people hiding in the alley. It seems Mr. Chu has prepared a big gift for us." Through the earphones, Xiao Chang's voice, tinged with laughter, came through. "It seems that Wang Jilong, the dog, is still somewhat useful. I'm leaving you to him. I don't want to see Chu Fan walk out of this street alive." "Clear." The man in the suit named On put away the thermal imaging camera and took out a long, rectangular box from the trunk. He opened the box. Inside was a disassembled, silver-white anti-material sniper rifle. He didn't go upstairs. Instead, he slowly and deliberately assembled the weapon in the shadows of the street corner. His movements were as practiced as if he were fiddling with his own toy. At the entrance of the convenience store, Wang Jinlong's convoy finally arrived. More than a dozen vans blocked the entire intersection. Wang Jilong got out of the lead car, followed by hundreds of thugs wielding machetes. The scene looked like something out of a gangster movie. "Baby!" Wang Jilong called out as he looked at his daughter under the streetlight. Wang Baobao trembled with fright and instinctively hid behind Chu Fan. Chu Fan smiled. He shielded Wang Baobao behind him, took a step forward, looked at Wang Jilong, and said slowly, "Brother Long, we meet again." "You little bastard." Wang Jilong's eyes were bloodshot. He pointed at Chu Fan, then at the hundreds of people behind him, and grinned maliciously. "You like to play around, don't you? Today, I'll play with you properly." He waved his hand. "Charge him. Kill him." Hundreds of thugs charged forward like a tidal wave, roaring as they rushed forward. "Let's do it." Han Ling and Black Snake simultaneously issued orders through their earpieces. The Snake Hall sisters, who had been lying in ambush all around, rushed out from all directions. A bloody street shootout erupted instantly. Chu Fan acted as if nothing had happened. He pulled Wang Baobao along and slowly retreated back into the shadows of the convenience store. He knew that the real show was yet to come. Just as the two groups were locked in the fiercest fight, a gunshot of a different kind suddenly pierced the night sky. Bang! It wasn't a pistol, nor a rifle, but a dull, powerful roar. A bullet, instead of hitting anyone, struck precisely the fuel tank of a car right next to Chu Fan's feet. Boom! With a deafening roar, the car instantly exploded into a fireball. The massive shockwave knocked both groups of people who were hacking and slashing around it to the ground. The entire battlefield fell silent instantly. Everyone stared in disbelief at the towering flame. Only Han Ling's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Through the scope, she clearly saw a man smiling at her from the shadows at the street corner, carrying a silver sniper rifle. "No," she cried out in her earpiece, her voice filled with despair. "Chu Fan! Run! Their target is you!" Equals 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 equals. Hey everyone, give this a like. If you can't, a comment is fine too. Your likes are my motivation to keep updating. Wishing you all good fortune. Chapter 61 Mad Dog, Showdown, and a Woman. Han Ling's voice was hoarse from shouting run. But run? Where to run? The entire street was ablaze with fire and flying pieces of metal from the car explosion. Wang Jinlong's thugs and Black Snake's female henchmen were stunned by the attack, rolling on the ground and groaning in pain. Chu Fan pressed Wang Baobao down firmly, shielding her with his back. A piece of red-hot iron flew over with a whoosh, grazing his arm and burning him, causing him to wince in pain. Oh shit! Bang! Another shot. This time, the bullet missed the car. The man on the street corner named On seemed to be having a blast. This shot hit the front of Wang Jinlong's van. That bullet was far beyond what an ordinary handgun could produce. It was like a small cannonball, piercing right through the van's engine. The two thugs inside, who hadn't even had a chance to escape, were shot through the rear of the van, along with a pile of parts, before they even uttered a sound, turning into a pile of mangled flesh. Everyone was stunned. Wang Jinlong's legs began to tremble as he looked at the still smoking van and his two dead men. He'd spent half his life in the underworld, seen all sorts of things like hacking and arson, but this was the first time he'd ever witnessed anything like it. This wasn't a fight, this was a death game. What the hell are you all standing there for? Black Snake was the first to react. She scrambled to her feet and kicked one of her still-dazed sisters in the butt. Find somewhere to hide. Grab your weapons and get him. In the second-floor residential building across the street. Han Ling's face was as white as paper. She stared intently at the man in the scope. The other person seemed to have noticed her too, and even from several hundred meters away, gave her a provocative smile. Son of a bitch. Han Ling cursed and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Her marksmanship was excellent. The bullet struck On precisely in the head. But it didn't work. The bullet struck the corner of the wall in front of On, only splattering a few cement fragments. His gun was incredibly powerful with minimal recoil, allowing him to move to a different spot after each shot. Han Ling, on the other hand, had to recalibrate her weapon every time she fired. Bang! On fired another shot, returning the shot. The bullet grazed Han Ling's scalp and shattered the wall behind her. Han Ling broke out in a cold sweat. She knew she was being outmatched. Not only was her gun better, but her technique was damn superior too. In the shadow of the convenience store. While protecting Wang Baobao, Chu Fan listened to the chaotic sounds of the battlefield through his earphones. Han Ling's rapid breathing, Black Snake's cursing roars, and Lin Shishir and Qin Yuma's frantic shouts in the command post. He knew this couldn't go on. Han Ling was being relentlessly attacked, and the Black Snake men were sitting ducks. That sniper could shoot whoever he wanted. They couldn't even lift their heads. Don't fucking panic. Chu Fan growled into his headset. His move actually worked. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Black Snake. Chu Fan's voice was fast and cold. Forget about that sniper. Everyone, charge at Wang Jinlong. We'll use lives to get him down. The Black Snake on the other end of the earpiece paused for a moment, then understood. Damn it. Sisters, she yelled at the top of her lungs, stop hiding. Get up, all of you. Kill that old bastard Wang Jinlong. The women of the Snake Gang were already furious after being beaten. Now, upon hearing their boss's order, their eyes turned red, and they rushed out from every corner like madmen, ignoring the sniper's threat, howling as they charged towards Wang Jinlong. Ah Wen, standing on the street corner, frowned. He hadn't expected these women to be so reckless. He turned his gun around without hesitation. Bang! Bang! 2 shots were fired, and the 2 Snake Clan sisters who were at the forefront had their upper bodies gone, their red and white bodies scattered all over the ground. But the woman behind her didn't even blink, stepping over her sisters' corpses and continuing to charge forward. Wang Jilong was so frightened by the group of crazy women rushing towards him that he almost lost his mind and turned to run back to his car. Han Ling. Chu Fan roared into the headset, "Cover Black Snake. Give me 3 seconds. Receive." Han Ling, on the other side, did something that no one expected. Instead of engaging in a sniper duel with Aon, she directly aimed her gun at an old billboard above Aon's head. Bang! The bullet shattered the billboard's support, and the rusty sheet of metal, with a strange screech, slammed down on Owen's head. Owen cursed and could only roll away awkwardly to avoid the billboard. In that one moment, he lost his best shooting position. Now! Chu Fan made a move. He shoved Wang Baobao out of his arms and, like a leopard, leaped out of the shadows. He ignored the thugs. He had only one target, Wang Jilong. Wang Jilong had just run to the car and hadn't even had time to open the door when he felt a chill on his neck. Chu Fan's icy hand had already gripped his throat. "Brother Long," Chu Fan's face was close to his voice like a ghost's, "why are you running?" The entire battlefield seemed to be paused because of Chu Fan's action. The women from the snake hall stopped in their tracks, and Wang Jilong's thugs dared not move again. All eyes were focused on those two people. Aon, standing on the street corner, watched the scene unfold and knew he had no chance. Without hesitation, he began disassembling his sniper rifle, preparing to flee. Just then, even more intense sirens blared from all directions, getting closer and closer. The person Qin Yuma summoned has arrived. Looking at the flashing police lights around him and the hand on his neck that could kill him at any moment, Wang Jilong knew he was finished. With a thump, he knelt down on the ground. "No. Don't kill me." He looked at Chu Fan, his voice trembling, "Master Chu. I was wrong. I'll give you all the money. I'll give you the territory. Please, spare my life." "Spare you?" Chu Fan laughed, a laugh that was utterly cruel. He didn't say anything, but simply took a steel pipe from the black snake's hand. He looked at Wang Jilong, then at his two still trembling legs. "Back then, my dad's leg was broken by you with this thing, right?" As he spoke, he gently tapped Wang Jilong's knee with the steel pipe in his hand. The sound wasn't loud, but each one seemed to strike Wang Jilong's heart. What do you want to do?" "Nothing." Chu Fan's lips curled into a wicked smile. "I just want you to taste this feeling too." He raised the steel pipe in his hand. "Don't want." Wang Jilong let out a scream that sounded inhuman. Snap! Snap! 2 crisp cracking sounds echoed through the night sky. This is what the police saw when they rushed in. Chu Fan threw away the steel pipe in his hand, which was still stained with blood. At his feet, Wang Jilong was writhing on the ground in pain, clutching his 2 bent legs. "Don't move! Drop your weapons," the lead policeman roared, and a dozen guns were instantly pointed at Chu Fan. Black Snake and Han Ling instinctively wanted to step forward, but Qin Yuma held them back tightly. "Husband!" Lin Shishir and Wang Baobao were both terrified and turned pale. Chu Fan, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He raised his hands, a satisfied smile even on his face. He didn't look at the police, nor at Wang Jilong groaning on the ground, but turned to look at the women who had worried about him, giving them a reassuring look. 2 policemen stepped forward, took out cold handcuffs, and cuffed his hands. Just as he was being led into the police car, Chu Fan's gaze swept over everyone and landed on the face of Wang Baobao, who was already terrified. He smiled at her and silently uttered 2 words. "Wait for me." The police car doors slammed shut and sped away, leaving behind only a mess and several women with complicated expressions. Equals 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 equals. You've all made it this far, cuties, so please give it a like. Chapter 62 Wang Baobao, the beautiful woman, was raped. The police car sped away with its siren blaring, leaving a group of people standing there dumbfounded. That rundown street where the fight just happened is now a mess, like a garbage dump, with blood and broken glass everywhere. "Husband!" Lin Shishir was the first to come to her senses. She cried and tried to chase after the police car, but Qin Yuma grabbed her arm. "Stop chasing!" Qin Yuma's eyes were also red, but her mind was still clear. "What's the point of chasing them now? What are we going to do?" Lin Shishir stamped her feet anxiously. "He's been arrested. It's all my fault. If I hadn't made him do another live broadcast, things wouldn't have gotten this big. It's no use talking about this now. Han Ling picked up the blood-stained steel pipe from the ground, glanced at it, and threw it away again. This has caused such a big fuss, it's made the headlines on the TV news. He can't get out of here right now. No way. Black Snake was furious. He kicked a wrecked van next to him and cursed, "Damn it! That crazy woman Xiao Chang. I'll settle this score with her sooner or later." These women, who used to be so arrogant in Donghai City, felt utterly helpless for the first time. They stared at the direction the police car had disappeared, feeling a profound emptiness in their hearts. Only Wang Baobao remained standing there, seemingly lost in thought. She looked at the blood on the ground, at the car that had been blown up, and then at the several women with worried expressions. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have nowhere to go. Her home was gone, and her father was ruined. The man who had just told her wait for me was also taken away by the police. She was like a piece of unwanted junk, standing in this pile of junk, not knowing where to go. It's getting darker and darker. The police cordoned off the area with yellow tape. Xin Yuma and the others were also persuaded to get into the car. Wang Baobao wandered aimlessly through the dilapidated alleys of the old city, like a ghost. She was cold and hungry, and her designer dress was now dirty and tattered, making her look like a beggar. Just as she reached the entrance of an alley without streetlights, several dark figures darted out from the side and blocked her way. "Oh, isn't this our young lady?" The man leading the group was one of Wang Jinlong's henchmen, known as Scarface. He had just been hit by an axe in a fight earlier that day, and his arm was still bandaged. He looked at Chu Fan with eyes full of hatred. What do you want to do?" Wang Baobao was so frightened that she kept backing away. "What?" Scarface laughed, a disgusting laugh. "Our boss was crippled by that bastard of yours, and now the brothers have no food to eat. Tell me, what do we want?" Another skinny man said sarcastically, "Miss, weren't you quite arrogant before? How come you're like an unwanted dog now?" "No. Don't come any closer." Wang Baobao was so scared that her legs went weak, and she turned around to run away. But it was too late. Scarface grabbed her hair and slammed her to the ground. "Run? Where the hell do you think you're going? Damn it, if it weren't for you, you slut, would our boss have gotten into trouble? Brothers, our boss used to treat her like a treasure, we wouldn't dare touch her. But now..." Scarface looked at Wang Baobao, who was crying her eyes out on the ground, his eyes filled with filth. "Our boss is in jail, it's time for us to treat this precious daughter properly for him." "Don't want..." Wang Baobao let out a desperate scream. But in this deserted, dilapidated alley, her cries were utterly useless. The sound of clothes being torn, the men's filthy laughter, and her increasingly weak cries. She felt like she was dead. In the pitch-black agony, only one thought remained in her mind. "Chu Fan, save me." After what seemed like an eternity, the men finally finished their ordeal. Scarface kicked Wang Baobao, who looked like a rag doll, on the ground with disdain and spat. "Damn it, that's really lucky. That kid surnamed Chu got off easy. Scarface, what should we do with this woman? Dispose of?" Scarface pulled out his phone from his pocket and made a call. "Hello, is this Aunt May? I have some new stock here, good looking, great figure, used to be a rich girl." "Yes, very clean. What's your price?" "Okay." After hanging up the phone, he smiled at his men. "Let's go, take her to work at Enchanted Night. It's a way of making use of her. A top-floor luxury residence in a prime location." The atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. "No way. My dad said this is a major case in the city now, and no one can get involved." Xin Yuma put down the phone, looking exhausted. Chu Fan broke Wang Jinlong's leg in front of dozens of police officers. "It's too difficult to cover this up. My dad also said that things are too tense right now, and we shouldn't do anything reckless." Lin Shirsher said with a long face, "We've spent money and used connections, but nothing works." "Damn it." Black Snake slammed her fist on the table. "If you ask me, let's just break him out of prison. I refuse to believe that the few of us can't protect a man. Are you crazy?" Han Ling interrupted her coldly. "Going to break into prison now is no different from courting death. That crazy woman Xiao Chang is just waiting for us to mess things up." The four women argued back and forth, but none of them could come up with a good solution. "Stop arguing," Isabella said slowly, holding a glass of red wine. "What's the rush? He's actually safest inside right now. Safety? Lin Shershur didn't understand. Of course, Isabella smiled, her blue eyes full of calculation. Xiao Chang will have to think twice before she tries to touch him. What you need to do now is not to get him out, but to settle all these things outside for him. She paused, her eyes hardening. Wang Jinlong has fallen, and the old city area is now vacant. If you don't fight for this piece of fat, plenty of others will. And then there's Xiao Chang. She failed to kill someone using someone else this time, so she definitely has a backup plan. Instead of keeping an eye on her, you're making a mess of things here? Isabella's words were like buckets of cold water, waking the frantic women from their daze. That's right, Xin Yuma was the first to react. We can't panic. Chu Fan is waiting for us inside, we have to protect his rear. Then what are we waiting for? Black Snake slammed her machete on the table. I'm off to take over this territory. I'm going to find Xiao Chang. Han Ling also stood up. Seeing the women who suddenly became so enthusiastic, Lin Shershur scratched her head a little embarrassedly. Then I'll be in charge of logistics? You're responsible for. Xin Yumo looked at her and suddenly laughed, for dressing a little more provocatively when you bring him his food later. Lin Shershur. Municipal Detention Center. Chu Fan lay on the hard bed with his legs crossed, like a big shot, humming a little tune. The other prisoners in the cell all thought he was a fool because of his nonchalant attitude. A bald man with a face full of scars approached. Hey, newbie, the bald man patted Chu Fan's face. Don't you know the rules? Don't you know to show some respect to your older brother first? Chu Fan opened his eyes, glanced at him, and smiled. To show filial piety to you? Without saying another word, he sat up and kicked the bald man in the stomach. The bald man let out a whoop and knelt down, clutching his stomach. Chu Fan stood up, stepping on his back, and looked at the terrified prisoners in the room, slowly saying, From today onwards, I am the rule. He sat back on the bed, but his mind was on something else. Wang Baobao. For some reason, the image of that girl crying her eyes out kept flashing through his mind. Damn it, he muttered to himself, could it be that I'm actually starting to like that girl? Forget it, let's find her again once we get out of here. He had no idea that the girl he wanted to find was currently experiencing a living hell. Chapter 63 Wang Baobao is forced to provide sexual services. Enchanting nightclub, private room. It's damp and smelly here, and the lights are so dim they look like will-o'-the-wisps. Wang Baobao was woken up by a basin of cold water, shivering from the cold. She was covered in sores, and her designer dress was torn to shreds, barely covering her skin. She felt extremely dizzy and tried to move, only to find herself strapped to an iron chair. Woke up? A middle-aged woman wearing a red cheongsam and heavy makeup was sitting in front of her with her legs crossed, a slender cigarette between her fingers. This woman is called Aunt May. She is the owner of Meiye and is known in the old city for her ruthlessness. Who are you? Wang Baobao's voice was hoarse and trembling. Me? Aunt May laughed. She stood up, walked to Wang Baobao, and pinched her chin with her fingers painted with red nail polish. I'm your new boss. From today onwards, you have to call me Mom. Aunt May's grip was very strong, pinching Wang Baobao's chin until it hurt. She carefully examined Wang Baobao's tear-stained face and clicked her tongue twice. You have a good foundation, but you're still a bit green. But that's okay, Mom has plenty of ways to help you grow up faster. As she spoke, her fingers mischievously slid down Wang Baobao's neck, circling the soft, white skin of her chest. The coldness of her fingers sent chills down Wang Baobao's spine. I heard you used to be a rich young lady. Aunt May looked at her as if she were a piece of meat. Those good-for-nothings got off easy. Such a fine piece of goods should have been kept to sell for a good price. She clapped her hands, and two burly women immediately entered through the door. Wash her clean and change her clothes, Aunt May exhaled a smoke ring and casually instructed, tonight, let her make her debut. Find a knowledgeable old customer to give her a proper introduction. No. Wang Baobao finally came to her senses. She shook her head desperately, tears streaming down her face again. Please, let me go. Let you go? Aunt May laughed, a terrifying laugh. Miss Wang, haven't you figured out the situation yet? You're a chicken I bought with my money. If I let you live, you live. If I let you die, you'd better die a dignified death. After saying that, she ignored Wang Baobao's cries and turned to leave. The two burly women came up and roughly untied Wang Baobao from the chair, dragging her into the adjacent bathroom like a dead dog. Icy water was poured over my head. Wang Baobao felt like she had completely failed in her life, falling into a dark abyss from which she could not escape. She was changed into a red halter dress that was as thin as paper and so short it couldn't even cover her buttocks. A makeup artist came over and haphazardly smeared makeup on her face, turning her into a slut she didn't even recognize. Finally, a spiked glass of wine was forced into her mouth. The medicine took effect very quickly. Wang Baobao felt hot all over, her mind started to feel foggy, her body wouldn't obey her commands, and she was extremely agitated. She was led into a private room. An old, ugly man with a belly so big it looked like he was pregnant was sitting on the sofa, drooling as he looked at her. "Aunt May, is this the new stuff you were talking about?" The old man rubbed his hands together, drool practically dripping down his face. "It looks fucking hot." "Mr. Zhang, please enjoy your meal," Aunt May smiled. "I guarantee, it's the original." The door was closed. The old man's fat, dirty hands reached up and touched me. Wang Baobao closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. "Xu Fan, where are you?" "A top-floor luxury residence in a prime location. The atmosphere here is a completely different world from Enchanted Night." The living room had been transformed into a makeshift command center. "I've already taken over a third of the Old Town area." Black Snake slammed a map on the table. Her eyes were bloodshot, but she was in excellent spirits. "I've chopped off all the gang leaders under Wang Jinlong who dared to defy me. The rest are all obedient now." "Well done," Han Ling nodded, her computer screen displaying over a dozen real-time screenshots from surveillance footage. However, Xiao Chang has started making moves too. The Axe gang in the west of the city has been getting very close to her lately. I suspect she wants to promote a newcomer to go against us." "Rob? Do you think she can win?" Black Serpent sneered. "One by one, I'll kill." On the other side, Lin Shirshir and Isabella were arguing fiercely over a pile of financial statements. "No. Wang Jinlong's money laundering account must be frozen immediately." Lin Shirshir was extremely anxious. "What do you know?" Isabel rolled her eyes. "Freezing now will only scare the snake. We need to play the long game. Once Xiao Chang has invested her money, we'll pull in the net and make her cough up everything she's swallowed, with interest." Only Qin Yuma was relatively free. She was holding a cup of coffee, slowly looking out the window. "Hey, Secretary Qin," Lin Shirshir nudged her impatiently, "we're working ourselves to death here, and you're acting like nothing's wrong?" "Of course I'm here to clean up your messes," Qin Yuma said calmly, taking a sip of coffee. "You guys are fighting and killing all the time, so someone has to clean up the mess behind the scenes, right?" She paused, her expression becoming somewhat complicated. "My dad has already used his connections to suppress Chu Fan's case. However, he'll have to stay in there for at least another half-month until things calm down." "Half a month?" Lin Shirshir exclaimed immediately. "Won't he suffocate from boredom?" "It's better to suffocate than to be killed by someone else," Qin Yuma said, rolling her eyes. Although the women were still bickering, they were now more at ease than they had been a few days ago. They all knew that this battle had only just begun. Municipal Detention Center. "Dinner's ready." A small window on the iron gate was opened, and a simple meal was slipped inside. Xu Fan didn't even bother to open his eyes, but the bald guy next to him immediately ran over like a lapdog and brought over the food. "Master Chu, please have your meal." "Just put it there." Xu Fan has been having a pretty good time in this cell these past 2 days. He managed to subdue the cell boss on the first day, and now he's the one who calls the shots in the entire cell. Just then, a prison guard walked over and knocked on the iron gate. "Xu Fan, someone has come to see you." Xu Fan was a little surprised. It had only been 2 days, and they had already settled their relationship? He followed the prison guard to the visiting room. He saw Lin Shirshir through the thick glass. "This girl is dressed particularly provocatively today. She's wearing a low-cut, tight-fitting dress with a blazer over it, and her cleavage is so deep it could trap a fly." Her eyes immediately welled up with tears when she saw Chu Fan. "Husband." "Alright, stop crying." Chu Fan picked up the phone and laughed. "I'm doing great here. I'm being waited on hand and foot every day. I'm even getting fatter." "How dare you say that?" Lin Shirshir pouted, her eyes brimming with tears. "We were worried sick outside. Do you know what happened to that crazy woman, Xiao Chang?" "I know," Xu Fan interrupted her, "you did a good job." He looked at Lin Shirshir, his gaze softening slightly. "Is everything all right at home?" It's all good, Lin Shursher nodded, it's just. I miss you a lot. As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest, unbuttoned her suit jacket, and gave Chu Fan on the other end of the phone a flirtatious wink. Especially, at night. Looking at her seductive appearance, Chu Fan felt his penis instantly become erect. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, when I get out of here, I'm going to beat you all to a pulp. The two cuddled together for a while longer before it was time for visiting. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fan's smile slowly faded. He asked Lin Shursher, Wang Baobao, how is she? Lin Shursher paused for a moment, her eyes darting away. After thinking for a moment, she lied, I don't know. I haven't seen her since that day. I guess, she couldn't think straight and ran away. A young lady like her, how could she withstand that kind of shock? Yeah. Chu Fan looked at her and didn't ask any more questions. But for some reason, he had a bad feeling about it. He felt as if he had forgotten something very important. Chapter 64 His Girl, in Hell. Chu Fan lived a more carefree life in prison than he did outside. During the day, he would lead a group of prisoners in physical training, which was really just him demonstrating the fighting techniques his women had taught him, and it actually made him a bit stronger. At night, he would listen to these men brag about how powerful they were back in the day. After a week, he had become the big brother here. But that night, Chu Fan lay on the hard bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. For some reason, he felt uneasy, as if there was a stone blocking his way, preventing him from going up or down. His mind kept replaying Wang Baobao's tear-stained face. Damn it, he cursed irritably, did we really fall for that girl's trick? Meanwhile, in the innermost private room on the third floor of the enchanting nightclub. This is the place that Aunt May uses specifically to train newcomers. Wang Baobao lay curled up on the cold floor, her body covered in bruises. Her eyes were vacant as she stared at the broken light on the ceiling, which flickered on and off. She was motionless, like a dead person. It's been a week. She doesn't remember how she got through it. All she knew was that once it got dark, the nightmare would begin. All sorts of old and ugly men swarmed around her like flies, leaving disgusting marks on her body. She resisted, but was met with even harsher beatings and torture. She had thought about dying, but Aunt May had plenty of ways to make her wish she were dead. Now, she's numb. Get up. Stop pretending to be dead. Aunt May kicked her in the stomach, making her curl up like a shrimp in pain. We have a distinguished guest tonight. Aunt May squatted down, pinched her chin, and her eyes were like poison, the new boss of the Axe Gang, a favorite of Miss Xiao Chang. You better serve him well. If he's not satisfied, I'll pull out the rest of your teeth too. Wang Baobao didn't say anything, she just silently shed tears. Tears are the only thing she can still do now. She was lifted up by two strong women and dragged into the bathroom like a rag doll. She took a cold shower and was then dressed in an extremely provocative outfit. Looking at the woman in the mirror with vacant eyes, heavy makeup, and scars all over her body, Wang Baobao couldn't even recognize herself. Is this still the arrogant and domineering eldest daughter of the Wang family? It seems she really is dead. A top-floor luxury residence in a prime location. The atmosphere here is just as tense. Damn it! Those mad dogs from the Axe Gang, with Xiao Chang backing them up, are getting more and more arrogant. Black Snake slammed a casualty report on the table, his eyes bloodshot. Just last night, 7 or 8 of our sisters were ambushed by their people. If this continues, all my men will be dead. We can't trace their money flow, Isabella frowned. Xiao Chang is very clever. The money went through several rounds of overseas transactions. By the time it reached the Axe Gang's account, it was already cleaned up like dirt. My dad's side is also about to lose control, Qin Yuma said, rubbing her temples and looking exhausted. In Wang Jilong's case, Xiao Chang hired the best legal team and managed to portray the gang fight as Chu Fan's provocation and assault. Now public opinion is very unfavorable to us. The women were once again at an impasse. Just then, a minor leader of the Snake Gang, who was in charge of taking over Wang Jinlong's old territory, rushed in. Snake, Sister Snake. Something terrible has happened. What's the panic? Black Snake roared irritably, still angry. I just heard from my men. The foreman stammered, Wang Jinlong's daughter, Wang Baobao, it seems she's working as a prostitute at the Maye Club. What? The living room fell into a deathly silence. Lin Shursher's face turned pale instantly. You're lying, she was the first to scream. She didn't run away, did she? It's absolutely true. The leader was almost in tears. I heard that Aunt May, that old hag, has tortured him so badly he's barely recognizable as a human being. Smack! The coffee cup in Qin Yuma's hand fell to the ground and shattered. They all remembered. That night, Wang Baobao did indeed run away alone. And because they were worried about Chu Fan, and also because of a vague, inexplicable jealousy, none of them thought to look for her. They all thought that a pampered young lady would at most find a place to hide and cry. They never expected that she would. I didn't mean to. Lin Shishi's lips trembled, and tears streamed down her face. I thought she was just throwing a tantrum. What's the point of saying all this now? Black Snake slammed her hand on the table, looking at Lin Shishi with a complicated expression. She knew this wasn't entirely her fault. Each of them bore some responsibility. Han Ling didn't say anything, she simply stood up silently and went back to her room. When she came out again, she had a tactical backpack full of weapons in her hand. The Municipal Detention Center, visiting room. Looking at the several pale-faced, bloodshot-eyed women across the glass, Chu Fan's bad premonition finally came true. Speak, he said calmly, what happened? Lin Shishi opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word, she just kept crying. Finally, Qin Yuma took a deep breath and recounted the whole story in detail. She didn't dare look Chu Fan in the eye. The entire visiting room was eerily quiet. Chu Fan listened without saying a word. He didn't get angry or curse, he just sat there quietly, his face expressionless. But Lin Shishi and the others felt like they were about to be crushed by that invisible, icy pressure. They would rather Chu Fan scold them right now than see him like this. Lin Shishi finally couldn't hold back anymore. She picked up the phone, crying, husband. I'm sorry, half an hour. Chu Fan finally spoke. His voice was very soft and hoarse, and you couldn't detect any emotion in it. I don't care what methods you use. I need to be out within half an hour. After saying that, he didn't look at them again, stood up, and turned to leave. That figure was very calm. But everyone sensed that a wild beast, utterly enraged, was about to be unleashed. Equals 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 equals. Give this a like, guys. It'll give you some motivation to keep generating electricity. Chapter 65, Unleashed. Revenge. In the visiting room, Chu Fan said half an hour and turned to leave. His back looked calm, but Qin Yuma and the others knew perfectly well that he was about to explode. Damn it! Lin Shishi was the first to react. She slammed her hand on the glass and yelled at Qin Yuma, what are you standing there for? Call him. Call my dad, your dad, everyone you can call. If he doesn't come out in half an hour, I'll buy this lousy building and tear it down on the spot. Qin Yuma snapped out of her daze and frantically reached for her phone. Her hands were shaking so badly that she had to dial several times before finally getting through to her father's secretary. Hello? It's me. Her voice was shrill and sharp, completely unlike her usual strong-willed self. I don't care what methods you use. You can find whoever you want. I want Chu Fan out within half an hour. Otherwise, my dad can forget about sitting in that mayor's seat. On the other side, Isabella also took out a satellite phone that looked really cool and made an international call. It's me, Isabella, she said into the phone in fluent English, her tone icy cold. I don't care what meeting you're having, stop it now. As the Rockefeller family heir, I demand that you contact the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately. In Donghai City, there is a man named Chu Fan, my most important business partner. He has been mistakenly arrested by the local police. I'm giving you 20 minutes. I want to see him emerge unharmed. In an instant, the entire Donghai City, and even the people above it, were in an uproar because of the name Chu Fan. The phone in the city bureau chief's office has been ringing off the hook. What? The mayor's son? No, he's the future son-in-law of the Lin Group? No, it's not, a VIP of the Rockefeller Foundation in the United States? As the director listened to the increasingly frightening names on the phone, sweat poured down his forehead and soaked his shirt. Damn it! He hung up the phone, his voice trembling, and yelled at his men, what are you all standing there for? Hurry! Go and invite Master Chu, no, Mr. Chu out for me. And be quick. Less than 20 minutes later, Chu Fan, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, walked out of the city bureau's main gate as if nothing had happened. At the entrance, more than a dozen top-of-the-line luxury cars had completely blocked the road. Black Snake, Han Ling, Xiaoya, and dozens of the most capable sisters from the Snake Hall all changed into black combat uniforms, carrying weapons, and stood in 2 rows, exuding a murderous aura. The scene was like something out of a gangster movie. Boss. Upon seeing Chu Fan, Black Snake was the first to come forward. Chu Fan didn't say anything. He just stubbed out his cigarette hard on the police car next to him, burning a black mark on it. He opened the door of a modified SUV and got in. Go to Meiye. His voice was very soft, but all the women in the car felt a chill run down their spines. Enchanting nightclub, 3rd floor private room. The new leader of the Axe Gang, a bald, burly man named Crazy Biao, was leering at Wang Baobao, who had been tortured beyond recognition. TSK, no wonder he's Wang Jinlong's son, he's really good looking. He rubbed his hands together, drool almost dripping down his face. Aunt May, this job is pretty good. I'm glad you're satisfied, Brother Biao, Aunt May said, bowing and scraping as she served him. This girl is newly deflowered, she's very tender. Please enjoy her, I guarantee. I'll make you feel like you're in heaven. Crazy Biao couldn't wait any longer. He tore open the barely there dress that Wang Baobao was wearing and pressed himself against her. My little beauty, don't be afraid, I will take good care of you. Wang Baobao closed her eyes, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She felt that her life was completely over. Just then. Boom! With a loud crash, the thick wooden door of the private room was kicked to pieces from the outside. Amidst the flying sawdust, a man in a black t-shirt, with a chillingly cold gaze, walked in. It's Chu Fan. Crazy Biao stopped moving. He turned around and was immediately stunned. Who the hell are you? Chu Fan ignored him, his gaze fixed on the pig-like body pressing down on Wang Baobao. An uncontrollable fire suddenly ignited in his heart. Get out of here. His voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. What did you say? Before Feng Biao could react, he climbed off Wang Baobao, shaking his fist, which was as big as a clay pot. Kid, do you even know who I am? You dare to ruin my plans, you. Before he could finish speaking, a dark figure flashed in front of him. It's Han Ling. Before Feng Biao could even see how she moved, he felt his wrist being gripped by an icy hand. Immediately afterwards, a tremendous force that he simply couldn't withstand came. Snap! The crisp sound of bones breaking was clearly audible in the private room. Crazy Biao's entire arm was twisted into a pretzel by Han Ling. Ah! He let out a scream that was not human, and then collapsed to his knees with a thud. Outside the private room, sounds of fighting and screams could also be heard at the same time. Black Snake and his Snake Gang members have already started fighting with the Axe Gang's thugs. You? Feng Biao clutched his crippled arm, staring at Chu Fan with fear in his eyes. Who are you? Chu Fan ignored him. He walked up to Wang Baobao, who was still lying on the sofa, her eyes vacant and motionless. He took off his coat and gently covered her scarred body with it. He reached out to touch her face, but then hesitated, afraid of hurting her, and his hand stopped in midair. An indescribable sense of guilt and heartache cut into his heart like a knife. He always believed that Wang Baobao was just a pawn in his revenge plan. But only now did he realize that this chess piece seemed to have already taken root in his heart. He slowly stood up, turned around, and looked at the madman Biao, who was still howling on the ground, and Aunt May, who was already terrified. For the first time, a smile that looked more like a grimace appeared on his face. You, his voice was soft and hoarse, all of you deserve to die. Without saying another word, he walked up to Aunt May, grabbed her hair, and dragged her in front of Feng Biao. You, he said, pointing at Feng Biao, lick his shoes clean. If you don't, I'll scratch your face. Aunt May was so frightened that she trembled all over. She didn't dare to say a word of dissent and rushed over in a panic. Looking at the humiliating scene before him and his crippled arm, Feng Biao knew that he had messed with someone tough today. Big brother. I was wrong. It was Xiao Chang. Miss Xiao Chang made me do it. He betrayed Xiao Chang without even thinking. Xiao Chang? Chu Fan smiled. He took a military dagger from Han Ling's hand. He walked up to Feng Biao, squatted down, and gently patted his fleshy face with the back of his dagger. I know it's her. But, his eyes turned incredibly cruel, the accounts must be settled one by one. He raised the dagger in his hand. Ah! A scream 100 times more piercing than before echoed throughout the entire enchanting nightclub. Crazy Biao's other arm was also cut off by Chu Fan at the shoulder. Blood was sprayed everywhere. Chu Fan stood up and threw the still dripping dagger in front of Han Ling. Here, he pointed to the severed arm on the ground, then to the madman who was almost unconscious from the pain. It's yours. His voice was chillingly cold. Let them die a gruesome death. After saying that, he didn't look at anyone again, bent down, and carefully took the unconscious Wang Baobao into his arms. He carried her, step by step, out of this living hell. Behind him was Aunt May's heart-wrenching scream, a scream that was hard to tell whether it was from fear or excitement. Chapter 66. I want Xiao Chang to kill her own people with her own hands. Chu Fan carried Wang Baobao out of the dilapidated door of Meiya. The fight outside had already ended. The air was filled with the stench of blood and burning. It smelled awful. Black Snake's group of women, all wounded, were shoving the Axe gang members into the van like dead dogs. The scene was like something out of a movie. Upon seeing Wang Baobao, who looked like a rag doll, in Chu Fan's arms, everyone stopped what they were doing and gave him strange looks. Xin Yuma and Lin Shishir were the first to rush forward. When they saw clearly under Fan's coat that Wang Baobao was covered in injuries and wearing nothing, the two women were stunned and their eyes immediately turned red. How could this happen? Lin Shishir's voice was trembling. She wanted to reach out and touch Wang Baobao, but she was afraid of hurting her, so she pulled her hand back halfway. Get in the car first. Han Ling's face was also pale with fright. She opened the car door, her voice hoarse, to the hospital. I'm not going to the hospital, Chu Fan said coldly. I'm going home. He knew that going to the hospital wouldn't help Wang Baobao in her current condition. What she needed was a place where she could feel at ease. A top-floor luxury residence in a prime location. On that large bed that could sleep several people, Wang Baobao was the only one lying there. Chu Fan personally cleaned her up and changed her into a clean t-shirt. But she still huddled in the corner of the bed, hugging her knees, staring blankly out the window, as if she had lost her soul. She would shudder in fright if anyone touched her. Several women stood around the bed, all at a loss. What should we do? Lin Shishir was so anxious she was about to cry. The doctor has been called, and he said she only has superficial injuries, but she seems to have lost her mind. She doesn't speak and doesn't respond to anyone. They're terrified, Isabella said, unusually unpretentious, frowning. The wounds in the heart are much harder to heal than the wounds on the body. It's all my fault. Lin Shishir's tears fell again. If I had gone to see her that day, this wouldn't have happened. What's the point of talking about this now? Black Snake interrupted her, looking at Wang Baobao on the bed, feeling quite uneasy himself. Chu Fan didn't say anything. He carried a bowl of freshly cooked porridge to the bedside and sat down. He didn't try to persuade her, but scooped up a spoonful of porridge, blew on it, and brought it to Wang Baobao's lips. Wang Baobao did not respond. Chu Fan wasn't in a hurry, he just held it up like that. After a while, Wang Baobao's lifeless eyes seemed to regain a little light. She looked at the spoonful of porridge, then at Chu Fan's expressionless face. Dirty. She finally spoke, her voice hoarse and unpleasant. I'm dirty. It's not dirty. Chu Fan pushed the porridge forward again. Drink it. How can you have the strength to take revenge if you don't eat? Revenge. Wang Baobao's eyes finally showed a flicker of emotion. Yes, Chu Fan stared into her eyes and said, word by word, you should repay others tenfold or 100-fold for any mistreatment they may have caused you. Wang Baobao looked at him, hesitated for a long time, and finally opened her mouth. 1 bite, 2 bites. The bowl of porridge was finished very quickly. After finishing her meal, Wang Baobao seemed to have regained some strength, but she was still groggy. Chu Fan didn't press her further, he simply helped her lie down and covered her with a blanket. Just as he was about to leave, a small, cold hand grabbed the corner of his clothes. Don't go. Wang Baobao looked at him with pitiful eyes. Chu Fan felt as if something had stabbed him in the heart. He didn't say anything, but sat down on the edge of the bed and took her hand. The atmosphere in the living room was incredibly stifling. Han Ling returned, and she reeked of blood. It's all taken care of, she said, throwing a still dripping knife onto the table. That old hag, Aunt May, I made her recount all the dirty deeds she did to the girls in the brothel. I recorded it all. As for that crazy Biao, I crippled the rest of his limbs too. I guarantee they'll be bedridden for the rest of their lives. They got off too easily. Black Snake said through gritted teeth. That's just the interest, Han Ling said coldly. The principal will have to get it from that crazy woman, Xiao Chang. How can we get her? Xin Yuma looked exhausted. She's hiding in the Xiao family manor right now, like a coward. We can't get in at all. Then force her to come out. Chu Fan's voice came from the bedroom doorway. He didn't know when he had already come out. Husband. Several women immediately surrounded him. Is the baby asleep? Lin Shishir asked softly. Chu Fan nodded, looking at the women in front of him with a calm expression. Please sit down, let's have a meeting. Several women sat down, each with a serious expression. Does Xiao Chang think she can get away with it by hiding? Chu Fan laughed, a cold laugh. Doesn't she like to play dirty tricks and stab people in the back? Then we'll break the knife out of her hand. He looked at Isabella. Does your Rockefeller family have its own intelligence network in Donghai City? Isabella paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes. What do you want to do? I need you to use all your power to find someone for me, Chu Fan laughed, a somewhat frightening laugh. The sniper from that day. I need to know everything about him. Where he lives, what he likes to eat, where he goes to the toilet, and even who else lives in his house. Han Ling's eyes lit up immediately. You want to use him to threaten Xiao Chang? No, Chu Fan shook his head, the threat is too low level. He looked at Han Ling, then at the other women beside him who also looked completely bewildered, and smiled. I want Xiao Chang to kill her own people with her own hands. The women in the room were stunned when they heard this. Looking at Chu Fan, they felt as if they had never truly known this man. Late at night, Chu Fan quietly returned to his bedroom alone. Wang Baobao was still asleep, but she was sleeping restlessly, her brows were tightly furrowed, and she was muttering something under her breath. Chu Fan sat down by the bed and quietly looked at her. Looking at her pale face and the wound he had bandaged himself, the guilt in his heart welled up again. He knew that the girl had become like this because of him. Damn it! He muttered under his breath. He bent down, wanting to kiss her forehead. Just then, Wang Baobao suddenly opened her eyes. The emptiness of the daytime was gone from those eyes. In their place was a complex, somewhat restless emotion. She didn't say anything, but reached out and hooked her arm around Chu Fan's neck, then took the initiative to press her lips to his. Chu Fan was stunned. He could clearly feel that the girl's body was very hot. It wasn't the kind of burning sensation you get when you have a fever, but rather. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately realized what was going on. It's that glass of wine that Aunt May forced her to drink earlier. The effects of that stuff haven't worn off yet. He tried to push her away, but Wang Baobao clung to him like an octopus. Her hands were restless, groping him all over, while she let out suppressed moans that made him blush. It's hot. I'm so hot. Looking at the girl beneath him, her eyes glazed over, her face flushed, and her rubbing against him, Chu Fan felt the string of reason in his mind snap. Hold. You asked for this. He rolled over and pinned her beneath him. Chapter 67 Her Wounds, His Debt. The next morning, Wang Baobao woke up with aches and pains. The moment she opened her eyes, all she saw was Chu Fan's magnified sleeping face. All those crazy, frightening, and shameful scenes from last night flooded back to her. She looked at the bruises all over her body, some from previous beatings, others fresh from last night. A tear, unable to be held back, slid down her cheek. Dirty. She felt utterly filthy, inside and out. Just as she was about to sneak away from Chu Fan's embrace, Chu Fan suddenly opened his eyes. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became incredibly awkward. Last night Chu Fan's voice was a little hoarse. He wanted to say something, like I'm sorry, but he felt that it sounded really fake. Wang Baobao seemed to know what he wanted to say. She shook her head, buried her face in the quilt, and said in a muffled voice, "It's not your fault. I brought it on myself." Her words, though seemingly without blaming, were filled with a piercing sense of grievance and despair that cut like a knife, causing Chu Fan a sharp pain in his heart. He knew that this girl had completely given up on herself. He didn't say anything more, but simply reached out and pulled the small body trembling under the covers into his arms, blanket and all. From now on, he said in a low voice, but each word was very clear, if anyone dares to touch a single hair on your head, I'll make their whole family regret ever being born. Outside the bedroom door, inside the living room. Several women with dark circles under their eyes stared intently at the tightly closed door as if they were looking at prisoners. Damn it! The sun's high in the sky, why aren't they up yet? Lin Shishir grabbed her hair and paced back and forth in the doorway. What are they doing in there? Researching atomic bombs? Does it take that long? Maybe they're delving into the origins of life. Black Snake leaned back on the sofa, slowly wiping her fire axe, her words sharp and sarcastic. A newcomer like her deserves some special treatment. All right, enough of that, Shin Yuma said, rubbing her temples. Is this the time to talk about this? Just then, the bedroom door opened. Chu Fan came out, followed by Wang Baobao. Wang Baobao had changed into Chu Fan's oversized t-shirt, her legs bare, her head down, like a little wife who had done something wrong, clutching the hem of Chu Fan's shirt tightly. All the women in the living room turned their attention to Wang Baobao's two long, white legs and the red marks on her neck that couldn't be covered up. The atmosphere suddenly became even more awkward. Ahem, Chu Fan coughed twice, trying to break the awkward silence. Has everyone had breakfast? What are you eating? It's almost lunchtime. Lin Shirshir rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. All right, let's get down to business. Isabella broke the silence, arms crossed. She tossed a tablet onto the table. An encrypted file was displayed on the screen. I got what you wanted. On the tablet was all the information about the sniper, Aon, in shocking detail. Aon, 32 years old, a former member of the Federal Special Forces, was discharged for disobeying orders during a mission. He then became a professional assassin, and Xiao Chang is his biggest client. Isabella pointed to a photo on the screen. This guy is a lone wolf, with no friends, no family, and only one weakness. The photo shows a pretty girl lying in a hospital bed. His only younger sister, Angie, Isabella continued, has a congenital heart condition and has been receiving treatment at a top private hospital in Switzerland. The monthly medical expenses are astronomical. And this money is all being paid for by Xiao Chang through an anonymous account. I understand. Black Snake's eyes lit up. We'll tie that girl up, then he won't disobey us. No way, Shin Yuma immediately objected. If we use such underhanded methods, how are we any different from Xiao Chang? Then what do you suggest we do? We don't need to actually kidnap her. Chu Fan looked at the girl's photo on the screen and smiled, a slightly cold smile. We just need to make Xiao Chang think that we have kidnapped her. He looked at the women present and briefly explained his plan. Black Snake, find a girl who looks like Angie, and a similar hospital room. Film a kidnapping video for me. Remember, make it look real, and include lots of crying and screaming scenes. Isabella, you're in charge of forging a bank transfer record. Say that Aon sold us Xiao Chang's dirty secrets to save his sister, and we gave him a large sum of money. Han Ling, Xiaoya, you two are responsible for finding a way to inadvertently deliver this evidence to Xiao Chang's desk. As for Umo and Shirshir. Before Chu Fan could finish speaking, Shin Yuma's phone suddenly rang sharply. She picked it up and took a look, and her face turned pale instantly. It was a call she arranged from a friend who works at the Yipin Jiangshan Property Management Company. Hello, what? Say that again. After hanging up the phone, Shin Yuma's lips were trembling. Something's happened. Auntie's in trouble. She connected her phone to the screen and projected a surveillance video from the neighborhood onto the screen. In the scene, Chu Fan's mother, Lilan, is carrying a shopping basket as she returns home. She is then surrounded by a group of elegantly dressed, wealthy women in the community garden. Oh my, isn't this Mrs. Chu? Going to buy groceries again? The woman in the lead said sarcastically, your son is really something, isn't he? I heard he's involved in organized crime and even got Wang Jinlong arrested. You didn't steal the money you're using to buy groceries, did you? Yeah, it's really bad luck to live in the same neighborhood as someone like that. Who knows if her son will chop us up one day? Li Lan's face flushed red and then turned pale as they spoke. She wanted to retort, but didn't know what to say. Just then, a wealthy woman accidentally spilled a cup of milk tea all over Li Lan. Oops. I'm so sorry. My hand slipped. The surveillance video stopped there. But everyone knows what happened next. Son of a bitch. Before Chu Fan could speak, Lin Shirshir exploded, kicking over the chair in front of her. These old women dare to bully my mother-in-law. I'm taking some people to tear their faces to shreds. This was Xiao Chang's doing, Shin Yuma said through gritted teeth. She knew we wouldn't dare to make a big deal out of it, so she used this most disgusting and despicable method to humiliate us. Chu Fan's face was so cold that you could scrape ice shards off it. What he hates most is when others harm his family. He didn't get angry or curse, he just silently stood up and picked up the car keys from the table. Han Ling, Xiaoya, you two come with me. Honey, where are you going? Lin Shershur asked hurriedly. Where to? Chu Fan turned around, looked at them, and smiled. There was not a trace of warmth in that smile. I need to make good use of my relationship with my mama's new neighbors. Chapter 68: The Old Ladies' Tea Party. A prestigious and luxurious clubhouse where flowers bloom in abundance. This place is decorated like a five-star hotel. It's usually where these wealthy ladies have afternoon tea and compare their husbands. The atmosphere is a little different today. A dozen or so wealthy women, dressed in their finest attire, were gathered around a table, chatting and laughing hysterically. Oh my, Mrs. Wang, that was a brilliant move of yours today. A woman in a Chanel suit poured a cup of tea for the woman in the lead, trying to please her. Let me tell you, you didn't see that old woman's face at the time. It was a mix of green and white, like a palette of colors. It was hilarious. Exactly. Another man carrying a Hermes bag chimed in. What is she? A country bumpkin. Does she even deserve to live in the same neighborhood as us? Her son is just a gangster. What is so great about him? The woman called Mrs. Wang, the one who led the way in throwing milk tea yesterday, smugly picked up her teacup and blew on the foam. What is this? She said slowly. Miss Xiao Chang said this is just the beginning. There are plenty of ways to get that whole family out of our Ipin Jiangshan. They were chatting happily when the club door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Chu Fan walked in. Behind him were two women, Han Ling and Xiaoya, who was always by his side. None of the three spoke, but their chilling aura made the temperature in the entire club seem to drop several degrees instantly. The previously chattering wealthy women suddenly fell silent. Mrs. Wang was the first to react. She looked at Chu Fan, paused for a moment, and then a contemptuous smile appeared on her face. Oh, who do we have here? It's the handsome Chu, she said sarcastically. What, here to seek justice for your mother? Too bad, this is a private party, we don't welcome outsiders. Especially, those covered in mud. As she spoke, she deliberately waved her hand in front of her nose, looking disgusted. Yeah, hurry up and get out of here, don't get our carpets dirty. A grown man arguing with a bunch of women, isn't that shameful? Chu Fan ignored them. He simply pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Mrs. Wang. My mother, is it you who bullied her? His voice was calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. Bullying her? Mrs. Wang laughed, a particularly arrogant laugh. We were just joking with her. What, you want to hit her? Let me tell you, my husband is. Before she could finish speaking, Chu Fan suddenly laughed. He didn't look at Mrs. Wang, but instead turned around and glanced at Han Ling and Xiaoya. Did you hear that? He asked lazily. They said we were just joking with her. Han Ling didn't say anything, but silently walked forward and kicked the two security guards from the club who rushed over after hearing the noise, sending them flying and crashing into the wall, knocking them unconscious. Xiaoya didn't say anything. She walked to the table full of exquisite pastries, and then, to the horror of all the rich ladies, she overturned the table. Splash! Plates, cups, cakes, and fruit were all broken on the floor. Ah! The wealthy women screamed in fright, their faces turning pale, completely losing their previous arrogance. What do you want to do? Mrs. Wang pointed at Chu Fan, her voice trembling. I'm telling you. Murder is a crime. Illegal? Chu Fan laughed. He stood up and walked step by step to Mrs. Wang. He picked up a crushed piece of cake from the pile of trash on the ground. It still had shards of glass stuck to it. Don't you like to spill things? He handed the cake to Mrs. Wang, his voice frighteningly gentle. Here, eat it. I won't eat it. Mrs. Wang shrieked. You can forget about it. Not going to eat? Chu Fan wasn't angry. He turned around and glanced at Xiaoya. Xiaoya understood immediately. She stepped forward, grabbed Mrs. Wang's newly done hairstyle, which was worth tens of thousands of yuan, and yanked it down hard. Mrs. Wang let out a cry of ah, and was pulled to her knees on the ground. Xiaoya didn't stop. She picked up a small fruit fork from the tableware next to her. Then, amidst the heart-wrenching screams of the wealthy women, she raised her fork and slashed it viciously across Mrs. Wang's well-maintained face. Ah! A bloody streak instantly appeared, running from the corner of Mrs. Wang's eye to the corner of her mouth. My face! My face! Mrs. Wang touched her burning face and her sticky blood, and she completely broke down. Devils! You are devils! Can't even handle this? Chu Fan squatted down, pinched her lower body, and forced her to look at him. When my mother was being humiliated by you all, didn't you feel like you were devils? He passed the rotten cake forward a little further. Now, I'll ask you one more time. To eat, or not to eat? Looking at Chu Fan's emotionless eyes and Xiaoya beside him, who was holding a fork and preparing to eat again, Mrs. Wang knew that she had no choice but to eat today. She reached out with trembling hands, grabbed the rotten cake mixed with glass shards, and stuffed it into her mouth. The shards of glass cut her lips and tongue, and blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. She was crying and vomiting, but she still had to force herself to swallow. She looked incredibly pathetic. The group of wealthy women around them were so frightened that they couldn't even speak, and several of them wet their pants. Very good. Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction. He stood up, took out Mrs. Wang's diamond-encrusted cell phone, found Xiao Chang's number, dialed it, and put it on speakerphone. The call was answered quickly. Hello? Mrs. Wang? Xiao Chang's unhurried voice came from the other end of the phone. How's the matter going? Miss Xiao, Mrs. Wang cried out, help me. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Chu Fan, Xiao Chang's voice came again after a long while, tinged with coldness. It's you, isn't it? Mr. Xiao, long time no see, Chu Fan smiled. I hosted your tea party for you. How was it? Was it lively? He brought the phone to Mrs. Wang's mouth. Mrs. Wang's voice, a mixture of sobs and screams, carried clearly. Xiao Chang. You bitch. You've ruined me. Chu Fan, Xiao Chang's voice was so cold it could drip ice. What exactly do you want? It's nothing special, Chu Fan said slowly, taking back his phone. I just wanted to let you know. I received the gift you gave me. Now, it's my turn to give you a gift in return. After saying that, without waiting for Xiao Chang's reply, he threw the expensive cell phone into the fish tank next to him. He didn't look at the group of terrified rich women again, and turned to leave with Han Ling and Xiaoya. As he reached the door, he turned back and smiled at Mrs. Wang, who was still kneeling on the ground, her face covered in blood and cream. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. Your husband's company will declare bankruptcy in an hour. Enjoy your new life now. On the way home, the atmosphere in the car was a little strange. Han Ling and Xiaoya didn't say anything, but secretly glanced at the man sitting in the back seat, looking calmly out the window, through the rearview mirror. They found that they seemed to understand him less and less. Back at the mansion, as soon as Chu Fan entered, Lin Shishir rushed up to him like a cannonball. Honey. You're back. How did it go? Those old women didn't do anything to you, did they? As she spoke, she sniffed around on Chu Fan like a puppy. What could possibly happen to me? Chu Fan slapped her on the bottom. But you're acting like a police dog, checking someone's background. I was just worried about you. Chu Fan ignored her. He walked to the sofa, threw himself on it, and looked exhausted. He wasn't tired, he was mentally exhausted. Black Snake and Qin Yuma also came over. They felt sorry for Chu Fan when they saw him like that. Is everything resolved? Black Snake asked in a low voice. What about Xiao Chang? We've already talked about it. Seeing that Chu Fan didn't want to say anything more, the women wisely refrained from asking any further questions. Lin Shishir's eyes lit up. She ran to the wine cabinet, opened a bottle of good wine, and even changed into an incredibly sexy silk nightgown. She swayed her hips as she walked over. Honey, she said, holding a glass of wine to Chu Fan's lips, her voice soft and seductive, you must be tired after a battle, right? Let me help you relax? As she spoke, she naturally knelt down beside Chu Fan's legs, her hands wandering along his trouser leg. Looking at the little vixen who had offered herself up to him, Chu Fan felt a surge of lust rising within him. He grabbed Lin Shishir's restless hand and pulled her into his arms. You alone are not enough. He turned around, looked at the women still watching the show in the living room, and smiled. Don't just sit there, everyone. Come on, let's relax together. Chapter 69. I want him to die without leaving a trace. Xiao Chang stared at the news on her phone, her mind went blank, and she was completely stunned. A shocking plot twist. To save his critically ill sister, the mysterious sniper turns against the mastermind, accusing the Xiao group of being behind everything? Impossible. She muttered subconsciously. On was someone she had personally trained. He was her most loyal and capable dog. How could he possibly betray her? But the sound of On crying and begging for help still echoed in my ears on the phone. The so-called evidence online bank transfer records, videos of his sister being kidnapped, and photos of him meeting with Chu Fan's men were all so convincingly presented that there wasn't a single flaw to be found. "You bitch." Xiao Chang slammed her phone to the ground, and for the first time, an ugly expression appeared on her face, which was usually as cold as ice. She wasn't afraid of Chu Fan fighting her head-on, but she didn't expect that this man would use such underhanded tactics. This isn't fighting a war with her, it's stabbing her in the heart. She wanted to be suspicious, but the evidence Chu Fan provided was too convincing. She dared not gamble. If Owen really turned against her, the shady secrets he held would be enough to completely destroy the entire Xiao family. "Someone come here," she shouted at the door. A female secretary in a suit came running in, stumbling and scrambling. "Young miss. Get me connected to the hospital in Switzerland right now." "Yes." Meanwhile, in Switzerland, at a top-tier private hospital, the corridor was in complete chaos. "Don't move. We are Interpol agents. We suspect your hospital of engaging in illegal organ trafficking." Black Snake, dressed in a police uniform she'd somehow acquired in carrying a fake ID, led a dozen or so of her fellow Snake sisters, also dressed in police uniforms, and beat the hospital security guards until they were crying for their parents. "Let me tell you, the girls here aren't as hot as the ones in Donghai City," Black Snake said to the women next to her as she kicked a blonde, blue-eyed security guard to the ground. "They're all tall and strong, but they're not tough enough to take a beating." Meanwhile, Han Ling had already quietly slipped into the hospital's security monitoring room. She didn't hit him, she just gently poked the white security guard in the back of the neck with a small, cold object. The security guard rolled his eyes and passed out, then slumped onto the table, sleeping like a log. Han Ling sat down at the computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard. In less than 30 seconds, she had cut off all external phone calls to the entire hospital. She put on her headset, her voice cold. "Black Snake, stop playing around. Just make a commotion to let them know we've been here. Leave in 3 minutes. Receive." Black Snake agreed, then kicked away another security guard who rushed up, before leading his men out through the main entrance with an air of nonchalance. The entire hospital was in complete chaos. Meanwhile, in Angie's VIP ward, a member of the Snake clan dressed as a nurse placed a bouquet of flowers and an envelope on her bedside table. Inside the envelope was the forged contract that Isabella had made, in which Owen sold Xiao Chang's dirty secrets to Chu Fan. After doing all this, she gave the middle finger to the security camera in the corner before quietly slipping away. A top-floor luxury residence in a prime location. The atmosphere here is completely different from that of a Swiss hospital. There was a strange smell in the living room, both fragrant and pungent, the smell of victory. "Holy crap! Honey, you're amazing." Lin Shishir clung to Chu Fan like a boneless cat, muttering, "I just read the comments online, and everyone's calling Xiao Chang a heartless capitalist who even bullies her own sister. Her company's stock has hit the daily limit down again. What's so special about this?" Chu Fan said smugly, enjoying Lin Shishir's koala hug while also draping his leg over Qin Yuma's long legs in black stockings. "I call this playing mind games. To deal with a self-righteous woman like Xiao Chang, you have to let her play herself to death." However, Qin Yuma said with some concern while massaging Chu Fan's legs, "Won't this push her too far and make her do something desperate? I want her to jump over the wall." Chu Fan laughed, a particularly wicked laugh. "If she doesn't jump, how will I know what other tricks she's up her sleeve?" He had barely finished speaking when Isabella's satellite phone rang again. "It's all settled," came Han Ling's tired voice from the other end of the phone. "Things in Switzerland have been completed as planned. Xiao Chang is now completely blind and deaf, she can't do anything but worry." "Well done." After hanging up the phone, Chu Fan stretched contentedly. "All right, the front lines have won, it's time for us in the rear to properly reward our heroes." He looked at the group of beautiful women, some plump and some slender, and his eyes turned somewhat wicked. "Shishir, you've been so loud and boisterous today. As punishment, you'll only be able to use your mouth from now on. You came up with the best ideas and deserve the most credit, so you're the first one to come. As for Isabella..." He looked at the blonde bombshell on the screen and licked his lips. "When Han Ling and the others come back, I'll have you and her have a good comparison to see if the domestic ones are better or the imported ones are more exciting." Several women blushed as they listened to his frivolous rewards for meritorious service, and spat at him, but their eyes were full of smiles. Xiaoya, who hadn't spoken until now, quietly walked behind Chu Fan and, imitating Qin Yuma, stretched out her still somewhat clumsy little hands and gently massaged his shoulders. Late at night, at the Xiao family manor. Xiao Chang's office was a mess. She smashed everything she could. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. She pointed at the row of subordinates kneeling on the ground and cursed, "You can't even keep an eye on a hospital. What use are you to me?" She's completely out of control now. She couldn't get in touch with people in Switzerland, and the internet was full of people criticizing her. Company shareholders kept calling her to demand an explanation. For the first time, she felt that things seemed completely out of control. Just then, her private phone rang again. "It's still on. Young miss, save me." On the other end of the phone, a woman's voice sounded desperate. They found me." "Where are you?" "I don't know. Miss. I hid all my secrets in that abandoned gas station in the west of the city. Go get them quickly. Don't let Chu Fan." Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. Xiao Chang stood amidst a pile of garbage, holding her phone, feeling cold all over. She knew this was Chu Fan's trap. That gas station is definitely a trap. But she dared not go. Because she was even more afraid that what Owen said was true. She can't afford to lose. She took a deep breath and dialed another number. A number she never thought she would call again. "Hello?" A hoarse voice, like sandpaper being rubbed, came from the other end of the phone. "It's me." Xiao Chang's voice was devoid of emotion. "I need you to kill someone for me." "On." Location, west of the city, abandoned gas station. Remember, her eyes turned particularly vicious. "I want him to die without leaving a trace." Equals 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 equals. Want to get rich? Give this a like and see. Chapter 70. Wait, there's something even more itchy coming up. In the west of the city, at that abandoned gas station. It was pitch black, I couldn't see anything, and it was drizzling. It was freezing cold. The broken light in the gas station flickered, giving it an eerie feel. Owen stood alone beside the gas pump, soaked to the bone by the rain, looking both timid and nervous. He wasn't acting, he was genuinely scared. "I'm saying, Mr. Chu, will this work?" He spoke into the small microphone on his collar, his voice trembling. "That crazy woman, Xiao Chang, she really can come?" "She will." From a dilapidated garbage truck not far away, Chu Fan's lazy voice could be heard. The car was filled with various screens, making it a small command center. Chu Fan sat with his legs crossed, looking incredibly smug, leaning against Lin Shishir as she massaged his shoulders. Xin Yuma and Xiaoya, on the other hand, were intently watching the footage transmitted from the drone. "Honey, be gentle." Lin Shishir complained softly as she massaged him. "My hands are getting sore." "Sour?" Chu Fan laughed, his hand sneaking under her nightgown. "Wait, there's something even itchier coming up." Lin Shishir's face flushed red instantly, but she tightened her grip even more. Just then, Han Ling's icy voice came through the earphone. "Stop fooling around. There's a fish, it's taken the bait." Han Ling was lying on the roof of a dilapidated building opposite the gas station, the scope of her sniper rifle already locked onto a shadow emerging from the darkness. The person walked without making a sound, which was very strange. "Damn it," Black Snake cursed as he looked at the blurry figure on the screen inside the garbage truck. "This guy doesn't look like someone to mess with." On the screen, the dark figure didn't go directly to Owen. Instead, it strolled leisurely outside the gas station, looking as if it were just wandering around its own backyard. "He's looking for where we're hiding." Han Ling's voice sounded very serious. "This guy is a master, very shrewd. Black Snake, tell your men not to move, anyone who moves will die." Inside the gas station, Owen watched the approaching dark figure, his heart pounding in his chest. Finally, the dark figure stopped. He looked up and smiled at Owen. The man looked to be in his 50s, with slightly gray hair, and was dressed in ordinary sanitation worker clothes, but his eyes were frighteningly sharp. "Owen," the old man's voice was hoarse and hoarse, "the young lady sent me to send you on your way." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly rolled on the ground, dodging the first bullet fired by Han Ling. Bang! The bullet hit the spot where he had just been standing, sending up a pile of cement debris. "Damn it!" Han Ling cursed, "He found me. Make your move." Chu Fan shouted into his earpiece. Dozens of Snake Clan sisters, who had been lying in ambush nearby, charged out of the darkness with howls. But the man called Old Ghost wasn't flustered at all. Instead of running, he pulled out 2 short knives from his pocket and charged straight at the attacker. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Old Ghost wielded his knife with incredible speed and ruthlessness. The Black Snake's women, who only knew how to hack and slash blindly, were no match for him. But he didn't seem to want to kill them, specifically targeting their arms and legs, each strike drawing blood but not fatal. In less than 30 seconds, the 7 or 8 women at the front were all screaming and collapsing to the ground, seemingly unable to move. Son of a bitch. Black Snake's eyes turned red. She grabbed a fire axe and rushed forward. Xiaoya followed behind her, carrying an iron rod she'd picked up from somewhere. Clang! The fire axe and the dagger collided, sparks flying everywhere. The Black Snake's hands went numb from the shock, and she staggered back several steps. For the first time, she had been outmatched in strength. Xiaoya launched a sneak attack from the side, striking Lao Gui on the back of the head with a stick. But it seemed like Lao Gui could see the back of his head. Without turning his head, he swung his knife and slashed at Xiaoya's stomach. Careful! Black Snake roared and shoved Xiaoya aside, but a gash that revealed the bone was cut into his own arm. Sister Snake! Damn it! Black Snake clutched his arm, wincing in pain. Old Ghost looked at the women in front of him and laughed a terrifying laugh. You think you can stop me with just a few of you? On the rooftop, Han Ling was sweating profusely with anxiety. She fired several shots, but Old Ghost used the Snake Clan's bodies as human shields to block them. She couldn't aim at all. Inside the garbage truck, Lin Shishir and Xin Yuma were also so frightened that their faces turned pale. They never expected that Xiao Chang had such a master hidden in her hands. Get out of the way. Just then, Chu Fan's icy voice rang out in everyone's earpieces. He pushed open the car door and got out. Honey! What are you doing? It's dangerous. Lin Shishir screamed. Chu Fan ignored her and walked slowly towards the abandoned gas station. Old Gui also saw him. He stopped what he was doing and looked at the man who had delivered himself to his door with great interest. You're Chu Fan? It's me. You've got guts, Old Ghost nodded. The young lady wasn't wrong about you. Too bad, you must die today. Really? Chu Fan smiled. He didn't walk any further, but instead took a remote control out of his pocket. Aren't you curious why I lured you here? Chu Fan pressed the red button on the remote control. For the first time, Lao Gui's expression changed. He smelled an overwhelming odor of gasoline. He looked down sharply and realized that the entire floor of the gas station had been covered in gasoline at some point. The Snake Clan sisters who were lying on the ground got up one by one, each holding a lighter in their hand. Damn it! Old Ghost cursed. He knew he had fallen into a trap. Now, Chu Fan looked at him, his smile sending chills down his spine. I'll give you 2 choices. First, put down your knife and come with us. Second. He snapped his fingers. The dozens of snake-haired sisters simultaneously lit their lighters with a click. Come with me to heaven. Old Ghost's expression changed several times. He glanced at the dozens of reckless women around him and the gasoline at his feet that could ignite at any moment. He knew that he had no choice today. He threw the knife in his hand to the ground. Just when Black Snake and her team thought they had it all figured out and were about to go up and arrest the person, Old Ghost suddenly laughed. You think you've won just like that? He pointed to his chest. There, something was tied to the ground, beeping. This thing is connected to my heartbeat, the Old Ghost said slowly. If I die, or my heartbeat gets too fast, it will explode. What are you going to blow up? Black Snake asked disdainfully. Blow yourself up? I'll die with you. No, the Old Ghost shook his head, laughing even more heartily. It will explode in the oxygen cylinder in a little girl's ward in a hospital in Switzerland, thousands of kilometers away. Han Ling's pupils suddenly contracted. Awen heard it too, and he tried to rush out of his hiding place like a madman, but was held down by the people next to him. Now, Old Ghost looked at Chu Fan and said, word by word, it's your turn to choose. Should I leave, or should that innocent little girl come with me on my journey? Chu Fan's face was so cold you could scrape ice shards off. He stared intently at the smug old man in front of him, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He felt he had been driven to a dead end and had no other options. Chapter 71. You think you're the only one with a trump card? The atmosphere inside the gas station was so cold it could freeze you to death. Dozens of lit lighters illuminated reckless faces. The smell of gasoline mixed with the earthy stench of rainwater was pungent and unbearable. Old Ghost looked at Chu Fan, and Chu Fan looked at Old Ghost. Neither of them moved, but the air was thick with tension. "Let me go," Old Ghost's voice was hoarse, but every word was spoken very clearly, "otherwise, that little girl will have to be buried with me." Chu Fan didn't speak, he just stared intently at the thing on the Old Ghost's chest that was flashing a red light. He knew the old man wasn't bragging. "Husband." Lin Shishi's voice trembled with tears in the command vehicle. "What should we do? We can't just let him go, can we? Snake's sister and the others' injuries would have been for nothing." "Shut up." Han Ling interrupted her coldly. "Now is not the time to act impulsively." On the rooftop, Han Ling's palms were sweaty. She had several chances to blow old Gui's head off with a single shot. But she didn't dare. She couldn't afford to gamble. "Did you hear that?" Old Ghost looked at Chu Fan's increasingly ugly face and laughed, a particularly smug laugh. "Now, have your men clear the way." Chu Fan's fists clenched so tightly they made a cracking sound. He had never felt so stifled in his entire life. He took a deep breath, and finally, slowly raised his hand and waved to Black Snake and the others. "Let him go." "Boss?" Black Snake was the first to object. She clutched her still bleeding arm, her eyes bloodshot. "You're just going to let him go like that? I injured 8 sisters. I'll tell your mother to make him leave." For the first time, Chu Fan roared at his woman. The Black Snake was taken aback by his roar, but in the end, it gritted its teeth and reluctantly took a step back. The other sisters from the Snake Hall also retreated. "That's more like it," the old man nodded in satisfaction. "A wise man knows when to yield. Mr. Chu, you are a smart man." Instead of leaving immediately, he slowly began to back away. His manner was a clear message: "Don't try anything funny, my finger is still on the detonator." Inside the command vehicle, Jin Yuma and Lin Shishi trembled with anger as they looked at the arrogant figure on the screen. In his hiding place, Alwyn went berserk, banging his head against the wall, while the people next to him held him down tightly. It's over. Everyone felt that this time, they had truly failed. Just as the Old Ghost was about to retreat to the street corner and disappear into the darkness, Chu Fan suddenly smiled. "I say, old man," he began lazily, "aren't you curious why I've been wasting so much time talking to you?" Old Ghost stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at Chu Fan with a hint of confusion. "You think you're the only one with a trump card?" A wicked smile curled at the corner of Chu Fan's mouth. He took out his phone, opened a video, and then turned the screen towards Lao Gui. On the screen is a hospital room that looks very high-end. A blonde woman in a white coat, accompanied by several fully armed security guards, was carrying an unconscious girl off a hospital bed. Beside the hospital bed, the machine connected to Anchi's heartbeat and the oxygen cylinder had long been disconnected. Old Ghost's pupils suddenly contracted. "Impossible," he exclaimed. How did you do that?" "I forgot to tell you," Chu Fan put his phone away and said slowly, "I don't have any other special skills, except I have a lot of girlfriends. And they're all quite capable." He was referring to Isabella. In the few minutes that he was wasting time talking to Old Ghost, Isabella had already used the Rockefeller family's power to directly send people to take over the hospital where Angie was. Now, Chu Fan looked at Old Ghost's bloodless face and laughed, a very happy laugh. "It seems your trump card is gone." Old Ghost's expression changed several times. He suddenly turned around and tried to run away. But it was too late. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Han Ling's bullet struck his right knee with pinpoint accuracy. Old Ghost let out a miserable scream and knelt down with a thud. The bomb in his chest began to beat frantically because of the drastic changes in his heartbeat. Son of a bitch! Black Snake was the first to rush forward. Without using an axe, she kicked Old Ghost to the ground with a single kick. She picked up the short knife that the Old Ghost had dropped from the ground, and then, with one stroke, stabbed it into his uninjured left leg. Ah! The Old Ghost let out a scream that sounded inhuman. "This stab is to repay you for the deaths of my sisters." The Black Snake's eyes were bloodshot. She pulled out her knife and plunged it into his abdomen again. "This stab is the interest I'm demanding for my injured sisters." She didn't kill him, but instead left bloody holes in his body, one by one, in places that weren't fatal. Xiaoyao also came up. She didn't say anything, but silently picked up the iron rod and smashed it hard against the Old Ghost's still screaming mouth. Smack! Several teeth, mixed with blood, flew out. Old Ghost's screams turned into sobs. Inside the command vehicle, Lin Shi and Qin Yuma watched the bloody scene on the screen, but instead of feeling scared, they felt exhilarated. That was fucking awesome. Now, Shu Fan walked up to the old ghost who was almost unrecognizable and squatted down. It's your turn to choose. He pointed to the bomb on old ghost's chest that was still beeping. Do you want me to tell you how to take it apart, or should I have them dismantle all the parts of you, one by one? Looking at the dozens of women around him who seemed to want to devour him, Lao Gui knew that he was doomed today. I said. He mumbled incoherently. 15 minutes later, Han Ling carefully removed the bomb from Lao Gui's chest. As for old ghost himself, he had been tortured to the point of barely clinging to life by Black Snake and the others. Shu Fan ignored him and walked up to An, who had been hiding in the shadows and watching everything the whole time. Your sister is fine, he said calmly. I've had Isabella transfer her to the Rockefeller family's own hospital, where she'll be given the best doctors and the best medicine. Looking at Shu Fan, the man who had destroyed everything for him and saved his only relative, An knelt down with a thud. Mr. Chu, he said, his eyes red, from today onwards, my life belongs to you. I don't want your life, Shu Fan pulled him up, I need you to do something for me. He leaned close to An's ear and whispered a few words. An's eyes grew brighter the more he listened. Go ahead, Shu Fan patted his shoulder, give our Miss Xiao a gift that she will absolutely like. After everyone had left, Shu Fan walked up to the Black Snake who was clutching his arm and leaning against the corner of the wall. The gash was deep, and blood was still seeping out, staining her leather jacket black. Does it hurt? Shu Fan reached out and gently touched her wound. Black Snake winced in pain, but still stubbornly insisted, it's just a minor injury, I won't die. Stubborn to the end. Shu Fan smiled, and without saying anything more, he simply picked her up in a princess carry. Hey! What are you doing? So many people are watching. Black Snake was both embarrassed and anxious, struggling in his arms. Don't move, Shu Fan lowered his head and breathed into her ear, if you move again, I'll kiss you right here. The Black Snake's body froze instantly. Let us go home, Shu Fan said, carrying her and striding towards the command vehicle. I'll personally apply the medicine for you. I have a family heirloom wound medicine that's in powder form. It needs to be mixed with saliva before applying it for the best effect. Black Snake's face turned bright red in an instant. Chapter 72 Mr. Xiao, are you prepared for how you'll end up in jail? The atmosphere inside that modified command vehicle was very strange. Outside the car was a mess from a recent fight, but inside, it was a scene of eroticism. Oops. Black Snake cried out in pain, but kept burrowing into Shu Fan's arms. The zipper of her tight leather jacket had long been unzipped, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin and a deep wound that exposed bone. Shu Fan was holding a packet of so-called ancestral wound medicine and solemnly applying the medicine to her. Don't move, he said seriously. This medicine powder needs to be mixed with saliva to be most effective. Your wound is too deep, so I need to use more saliva. As he spoke, he lowered his head and spat, then used his finger to dab the powder mixed with saliva and rubbed it around the Black Snake's wound. His hands were very hot, and as he wiped them, they slid from his arm to other places. Honey! Lin Shi, sitting opposite, was the first to object. She said sourly, if you're going to apply medicine to her, then apply medicine, but where are you touching her? Snake's sister's wound is on her arm, not her chest. What do you know? Shu Fan said without even looking up. This is called acupressure massage, which can improve blood circulation and help wounds heal. Look, Sister Snake's face is all red now, which means her blood and energy have been activated. Black Snake's face did indeed turn red. She bit her lip and groaned softly, it was hard to tell whether it was from pain or pleasure. Shu Fan, be serious, Qin Yuma said, her face also turning red as she watched from the side. Sister Snake is still bleeding. How am I being improper? Shu Fan looked completely innocent. I'm treating someone and saving their life. Why don't you come over here too, and I'll examine you to see if you have any internal injuries. Qin Yuma. Just as the group was playfully bickering, Han Ling's icy voice came through the earpiece. Stop playing. There's something happening with An. Late at night, at the Xiao family manor. Xiao Chang's office was in a mess. She had smashed everything she could, but the fire in her heart still wouldn't subside. Old Ghost, the sharpest knife in her hand, was broken just like that. Not only did she fail to kill Shu Fan, but she also got herself killed. Waste. Just as she was about to lose her temper, one of her men came running in, stumbling and crawling. Young miss. On. On is back. Xiao Chang was stunned for a moment, then her eyes turned cold. Let him in. A short while later, On was carried in, his face bruised and swollen, covered in blood, and he knelt down in front of Xiao Chang with a thud. He looked terrible. One of his arms was hanging limply, clearly broken. Young miss, as soon as he opened his mouth, tears streamed down his face. His voice was filled with fear and grievance. Uncle Gue, he died together with Chu Fan's men to protect me. Xiao Chang didn't speak, but just looked at him quietly. Her eyes were like knives, trying to see through him from the inside out. On trembled under her gaze. He knew that if he uttered a single wrong word, he would die here today. Before Uncle Gue died, On said, trembling, as he pulled a blood-stained key from his pocket, he told me to give this to you. He said that this was the old man's biggest weakness, an original ledger that recorded all his shady deals from his early years. The item is hidden in a warehouse at the docks in the west of the city. Uncle Gue said that only you can use it to completely control the Xiao family. Xiao Chang's breathing suddenly became rapid. Xiaojing was account books. It's something she's always dreamed of. But she still didn't believe it. She walked up to Owen, squatted down, grabbed his broken arm, and then, with a sudden, forceful pull. Snap! Ah! Owen let out a scream and rolled on the ground in pain. Young miss. To be honest, Xiao Chang's eyes were chillingly cold. Chu Fan sent you back, didn't he? No. Miss. I'm telling the truth. Owen cried out, Chu Fan kidnapped my sister. Uncle Gue betrayed us to save my sister. He's loyal to you. As he spoke, he cut out desperately, until his forehead bled. Seeing him like this, Xiao Chang's doubts began to waver. She knew how much Owen cared about his sister. He was capable of doing anything for her. She also knew how loyal Old Ghost was to the Xiao family. She couldn't understand how Chu Fan had managed to neutralize both of her trump cards in such a short time. Miss, seeing her still hesitating, Owen pulled another USB drive from his pocket. This is a video that Uncle Gue had me secretly record, of Chu Fan and his group of women torturing him. He said that once you watch it, you'll understand everything. Xiao Chang took the USB drive and plugged it into the computer. When she opened the video, the scene was so bloody that she couldn't help but frown. It was Black Snake and Xiaoya who were using all sorts of cruel methods to torture the old ghost whose leg had already been broken. Old Ghost, on the other hand, didn't utter a single word from beginning to end. Finally, as if he had used up all his strength, he silently spoke a few words towards the camera. Xiao Chang understood. He said, hurry, go. Smack. Xiao Chang slammed her laptop shut. She believed it. She walked up to Owen and helped him up. You've worked hard. Her voice took on a hint of warmth for the first time. Take good care of yourself. I will make Uncle Gue pay for his sins, tenfold. Young miss. You can go down now. After Owen was taken away, Xiao Chang's face revealed a crazy and excited smile. She walked to the safe and took out a small, golden pistol. Chu Fan. She loaded the bullets, one by one, into the magazine. Don't you like to play? Tonight, I'll play a big game with you. She picked up the phone and dialed her last resort. Hello, it's me. Call on all the able-bodied people we have. Target, west of the city, the dock warehouse. Abandoned docks in the west of the city. The sea breeze made the warehouse's metal doors rattle loudly, a sound that sent chills down one's spine. Chu Fan sat alone on a broken chair in the center of the warehouse, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Behind him, not far from the container, Black Snake, along with dozens of her sisters, were sweating nervously. Don't panic, Chu Fan's voice came through the headset in the command vehicle. Proceed according to plan. No sooner had he finished speaking than a dozen blinding headlights suddenly shone from a distance, shining directly into the warehouse. More than a dozen black SUVs completely surrounded the warehouse. The car door opened, and hundreds of thugs dressed in black suits and wielding machetes rushed out. Finally, Xiao Chang, wearing a black trench coat and high heels, stepped out of the lead car. In her hand, she held the golden pistol. Chu Fan, her voice boomed through the loudspeaker, echoing throughout the entire dock, where is your woman? Why are you the only one here to die? With a wave of her hand, half of the people behind her immediately split up and surrounded the container where Black Snake and the others were hiding. Damn it! Black Snake cursed. Make your move. Dozens of Snake Hall sisters charged out with howls. But Xiao Chang's people were clearly prepared. They outnumbered the Black Snakes and were ruthless. They immediately overwhelmed the Black Snakes. On the top of the crane in the distance, Han Ling was about to fire a shot to provide support when a bullet whizzed past her scalp and knocked off her earpiece. Damn it! Han Ling was shocked. She knew that the other side also had a sniper, and in a better position than her. She was being suppressed. Xiao Chang looked at the chaotic scene before her and laughed. She walked step by step in her high heels toward the man in the center of the warehouse, looking as if she were admiring her prey. Look, your men are utterly vulnerable. She walked up to Chu Fan, pointed the golden pistol at his head, and said, your sniper is also in dire straits. Now, it's just the two of us left. Chu Fan, you've lost. Chu Fan looked at her, his face showing no fear whatsoever. Instead, he smiled. Yeah? He slowly took a cell phone out of his pocket. Mr. Xiao, he said lazily, looking at the woman in the distance, you seem to have forgotten something. He pressed the dial button. Just then, deafening sirens suddenly blared outside the warehouse. Dozens of police cars surrounded the entire dock from all directions. Drop your weapons. You are surrounded. Xiao Chang's expression finally changed. Now, Chu Fan stood up, put his phone back in his pocket, looking as relaxed as could be. It's my turn to ask you. Mr. Xiao, are you prepared for how you'll go to jail? Chapter 73. What are you pulling at? What haven't I seen before? Inside the warehouse, the flashing lights of dozens of police cars illuminated the night as if it were daytime, the red and blue lights making people dizzy. Looking at the dense crowd of police officers outside, Xiao Chang's usually composed face finally broke down. Chu Fan, she screamed, her voice shrill and piercing, you dare to frame me? Trying to trap you? Chu Fan laughed, putting his phone back in his pocket. His relaxed demeanor showed no regard for the hundreds of men armed with knives and guns in front of him. President Xiao, this is called luring someone into a trap. Don't you like to play games? I've prepared such a large venue for you, is that enough for you to play? Xiao Chang's chest heaved violently. She knew she had failed today. But who is she? She is Xiao Chang. How could she possibly admit defeat so easily? I lost? She suddenly laughed, a laugh bordering on madness. No, I didn't lose. I'll take you with me even if I die. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly turned around, grabbed a thug who was still in a daze, and pressed the golden pistol firmly against his temple. Don't fucking move, she yelled at the outside, or I'll kill him. The police outside immediately tensed up, and the captain in charge shouted through a megaphone, listen up, people inside. Don't be impulsive. Put down your weapons. Inside the warehouse, Black Snake and her sisters were also dumbfounded. Damn it, this crazy woman is really courting death. Black Snake cursed. She is not reckless, Xingyuma said, her voice trembling as she looked at Xiao Chang's contorted face on the screen in the command vehicle. She is trying to stall for time. She is waiting for her sniper. Sure enough, on the crane roof in the distance, Han Ling heard a static sound in her earphones, and then a bullet whizzed past her scalp. Damn it! Han Ling rolled on the spot and hid behind a steel beam. She knew that she had been targeted by that bastard again. Looking at the chaotic scene before her, Xiao Chang laughed even more heartily. Chu Fan, do you see that? She pointed the gun at Chu Fan. Now, it's your choice. Do you make them all move aside and let me go? Or, do we all just stay here and die? Chu Fan's face turned cold. He never expected that Xiao Chang, this woman, would go to such lengths. Just as he was about to speak to stall for time, a muffled groan suddenly came from behind him. It's a Black Snake. She was clutching her shoulder, where blood was gushing out. Just now, Xiao Chang's sniper, who was hiding in the shadows, took advantage of the chaos to fire a shot and hit her. Sister Snake. Damn it. Black Snake gritted her teeth, her face pale with pain. I'm fine. You still say you're fine. Chu Fan's anger flared up instantly. What he hates most is anyone touching his woman. Xiao Chang. He looked at the woman who had completely gone mad and said, word by word, you have successfully angered me. Without further ado, he spoke directly into the headset, issuing several commands in a completely emotionless tone. Han Ling, hold off her sniper and don't give him a chance to provide support. Black Snake, lead your men forward and block them inside. Don't let them escape. Give the police a chance to make their move. UMO. Exist. Tell the commander outside that the main culprit, Xiao Chang, is holding a hostage at gunpoint and is highly agitated. She could open fire at any moment. Have them prepare for a full-scale assault. The women were stunned for a moment when they heard his reckless order, but then their eyes turned red. Damn it! Sisters! Black Snake was the first to yell. Clutching her bleeding shoulder, she grabbed a fire axe and led the charge. Surround them! Don't let a single one escape. We'll wait for the police to come and arrest them. The Sisters of the Snake Hall also charged forward with a roar. Xiao Chang was dumbfounded as she stared at these reckless women. She hadn't expected that Chu Fan would abandon even the hostages. Shoot! Shoot me, she screamed. Without hesitation, she pointed the gun at Chu Fan. But she was fast, and Han Ling was even faster. Bang! With a gunshot, the golden pistol in Xiao Chang's hand was knocked away. She screamed in agony. The force of the bullet had numbed her entire hand. Her henchmen were also caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the Snake Clan sisters. In an instant, the entire warehouse was completely transformed into a meat grinder. The sounds of knives slicing into flesh, bones breaking, and women screaming wildly filled the air. Looking at this hellish scene before her, Xiao Chang knew she was finished. She tried to run, but it was too late. Chu Fan had already walked up to her without her noticing. He didn't say anything, but simply raised his hand and slapped her hard across her beautiful face. Smack! With a sharp crack, Xiao Chang was sent flying by the slap, crashing into a shipping container and spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with 2 teeth. This slap, Chu Fan walked up to her, squatted down, grabbed her hair, and forced her to look at him, was for Wang Baobao. Smack! Another slap. This slap was for my mother. Smack! This slap was for Black Snake. He fanned himself repeatedly, and the sound was clearly audible in the chaotic warehouse. Xiao Chang's usually haughty face was quickly bruised and swollen. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. She spat out a mouthful of blood, looked at Chu Fan, and smiled in a way that was more sinister than a ghost. You think you've won? Let me tell you, my father, the Xiao family, will not let you get away with this. Still being stubborn? Chu Fan laughed. He stopped hitting her and instead picked up a machete that someone had dropped from the ground. He looked at Xiao Chang's still trembling legs and said slowly, I want to see if your words are tougher than my knife. He raised the knife in his hand. Just then, dozens of fully armed special police officers finally rushed in. Don't move. Drop your weapons. Chu Fan turned around, glanced at the dark gun barrels, and then looked at the woman on the ground who had been beaten half to death by him. He smiled and threw the knife in his hand on the ground. He walked up to the SWAT team leader and extended his hands. Officer, he said innocently, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Just now, she pointed a gun at me. What I did could be considered self-defense, right? SWAT team leader. He looked at the severed limbs scattered on the ground and Xiao Chang, who had been beaten beyond recognition. His lips twitched, and he couldn't speak for a long time. On the way home. Inside the command vehicle, the air was still thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood, but the atmosphere had finally eased up. Holy crap! Honey, you're so handsome. Lin Shishir clung to Chu Fan's arm, her eyes sparkling. You didn't see the way Xiao Chang looked at the end, it was hilarious. Black Snake leaned back in his seat, clutching his still bleeding shoulder, and smiled a rare occurrence for him. Damn it, tonight, I finally got my revenge. Only Qin Yuma frowned, looking a little worried, but Xiao Chang has been arrested. That old fox from the Xiao family, Xiao Jinghua, will definitely not let this go. Chu Fan didn't speak, but simply pulled Qin Yuma into his arms, letting her lean against him. His hands didn't move erratically, but gently rested on her tense waist, slowly massaging it. Qin Yuma's body stiffened for a moment, then slowly softened. His gaze swept over the women in the car. They were all bruised and battered, their clothes torn, looking disheveled, but their eyes gleamed with the excitement of victory. His gaze lingered on the Black Snake's wound, where the leather jacket had been ripped open, revealing a bloody, mangled wound in black lace trim. He extended a finger, but didn't touch the wound. Instead, he lightly traced a line across the intact skin beside it. The Black Snake shuddered in pain, its body tensing instantly, its face turning red, though it was unclear whether it was from the pain or something else. Go home, Chu Fan said in a low, slightly hoarse voice. The wound needs to be treated, otherwise the scar won't look good. His gaze shifted to Han Ling. Han Ling's combat uniform had a tear in the chest area, although she wasn't injured. A black sports vest and a small patch of firm skin were visible underneath. Noticing Chu Fan's gaze, she instinctively tried to pull her clothes up. Why are you pulling your clothes? What haven't I seen before? Han Ling angrily said, Get out. Chu Fan chuckled lewdly, then looked away, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. equals 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 equals. If you urge me to update, I'll keep updating. My main goal is to pamper my fans. Chapter 74 Xiao Xinghua, that old fox, makes his move. Inside the command vehicle, Zhu Fan's words, "I need to properly reward tonight's heroes," immediately ignited a fire within the vehicle. As soon as the car returned to Ipin Jiangshan, several women went crazy and dragged Zhu Fan into the master bedroom. "I'll go first." Lin Shishir was the first to object. She pointed to Black Snake's still bleeding shoulder. "Sister Snake is injured, so she has to go last. Sister Han Ling's hand is sore from firing so many shots, she needs to rest too. I didn't do anything today, so I have the best stamina." "Bullshit." Black Snake shoved her aside, sat down on the edge of the bed, and deliberately pulled the zipper of his leather jacket, which had a huge hole in it, down even further, revealing a large expanse of snow white, full breasts, and black lace trim. "I'm called gloriously wounded. I have to be the first to receive treatment. Otherwise, what if the wound gets infected?" Han Ling didn't say anything, but silently unbuttoned her combat uniform, revealing a black sports vest soaked with sweat underneath, and her well-defined abdominal muscles were the envy of everyone. Xin Yuma blushed, wanting to say something, but seeing the three women in front of her who had already started to get physical, she swallowed her words back. Zhu Fan was caught in the middle, feeling like he was a piece of meat about to be divided up by these women. "Stop arguing," he cleared his throat, his face serious. "Tonight, the situation is special. We won't go by the usual order." He pointed to the large bed that could sleep several people. "Come up here, let's have a meeting together." The victory celebration in the bedroom was quite a lively affair. At first, the women were somewhat hesitant because of their injuries. Black Snake, in particular, hissed and gasped in pain whenever her wound on her arm was touched. But Zhu Fan had plenty of ways to do it. He claimed it was to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis, but he pressed the Black Snake down on the bed and used his ancestral saliva-based wound medicine to treat it from the wound all the way to the soles of its feet, making the Black Snake groan and moan, whether from pain or pleasure, it was hard to tell. Lin Shishir watched from the side, feeling incredibly jealous. She kept rubbing against Zhu Fan, insisting that she had also suffered internal injuries from running around and needed a deep examination. This meeting didn't end until noon the next day. Zhu Fan felt completely drained. He lay on the bed with dark circles under his eyes and pale lips. He felt utterly empty and didn't want to move a single finger. Several beautiful women were lying haphazardly around him, fast asleep, each one looking as if they had just finished a marathon. Just then, Xin Yuma's phone rang incessantly. "Who is it, in the middle of the day?" Lin Shishir mumbled sleepily, turned over, and went back to sleep. Xin Yuma struggled to get up and answered the phone. "Hello, what?" The moment she opened her mouth, her voice changed tone, and all my sleepiness vanished instantly. "What did you say? Xiao Chang, acquitted?" Upon hearing this, the women who were still pretending to be dead on the bed all sat up abruptly. "How is that possible?" Black Snake was the first to disbelieve. "She brandished a gun in front of so many police officers. And she injured someone. How could she be released?" "It's true." Xin Yuma's face was frighteningly pale. She turned on the speakerphone, and on the other end of the line was the frantic voice of her father's secretary. "Young miss. That old fox from the Xiao family, Xiao Xinghua, has made his move. He's found some eyewitnesses who all say Xiao Chang fired in self-defense. They even said the Snake Hall is a criminal terrorist organization. Now, a special task force has been set up to thoroughly investigate the Snake Hall. Snake's sister, she's now the #1 wanted criminal. Holy shit. Black Snake exploded on the spot. When did I become a terrorist?" "That is not all," the secretary's voice trembled. "The old man has also been suspended from his duties and is under investigation. Xiao Xinghua used his connections at higher levels to say that the old man is colluding with the underworld and acting as their protector. Now, the disciplinary committee has arrived at the municipal party committee. And the Lin family too." The secretary caught her breath and continued, "Xiao Xinghua has joined forces with several overseas funds to maliciously short the Lin family's stock. Chairman Lin said that if the stock price can't be pulled back up before the market closes this afternoon, the Lin family will have to file for bankruptcy protection. 1, 2, 3. Xiao Xinghua, that old fox, doesn't make a move unless it's absolutely deadly. He didn't use any violence, he just used money and power to cut off all their escape routes in a fair and square manner. This is 100 times more ruthless than Xiao Chang's underhanded tricks. It's over. Lin Shirshir slumped onto the bed, tears streaming down her face again. It's all over. Qin Yuma and Black Snake were also dumbfounded. Now, the women were truly at their wits' end, feeling like they had kicked a hornet's nest. Their methods, which they were so proud of, were like children playing house in front of a true tycoon like Xiao Xinghua. The living room fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere was frighteningly oppressive. Only Chu Fan remained unaffected. He slowly sat up in bed, stretched, and yawned. I say, he chuckled, looking at the women in front of him who were on the verge of collapse, why are you all looking so miserable? The sky hasn't fallen yet. So what if your dad got suspended, the company is going bankrupt, and you're a wanted criminal? It's not a big deal. This isn't big enough? The three women turned around in unison and yelled at him. Of course it's not big, Chu Fan said innocently, spreading his hands. Anyway, if the sky falls, there's someone taller to hold it up. As he spoke, he glanced at Isabella, who had remained silent beside him. Isabella was slowly putting on her Versace suit when she heard Chu Fan's words. She turned around and rolled her eyes at him. Why are you looking at me? What else can I do? Chu Fan laughed. He walked behind Isabella, hugged her from behind, and his hands wandered into her unbuttoned shirt. Of course, it's to get your sugar daddy to make a move. Isabella's body stiffened for a moment, then went limp and leaned against him. Why should I help you? Although she said this, her slightly panting voice betrayed her inner turmoil. Just because. Chu Fan lowered his head, kissed her snow-white neck, and breathed into her ear, I made you feel good last night. Isabella's face flushed bright red instantly. Get out, she cursed, but her body went even weaker. All right, Chu Fan turned her around, looked into her eyes, and said seriously, Xiao Xinghua is using overseas capital. Only your Rockefeller family has the strength to fight against him. Help me, his voice carried an irresistible domineering tone, wipe the Xiao family out of this world. Isabella looked at him and hesitated. She knew what a full-scale war with the Xiao family would mean. It would be a capital war costing hundreds of billions, and even if they won, the Rockefeller family would be severely weakened. Just then, Han Ling's phone rang. It was someone she had arranged to be near Chu Fan's mother who called. Hello, what did you say? For the first time, Han Ling's face turned even more ashen than a dead person's. She hung up the phone, looked at Chu Fan, her lips trembling. Chu Fan. Auntie, she was in a car accident. Just 5 minutes ago, I was hit by an out-of-control truck at the entrance of the residential area. Now, their fate is unknown. Chapter 75. Chu Fan's mother is in a car accident, and Wang Baobao is taken away by the police. Han Ling's words, his fate is unknown, completely stunned Chu Fan. The sweltering heat of the bedroom, reminiscent of a meeting, vanished instantly. The air was chillingly cold. Chu Fan's face, which was still flushed, turned deathly pale in an instant, completely devoid of color. He didn't yell or curse, he just stood there dumbfounded. But the women in the room could all sense a cold, panicked anger emanating from him. Husband Lin Shirshir wanted to go up and pull him, but she was so frightened by his cold eyes that she withdrew her hand halfway through. Prepare the car. Chu Fan finally spoke, his voice hoarse and husky, sending chills down one's spine. Han Ling didn't say a word and turned to rush out. Isabella's heart skipped a beat when she saw Chu Fan's expression. Without a word, she picked up the satellite phone and dialed the number. Listen, she said rapidly into the phone in English, I don't care what method you use, get me the best surgeons in Donghai City right now, and call them all to the city's central hospital. Money is no object. Also, find out where that truck came from. I want the driver, and all the information about his family for 18 generations. Her phone call was quick and ruthless, showing no trace of the flirtatious manner she had displayed with Chu Fan just moments before. Chu Fan didn't care about the mess behind him, he started getting dressed expressionlessly. Just then, Wang Baobao, who had been curled up on the bed, suddenly got up from who knows where and hugged him from behind. I'll go with you, her voice was trembling, but her eyes were stubborn. Chu Fan stiffened for a moment. He turned around and looked at the girl who was covered in injuries but still wanted to go with him. The anger in his heart was finally suppressed a little. He reached out and patted her head. Be good, stay home. After he finished speaking, he gently pried her hands open and walked out without looking back. The entrance to the emergency room at Donghai Central Hospital. Chu Fan leaned against the wall, smoking one cigarette after another. Cigarette butts littered the ground beneath him. His white shirt was torn by his own hand at some point, and his hair was a mess. The lights in the emergency room were always on, a glaring red. Shin Yuma and Isabella had arrived long ago, but none of them dared to go up and talk to him. They could only wait anxiously from a short distance away. "How is the situation?" Shin Yuma asked a nurse who was rushing past, but the nurse didn't have time to pay attention to her. "Don't worry," Isabella said, though she was also anxious. She still tried to comfort her. "I've called all the best neurosurgeons and orthopedic specialists in Donghai City. Auntie, she'll be all right." That's what she said, but her trembling hands betrayed her. Just then, the door to the emergency room opened. An elderly doctor, wearing a white coat and a mask, came out looking extremely tired. Shu Fan was the first to rush forward, grabbing him by the collar, his eyes bloodshot. "How is Mom?" You need to calm down," the old doctor was startled. The patient is out of immediate danger." But what? "But she is too badly injured," the old doctor sighed. "She has bleeding in her head, and several bones in her body are broken. Even if she wakes up, she'll probably be bedridden for the rest of her life. Moreover, the next 72 hours are a dangerous period. Anything could happen at any moment." The old doctor didn't say anything more, but everyone understood what he meant. Shu Fan felt a buzzing in his head, and the world spun around him. If Han Ling hadn't caught him from behind, he would have almost fallen. He'd never felt so useless in his entire life. SSS level bloodline, harem, they're all useless in the face of life and death. Just as chaos reigned at the hospital, trouble also broke out at the luxury mansion in Iping Jiangshan. More than a dozen police cars, with their lights flashing, surrounded the entire mansion. The middle-aged policeman leading the group walked into the living room, holding a summons warrant stamped with a red seal. "We are from the Municipal Bureau's Special Task Force," he said sternly, glancing at the several women in the room with grim faces. "We suspect Wang Baobao is involved in Wang Jinlong's case, and we are taking her back for questioning." "Why?" Lin Shishir was the first to explode, standing directly in front of Wang Baobao. "What evidence do you have? Let me tell you, she's mine now. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on her, just try it. Believe me, one phone call and you'll be out of a job." "Ms. Lin, we are acting in accordance with the law," the middle-aged policeman said expressionlessly. "This is a summons. Please do not obstruct official business, otherwise we may take coercive measures." "You!" Lin Shishir's face turned red with anger. She wanted to say something, but was stopped by the Black Snake. Black Snake stepped forward, looked at Captain Lee, and said coldly, "Captain Lee, I know you. Back in the old town, you used to collect plenty of tea money from us. Now that the Xiao family is giving you even more money, have you forgotten your old friends?" Captain Lee's eyes darted away for a moment, but he still forced a smile and said, "I'm just following orders from above." Black Snake knew that saying anything more to him would be useless. Now that Mayor Qin had fallen, these opportunists would naturally side with whoever was most steadfast. They may be able to fight, but can they really fight the police? If they do, wouldn't that just confirm their organized crime charges and ruin Shu Fan's life? For the first time, these women felt so stifled. Wang Baobao came downstairs. She had changed into clean clothes, but her face was still frighteningly pale. She looked at the police officers in front of her and the dark guns on their waists, and her legs went weak with fear. "No. I'm not a bad person. Miss Wang, please come with us." Two policewomen stepped forward and supported her from both sides. "Let me go." Wang Baobao struggled desperately. She turned around and looked at Lin Shishir and the others, her eyes full of pleading. "I don't want to go with you. Shu Fan will come to save me." But it didn't work. She was forcibly dragged out of this home where she had just begun to find a little sense of security. Watching Wang Baobao being stuffed into a police car and taken away, Lin Shishir could no longer hold back and burst into tears. "What are we going to do? We can't even protect ourselves." Outside the intensive care unit of the hospital. Through the thick glass, Shu Fan looked at the person lying motionless on the hospital bed, covered in tubes. That's his mother. His only relative. A fire was burning in his chest, making him feel like he was about to explode. Just then, his phone rang. It was Lin Shishir calling. As soon as I answered the phone, I heard her voice, which was trembling with sobs and she could barely speak. "Husband, baby has been taken away by the police, we can't do anything." Shu Fan listened without saying a word. He simply hung up the phone silently. Then he smiled. He laughed loudly, and as he laughed, tears started streaming down his face. He slammed his fist hard against the wall next to him. Bang! He smashed a bloody mark into the hard wall. Xiao Zheng Gua. He looked up, and his eyes were so red they looked inhuman. He took out his phone and dialed Awen's number. Let's do it. His voice was soft and hoarse, but Awen on the other end of the phone felt a chill run down his spine. Tell me everything you know about the Xiao family, whether it's true or false, and expose it all. I don't care what methods you use, I want the Xiao family to become a rat that everyone hates and beats overnight. Besides. Chu Fan looked at the mother in the intensive care unit, still fighting for her life, and said, word by word. I want Xiao Xinghua dead. I want him and all his family to be buried with him. Chapter 76. The character 4-person has 2 strokes. Chu Fan's words, to be buried with all his family members, are chilling to hear. Without saying a word, Awen on the other end of the phone hung up immediately. A major online battle has officially begun. Although we can't see gunfire or artillery, it's even more intense than a real fight. In the next 24 hours, the entire Donghai city's internet exploded. A shocking secret. Did the Xiao group actually amass its fortune through murder and arson? Expose this thoroughly. How many lives does Xiao Xinghua, the patriarch of the Xiao family, actually have on his hands? Corruption between officials and businessmen. Mayor Qin Zhenggua's arrest is orchestrated by the Xiao family. Awen, as expected of a former intelligence agent, is a master at writing headlines and has a wealth of damaging information on him. He's gone mad, releasing all this potentially devastating information enough to kill the Xiao family 100 times over through various international channels. In an instant, the internet was filled with criticism of the Xiao family, and their stock plummeted to its daily limit as soon as the market opened, with billions of yuan disappearing overnight. But Xiao Xinghua, that old fox, is definitely not someone to be trifled with. Just when everyone thought the Xiao family was doomed, all the negative rumors circulating online disappeared within just a few hours. All the accounts that posted these things were either banned or deleted themselves. As a result, some smaller media outlets that jumped on the bandwagon were also notified. The Xiao family's stocks were also strangely pulled back by someone using a large sum of money. A storm that could have ripped a hole in the sky was forcibly suppressed. A top-floor luxury residence in a prime location. The atmosphere here is even more suffocating than in a hospital. Damn it! Black Snake slammed his fist on the table, his eyes turning red. That old bastard Xiao Xinghua. He can even control things online. I hired hundreds of online trolls, and all their accounts got banned. Our family is almost at its breaking point, Lin Shishir said, her eyes reddening and her voice trembling. My dad said that Xiao Xinghua has somehow gotten another huge sum of money and is going crazy selling our family's stocks. If we don't come up with a solution this afternoon, our family will really go bankrupt. Qin Yuma's face was also frighteningly pale. She had just received news that her father had been officially taken away for investigation and was not allowed to see anyone. The women were all completely exhausted and at their wits' end. For the first time, they realized that in the face of Xiao Xinggua's unreasonable strength, all the tricks they used to think were pretty awesome were completely useless. Why are you all looking so long-faced? Chu Fan walked out of the bedroom door. His face was expressionless, but his voice revealed an uncontrollable weariness. He just got back from the hospital, still smelling of disinfectant. His condition is the same as always, neither good nor bad, just hanging on by a thread. He looked at the women in front of him who were on the verge of collapse, and his heart felt heavy. He didn't get angry or say anything discouraging, he just took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Don't panic, he said, walking to the sofa and sitting down. He poured himself a glass of water. His voice was soft but steady. Things haven't gotten to the worst yet. This isn't big enough? Lin Shishir shouted, her voice trembling with tears. My dad's company is going to go bankrupt. Crying won't solve anything. Chu Fan took a sip of water, his eyes slowly turning cold. Doesn't Xiao Xinghua like to use money to bribe people and play dirty tricks? Then we'll try a different approach. He looked at all the women in the room, including Han Ling and Xiaoya, who hadn't spoken a word. His smile vanished, replaced by a chilling calm. Doesn't he like to attack our strengths? Then we'll target his weaknesses. What is his biggest weakness? Qin Yuma asked subconsciously. His good-for-nothing son, Xiao Tianyu. Chu Fan laughed, a particularly wicked laugh. No matter how powerful Xiao Xingwei is, he still needs someone to carry on the family line, right? Xiao Chang is a woman, and she'll get married sooner or later. His only hope is that good-for-nothing Xiao Tianyu. Do you think he would be so angry that he would die on the spot if his only precious son put a green hat on him in front of all the important people in Donghai City? The women were stunned by his absurd plan. Is there some kind of ridiculous charity auction next week? Xu Fan asked. Yes, Qin Yuma nodded, that was organized by Xiao Xinghua. He holds it every year to embellish his own image. At that time, all the well-known people in Donghai City will go. Very good, Xu Fan snapped his fingers, our new battlefield is right there. He looked at Qin Yuma, and his gaze changed slightly. Yumo, this time, I'm afraid you'll have to work hard. That's right, Xu Fan smiled. He walked up to Qin Yuma, reached out, and gently lifted her chin. That good-for-nothing Xiao Tianyu, hasn't he always had his eye on you? This time, I'll give you a chance to make his dream come true. Qin Yuma's face flushed bright red instantly. You let me go. I'm not asking you to actually do it, Xu Fan chuckled, looking at her embarrassed and angry expression. I'm asking you to act. He leaned close to Qin Yuma's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. I want you to become a little enchantress who can steal the souls of all men. His hands were very restless, sliding down Qin Yuma's back and gently pinching her taut buttocks. It's too tight here, he said seductively. You need to relax a bit, then you'll be sexy enough. Qin Yuma's body went limp on the spot. Over the next few days, Xu Fan's mansion became a temporary small film crew. The male lead is Xu Fan. The female lead is Qin Yuma. Xu Fan taught her step by step how to seduce people with her eyes, how to make someone's heart itch with a casual touch, and even how to make that sound that could make a man's bones melt. No, Xu Fan pressed Qin Yuma against the wall, one hand bracing against it as he pulled her into his arms, the other hand rummaging through her silk nightgown. Your eyes should be a little hazy, yes, like this your lips should be slightly parted, as if you're waiting for me to kiss you. Qin Yuma felt hot all over from his actions, and she couldn't even breathe properly. Are you teaching me how to act, or are you taking advantage of me? Of course I'm teaching you acting, Xu Fan said innocently. I'm helping you get a feel for it. Come on, try again. Call me husband and make it sound seductive and flirtatious. Qin Yuma. Meanwhile, Lin Shishir and Black Snake were also busy. One was responsible for finding the battle robe to wear on the day of the auction, while the other was responsible for setting a trap for Xiao Tianyu. Black Snake hired a few henchmen to spread rumors every day in the bars and clubs Xiao Tianyu frequented, saying that Qin Yuma had broken up with Xu Fan because of a family incident, and was now drinking herself into a stupor, feeling empty, lonely, and cold. Xiao Tianyu, that good-for-nothing, already had feelings for Qin Yuma. As soon as he heard the news, he immediately believed it and kept buzzing around like a fly, asking everywhere where Qin Yuma was. A large net targeting the Xiao family father and son has been quietly cast. While Xu Fan was busy making preparations, in a dark interrogation room at the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Wang Baobao has been detained for several days. She wasn't beaten or scolded, but the endless interrogation was driving her crazy. Ms. Wang, we've discovered that Xu Fan has a large sum of overseas funds with unclear origins. Has he told you who gave him this money? Or is there some other secret he's hiding from us? I don't know. I really don't know anything. Wang Baobao held her head and shook it repeatedly. Just then, the door to the interrogation room opened. An elderly man dressed in an expensive suit, who looked quite refined, walked in surrounded by a group of people. It is Xiao Xinghua. He waved his hand, signaling all the police officers to leave. In the interrogation room, only he and Wang Baobao remained. Miss Wang, don't be afraid, Xiao Xinghua said with a smile, looking like a kind grandfather. I'm not here to interrogate you. I'm here to discuss a business deal with you. He pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Wang Baobao. I know you're a good kid, but you were fooled by that little bastard Xu Fan. If you're willing to do me a favor, he looked at Wang Baobao, his eyes chillingly cold, I can not only get you out of here right now, but I can also get your father out too. Wang Baobao's pupils suddenly contracted. What did you say? Your dad won't die, Xiao Xinghua said slowly, but he'll be in jail for 8 or 10 years. Whether his body can withstand it is another matter. If you listen to me, his voice was enticing, I guarantee he'll be home next week. What do you want me to do? Wang Baobao's voice trembled. It's very simple, Xiao Xinghua said, a frightening smile spreading across his face. A lewd and shameless grin spread across his square face. A person. 2 strokes. Therefore, don't overcomplicate things. A wise person knows when to yield. I want you to come back to Chu Fan's side. Then, find an opportunity to. He took a small bottle, smaller than a fingernail, out of his pocket and placed it on the table. Put it in his wine. Chapter 77. The one who's helping you is the mistress. In the interrogation room, the broken lamp shone, casting a shadow on a small bottle on the table, making it look eerie. Wang Baobao looked at the small bottle, then at Xiao Xinghua's smiling face, and trembled with fear. She wanted to say no, but her mind was filled with Chu Fan's image. Don't rush to answer, Xiao Xinghua said, as if he could read her mind. He slowly took out his phone, opened a video, and pushed it in front of Wang Baobao. Take a look at this first, then decide. The video shows the prison's medical room. Wang Jinlong lay on the hospital bed, his leg in a thick cast. Several burly men in prison uniforms surrounded him, one of them repeatedly punching him in the stomach. Wang Jinlong was writhing in pain on the bed, screaming like a pig being slaughtered, but the burly men showed no sign of stopping. Dad! Wang Baobao screamed, and tears immediately streamed down her face. This is just the beginning. Xiao Xinghua put his phone away, his voice still as amiable as ever. In prison, there are bound to be some bumps and bruises. He is getting old and his health isn't what it used to be. What if he accidentally falls off the bed and breaks his neck one day? Then it'll be hard to say. You shameless. Wang Baobao pointed at him, trembling with anger. I'm shameless? Xiao Xinghua laughed. Little girl, that's how the world works. He stood up and shoved the small bottle into Wang Baobao's hand. The bottle was ice cold and quite frightening. Call me when you've made up your mind, he patted Wang Baobao's face. Remember, you don't have much time left. After saying that, he turned and left. In the interrogation room, only Wang Baobao remained, clutching the small bottle, sobbing uncontrollably. A top-floor luxury residence in a prime location. The atmosphere here is completely different from that in the interrogation room. No. Flex your waist a little more. Stick your butt out. Chu Fan was holding Qin Yuma's waist, teaching her how to walk in a seductive way. Qin Yuma blushed furiously at his actions. Her thin silk robe was already soaked with sweat and clung tightly to her body, revealing her figure clearly. You've gone too far, she gasped, turning back to glare at Chu Fan. I'm learning how to be an undercover agent, not how to be a prostitute. Oh dear, Sister Yuma, you just don't understand, Lin Shirshir, dressed in a cool sundress, said while eating grapes, offering unsolicited advice. As the saying goes, if you fall down, your friend will lend a hand, your family will lend a couple of hands. But someone like my husband, who will hold your hand and help you up several times, is one of our own family. You. Qin Yuma was both embarrassed and angry, and grabbed a cushion and threw it at him. Exactly, Black Snake chimed in from the side. She had just finished working out and was wearing a sports vest. Sweat dripped down her firm abs, making her look incredibly arousing. Look at you, you usually act like an ice block, but deep down you're more seductive than anyone else. How about I give you a demonstration? I guarantee that this good-for-nothing shell will be unable to move after seeing you. As she spoke, she deliberately winked at Chu Fan and licked her lips. Looking at the several beautiful women in front of him, Chu Fan felt his nose getting hot. Just as he was about to upgrade his teaching content from how to walk to how to get into bed, the doorbell rang. The women immediately fell silent, looking at each other. Who is it? Coming at this hour? Xiaoya silently stood up, walked to the door, looked out through the peephole, and then shook her head at Chu Fan. Chu Fan frowned, but still went over and opened the door. Standing at the door is Wang Baobao. She looked miserable, her hair was a mess, her eyes were red and swollen, and her clothes were wrinkled. As soon as she saw Chu Fan, she burst into tears and threw herself into his arms. Chu Fan, I'm out. In the living room, Lin Shirshir and the others all had dark expressions on their faces. How did she get out? Lin Shirshir was the first to object. Who let her out? Was it that old bastard Xiao Xinghua who did this? I think it's highly likely. Black Snake's eyes also turned cold. This girl, could she have been sent back as an undercover agent? Chu Fan didn't say anything. He just held the trembling little girl in his arms and gently patted her back. He could tell that the girl was genuinely scared. Alright, it's alright now." He helped Wang Baobao up, and looking at her tear-streaked face, his anger subsided. "Let's come in and talk." He led Wang Baobao into the living room and had her sit on the sofa. Lin Shishir and the others immediately surrounded her as if they were interrogating a criminal. "Speak," Lin Shishir said, arms crossed, looking annoyed. "How did you get out?" I don't know." Wang Baobao said, trembling. "It's just, this afternoon, a lawyer suddenly came over and said there wasn't enough evidence, so he released me." Her lie was so convincing that even she felt guilty listening to it. "Insufficient evidence?" Black Snake sneered. "Do you think we're fools?" "Alright," Chu Fan interrupted them, "say less. She just came out, let her rest first." He turned around and glanced at Xiaoya. Xiaoya immediately understood, stepped forward, and helped Wang Baobao walk towards the guest room. The atmosphere in the living room improved a little after they left. "Honey, you don't actually believe her, do you?" Lin Shishir was still worried. "This girl, there's definitely something wrong with her." "I know she has a problem," Chu Fan said, leaning back on the sofa and rubbing his temples. "But now, we have no choice." He looked at the women who still looked unhappy inside. "Xiao Jinghua's move is forcing me. By releasing Wang Baobao, he's planted a time bomb next to me. If I accept, I'll have to be on guard against her all the time. If I don't accept, it would make me seem guilty and heartless. Then what should we do?" "Nothing much," Chu Fan laughed, a cold laugh. "A bomb? Just defuse it, right?" He stood up, walked up to Qin Yuma, and his hands, rather unruly, pinched her pert buttocks again. "We need to speed up our training process. I want to see whether Xiao Jinghua's bombs are more powerful, or the green hat I gave him is more explosive." Late at night, in a guest room, Wang Baobao lay alone in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She was clutching the small bottle tightly in her hand. In her mind, one image was of her father being beaten in prison, and the other was of Chu Fan's warm embrace. She felt like her whole body was about to split apart. Just then, the door creaked open. Chu Fan walked in. He was wearing a bathrobe, the belt loosely tied, revealing a large expanse of his well-defined chest muscles. "Can't sleep?" Wang Baobao was startled and quickly sat up in bed. Chu Fan walked to the bedside and sat down, took something out of his pocket, and handed it to her. "It's a white rabbit milk candy. Eat it," he said. "It's sweet, it'll make you feel better." Wang Baobao looked at the candy, and tears welled up in her eyes again. She took the candy, unwrapped it, and put it in her mouth. "It's very sweet." "Chu Fan. Why are you so good to me?" Because Chu Fan smiled, he reached out and gently touched her head. "You are mine." Looking at Wang Baobao's tear-streaked face and her lips trembling slightly with nervousness, he lowered his head and slowly leaned closer. Wang Baobao did not dodge. She closed her eyes, but her heart was screaming wildly. "I'm sorry. Chu Fan. I'm sorry." Just as the two were about to kiss, her hand holding the medicine bottle trembled even more violently. She didn't know whether she should take action. Chapter 78. A plan to turn the tide. Inside the room, Chu Fan's face was almost pressed against Wang Baobao's. He smelled the scent of soap and the unique fragrance of a young woman on her body. Wang Baobao had her eyes closed, her long eyelashes trembling incessantly. She looked both pitiful and alluring. But her little hand, hidden under the blanket, was tightly gripping the cold medicine bottle, trembling so much it was almost slipping from her grasp. To take action or not to take action? Her mind was a mess, like a lump of mush. Just as Chu Fan was about to kiss her, she suddenly broke down. With a loud wah, she shoved Chu Fan away, shrank to the corner of the bed, hugged her knees, and cried uncontrollably. Clatter! The small medicine bottle slipped from her hand and fell onto the carpet. Chu Fan stopped moving. He didn't look at the bottle, but just quietly watched the little girl on the bed who was crying so hard she was almost unconscious. He wasn't angry or surprised, on the contrary, he felt relieved. He walked over, picked up the small bottle, weighed it in his hand, and then sat down on the edge of the bed. "Did Xiao Jinhua give it to you?" His voice was calm. Wang Baobao shuddered, raised her head, and her swollen eyes were filled with fear and despair. I really didn't mean it. He used my dad to scare me." She couldn't speak clearly, and tears streamed down her face even more. "He showed me a video. My dad was beaten up in jail." "I know. Shu Fan interrupted her, reaching out to gently tuck Wang Baobao's messy hair behind her ear. Silly girl, he looked at her, his eyes filled with tenderness and no blame. Did you really think I would let you handle things alone? Wang Baobao was stunned. Shu Fan smiled, opened the small bottle, and smelled it. That old fox really went all out, he scoffed. This stuff has no color or taste. If you drink it, even a miracle worker couldn't save you in 10 minutes. As he spoke, to Wang Baobao's horrified surprise, he stuck out his tongue and licked the mouth of the bottle. You! Wang Baobao was so frightened that her face turned pale. Don't worry, I won't die. Shu Fan put the bottle cap back on and tossed it aside. Do you think I'm stupid? I knew something was wrong the moment you walked in. He looked at Wang Baobao and sighed. All right, stop crying, he said, pulling the still trembling little girl into his arms. From now on, you don't have to think about anything or do anything. You just need to stay by my side and watch how I deal with that cunning old fox, Xiaojinghua. Nestled in Shu Fan's arms, Wang Baobao felt his strong heartbeat and reassuring warmth, which finally put her at ease. She didn't say anything more, but simply stretched out her slightly trembling little hands and hugged Shu Fan's waist tightly. It's as if she wants to melt her whole being into his body. Holding the soft, fragrant body in his arms, Shu Fan felt a surge of fire within him. He looked down at Wang Baobao's tear-streaked face and her dazed eyes. However, his voice became a little hoarse. He may be spared the death penalty, but he cannot escape punishment. You almost killed me just now. Tell me, how should I punish you? His hands were very restless. They slipped under the hem of Wang Baobao's nightgown. Wang Baobao shuddered violently. She didn't resist, she just buried her face even deeper in Shu Fan's arms, humming softly in a way that made anyone blush. The lights in the room went out some time ago. The next day, news of the charity auction had spread throughout Donghai City. A top-floor luxury residence in a prime location. The atmosphere here is incredibly energetic, like it's been injected with adrenaline. No way. This is too tacky. Lin Shishir threw away a black evening dress and picked up a red one. I have to wear this one. The slit has to be up to my thigh, and the neckline has to be up to my belly button. I guarantee that Xiao Tianyu, that good-for-nothing, will get a nosebleed just looking at it. What do you know? Xin Yuma rolled her eyes at her. She was wearing a bathrobe and had 2 female assistants do her hair. To deal with someone like Xiao Tianyu, you can't be too direct. You have to dress innocently yet provocatively, so that he can see but not have, and his heart is itching with desire. That's what you call awesome. Yo yo yo, Black Snake said, holding up a weight and practicing as he did so, while also teasing her. When did our secretary Qin learn all this? Was she working overtime by our husband last night? Xin Yuma's face flushed red instantly. Last night, after Chu Fan came out of Wang Baobao's room, he dragged her directly into his bedroom, saying it was a final sprint, and put all the things he had taught her during the day into practice. It's made her legs weak when she walks now. Stop fooling around, Chu Fan yawned as he walked out of the bedroom. Looking at the energetic women in front of him, he felt completely drained. How's the preparation going? Don't worry, honey. Lin Shishir patted her chest and assured him, the invitations have already been sent out. I even had someone accidentally let it slip that you and Sister Yuma broke up, and that Sister Yuma is coming alone tonight. That idiot Xiao Tianyu is probably at home picking out his underwear color right now. Very good, Shu Fan nodded in satisfaction. Where's the baby? I'm here. Wang Baobao poked her little head out from the kitchen. She was wearing an apron and holding a plate of freshly cooked stir-fried green peppers and pork. After last night's in-depth conversation, she has changed completely. Although she is still a little timid, the despair in her eyes is gone. Shu Fan, I made you breakfast. Oh, so you know how to be considerate now? Shu Fan chuckled, walked over, kissed her on the cheek, and gave her pert but a pinch. Wang Baobao's face turned red instantly, down to the roots of her ears. By the way, Shu Fan said to Wang Baobao while eating stir-fried green peppers and pork, in a moment, give your good uncle, Xiaojinghua, a call. Tell him that his plan has succeeded. That evening, at the Donghai International Convention and Exhibition Center. The parking lot was full of luxury cars. Everyone who came here was someone important and influential. Xiaojinghua's charity auction was more extravagant than anyone else's. Xiao Tianyu, dressed in a flashy white suit and with his hair slicked back, was holding a glass of champagne and bragging to a few rich kids. But his eyes kept glancing towards the doorway. Just then, there was a small commotion at the door. Qin Yuma has arrived. Tonight, she wore a light blue backless dress, her hair piled high, revealing her long neck. The dress looked quite proper, but as she walked, her long legs were faintly visible, and her full breast swayed with each step, making her even more alluring than if she were completely naked. As soon as she entered the venue, she immediately became the center of attention. Xiao Tianyou's eyes widened instantly. Damn, this chick is fucking hot today. He swallowed hard, and without thinking, he raised his glass to her. "Umo," he said, striking what he thought was a very handsome pose as he blocked Xin Yumo's path. "What a coincidence, you're here too." Xin Yumo glanced at him, her eyes filled with a coldness mixed with an indescribable sadness. "Young Master Xiao," she nodded slightly and was about to walk around him. "Hey, don't go." Xiao Tianyou wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by, and shamelessly moved closer. "I heard, you broke up with that pretty boy Chu Fan? What, is it because of your dad? Don't worry, as long as you're with me, I promise I'll make sure my dad." Just then, the doors to the venue were pushed open once again. Chu Fan has arrived. He didn't come alone. To his left was Lin Shishir, dressed in a fiery red dress. To his right was Black Snake, wearing a sexy leather jacket. Behind them followed two stunningly beautiful bodyguards in identical uniforms, Han Ling and Xiaoya. The most outrageous thing was that he was also holding hands with a girl wearing a white princess dress who looked shy. It's Wang Baobao. The moment his entire family entered, the entire venue fell silent. All eyes were on him. Xiao Tianyou's face turned green instantly. In the VIP room on the second floor, Xiao Xinghua, who had been watching everything through the monitor, showed a solemn expression on his old face for the first time. Chu Fan ignored the astonished gazes around him. He simply looked at Xiao Tianyou, who was completely stunned, and Xin Yumo, who had a playful smile on her lips. He smiled. "I'm sorry, young Master Xiao. Your girl, it seems, is still mine." Chapter 79. Have you touched enough? My legs are practically sparking. Inside the convention center, Chu Fan's words, "Your girl, it seems, is still mine," weren't loud, but their effect was like a resounding slap across Xiao Tianyou's face. The entire hall, filled with hundreds of prominent figures, fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes lit up, scanning the two of them as if watching a show. Xiao Tianyou's face, which was covered in half a pound of powder, turned from white to green, and then from green to liver color. "What the hell did you say?" He pointed at Chu Fan's nose, trembling with anger. Xin Yumo was particularly good at acting at this moment. She seemed to have just noticed Chu Fan. Her eyes first flashed with surprise, then with grievance, and finally, even a hint of joy. She completely ignored Xiao Tianyou and walked straight towards Chu Fan. "Chu Fan, why are you here too?" Her voice was soft and pitiful. "If I hadn't come soon," Chu Fan laughed, reaching out and naturally pulling Xin Yumo into his arms, even pinching her pert bottom. "My little kitty, wouldn't she have been snatched away by someone soon?" Xin Yumo felt a surge of heat rush from the base of her neck to the top of her head. She symbolically punched Chu Fan in the chest, but her manner showed no signs of a breakup. It was more like flirting. Puff. Some people nearby couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Tianyou felt the blood rush to his head with a buzz. He'd been tricked. From beginning to end, he was just a fool who was being played. "Chu Fan. I'll fuck your mother's horse," he roared as he charged forward. "God bless you." Xiao Xinghua's icy voice came from the private room on the second floor. Xiao Tianyou abruptly stopped in his tracks. He turned around, looking up at the building with a resentful expression. Chu Fan also looked up and made eye contact with Xiao Xinghua, who was behind the surveillance camera. He smiled. That smile was full of provocation. He had Xin Yumo on his arm, and led his large group of beautiful women, each with ample curves, as he swaggered past Xiao Tianyou and sat down directly in the front row. He acted as if this were his own home. The auction has officially begun. Chu Fan slumped in the chair as if he had no bones. Xin Yumo sat close to him, and under the table, Chu Fan's hand had already slipped inside her slit dress, roaming restlessly over her long, stockinged legs. Xin Yumo felt hot all over from his actions, her face flushed, but she had to force herself to pretend to be watching the auction intently. Honey, Lin Shishir, who was standing next to her, couldn't stand it anymore and leaned over jealously. "Have you touched enough? You've almost made sparks fly from touching Sister Yuma's legs." "What do you know?" Chu Fan said without turning his head. "I'm just helping her relax. Look how nervous she is, she has to act later." As he spoke, he slid his finger up a little further. Xin Yuma's body jerked violently, almost slipping off the chair, and she let out a suppressed groan. Black Snake watched from the other side, rolled his eyes, and couldn't be bothered with the two despicable people. The auction went very smoothly, and the first few items were bought by several wealthy people at high prices. Soon, the main event of the evening arrived. A beautiful female host wearing a cheongsam walked up carrying a plate covered with a red cloth. "Distinguished guests," she said in a sickeningly sweet voice, "this next treasure is provided by the Xiao Group, a rare blue diamond called Heart of the Ocean." The red cloth was lifted, revealing a blue diamond the size of a pigeon's egg, which shone brightly under the lights. Starting bid, 100 million. Xiao Tianyou's eyes lit up immediately. He turned around, glanced at Qin Yuma, then at Chu Fan, and made up his mind. He wants revenge. He wants to get his revenge in front of everyone. "I'll offer 150 million. He was the first to raise his sign, shouting louder than anyone else. 200 million. A calm and unhurried voice came from the front row. "It's Chu Fan." Xiao Tianyou's face immediately darkened. 250 million. 300 million. 400 million. Xiao Tianyou's eyes turned red. He was determined to sell everything he owned to win the bid for this diamond and deliver it to Qin Yuma. "Hee," Chu Fan chuckled, putting down the sign in his hand. "Young Master Xiao is very generous." "I don't want it." Xiao Tianyu was stunned. He then realized that he had been fucking tricked again. This diamond was worth at most 200 million on the market, and he had now paid twice the amount for nothing. "Congratulations, young Master Xiao." The host struck the gavel, and a sparse round of applause rang out, but the applause sounded suspiciously like people were looking at an idiot. Xiao Tianyu felt a burning pain on his face. He stared intently at Chu Fan's back, his eyes filled with a look of utter hatred, as if he wanted to devour him whole. In a private room on the second floor, Xiao Xinghua stared at the monitor, watching his son being played like a fool, his old face as black as the bottom of a pot. "Still no news from Xiao Shang?" he asked without turning his head. No, the subordinate behind him stammered, "Miss. It seems we can't get in touch with her." "Waste." Xiao Xinghua abruptly shoved the cigar in his hand into the ashtray. He knew that something must have happened to his daughter. He looked down at Chu Fan, who was still flirting with a woman downstairs, and his eyes turned particularly fierce. He picked up the walkie-talkie on the table. "Group A, Group B, get ready to move. Remember, I don't want to live." The auction ended, and the guests began to leave one by one. "Honey, shall we go too?" Lin Shirshir yawned. "No rush," Chu Fan smiled, "the show isn't over yet." After he finished speaking, he led his men and slowly walked out. As soon as they stepped out of the crowded gate and into the empty parking lot, Han Ling and Black Snake's expressions changed simultaneously. "Oh no! An ambush!" No sooner had he finished speaking than dozens of blinding car headlights suddenly lit up from all directions around the parking lot. Dozens of black minivans had surrounded them without them even realizing it. The car door opened, and hundreds of men dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses rushed out of the car. This group was completely different from Wang Jinlong's thugs. They all had buzz cuts, cold eyes, and professional-looking weapons, batons and stun guns. "Damn it!" Black Snake cursed, "He's a professional. Protect the boss." Han Ling shouted and was the first to rush forward. Black Snake and Xiaoya also rushed forward. A chaotic battle broke out instantly. Although Han Ling and her team were skilled fighters, the opposing team had too many members and their teamwork was exceptional. It was clear they had practiced. Bang! Black Snake was caught off guard and was hit in the back with a stun gun by someone. She screamed and half of her body went numb. She knelt down. "Sister Snake." Lin Shirshir and Qin Yuma had never seen anything like this before. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They could only protect Wang Baobao tightly and shrink towards Chu Fan. Chu Fan's face also turned cold. He shielded the three women who couldn't fight behind him, grabbed a baton that had been knocked away from the ground, and charged forward. He fights without any particular method, he just relies on sheer ruthlessness, aiming every move at vital points. But there were too many of them. Just as he knocked someone down with a stick, another guy next to him slammed a stick into his back. Puff! Chu Fan spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered forward a few steps. "Husband!" At this critical moment, more than a dozen police cars, sirens blaring, rushed over from a distance. It was Qin Yuma who called the police amidst the chaos. "The police are here. Get out of here." The group in black suits remained calm upon seeing the police. A few men covered the rear, while the others orderly retreated to their vehicles. Just as they were about to get into the car, the man in the lead turned around and glanced at Wang Baobao, who was still struggling on the ground, and suddenly revealed a cruel smile. He winked at the two people next to him. The two men immediately rushed over and grabbed Wang Baobao, who was still in a daze. "Ah! Let me go! Baby!" Chu Fan's eyes turned red, and he wanted to rush over, but he was held back by several people. He could only watch helplessly as the two men shoved Wang Baobao into a black van, then sped off into the night. "Son of a bitch!" Chu Fan let out a beast-like roar and snapped the neck of the person in front of him with a blow, but it was too late. The police car finally arrived at the scene, but all that was left was a mess and several women who were injured. Chu Fan stared at the direction the van had disappeared and his eyes were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. He knew that Wang Baobao was probably in grave danger this time. Chapter 80: Wang Baobao's desperate screams. The flashing police lights in the parking lot were irritating. Chu Fan watched the van disappear into the night, feeling a burning pain in his back, but that was nothing compared to the emptiness and coldness in his heart. Bastard! He punched the car next to him, and blood immediately appeared on the back of his hand. Husband! Several women quickly surrounded them. Lin Shishir and Qin Yuma were so frightened that they started crying. Black Snake clutched his shoulder, his face pale with pain, while Han Ling looked around coldly, wary of any other ambushes. The lead policeman walked over, looking at the mess on the ground, and was also at a loss. "Mr. Chu," he sighed, "as you've seen, these people are professionals, they came prepared. We'll be making arrests throughout the city immediately, but it's completely useless, right?" Chu Fan turned around, looking at him with bloodshot eyes. The police officer nodded awkwardly. Chu Fan ignored him and walked up to Black Snake. Looking at the still bleeding electric shock wound on her shoulder, he asked in a hoarse voice, "You won't die, will you?" "I won't die," the Black Snake gritted its teeth, "I'll just feel a little numb." "Go home." Chu Fan didn't say another word and turned to walk towards his car. A top-floor luxury residence in a prime location. The atmosphere here is quite oppressive. Chu Fan locked himself in the bathroom and took a cold shower for half an hour. When he came out, he was still dripping wet and was only wearing his underwear. He didn't say anything, but took out a bottle of the strongest whiskey from the liquor cabinet and blew it straight from the bottle without using a glass. In the living room, none of the women dared to utter a sound. Isabella and Owen also rushed back, and both frowned when they saw the scene. I'll go find her." Lin Shishir finally couldn't hold back anymore. She stood up crying, "I'll get everyone in my family. Even if I have to turn Donghai City upside down, I'll find her." "Find her? How?" Black Snake leaned back on the sofa, hissing in pain. "That old fox Xiaojingua, since he dared to make a move, he won't let us find her easily. Baby, she's now." She didn't say anything more, but everyone understood what she meant. "Shut the fuck up." Chu Fan suddenly smashed the wine bottle in his hand on the ground, and the bottle shattered with a loud crash. His eyes were red as he glanced at the women in front of him. "Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry. Will crying bring someone back? And you?" He pointed at the Black Snake. "You wilted after being shot? Where did your former ruthlessness go?" He then looked at Qin Yuma. "You're out of options just because your dad was arrested? Have you forgotten how many uncles and elders you have in the officialdom?" Finally, he looked at Isabella, "And you? The Rockefeller heiress. Is your family's money made of paper? Xiaojingua can use money to bury us, so why can't you use money to bury him to death?" The women were stunned by his shout and all lowered their heads. Chu Fan was panting heavily, the fire burning in his chest making him feel uncomfortable. He knew it wasn't their fault. He has only himself to blame. He was too confident, thinking he was invincible and could handle anything. In the end, he couldn't even protect the people closest to him. He walked up to Black Snake, squatted down, and without saying a word, started tearing off her leather coat, which was stuck to her wound. "What are you doing?" The Black Snake was startled and instinctively tried to dodge. "Don't move." Chu Fan's voice was deep. He quickly tore open the leather jacket, revealing the blood-soaked black lace bra and the hideous wound inside. He took out a first aid kit, disinfectant, and gauze, and without saying a word, began to treat her wound. His movements were light and gentle, completely different from the mad beast he had just been. When the disinfectant touched the wound, the black snake shuddered in pain and let out a suppressed groan. Shu Fan didn't stop. While applying the medicine to her wound, he bent down and gently blew on it with his mouth, trying to relieve some of her pain. The warm breath, blowing on the black snake's cold skin, made her feel numb all over. The feeling was indescribable. Was it pain, or itch? No one spoke in the living room. As Lin Shirshir and Qin Yuma watched the scene, their fear and grievances were slowly replaced by a fierce determination. After treating his wounds, Shu Fan stood up. "Listen up, everyone," his voice had calmed down, but everyone could tell he was about to kill. "From now on, the rules of the game are changed. I don't want the Shao family to go bankrupt." He looked at all the women present and said, word by word, "I want them to die." "Snake Sister," he said, looking at Black Snake, "give your men the order to smash and burn down all of the Shao family's businesses and companies, regardless of the cost. Leave no one alive." "Isabella," he said, turning to the blonde woman, "I don't care what methods you use, I want all of the Shao family's overseas assets to be worthless by tomorrow morning. And that sniper who was sniping Han Ling, find him for me. I want him alive." "Umo," he said, looking at Qin Umo one last time, "have your men clean up all the surveillance videos in the parking lot tonight? Also, find a way to bring Xiao Chang over to me alive." "What?" Qin Yuma was stunned. "Tie her up? The Shao family is so heavily guarded right now, wouldn't it be suicide for us to go and tie her up?" "Because," Chu Fan laughed, a cruel laugh, "I want her to watch with her own eyes how the Shao family, which she cares about most, is slowly and painstakingly destroyed by me. As for me..." He turned around and glanced at Han Ling and Xiaoya. "The three of us will go and meet that ancestor of the Shao family." Late at night, in a heavily guarded private hospital, Wang Baobao was thrown onto a cold operating table. She was still wearing that tattered princess dress, her hands and feet bound with leather belts. Xiao Jingwa stood in front of her with his hands behind his back, his old face expressionless. "Miss Wang," he said slowly, "you have disappointed me." "Pa!" Wang Baobao spat a mouthful of bloody saliva at him. "You old bastard! You'll die a horrible death." He, Xiao Jingwa wasn't angry. He took a syringe from a doctor next to him. It contained some kind of murky liquid. Still being stubborn. "I originally wanted to leave you with a complete corpse." He expelled the air from the syringe, looked into Wang Baobao's hateful eyes, and smiled. "Do you know? That little bastard Chu Fan cares most about the people around him." "I want to see," he said, slowly pressing the cold needle against Wang Baobao's snow-white arm, "what his expression will be when he sees you like this." No. Fear finally showed in Wang Baobao's eyes. But it was too late. The needle went in. The murky liquid was slowly pushed into her body. A sudden surge of lust rose within her, making her feel uncomfortably hot all over. She felt as if she was losing control of herself. Xiao Jingwa looked at her dazed eyes, made irritated by the medication, and her increasingly flushed face, and nodded in satisfaction. He waved to the several burly bodyguards who had been waiting impatiently beside him. "It's up to you now. Have fun." He turned and walked out of the operating room. Behind them came Wang Baobao's heart-wrenching, desperate screams. Just as he reached the door, his phone rang. It was a call from someone he had placed next to Chu Fan. "Hello? Boss. Something terrible has happened." A panicked man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Chu Fan. Chu Fan is leading his men and they're coming this way. Chapter 81 All-Out War begins, leave no one alive." As Xiao Jingwa held the phone, he heard Chu Fan's men rushing towards him, and for the first time, his hand holding the phone trembled. But he was a seasoned veteran who had spent his entire life in the business, and he didn't panic at all. "What's the panic?" he said slowly into the phone. "Let him come. I want to see if he has the ability to snatch someone from me." After hanging up the phone, he glanced back at the bodyguards in the operating room who had already started taking off their pants, and at Wang Baobao lying on the operating table with her eyes completely lifeless. A frightening smile appeared on his face. The game is getting more and more interesting. A top-floor luxury residence in a prime location. The atmosphere here isn't just oppressive, it's downright murderous. Did you all understand? Chu Fan looked at the women in front of him, whose eyes were red. Understood. All right. Chu Fan snapped his fingers. Sister Snake, Shirshir, Yuma, the three of you are responsible for uprooting the Shao family's roots in Donghai City, one by one. I don't care what methods you use, whether you smash, rob, or burn, I want the name Xiao family to disappear from Donghai City tonight. Isabel. He then looked at the blonde woman. Don't you have so much money you don't know what to do with it? Now, throw it at me like crazy. I want the Xiao family's overseas businesses to be nothing but a pile of unwanted garbage by tomorrow morning. As for me. He turned around and glanced at Han Ling and Xiaoya. The three of us will go and take that old man's life from the Xiao family. That night, the entire city of Donghai went crazy. Dozens of modified motorcycles and off-road vehicles, carrying hundreds of women wielding fire axes and machetes, rushed out of the old town. Upon seeing any place with the Xiao family sign, they immediately began smashing it without saying a word. Damn it! Sisters! Burn it! Black Snake kicked open the door of a high-end club owned by the Xiao family and threw a freshly lit gasoline bottle inside. The towering flames illuminated half the night sky. At the same time, the financial circles of Donghai City were also in an uproar. An unknown group of overseas funds started frantically dumping Xiao family stocks. Sell. Sell it all, no matter the price. Lin Shishir, with dark circles under her eyes and bloodshot eyes, was yelling like a madwoman at a dozen computers. Isabel, on the other hand, sat leisurely next to her, holding a glass of red wine, watching the green line on the screen drop downwards, and smiled. Honey, she swirled her wine glass, if your dad saw you like this, he'd probably regret not having another son. Get lost. Lin Shishir didn't even turn her head. Today, I'm going to show that old bastard Xiao Jingguo what it means to be angry that money can make you a father. Officially, things are not peaceful either. Although Qin Yuma no longer has her father as her backer, she still holds onto the network of connections her father has cultivated over decades. She didn't go to those high-ranking officials, but specifically sought out those minor figures who weren't high-ranking but had some real power. Hello, Uncle Zhan? This is Xiao Mo. My dad's had an accident. Yes, you know, it's the Xiao family who's behind it. I don't ask you for anything else, but that piece of land you're in charge of, the Xiao family just acquired it and are planning to build a house on it, right? Do you think, shouldn't they check the fire safety more often? One phone call after another was made. An invisible net has already enveloped the entire Xiao family. That heavily guarded private hospital is now like a fortress. Hundreds of elite thugs from the Xiao family surrounded the entire hospital. Chu Fan drove around the hospital, his brows furrowed deeply. We can't get in, Han Ling said coldly from the passenger seat, holding a pair of binoculars. They have snipers at all the high places where people can hide, and the front and back doors are blocked. If we try to force our way in, we'll just be throwing our lives away. Then let them open the door themselves. Chu Fan laughed, a laugh that was somewhat frightening. He took out his phone and dialed Black Snake's number. Sister Snake, send your people to the Xiao family's old residence. What are you doing? Burning down his ancestral graves? No, Chu Fan laughed, a particularly frightening laugh. Go and invite his good-for-nothing young master, Xiao Tianyu, over here. Remember, I want him alive. But don't make him too comfortable. Half an hour later, at the Xiao family's old residence, Xiao Tianyu was embracing two young models, playing in the pool. His father went out to take care of some business, so he was enjoying himself at home. Just as he was about to push a young model into the water and get some excitement, dozens of women carrying machetes suddenly jumped over the wall and came in. Who are you? Xiao Tianyu was so frightened that he went limp on the spot. The leader of the Snake Clan sisters, too lazy to waste words with him, kicked him into the water and then dragged him out like a dead dog. Chop that thing of his off. No. No. Spare me, heroine. Spare me, heroine. At the hospital entrance, Chu Fan sent a newly recorded video to Xiao Jingguo's phone. In the video, Xiao Tianyu is naked from the waist down, hanging from a tree. Below him, a member of the Snake Clan is holding a rusty pair of scissors and gesturing at his genitals. Mr. Xiao, Chu Fan dialed Xiao Jingguo's number, his voice lazy. Your son is in my hands now. I'll give you 10 minutes to bring Wang Baobao out to me safe and sound. Otherwise, his voice suddenly turned cold. I can't guarantee that your Xiao family will have any descendants. There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a long while, Xiao Jingguo's suppressed voice finally came through. Chu Fan, you are even more ruthless than I thought. Likewise. Okay, Xiao Jingguo said, I'll release him. But you have to guarantee my son's safety. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fan winked at Han Ling and Xiaoya beside him. Get ready to make your move. He knew that Xiao Jinghua, that old fox, would never back down so easily. He definitely has a backup plan. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the hospital doors opened. But instead of Wang Baobao, dozens of fully armed men carrying submachine guns emerged. These people were completely different from the thugs before. Their eyes were cold and their movements were synchronized. They were clearly people who had killed before. Damn it! Han Ling cursed. They're mercenaries. That old bastard Xiao Jinghua. He actually dared to use this kind of force in the country. Chu Fan. Xiao Jinghua's voice came through a loudspeaker. I'm giving you one last chance. Surrender now, and I might spare your life. Chu Fan looked at the dark mass of gun barrels in front of him, and the two women behind him who also had grim expressions. He smiled. Surrender? He turned around and glanced at Han Ling and Xiaoya. Are you too scared? Han Ling didn't say anything, but silently took out two submachine guns from her tactical backpack and threw one to Xiaoya. Xiaoya took the gun, imitated Han Ling, and skillfully cocked it. Then she shook her head at Chu Fan, and for the first time, light appeared in her lifeless eyes. I'm not afraid. Very good. Chu Fan threw the cigarette in his hand on the ground and stomped it out with his foot. He looked at the dozens of mercenaries opposite him and a crazy smile appeared on his face. Then, let's get started. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly rolled on the spot and hid behind a car. Han Ling and Xiaoya also moved at the same time. The three men, forming a triangular shape, began to take turns providing cover and launched a frantic counterattack. Dud-did-day. Dud-did-day. The intense gunfire instantly tore the night sky apart. Bullets flew through the air like they were free, hitting the car and sending sparks flying. Chu Fan and his two companions, consisting of only 3 people and 3 guns, managed to suppress dozens of mercenaries on the other side, preventing them from raising their heads. Han Ling's marksmanship is terrifyingly accurate. Every shot is aimed at the head. Although it was Xiaoya's first time handling a gun, her reckless and crazy spirit was more ruthless than anyone else's. She didn't aim at all, she just held the gun and fired wildly at areas with many people. Her fighting style was just like that of an African. The most perverted one is Chu Fan. He seemed to have no concept of fear, firing a gun while simultaneously flirting with his women through his earpiece. Hey, sure, did you see that? Isn't your husband handsome? UMO, when I get back, shall we try a gunfight theme? Inside the command vehicle, Lin Shishir and Qin Yumao listened to the dense gunfire in Chu Fan's inappropriate voice through their earpieces, feeling both anxious and angry, and tears welled up in their eyes. You bastard! You better come back alive! Just when the battle was at a stalemate, a black Mercedes suddenly sped towards us from a distance. The driver was on. He floored the gas pedal, using the car as a weapon, and rammed it into the group of mercenaries. Boom! Several mercenaries were knocked away on the spot. Isabel asked me to pass on a message to you. Avon rolled down the car window and shouted to Chu Fan. She said she has repaid the favor. After saying that, he grabbed a machine gun from the passenger seat and started firing wildly at the outside. The tide of battle was turned in an instant. Chapter 82 Punishing Xiao Tianyu. The Xiao family's old house was brightly lit. The water in the pool was still rippling, but the atmosphere by the pool was colder than ice. Xiao Tianyu was naked, pinned down on a recliner by 2 sisters from the snake hall, his mouth stuffed with a smelly sock that had been pulled from somewhere, and he could only make woo-woo sounds. He watched as the woman carrying a rusty pair of garden shears approached him step by step, and he was so frightened that tears and snot streamed down his face, and his crotch felt wet and hot. Hey ladies, let's hurry up. The woman with the scissors turned around and smiled at the sister recording the video next to her. The boss is waiting to see the unboxing video, but... No. Spare me, heroine. Xiao Tianyu shook his head desperately, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Shut up. Another woman, annoyed by his noise, slapped him across the face, making him see stars. The woman with the scissors squatted down and snipped with the rusty scissors. That spot collapsed with a thud. Xiao Tianyu collapsed to the ground in agony, rolling around with his eyes wide open like a dead fish, uttering a hoarse sound that was not human. She casually wiped it with the back of her hand. That's a wrap, she said, standing up and smiling at the young model who was still in a daze beside her. Please tell your young master Xiao that this is Mr. Chu's coming-of-age gift to him. Meanwhile, in a secluded operating room at Xiao Jinghua's heavily guarded private hospital. Wang Baobao lay on the bed, staring blankly at the yellow water stain on the ceiling. She has stopped crying and can no longer feel the pain. She just stood there with her eyes open, motionless, as if her soul had already drifted away. A burly man covered in sweat is bullying Wang Baobao. The man reeked of alcohol and was cursing. Wang Baobao can't hear anything or feel anything. There was only one thought in her mind. Xu Fan. In my next life, I hope I can meet you sooner, okay? She slowly closed her eyes, and a tear slid down her cheek. The gunfight outside the hospital is coming to an end. An drove recklessly, and with his reckless machine gun fire, Xiaojingguo's mercenaries' formation was thrown into chaos. Retreat! Retreat now! Seeing that the situation was not good, the lead mercenary shouted and tried to run away with the rest of his men. Trying to run? Han Ling and Xu Fan flanked from both sides, their submachine guns reaping lives with abandon. The battle was over in less than 5 minutes. The ground was littered with corpses, and blood was everywhere. Where is Xiaojingguo? Xu Fan kicked aside a corpse and walked to the command vehicle that had been riddled with bullets. It was empty. They ran away, Han Ling said coldly as she examined the tire tracks on the ground. That old fox left himself an escape route. Damn it! Xu Fan slammed his fist on the car. Just then, he heard Isabel's slightly anxious voice through his earphones. Xu Fan! Quick! We've found that van. Through the Sky Eye system, the final destination is the private hospital under Xiaojingguo's name. Xu Fan's heart clenched suddenly. Send me your location. 10 minutes later, An drove the heavy Mercedes and crashed directly into the side door of the private hospital. Xu Fan led Han Ling and Xiaoya through the opening they had created and rushed inside. Chaos erupted in the hospital lobby. Several security guards were shot down by Han Ling as soon as they tried to approach. Where is he? Xu Fan grabbed a doctor in a white coat by the collar and lifted him up. On the 3rd floor, in the innermost, VIP operating room. Xu Fan let go of him and rushed upstairs with Han Ling and Xiaoya. The corridor reeked of quicklime mixed with the stench of blood, making people want to vomit. Xu Fan's heart sank little by little. He kicked open the heavy door to the VIP operating room. Inside the room, the man was lying on the bed, panting heavily. Hearing the sound, he turned around impatiently and cursed, "Who the hell is it?" Before he could finish speaking, a bullet pierced the back of his head with pinpoint accuracy. It was Han Ling who fired the shot. Red and white splattered all over Wang Baobao. Looking at the girl on the bed with vacant eyes, covered in injuries, and in a mess beneath her, Xu Fan felt as if his heart had been crushed by someone. An indescribable rage and murderous intent erupted from him. He didn't say anything, but silently walked over, took off his coat, and carefully wrapped the unresponsive girl in it, holding her in his arms. He held her in his arms, turned around, and walked out. He stopped at the door without turning his head. Han Ling, Xiaoya. Exist. Clean this up, his voice was hoarse beyond belief. Don't leave a single one alive. On the way home, the car was deathly silent. Wang Baobao lay quietly in Xu Fan's arms, neither crying nor making a fuss, like a broken doll. Xu Fan held her there, motionless. When the car returned to Yiping Jiangshan, several women were already waiting at the door. When they saw the girl in Xu Fan's arms, they were all stunned. Baby Lin Shishir's tears fell instantly. Take her back to her room, Xu Fan said softly as he handed Wang Baobao to Xiaoya. Find a female doctor and make sure she doesn't see any more men. After saying that, he went to the balcony alone and lit a cigarette. The women watched his desolate figure disappear into the distance, none of them daring to approach and disturb him. After an unknown amount of time, Xu Fan's phone rang. It was An calling. Mr. Chu, An's voice was calm on the other end of the phone. I'm ready. Good. Xu Fan hung up the phone, turned around, looked at the women in the living room who also had murderous expressions, and smiled. There was not a trace of warmth in that smile. Don't just sit there, everyone. It's our turn to send the Xiao family on their way. I want that old bastard Xiaojingguo to watch with his own eyes how everything he built will turn to ashes in my hands. I want him to kneel down in the most desperate and painful moment, to await his death. Chapter 83. Let your daughter be my ex-branch for life. A top-floor luxury residence in a prime location. It's so stuffy in this room, it feels like a funeral. Xu Fan sat on a chair on the balcony, smoking one cigarette after another, leaving cigarette butts scattered on the ground at his feet. He hadn't slept all night, and his eyes were bloodshot. Behind him, in the living room, none of the women dared to speak loudly, they all hung their heads. Wang Baobao's door was closed, and there wasn't a sound coming from inside. Xiaoya stood guard at the door, not letting anyone in. The female doctor had just left, shaking her head, and said one sentence: "Physical injuries are easy to heal, but mental illnesses are difficult to cure." Oh shit. Lin Shirshir was the first to lose her temper with the half-dead atmosphere. She kicked the sofa and yelled, "Are we just going to wait like this? That old bastard Xiao Xingguo is probably hiding in some rat hole, laughing to himself right now. Otherwise what?" Black Snake leaned weakly against the sofa. Her sisters were either injured or dead, and she was also burning with anger. Donghai City is so big. If he wants to hide, where are we supposed to find him? Stop arguing. Chu Fan's voice was extremely hoarse. He stubbed out his cigarette, walked in from the balcony, and his face, which usually had a nonchalant air about it, was now chillingly cold. He can't escape. He walked to the middle of the living room and looked at the women in front of him, one by one. "Snake sister," he looked at Black Snake, "can your men still fight?" "Yes." Black Snake sat up abruptly, his eyes turning red. "Just say the word, and even if it means death, I'll tear a piece of flesh from those bastards in the Xiao family." "All right," Chu Fan nodded. "Have your men keep a close eye on all of the Xiao family's profitable businesses. I don't want them to make a single penny more." He then looked at Lin Shirshir and Isabel. "You two, don't stop. Keep throwing money at it, smash the Xiao family stock until it's worthless. I want to turn Xiao Xingguo into a pauper." Finally, he looked at Qin Yuma. "Umo, what about your dad?" "Don't worry," Qin Yuma said with a firm look in her eyes. "My father has fallen, but his old connections are still there. I will find a way to get the evidence of the dirty deeds the Xiao family has done over the years into the hands of the right people." Chu Fan looked at them but didn't say anything more. He knew that all of his women were harboring a burning desire. Just then, An walked in from outside. He walked up to Chu Fan and handed him a tablet computer. "Brother Chu," he said in a low voice, "we found it." On the tablet was a map of the manor, marked with red dots indicating a dozen or so places for sentries and gun hiding. "This is where Xiao Xingguo is currently hiding," An pointed to the screen. "His most trusted people are all in there. And..." He paused, then continued, "Xiao Chang was also brought in by him." "Very good." Chu Fan laughed, a laugh that was somewhat frightening. "So I don't have to go look for them one by one." Late that night, the secret manor in the suburbs looked quiet from the outside, but inside it was like a palace. Xiao Xingguo was sitting leisurely in his study, slowly brewing tea. Sitting in front of him was a woman in a hospital gown, her face pale, but her eyes filled with venomous resentment. "It's Xiao Chang." "Dad," Xiao Chang's voice was hoarse and strained, her once arrogant face now filled with hatred. "Are we just going to let it go like this? Forget it?" Xiao Xingguo laughed as he poured his daughter a cup of tea. "In my entire life, I've never known what forget it means." He took a sip of tea and said slowly, "That little bastard Chu Fan does have some skill. However, he's still too green. He thinks that if he destroys all my public businesses, I'll be helpless?" Xiao Xingguo's eyes turned particularly fierce. He forgot how I, Xiao Xingguo, made my fortune. "Dad, you mean?" "Let him make a scene." Xiao Xingguo put down his teacup. "The bigger the scene, the faster he'll die. I've already spoken to your Uncle Li. People from above will be sent down soon to clean up the mess. At that time, he and all his women, every single one of them, will have to go to jail." Xiao Chang's eyes lit up immediately. "Dad, you're still the tallest." Just as the father and daughter were gleefully discussing how to kill Chu Fan, the study door was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Bang! The two bodyguards guarding the door flew in without uttering a sound, crashed into the wall, and lay motionless. A woman dressed in a black combat uniform, with eyes colder than a knife, walked in. "It's Han Ling. You." Just as Xiao Xingguo was about to stand up, another dark figure flashed behind him. Xiaoya had appeared there some time earlier. She held a dinner knife in her hand, the cold blade pressed directly against Xiao Xingguo's neck. "Mr. Xiao," a lazy voice came from the doorway, "good evening." Chu Fan walked in. Behind him were Black Snake and Qin Yuma. When Xiao Xingguo saw this group of people who had suddenly appeared, his old face changed color for the first time. He couldn't understand how these people had managed to sneak into his heavily guarded, godforsaken place without making a sound. "What do you want to do?" "Nothing much." Chu Fan pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Xiao Xingguo, pouring himself a cup of tea. "I just wanted to invite you to your last supper. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers toward the door. Owen walked in, dragging a man who had been beaten half to death. It was that sniper. Dad, save me. From the corner, Xiao Chang also screamed. She tried to run, but Black Snake and Lin Shirshir pinned her down on either side. Lin Shirshir held a fruit knife in her hand, brandishing it at her face, which had just begun to recover, making her too scared to move. Chu Fan, Xiao Xinghua said calmly, observing the scene before him, you've won. Tell me, what do you want? Money? Or half of my Xiao family's fortune? I don't want anything. Xu Fan took a sip of tea and smiled, I just want your life. Besides. He turned around and glanced at Xiao Chang, who was already terrified. I'll make you, my precious daughter, my sex slave for life. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang's face turned pale instantly. You'd better not, she screamed. That's not up to you. Xu Fan ignored her and looked at Xiao Xinghua, saying slowly, Mr. Xiao, do you know? I'm actually quite soft-hearted. I'll give you a chance. He pointed to the sniper on the ground, and then to Xiao Chang next to him. You can only save one of them. Who do you choose? The other one dies right now. You choose. Xiao Xinghua's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He looked at his most capable subordinate, and then at his only daughter. This choice made him feel worse than if he had been killed. What? Having trouble choosing? Xu Fan smiled. He didn't press him any further, but instead stood up and walked over to Xiao Chang. Right in front of that old bastard Xiao Xinghua, he ripped off Xiao Chang's ridiculously expensive hospital gown with a rip. The inside was all white, completely exposed. Ah! Xiao Chang screamed and struggled desperately. Xu Fan! You beast! Xiao Xinghua roared as well. Brute! Xu Fan turned around, looked at him, and smiled. That smile was filled with icy hatred. Even if I were a beast, I couldn't compare to you. Wang Baobao was only 18 years old. Without saying another word, he lowered his head in front of Xiao Xinghua and took a hard bite on that fair skin. It left a clear, bloody tooth mark. Now, he looked up at the old fox who was practically raging. Have you made your choice? I'll give you just 3 more seconds. 3. 2. I choose. Xiao Xinghua finally broke down. He pointed at the sniper and roared, I choose my daughter. Kill him. Kill him. Upon hearing this, the sniper on the ground revealed a desperate, bleak smile on his face, which was riddled with bullets and unrecognizable. Very good. Xu Fan nodded in satisfaction. He didn't do it himself, but turned around and glanced at Xiaoya. Xiaoya walked over silently. She was still holding the knife that had been stained with Xiao Xinghua's tea. She walked up to the sniper, said nothing, and simply raised the knife in her hand. Put. A muffled thud. The whole world fell silent. Looking at the still convulsing corpse on the ground and his daughter's body, humiliated beyond recognition, Xiao Xinghua felt despair. All the face and prestige he had built up over his life were trampled to smithereens by this young man today. Now, Xu Fan walked up to him and placed the still dripping knife on the tea tray in front of him. It's our turn to have some tea. Wang Baobao's debt, my woman's debt. Tonight, let's settle everything, one by one. Chapter 84 Men, not one of them is any good. The smell of blood mixed with the aroma of tea in the study was nauseating. Xiao Xinghua looked at the still bleeding corpse on the ground, then at his daughter who was pinned against the wall by Chu Fan and barely clothed. The color drained from his old face little by little. He knew that he had truly failed today. Chu Fan, his voice was hoarse, with a final struggle, release my daughter. Whatever you want, I'll give you. I gave you a chance. Chu Fan turned around, looked at him, and smiled a terrifying smile. You were useless. He ignored Xiao Xinghua and turned back to look at the woman in his arms who was still struggling desperately. Xiao Chang's eyes were no longer filled with the arrogance of before, only fear and hatred remained. Don't you like watching plays? Chu Fan lowered his head and breathed into her ear, his voice soft and wicked. Today, I'll let you be the star. Right in front of that old bastard Xiao Xinghua, he ripped off the last bit of fabric covering Xiao Chang's body with a rip sound. Ah! Xiao Chang let out a desperate scream. You beast! Let her go! Come at me if you dare! Xiao Xinghua roared, his eyes turning red. He tried to rush forward like a madman, but was held down firmly by An and Han Ling on either side, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly. Xu Fan ignored his roar and flipped Xiao Chang over, making her lie face down on the cold desk. He admired the body before him, trembling slightly with fear and anger. Its shapely curves were particularly stimulating under the light. Tsk tisk, Xu Fan clicked his tongue, turned around and smiled at Xiao Jinghua. Mr. Xiao, you've really raised your daughter well. As he spoke, he reached out and slapped it hard. Smack! A crisp sound rang out clearly in the quiet study. You! Xiao Jinghua was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't rush, Xu Fan laughed, unbuckling his belt. The real show is just beginning. He didn't say anything more, but simply closed the study door, blocking the view of the women outside. Outside the door, Lin Shishir and Qin Yuma could only hear Xiao Jinghua's desperate roar and Xiao Chang's suppressed, intermittent sobs coming from inside. Mixed in with the sobs were some strange, blush-inducing groans. Holy crap! Husband, this is too ruthless. Lin Shishir muttered softly, but her eyes were full of excitement. After an unknown amount of time, the noise inside finally stopped. The door opened. Xu Fan walked out looking refreshed and slowly fastened his belt. In the study, Xiao Chang slid off the desk like a lump of mud and lay helplessly on the floor. Her tattered clothes offered little protection, and her body was trembling uncontrollably. Xu Fan walked up to Xiao Jinghua, squatted down, and patted his old face, which had lost all color. Mr. Xiao, he laughed, a laugh that was utterly despicable. Now, your daughter is mine too. We've only just begun to settle this score. After he finished speaking, he stood up, opened the study door, and walked out. Outside, Isabel was leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, watching him with amusement. Finished? It's all right, Xu Fan pinched her pert buttocks, it's just a little tiring. Let us go, Isabel smiled. I have some fine cigars and wine. We should have a proper celebration, and while we're at it, let us talk about how you should repay this favor. Xu Fan looked into her suggestive, azure eyes and smiled. Okay. He put his arm around Isabel's waist and left without looking back, leaving behind a mess and his several women who were still in a daze. Black Snake spat as he watched their lovey-dovey backs. Damn it, he's forgotten his old flame for a foreign woman. Men, not one of them is any good. But though she said that, her eyes were full of smiles. Chapter 85: The Heartless Bastard Who Pulls Out His Penis. The study door clicked shut behind Xu Fan and Isabel. The room fell silent immediately. All that remained were Xiao Jinghua's suppressed, fearful, and angry panting, and Xiao Chang lying on the ground, whimpering like a dead dog. Damn it, Black Snake spat on the ground as he watched Xu Fan's disappearing figure. He's a heartless bastard who runs away after finishing his job, leaving us with all this mess. She cursed, but a strange, cruel smile crept across her face. She turned and glanced at Xiao Jinghua, who was being held down on the ground by Aon and Hanliang. She cracked her knuckles, making a series of snapping sounds. Old man, now, it's our turn to have a good talk. Lin Shishir and Qin Yuma were still a little stunned, staring blankly at the bloody scene before them. Snake, Sister Snake, Lin Shishir asked softly, what do we do now? What are you doing? Black Snake laughed. She walked up to Lin Shishir, reached out, and used her blood-stained fingers to trace a line across Lin Shishir's clean face. Of course, it's collecting debts. She walked up to Xiao Jinghua, squatted down, and patted his wrinkled old face with the dagger that had just been used to kill someone. Mr. Xiao, don't be so nervous, she said in a soft and charming voice, but to Xiao Jinghua, it was more frightening than a devil. Let us calculate it one by one. 13 of my women died and 27 were seriously injured, she said, gently making a cut on Xiao Jinghua's thigh with the tip of her knife. Tell me, how should this debt be settled? Ah! Xiao Jinghua shuddered in pain, and a foul odor immediately emanated from his crotch. Can't even handle this? Black Snake frowned in disgust. This is just the beginning. Without another word, she began to move the knife in her hand. She didn't stab or cut, she just used the sharp tip of the knife to slice off pieces of flesh from his body. His movements were as practiced as a top chef slicing a roast duck. Xiao Jinghua was writhing on the ground in pain, screaming like a pig being slaughtered, but he was held down by Aon and Hanliang and couldn't move at all. Xiao Yao also came over. She didn't take a knife, but silently picked up the half-finished, scalding hot tea from the ground. Then, to everyone's astonishment, she walked up to Xiao Jinghua, pried open his mouth, and poured the cup of hot tea down his throat. Ha! Ha! Xiao Jinghua's eyes were almost bulging out from the heat, and he couldn't make a sound, he could only twitch wildly. Holy crap! Lin Shishir was so frightened by what she saw that her face turned pale, and she instinctively burrowed into Qin Yuma's arms. Qin Yuma felt a chill run down her spine, but she didn't flinch, she just bit her lip tightly. She knew these beasts didn't deserve any sympathy. The torment in the study continues. Black Snake and Xiaoya, like two tireless demons, used every imaginable and cruelest method to gradually destroy Xiao Jingguo's last will. They broke off his fingers, one by one. They then used a red-hot cigar to burn blisters all over his body. Finally, Black Snake even picked up a pen from the desk. "I've heard," she said, pinching Xiao Jingguo's chin and laughing in a disgusting way, "that you intellectuals all like to use this thing. Today, I'll let you have a good experience of it too." She raised the pen in her hand. Put. Ah! Xiao Jingguo let out a scream that was not human, and his whole body convulsed. His eye was gouged out by that pen. Now, Black Snake threw down his pen, grabbed his hair, lifted his unrecognizable face, and made him look at Xiao Chang, who was already terrified, in the corner. "Look at your daughter. Isn't she the one you care about the most? Today, I'll let you see with your own eyes how I ruined her." She turned around and glanced at the group of sisters beside her who were already seething with anger. "Sisters," she laughed, "this slut is yours. Do whatever makes you happy." "No. Don't." Xiao Zhanghua, with his still-seeing eye, watched as the wolves-like women walked toward his daughter. He finally broke down. "Kill me, please, kill me." "Kill you?" Black Snake laughed. She picked up a broken teacup from the ground and held the sharp edge against Xiao Jingguo's neck. "That's so boring. I'll make you, listening to your daughter's cries, slowly go to hell." She didn't hesitate any longer. Put. The sharp porcelain shard sliced open Xiao Jingguo's major artery. Blood spurted out. Xiao Jingguo stared at the magnificent crystal chandelier on the ceiling with his one eye, his body slowly growing cold. The last thing he heard was his daughter's heart-wrenching, desperate screams. After an unknown amount of time, the noise in the study finally stopped. The women all looked like they had just been pulled out of the water, covered in sweat. On the ground were two corpses that were no longer recognizable as human bodies. "Damn it," Black Snake plopped down on the ground, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. "Finally, fucking satisfying." "Is that satisfying?" Xu Fan's voice came from the doorway. He had returned sometime earlier, and was now leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, looking at the women in the room who were survivors of the war with amusement. Behind him followed the blonde bombshell, Isabel. Looking at the hellish scene in the room, Isabel felt no fear at all. Instead, her bright blue eyes shone with excitement. "Darling," she licked her lips, "it seems I missed something good?" "It's not too late," Xu Fan smiled. He turned around and glanced at Xiao Chang, who had completely stopped moving. "The person is dead, but the score isn't over yet. The Xiao family still owes us a large sum of compensation for emotional distress." He looked at Isabel, then at his women, and smiled. "Let's go, everyone, let's not just sit around. It's our turn to go to the Xiao family and collect the inheritance." Chapter 86. It's time to play with the stones of Kyoto. The next day, the entire upper class of Donghai City was in an uproar. Xiao Jingguo, chairman of the Xiao Group, and his shrewd and capable daughter Xiao Chang died mysteriously overnight. As soon as the news broke, the Xiao family's stock plummeted. Inside the Xiao Group headquarters, chaos reigned. A group of Xiao family relatives and company veterans were arguing heatedly in the conference room about who should take over this mess. Just as they were about to start fighting, the conference room door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Lin Shishir and Isabel, wearing high heels and surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black suits, walked in. Who are you?" "Security guards." An old man who looked like the leader shouted, pointing at them. Isabel ignored them completely, walked straight to the head of the table, and slammed a document on the table. "From this moment on," she said, glancing at the terrified men in the room, "the Xiao Group belongs to the Chu family. The consortium we represent has acquired more than 60% of the company's shares. You," she pointed to the group of relatives who were still in a daze, "can get out now." "All done," Isabel said, taking a sip of her drink and giving Lin Shishir a flirty wink. "Darling, now you're the biggest landlady in Donghai City." On the other side, the old town. The Black Snake wasn't idle either. She led hundreds of her sisters directly to the largest entertainment complex owned by the Xiao family. "From today onwards, this place belongs to the Chu family." She kicked open the door, slammed the fire axe in her hand onto the table, and shouted, "Anyone who's not happy about this, step forward and have a go with me." The group of former leaders who used to follow the Xiao family looked at each other, none of them daring to utter a word. They weren't stupid that two masters of the Xiao family had died so tragically. Snake, Sister Snake, a bald, fat man stepped forward tremblingly. bowing and scraping as he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to her. Have a cigarette, sister. We all respect you. From now on, you're our boss. Get lost, Black Snake rolled her eyes at him. I'm not your boss. I have a boss above me. Officially, Jean Yuma has also begun to take action. She didn't go after those high-ranking officials. Instead, she sought out those small fry who had previously received favors from her father and were now trying to climb the social ladder. Anonymous whistleblower reports about the Shao family's collusion with businessmen poured into the desks of the Discipline Inspection Commission and the Tax Bureau like snowflakes. A major upheaval has begun in the officialdom of Donghai City, a top-floor luxury residence in a prime location. The atmosphere here is completely different from the tense atmosphere outside. Chu Fan slumped on the sofa like a spineless emperor. On the left was Black Snake, who had just returned victorious from a battle, kneeling beside him, massaging his legs with her soft yet strong hands. The zipper of her leather jacket was half open, and with her movements, the view inside swayed back and forth, making one dizzy. On the right was Jean Yuma, who had also just finished get-off work. She had taken off her stiff business attire and changed into a loose silk robe, and was feeding Chu Fan grapes in small bites. The robe's belt was loose, and if she bent over, one could see the breathtaking curves underneath. Honey, Lin Shirshir hugged his neck from behind, breathing warm air into his ear. The Shao family's affairs are all settled. How are you going to reward us? What's the rush? Chu Fan said with his eyes closed, enjoying the bliss of having two women. His hand, however, was not very honest and pinched Jean Yuma's butt, which was covered in a bathrobe. Hero, you deserve all the rewards. He opened his eyes and looked at the Black Snake. You deserve the most credit today. Tonight, be the first to come to my room to receive your reward. Black Snake blushed, but his eyes were full of excitement. He then looked at Jean Yumu. You, with your strategic planning and great contributions, are second. Jean Yuma's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at him. As for you, he turned around and pinched Lin Shirshir's cheek. You're always so loud and boisterous, all you know is spending money. I'll punish you by making you the last one. Ha! Lin Shirshir immediately protested, hugging his neck and whining, No! I want to go first. Just as the women were arguing over a man, Han Ling walked in from outside. Behind her were two sisters from the Snake Hall, supporting a man who had been beaten black and blue and was no longer recognizable as human. It was Xiao Tianyu. I've brought the person to you. Han Ling's voice was cold. What are you going to do with them? Chu Fan looked at the trembling piece of trash on the ground and laughed. He didn't say anything, but waved to Xiaoya, who had been standing quietly to the side. Xiaoya walked over silently. Chu Fan picked up a fruit knife from the table and handed it to her. Go, he said softly, take back what he owes you, tenfold, 100-fold. Xiaoya took the knife, and for the first time, her lifeless eyes were filled with a deep-seated hatred. She walked step by step toward Xiao Tianyu, who was so frightened that he wet his pants. No! No! A piercing scream echoed throughout the living room. Chu Fan didn't look again. He took Jean Yuma in the Black Snake's hands and stood up. Let us go. He turned around, smiled at the women who were still in a daze. Our victory celebration should begin. He swaggered toward the bedroom with two beautiful women in his arms, behind him Xiao Tianyu's inhuman wails and the women's suppressed, excited gasps. After an unknown amount of time, the noise from the bedroom finally stopped. Chu Fan felt completely exhausted and lay on the bed, not wanting to move a single finger. Just as he was about to fall asleep, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a text message from an unfamiliar number. The text message was very simple, just one sentence. After playing with the sand in Tokai City, it's time to play with the stones in Kyoto. I'm in Kyoto, waiting for you. The signature consisted of only one character. Plum. Chapter 87. Is the Li family in Kyoto really that powerful? The next day at noon, Chu Fan finally emerged from the bedroom, leaning against the wall for support. He felt that all the battles he had fought in the past 2 days combined were not as tiring as the victory celebration last night. In the living room, several women had already gotten up and were eating breakfast around the table. They all looked quite energetic, but their walking posture was a bit strange. Honey, you're awake. As soon as Lin Shirshir saw him, she immediately clung to him, holding a fried dough stick in her hand, insisting on stuffing it into his mouth. Try it, I specially asked the auntie to fry it for you, it's fresh out of the fryer, it's fragrant and crispy. Chu Fan was so dizzy from her shaking that he waved his hand and slumped onto the sofa, feeling completely drained. All right, he said weakly. Stop shaking me, or I'll fall apart. But the women around him laughed. Black Snake, while drinking her porridge, couldn't resist mocking him. What, you're done? This is nothing. We girls haven't had our fill yet. Chu Fan rolled his eyes at her, too lazy to argue with her. He took out his phone from his pocket, pulled up the text message, and tossed it on the table. Stop fooling around, look at this. The laughter in the living room stopped abruptly. Several women crowded around to take a look, and their expressions all turned serious. After playing with the sand in Tokai City, it's time to play with the stones in Kyoto. I'm in Kyoto, waiting for you. The signature consisted of only one character, Li. Li? Lin Shirshir frowned immediately. Who is that? Such a pretentious person? I don't know, Black Snake shook his head. I've been in this business for so long, and I've never heard of any Li family in Kyoto being this arrogant. Anyone who can treat the Shao family like dogs must be no ordinary person. Han Ling's expression was very serious. I'll check. Isabel, who had been silent until now, took out her satellite phone and dialed a number. Without saying much, she simply uttered the words Li and Kyoto. In less than 5 minutes, an encrypted file was sent to her phone. She clicked on it and projected it onto the large screen in the living room. The document's content is simple, but the amount of information it contains is astonishing. The Li family of Kyoto is a true century-old wealthy family. They started their fortune in the late Qing dynasty by dealing in arms and opium. During the Republic of China period, they transformed into red capitalists. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, they seized the opportunity to extend their family's influence into the military, political and business fields. Compared to them, the Shao family's meager wealth is like the village store at the entrance of the village, not worth mentioning. Holy crap! Lin Shirshir looked at the intimidating list of titles and assets on the screen and couldn't help but curse. This has stirred up a hornet's nest. It's not just a hornet's nest, Isabel's expression turned unusually serious. The document says that the most famous people in the Li family this generation are two. One is the eldest grandson, named Li Yunxiao, who is the designated next head of the family. The other is his younger sister, named Li Ruoxua, nicknamed Empress, a femme fatale who is 100 times more ruthless than Xiao Chang. Moreover, she paused, then continued, the Li family has an unwritten rule. They value their family bloodline above all else. They've been searching the world for people with special bloodlines, trying every means to acquire them to improve their family's genes. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the women present changed. They all turned around in a flash and looked at Chu Fan, who was slumped on the sofa, looking exhausted and sleepy. Damn it, Black Snake was the first to explode. They're mistaking you for a breeding boar? Interesting, Chu Fan laughed. Far from being angry, he sat up straight, his eyes shining with excitement. This is the first time in my life I've been treated like a strategic resource. How can you still laugh? Lin Shirshir was almost in tears. If they really kidnap you and make you have children with other women every day, what will we do? What are you afraid of? Chu Fan pinched her cheek. With you little vixens around, would I even look at other women? He stood up and stretched. All right, stop looking so gloomy. Didn't he send my brother to Kyoto to collect stones? Then let's go and meet him. Honey. Are you crazy? That's Kyoto. That's their territory. Wouldn't we be throwing our lives away if we went there? Going to their deaths? Chu Fan laughed. He walked to the middle of the women, took one in each arm, and pulled them into his arms, kissing each of their beautiful faces. With you all here, is there anywhere in the world that I, Chu Fan, dare not go? Looking at the several women before him, each with their own unique charm and all devoted to him, a surge of pride welled up within him. Listen up, everyone, he cleared his throat and began to deploy his forces. This trip to Kyoto isn't about fighting, it's about causing trouble. So, we can't have too many people, we need to be elite. Black Snake, Shirshir, you two stay in Donghai City. The Shao family has just fallen, so you two need to look after things here. Remember, hold on to the money and the people tightly, that's our hometown. Yes. The two women nodded reluctantly. Umo, Han Ling, Xiaoya, the three of you, come with me. Chu Fan looked at the other three women. One of you will be in charge of thinking, and the other two will be in charge of doing the work. Our Kyoto sightseeing tour is settled. Isabel, he said, finally turning his gaze to the blonde bombshell, you, my international friend, stay out of this. Go back to America and keep an eye on things outside. If we mess things up in there, you're the one out there, using your money to turn the world upside down. Isabel looked at him, her blue eyes filled with an unusual light. Okay, she nodded, but how do you plan to repay this favor? No problem, Chu Fan smiled. He leaned close to Isabel's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, when I return from Kyoto, I'll make you get it all back, with interest. Isabel blushed, said nothing more, and turned to leave. All right, Chu Fan clapped his hands, now that everything is arranged, we should get ready. He turned around, looked at Qin Yuma and Han Ling's faces, both of which were filled with worry, and smiled. Let's go, you two strategists. Damn it, Black Snake cursed, he's a damn stud who never forgets to plow the fields, no matter where he goes. Chapter 88. Your task is to get them pregnant. The next morning, Chu Fan was awakened by an itchy sensation. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Qin Yuma nestled against his chest, nuzzling his chin with the tip of her hair. When this girl was asleep, she lost her usual serious demeanor. A slight smile lingered on her lips. He wondered what wonderful dreams she was having. On the other side, Han Ling, unusually, didn't put on her icy expression. She just lay on her side, one of her long legs restlessly draped over his waist, fast asleep. Last night's battle meeting was fucking intense. Chu Fan moved slightly, and Qin Yuma woke up. When she opened her eyes and saw the messy scene in front of her, her face flushed red. She tried to sit up, but her waist went weak and she fell back down, hissing as she did so. Awake? Chu Fan chuckled and reached out to pinch her pert buttocks. You shameless. Qin Yuma was both ashamed and angry, but she had no energy and could only glare at him. Han Ling also woke up. She didn't say anything, but silently rubbed her lower back. Her expression looked like she had just fought a battle for 3 days and 3 nights. Chu Fan felt incredibly pleased to see the two of them like this. After packing their things, the group went downstairs. In the living room, Lin Shishir and Black Snake were already waiting, both with red eyes, clearly having not slept well. Honey. Lin Shishir was the first to rush over, hugging his waist tightly and refusing to let go. Why didn't you invite me to the meeting? I wanted to participate too. Alright, Chu Fan patted her bottom, you two stay home and take care of the house. When I get back, I'll have meetings with you every day. After some sweet talk, Chu Fan, along with Qin Yuma, Han Ling, and Xiaoya, got into the car to go to the airport. Kyoto International Airport. As soon as the four of them stepped out of the passage, Han Ling's expression changed instantly. Something's not right, she said in a low voice. Chu Fan also sensed it. There was an indescribable sense of oppression in the air. The travelers coming and going seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally avoiding them. Just then, 7 or 8 men dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses walked over from both sides and surrounded them. These people were completely different from the thugs from the Shao family before. They all had buzz cuts, bulging temples, and frighteningly cold eyes. The smell of blood on them could be detected from a great distance. Mr. Chu, is that so? A woman at the head of the group walked over. She was wearing a well-tailored women's suit and white gloves. She looked quite polite, but her tone was no different from an order. Our young lady would like to invite you to sit down. Who is your young lady? Chu Fan chuckled. Such a grand entrance? You'll see when you get there. The woman didn't waste any more words and simply gestured for them to go. The meaning is very clear, you have to leave today, whether you want to or not. Damn, Chu Fan muttered to Qin Yuma beside him, this guy's acting even more arrogant than when we were in Donghai City. Qin Yuma didn't say anything, but just gripped Chu Fan's arm tightly, her palms sweaty. Han Ling and Xiaoya also tensed up, their hands already secretly reaching for the weapons at their waists. Don't be nervous, Chu Fan smiled at them. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Let's go and see what kind of den of dragons and tigers this Li family is all about. 4 people were invited into several black Hongqi cars with special license plates. The car drove along secluded side roads, avoiding the city center. Finally, it entered an enormous manor at the foot of a mountain. That manor was at least 10 times larger than the Shao family's dilapidated courtyard. Armed guards stood at the entrance. The car stopped in front of a quaint old building. Chu Fan and his group were stunned by the scene as soon as they got out of the car. Dozens of maids dressed in cheongsams, who looked like angels, stood in 2 rows and bowed to them in unison. Welcome, Mr. Chu. Damn it, Chu Fan couldn't help but mutter again, the Li family really knows how to play the game. They were led into a huge living room. A woman was sitting in the middle of the living room. That woman was fucking gorgeous. She wore a tight-fitting red cheongsam that accentuated her breathtaking figure. She had an oval face with exquisite makeup, and her almond-shaped eyes, slightly upturned, were particularly alluring. But the aura she exuded was frighteningly cold. She just sat there, holding a cup of tea, sipping it slowly, without even lifting her eyelids, completely ignoring Chu Fan and the others. She is Li Ruoxue. Name, Li Ruoxue. Identity, eldest granddaughter of the Li family in Kyoto. Status, extremely contemptuous, currently assessing the host's breeding value. Affection level, 50. Who do you think you are? Chu Fan chuckled as he looked at the 50 favorability rating. You're Li Ruoxue? Chu Fan pulled out a chair, sat down with an air of authority, and poured himself a cup of tea. Li Ruoxue slowly raised her eyes, her beautiful phoenix eyes sweeping over him with the same look she gave him, as if she were looking at a monkey in a zoo. From Donghai City? Her voice was pleasant, but her tone was full of arrogance. It's rare to find someone with an SSS-level bloodline like you from such a small place. She stopped looking at Chu Fan and instead focused her gaze on Qin Yuma and Han Ling behind him. Vulgar and tasteless, she curled her lip, looking disgusted. You have such poor taste. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuma and Han Ling's expressions changed instantly. In Donghai City, weren't they all pampered and privileged beauties? When had they ever suffered such humiliation? What did you say? Qin Yuma was the first to object. But as soon as she spoke, the two maids in cheongsams next to Li Ruoxue suddenly turned cold. An immense killing intent instantly pressed down. Qin Yuma felt as if she were being watched by two ferocious beasts, so frightened that her legs went weak and she almost lost her balance. Do you have the right to interrupt when our young lady is speaking? All right, Li Ruoxue waved her hand, and the two maids left. She looked at Chu Fan and said, I won't waste my breath on you. Our Li family has our eyes on your offspring. From today onwards, you will live here. I will find you some women with the best bloodline in our Li family. Your task is to get them pregnant. After it's done, you'll get your share of the benefits. You and your mistresses in Donghai City will all be able to live. If you don't listen, she smiled, a smile that was both beautiful and cruel. You will all disappear from this world together. The entire living room was deathly silent. Qin Yuma and Han Ling were both stunned by her words. They had expected the Li family to be domineering, but they never imagined they would be this domineering. This isn't a negotiation, it's a notification. Just when everyone thought Chu Fan would fly into a rage, Chu Fan smiled instead. He took a sip of tea, then stood up and walked step by step to Li Ruoxue. He didn't say anything, just looked down at her with a playful and malicious gaze. He looked Li Ruoxue up and down, scrutinizing her voluptuous figure carefully. Finally, his gaze settled on her long legs, which were revealed by the slit in her cheongsam. It's a good seed, he smacked his lips and said slowly, but I don't know if your land is fertile enough. Is it enough for me to plow? Chapter 89 First Setback. The two men, one on each side, moved with terrifying speed, lunging directly at Chu Fan. Their sharp, long fingernails were aimed at Chu Fan's throat. Han Ling and Xiaoya reacted quickly. They moved at the same time and went straight to meet them. The four of them started fighting instantly. Those two maids in cheongsams looked quite pretty, but they were incredibly ruthless. Every move they made was meant to kill. But Han Ling and Xiaoya weren't to be trifled with either, especially Xiaoya. She didn't follow any rules in her fights, she just fought with a reckless, mad-like ferocity. She immediately grabbed one of the maid's legs and started biting. In an instant, the living room was in complete chaos. Li Ruoxue frowned deeply as she looked at the chaotic scene before her. Chu Fan ignored them completely. He walked past the women fighting and returned to Li Ruoxue. I say, he looked at Li Ruoxue with a wicked smile, your Li family's way of entertaining guests is quite unique. You start fighting after only a few words? You were the one who started it with your sharp tongue, Li Ruoxue said coldly, but her slightly red ears showed that she was already in a state of turmoil. All right, stop it, all of you. She waved her hand impatiently. The two maids in cheongsams, though unwilling, retreated upon hearing the order. One of them still had Xiaoya's 2 rows of bloody teeth marks on her arm. Han Ling and Xiaoya also retreated behind Chu Fan, watching him warily. Chu Fan, Li Ruoxue sat down again, picked up her teacup, and put on that superior air once more. I'll give you one last chance. Either you obediently stay and be my stud. Or she paused, her eyes turning cold, I'll cripple you first, and then sell all your women, one by one, to the soldiers in Africa to play with. Holy shit! Before Chu Fan could even speak, Lin Shirshir's voice came through his earpiece. Honey. Fuck her. Don't waste your breath on her. Let her know what a real stud is. Chu Fan. Looking at the woman in front of him, whom he couldn't reason with no matter what he said, he knew that this matter was not going to end well. He smiled. Sure, he nodded. Since you think so highly of my physique, then I'll give it a try? He had barely finished speaking when he suddenly lunged at Li Ruoxue. He refused to believe that with his SSS-level bloodline, he couldn't handle a woman. For the first time, Li Ruoxue's expression changed. She never expected that Chu Fan would dare to attack her in front of so many people. She tried to hide, but it was too late. Chu Fan is too fast. Just as his hand was about to grab Li Ruoxue's full breasts, a dark shadow suddenly darted out from behind the screen behind Li Ruoxue. The black shadow was moving at a terrifying speed. Chu Fan only felt a gust of wind blow by, and without thinking, he instinctively rolled to the side. Sizzle! A sound like fabric being torn. Chu Fan felt a burning pain in his back. He turned around and saw that the back of his t-shirt had been ripped open at some point, and blood was gushing out of the wound. A gaunt old man dressed in black training clothes, with sinister eyes, stood in front of Li Ruoxue, holding two thin, transparent short knives in his hands. Boy, the old man's voice was hoarse and raspy. You dare to disrespect our young lady, you're asking for death. Chu Fan's face turned cold. He knew that he had really messed up today. Uncle Li Ruoxue stood up, looking at the bloody wound on Chu Fan's back, a cruel smile on her face. Don't kill him, I still need to keep him for breeding. Just cripple his limbs. Yes, Mississippi. Uncle Li nodded, then transformed into a black shadow and charged forward. Protect the boss. Han Ling and Xiaoya moved at the same time. They went to meet them, one on the left and one on the right. But it didn't work. That old man named Uncle Li is incredibly strong. Han Ling's fighting skills were no match for him. Xiaoya's reckless fighting style couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. In less than 10 seconds, he kicked both women, sending them flying and crashing into the wall, spitting out blood. UMO. Run. Chu Fan's eyes turned red as he witnessed this deadly scene. He shoved aside Qin Yuma, who was already terrified, and charged towards Uncle Li's knife. He knew he couldn't win, but he couldn't run away. If he runs away, all his women will die here. Put. Chu Fan felt a chill in his lower abdomen. Looking down, he saw a short knife already inserted into it. Blood gushed out immediately. Husband. Chu Fan. Qin Yuma and Han Ling's screams echoed in the living room. Chu Fan felt his strength rapidly disappearing. Looking at the grinning old man in front of him and the smug woman behind him, he knew that today, he might really be doomed. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Host detected facing a deadly threat. Adrenaline surges, bloodline power goes berserk. Temporary talent activated, Roar of the King. Effect, exhausting all stamina, it unleashes a soul-shaking roar, inflicting a 3-second force stun on all creatures of lower level. Roar! Chu Fan used the last of his strength and let out a roar that sounded inhuman. The sound was terrifyingly loud, as if the entire manor shook. In the living room, everyone, including the abnormally strong Uncle Li and the smug Li Ruoxue, had their minds go completely blank. Their bodies froze in place, unable to move. Only Han Ling, having undergone the most rigorous training in resisting interrogation, remained relatively clear-headed. Seeing such a good opportunity, she didn't think twice, pulled a pistol from her leg, pointed it at Uncle Li who was still standing there dumbfounded, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Uncle Li's head exploded. Red and white splattered all over Li Ruoxue's face. When Li Ruoxue snapped out of her daze, this was the scene she saw. She was stunned. She looked at the headless corpse on the ground, then at Chu Fan, who was lying in a pool of blood, seemingly lifeless. She felt like her mind was overwhelmed. Just then, a huge roar suddenly rang out outside the manor. More than a dozen armed helicopters bearing the Rockefeller family insignia had somehow arrived over the estate. The dark muzzle of a gun was pointed at the antique building below. Isabel's voice, amplified through the loudspeaker, resounded throughout the entire manor. Listen up, you people inside. Put down your weapons right now and come out to surrender. Otherwise, I'll raze this dilapidated courtyard to the ground. Chapter 90, Is your land harder, or is my plow sharper? Isabel's words, I'll raze you to the ground, echoed loudly throughout the entire manor via loudspeaker. The fierce winds whipped up by the rotor blades of more than a dozen armed helicopters bent the trees in the yard. Li Ruoshua's beautiful face turned pale instantly. She looked up at the dark gun barrels in the sky, then at the headless corpse on the ground, still steaming. She knew she had messed up this time. Her bodyguards were terrified. They dropped their weapons, crouched on the ground with their heads in their hands, and were afraid that the thing in the sky would go off. Don't panic. Shin Yuma was the first to react. Ignoring her own injuries, she scrambled to Chu Fan's side. Chu Fan! Wake up! Don't scare me! Chu Fan lay in a pool of blood still gushing from the hole in his stomach. His face was as white as paper, and he had long since stopped moving. Shin Yuma tried to stop the bleeding with her hand, but there was too much blood and she couldn't stop it at all. Her hand and her light blue dress were quickly stained red. Quick! Call a doctor! She turned around and screamed at Han Ling and the group of terrified maids. Han Ling also realized what was happening. She clutched her aching chest, got up from the ground, and limped over to Li Ruoshua. Li Ruoshua was still standing there dumbfounded, the blood and brain matter splattered on her face still wet. Smack! Han Ling slapped Li Ruoshua across the face, leaving her completely stunned. What are you looking at? Han Ling's eyes were bloodshot. She grabbed Li Ruoshua's expensive cheongsam by the collar. Get your people to call a doctor right now. If he dies, I'll make your entire family pay for it. Li Ruoshua's mouth was bleeding from the slap. Looking at the woman in front of her who looked like she wanted to eat her alive, and then at the menacing helicopters in the sky, she knew that she had no choice but to back down today. What are you all standing there for? She turned around and yelled at the group of trembling maids, go and call the doctor. Just then, a dozen ropes suddenly descended from several helicopters. A dozen or so mercenaries, dressed in Rockefeller family-branded combat uniforms and fully armed, descended from the sky like dumplings being dropped into a pot, and took control of the entire living room in less than 30 seconds. The team leader walked up to Shin Yuma and saluted. Miss Shin, Miss Isabel sent us to meet you. How is Mr. Chu's injury? He's dying. Shin Yuma cried. Do you have a doctor? There's a professional medical team on the plane, the captain nodded. We'll transfer immediately. Several mercenaries carefully lifted Chu Fan onto a stretcher. Shin Yuma and Han Ling wanted to board the plane together, but the captain stopped them. Ladies, Miss Isabel has instructed, he pointed to Li Ruoshua, who was still standing there with a look of resentment, that this woman be dealt with by you. Us? Yes, the captain smiled. Miss Isabel said this is your spoils of war. After saying that, he led his men to escort Chu Fan out. In the living room, only Shin Yuma, Han Ling, Xiaoya, and Li Ruoshua, who was being held at gunpoint by several mercenaries and unable to move, remained. Oh shit. Han Ling watched as Chu Fan was carried out, and her face, which had been tense the whole time, finally gave way. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. That battle just now was incredibly close. Shin Yuma slumped onto the carpet, looking at her hands covered in blood, tears streaming down her face. Only Xiaoya acted as if nothing had happened. She silently walked to the headless corpse and picked up the short knife stained with Chu Fan's blood from his hand. Then, step by step, she walked up to Li Ruoshua. Looking into her emotionless eyes and at the still dripping knife in her hand, Li Ruoshua felt fear for the first time. What do you want to do? Xiaoya didn't say anything, but simply raised the knife in her hand. No. Shin Yuma quickly stood up and stopped her. We can't kill her. She's still useful. Xiaoya turned around and glanced at her, her eyes seeming to say, get out of my way. Listen to me. Shin Yuma grabbed her hand tightly. Chu Fan, he wouldn't want to see you kill someone. Xiaoya's body trembled slightly. In the end, she put the knife down. But she didn't leave. She just stared intently at Li Ruoshua, her eyes looking as if she were about to pounce on her and tear her apart at any moment. Shin Yuma breathed a sigh of relief. She walked up to Li Ruoshua, whose face, which usually wore an intellectual smile, was now filled with icy hatred. She didn't hit her or scold her. She simply reached out and, with a rip, tore Li Ruoshua's already expensive cheongsam all the way from the slit to the neckline. Large swaths of snow-white skin, still bearing traces of red wine, were suddenly revealed. Ah! Li Ruoshua screamed and instinctively tried to block it with her hand. What are you blocking? Shin Yuma laughed, leaning close to Li Ruoshua's ear and whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear, didn't you want to find a good son? Her hand was quite restless, sliding down Li Ruoshua's smooth back and giving her a hard pinch on her taut buttocks. "Let me check the goods for you. Take a look at this piece of land of yours, is it really worth that price?" Li Ruoshua's body trembled violently. Looking at the woman in front of her with eyes even more terrifying than her own, she felt that she was doomed. At this moment, their pride and dignity were shattered. After an unknown amount of time, a helicopter slowly landed on the lawn of the manor. The cabin door opened, and Isabel stepped out in her high heels. She looked at Li Ruoshua in the living room, who was stripped naked, tied up with rope, and kneeling on the ground like a dog, and whistled. "Oh," she said, walking up to Qin Yuma and handing her a glass of red wine. "It seems our strategist Qin has developed a new hobby." Enough with the nonsense. Qin Yuma took the wine, took a sip, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Chu Fan, how is he?" Isabel's face also darkened. "Not good," she shook her head. The knife wound was too deep, and she lost too much blood. Although she survived, but what? The doctor said that whether he can wake up or not depends on his own fate. The wine glass in Qin Yuma's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. 3 days later, at a top-tier private hospital in Kyoto that is not open to the public. Chu Fan lay on the hospital bed, his body covered in tubes, but he still showed no signs of life. Qin Yuma and Han Ling stayed by the bedside for 3 days and 3 nights without closing their eyes, and both of them lost a lot of weight. Just then, the door to the ward opened. Isabel walked in, followed by a woman in a hospital gown, pale-faced but with unusually calm eyes. "It's Li Ruoshua. Why did you bring her here?" Han Ling was the first to stand up, her hand already reaching for the gun at her waist. "Don't rush," Isabel waved her hand, pulled out a chair, and sat down on the edge of the bed. "I brought her here to pay off her debts." She looked at Li Ruoshua and said calmly, "The doctor said that Chu Fan is extremely weak right now and needs a lot of life energy to stimulate his bodily functions. And you," she looked at Li Ruoshua, her blue eyes full of amusement, "are the only fertile land here that he hasn't cultivated yet." Li Ruoshua's face turned pale instantly. You can forget about it. That's not up to you," Isabel laughed. She winked at the 2 burly female bodyguards behind her. "Strip her naked and throw her onto the bed. Today," a cruel smile curved her lips, "I want to see if your land is harder, or if Mr. Chu's plow is sharper." Chapter 91. Like an iron rod. Looking at the motionless man on the bed, and then at the several women with unfriendly eyes in front of her, Li Ruoshua felt fear for the first time in her proud heart. "You dare," she gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. "My grandfather will not let you get away with this." "Your grandfather?" Isabel smiled. She walked up to Li Ruoshua, reached out, and ran her red-nailed finger across Li Ruoshua's smooth face. "Don't worry, once we've healed him, we'll go find your grandfather next." She didn't waste any more words and gave the 2 burly female bodyguards a wink. The 2 female bodyguards grinned maliciously and grabbed at Li Ruoshua from the left and right. "Get out of my way." Li Ruoshua was, after all, the eldest granddaughter of the Li family, and had practiced some martial arts since childhood. She suddenly sidestepped, dodging one of the female bodyguard's hands, and then kicked another in the stomach. But it didn't work. Her rudimentary skills were nothing compared to those of these professional bodyguards. The female bodyguard didn't even bother to dodge, taking the kick head-on, then grabbed her ankle and pulled her backward. "Ah!" Li Ruoshua screamed, lost her balance, and fell to the ground. Another female bodyguard immediately pressed down on her, her hands like iron clamps, holding her down tightly. "Let me go! You bunch of bitches!" Li Ruoshua struggled desperately, and her expensive hospital gown was torn open in the struggle, revealing a large area of her underwear. Han Ling watched from the side, her brows furrowing. She walked up to the female bodyguard and said coldly, "Don't hurt her. She doesn't like using broken toys." The female bodyguard paused for a moment, and finally loosened her grip a little. Qin Yuma felt a pang of unease watching this scene. Although she hated Li Ruoshua using such methods, she turned her head away, unable to bear watching any longer. Soon, the cumbersome hospital gown that Li Ruoshua was wearing was completely stripped off. She was naked, dragged to the bedside by 2 female bodyguards, and then thrown onto the bed with a plop. The mattress was soft, but Li Ruoshua felt as if she had fallen onto a pile of nails. Her whole body ached, inside and out. Especially the man lying next to him. His eyes were closed, his face was deathly pale, and his body was covered in tubes, but the strong, masculine scent that made her weak all over kept wafting into her nose. "Get her over there, close to him," Isabel instructed, arms crossed. Two female bodyguards stepped forward and pressed Li Ruoshue's still trembling body against Chu Fan. The moment their skin touched, Li Ruoshue felt as if she had been electrocuted by a high-voltage wire. An indescribable feeling suddenly spread throughout her body. She felt as if her body no longer belonged to her. She tried to push him away, but she couldn't muster any strength. Instead, she felt hot and bothered. "Look," Isabel said, pointing to the electrocardiogram monitor next to her, and smiled, "it's working." On the screen, Chu Fan's heartbeat, which had been so weak it was almost gone, actually, began to slowly get stronger. Xin Yuma and Han Ling were also stunned. They never expected that this method, which sounded so bizarre, would actually work. "Continue," Isabel said with a wicked grin, "increase the dosage." She saw that, stimulated by Li Ruoshue, Chu Fan began to regain some consciousness. Isabel didn't let the bodyguards do anything. She stepped forward herself, grabbed Li Ruoshue's hair, and made her turn her back to Chu Fan. What are you going to do?" Li Ruoshue screamed in fright. "What for?" Isabel laughed, a particularly frightening laugh. "Of course, I'm having you properly cure him." No. It's dirty." Li Ruoshue felt like she was going crazy. She tried to struggle, but Isabel was incredibly strong. "Look, he seems to really like it," Isabel said, her smile widening as she watched Chu Fan regain his energy. "If we keep pushing, we might be able to wake him up completely." Just then, the man on the bed, who had been silent all along, suddenly let out a muffled groan. It seemed like he was acting on instinct. "Wow!" Li Ruoshue let out a scream that sounded inhuman, and her whole body froze. She felt as if something had pierced through her. Chu Fan didn't seem fully awake yet. Relying on his body's instincts, he grabbed her waist. The atmosphere in the ward grew increasingly strange. Only the beeping of the electrocardiogram monitor was particularly clear in the quiet room. After an unknown amount of time, the man on the bed, who had been motionless, suddenly twitched his finger. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the snow-white expanse on his chest, stained with tears. Holy shit! Chu Fan looked at the vibrant scene before him, then at the stunned women beside him, blinked, and asked sincerely, "Am I dead? Or did we go to heaven?" This welcoming ceremony was quite exciting. Chapter 92. Anyone who dares to touch him is going against the Li family. In the ward, Chu Fan's comment, "The treatment method is really amazing," left all the women in the room dumbfounded. "Husband." Xin Yuma was the first to react. She looked at the man who had opened his eyes and had a wicked smile on his face, and then at Li Ruoshue who was still trembling. Her mind went blank. Awake? Isabel was the only one who remained relatively calm. She crossed her arms and watched the exciting scene unfold with great interest. "Looks like our folk remedy really works like a damn thing." Li Ruoshue was also staring at him with eyes that were both ashamed and angry. Her usually aloof face was now covered with tears and blush. Holy crap! He finally understood what was going on. The women inside looked at each other. Damn it, Han Ling was the first to lose her temper. She cursed and turned to walk out. "I'm going out for a smoke." Xin Yuma quickly grabbed Xiaoya and slipped away with her. Only Isabel remained unfazed. She even pulled up a chair, sat on the edge of the bed, and watched the spectacle with great interest. Chu Fan turned around and gave her the middle finger. I don't know how much time passed. Chu Fan leaned comfortably against the headboard and lit a cigarette. "How are you feeling?" Isabel handed her a glass of water. "It's all right," Chu Fan said, taking a sip of water. He felt that his wounds didn't hurt as much anymore. "It's just, I'm a little hungry." Just then, the door to the ward was pushed open. An elderly doctor in a white coat walked in with several nurses, ready to conduct a routine checkup. You all." The old doctor pointed at Chu Fan, his hand trembling. "The patient needs rest. How could you make such a mess?" "Nonsense?" Chu Fan chuckled, pointing to the wound on his stomach that was beginning to heal. "Sir, do I look like I need to rest?" The old doctor then noticed that all the medical equipment on Chu Fan's body had been removed sometime during the procedure. Aside from being a little pale, Chu Fan looked more energetic than anyone else. This is impossible." The old doctor rushed forward, grabbing Chu Fan's arm, his eyes looking at him as if he were a monster. Your injury." After they got rid of the terrified doctors and nurses, Xin Yuma and Han Ling walked in looking annoyed. It's alright, Chu Fan got out of bed, stretched, and felt full of energy. It's just. I feel a little bad for you too, making you watch the live broadcast all by yourself. Get lost. Shin Yuma spat at him, her face flushed. Alright, let's get down to business, Chu Fan said, putting on his clothes and his expression turning serious. How long have I been asleep? 3 days and 3 nights, Shin Yuma said. The outside world is in complete chaos. She quickly recounted the events of the past 3 days to Chu Fan. That old fox from the Li family, Li Jin, already knows you're here, Isabel added. My people just received the news he has already used his connections to bring in the entire Kyoto garrison. Now, the entire hospital is completely surrounded. The army? Chu Fan frowned. He knew the Li family was powerful, but he never imagined they were this powerful. That's not all, Isabella's face also turned unusually grim. I just received a call from my grandfather. Li Jin called him personally, saying that our Rockefeller family has interfered in their country's affairs and even used armed forces to kidnap his granddaughter. Now, the pressure from above is immense, and my grandfather told me to stop immediately and go back to America. Everyone in the room was stunned when these words were spoken. Isabel is their biggest protector right now. If she leaves, then what do you say? Chu Fan looked at her. Isabel looked at him, her blue eyes filled with complex emotions. She didn't say anything, but silently walked forward, reached out, and straightened Chu Fan's collar. Then, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Chu Fan on the lips. I said, she looked into Chu Fan's eyes and said, word by word, if you want me to leave, fine. Have your grandfather come and talk to me in person? Chu Fan looked at the blonde beauty in front of him and smiled. He knew that he had won his gamble again. He completely won over this woman. Just then, the door to the ward was kicked open from the outside. A dozen soldiers in military uniforms, armed with guns, rushed in. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 50s with a star on his shoulder. He didn't even glance at the women in the room. His eyes were frightening as he stared straight at Chu Fan. Chu Fan, is that right? His voice was devoid of any emotion. My name is Zhao Weigua, the commander of the Kyoto garrison. You are suspected of colluding with foreign forces and endangering national security. I am here to arrest you. He waved his hand. The dark muzzle of the gun was instantly pointed at everyone in the room. Han Ling and the 2 female bodyguards instinctively wanted to draw their guns, but Chu Fan stopped them with a look. He knew that fighting these people was tantamount to suicide. Commander Zhao, right? Chu Fan smiled. Far from being afraid, he pulled out a chair and sat down in front of Zhao Weigua. Arrest me? Sure. However, before you arrest me, his gaze passed over Zhao Weigua and landed on the woman behind him who had just sat up in bed. Shouldn't you ask her if she agrees? Zhao Weigua turned around and was stunned. Behind him, someone had appeared out of nowhere. It's Li Ruoxue. She was only wearing Chu Fan's coat, her hair was messy, and her face still had a faint blush. She looked at Zhao Weigua, then at Chu Fan, her eyes filled with an incredibly complicated expression. Uncle Zhao, she bit her lip, her voice trembling, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Zhao Weigua frowned. Ruoxue, don't be afraid. Tell your uncle, did he force you? Li Ruoxue remained silent, her mind racing. She knew this was the most crucial decision of her life. If Zhao Weigua takes Chu Fan away, Isabel and her gang of lunatics will definitely blow this place up, and they won't survive either. But protecting Chu Fan would mean completely severing ties with her grandfather. Looking at herself, an even more insane idea suddenly popped into her head: take a gamble. Since she couldn't turn Chu Fan into a tool of the family, she might as well turn him into her own weapon. She took a deep breath, walked to Chu Fan's side, and, to everyone's astonishment, reached out and took his arm. She looked at Zhao Weigua, a faint smile appearing on his tear-streaked face, is now mine. Anyone who dares to touch him is going against the Li family. Chapter 93. Poor Wang Baobao. In the ward, Li Ruoxue's words, "You're going against my Li family," were not loud, but to Zhao Weigua, they were more terrifying than gunshots. The entire room, filled with dozens of heavily armed soldiers, was suddenly dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Weren't we supposed to be here to catch a major villain who endangers national security? How come Miss Li is holding hands with someone and they've already started dating right here? Zhao Weigua's face turned red. He looked at Chu Fan, who seemed fearless even if the sky were to fall, and then at Li Ruoxue beside him, whose legs were still trembling but whose eyes were stubborn. He knew that this matter was going to be difficult today. Ruoshue, he said, suppressing his anger and trying to be as polite as possible, don't be ridiculous. Do you even know your grandfather? Of course I know my grandfather, Li Ruoshue interrupted him directly, taking a step forward to block Shu Fan. Uncle Zhao, I'll say it again, this is a private matter for our Li family. If you dare to lay a finger on him today, I guarantee you'll be kicked out of the house tomorrow. Her words were arrogant and haughty, but paired with the men's coat she was wearing that barely covered her flesh and her tear-streaked face, they looked awkward no matter how you looked at it. Zhao Weiguo was speechless for a long time after being choked by her words. He was a commander, after all, leading troops to arrest people, and yet he was being scolded to his face by a little girl? Just as the atmosphere became so tense that they were about to fight, Shu Fan smiled. He stood up from his chair, walked behind Li Ruoshue, and pulled her into his arms, his hand even giving her pert buttocks a pinch. Baby, he lowered his head and breathed into Li Ruoshue's ear, his voice both seductive and irritating. It's so rude to talk to Commander Zhao like that. He asked, just following orders. Li Ruoshue froze, turned around and glared fiercely at Shu Fan, her eyes filled with a look that seemed to want to devour him whole. Shu Fan ignored her completely. He looked at Zhao Weiguo and said with an embarrassed expression, Commander Zhao, I'm sorry, my woman is spoiled by me and has a bad temper. Please bear with her. Zhao Weiguo. He felt his blood pressure spike. This wasn't a damn place to arrest criminals, they were here to watch these two lovebirds flaunt their relationship. Shu Fan, he gritted his teeth, saying each word clearly, I don't care what your relationship with Ruoshue is. Today, you must come with me. Yeah? Before Shu Fan could speak, Isabel, wearing high heels, slowly walked over. She held a glass of red wine in her hand, swirled it, and looked at Zhao Weiguo with her captivating blue eyes. Commander Zhao, she said slowly in fluent Chinese, I advise you to call your superiors and ask before you take any action. Our Rockefeller family just finalized a multi-billion-dollar deal with the Li Group. And our sole designated partner, she pointed to Shu Fan, who was still groping Li Ruoshue, is him. If you take him away and the cooperation falls through, can you bear the responsibility? She smiled. Zhao Weiguo's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The Li family alone was enough for him, and now this Rockefeller has suddenly appeared? What kind of mess is this? He knew that he couldn't take this person with him today. Okay, he took a deep breath and waved to the people behind him, let us go. A few dozen soldiers came quickly and left quickly. Soon, the ward fell silent again. But the atmosphere was even stranger than before. Once everyone had left, Li Ruoshue shoved Shu Fan away, wiping her mouth hard with the back of her hand, her eyes filled with a look of utter hatred. Shu Fan! Don't think that just because of this, I'll let you go. Let me go? Shu Fan chuckled, cornering Li Ruoshue against the wall step by step. Are you mistaken? It seems like I'm the one who's not planning to let you go, is it? He braced himself against the wall with one hand, holding Li Ruoshue in his arms, and looked down at her. You did a good job in that scene just now. I just don't know. His hand was very restless, sliding down Li Ruoshue's waistline. Is your body as hard as your mouth? Get out of my way. Li Ruoshue raised her hand to strike, but Shu Fan grabbed her wrist. What? You're going to deny it now that you've had your fun? Shu Fan laughed, a particularly wicked laugh. You weren't acting like this in bed just now. You. Li Ruoshue was trembling with anger, but she knew that she was powerless against this man. Speak, Shu Fan pinched her chin, forcing her to look at him. What do you want? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to me, not even a ghost would believe that. I want you to help me take the position of head of the Li family, Li Ruoshue said through gritted teeth, enunciating each word clearly. Shu Fan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. You have quite the ambition. I can't compare to you, Li Ruoshue sneered. If you dare to scheme against my grandfather, you should know that there is not a single good person in our Li family. Cooperate? Yes, Li Ruoshue looked at him, her beautiful eyes full of calculation. You help me get rid of my brother, and I'll help you deal with my grandfather. After it's done, the Li family will be mine, and whatever you want I can give you anything. As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest. Shu Fan looked at the woman in front of him who was negotiating with him, but said nothing. He knew this woman was crazy. Working with a madwoman meant being prepared to be betrayed. Sure, he laughed, but before we cooperate, we should at least inspect the goods, right? Before Li Ruoshue could react, he lowered his head and kissed her fiercely. Li Ruoshue's eyes widened instantly. She tried to resist, but Shu Fan was too strong. His tongue forcefully pried open her teeth and swirled around in her mouth. That feeling was completely different from the last time we were in bed. Last time it was humiliating, but this time, it carried a touch of stimulation that made her legs go weak. It's unclear how much time passed before Chu Fan finally released her. Li Ruoxue leaned against the wall, panting heavily, her beautiful face flushed crimson. Now, Chu Fan licked his lips, still tasting her flavor. We can now discuss the details of our collaboration. Late that night, Chu Fan's phone rang. It was Black Snake calling. As soon as I answered, I heard her voice, trembling with tears and sounding like she was about to go crazy. Honey. Something terrible has happened. There's been a problem at home. We just received news that Mom is in the hospital. Last night, someone removed her oxygen tube. Now she's back in the emergency room. Chu Fan's mind went blank with a buzz. And another thing. Black Snake cried, Wang Bao, she's in trouble too. We found her in an abandoned warehouse. She was raped again and drugged. Now she has gone insane. Fuck your mother. Chu Fan could no longer control himself, and he slammed his fist hard against the wall of the ward. He smashed a huge crater into that solid wall. Li Shun. He roared like a wild beast, his voice filled with boundless hatred and murderous intent. In the ward, the women who were still arguing were all terrified by his appearance. Only Li Ruoxue, looking at the man who seemed to have gone mad, had a hint of pleasure flash in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 94. The Li family will be yours from now on. In the ward, Chu Fan's voice was hoarse from shouting, and his voice was full of murderous rage. The women in the room looked at each other, all terrified, and none of them dared to utter a sound. Husband. Qin Yuma was bolder. She cautiously stepped forward and tried to take Chu Fan's arm. Roll. Chu Fan flung her hand away with terrifying force, knocking Qin Yuma to the ground. Chu Fan. Han Ling and Isabel quickly went to help him up. Chu Fan couldn't be bothered with them. His mind was a mess, filled with images of his mother and Wang Baobao getting into trouble. He felt like he was going crazy. He rushed out of the ward and punched the corridor wall repeatedly. The wall was quickly riddled with holes from his punches, and his own hands were mangled and covered in blood, but he seemed to feel no pain. In the ward, the women were so worried about him that they burst into tears. Only Li Ruoxue remained unfazed, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, coldly watching the crazed man. She waited until Chu Fan had smashed enough before slowly walking over. That's it? Her voice was cold, with a hint of mockery. I thought a man who could catch Isabel's eye must be something special. I didn't expect him to be such a useless piece of trash who only knows how to smash walls. Chu Fan stopped moving. He turned around, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Li Ruoxue. What did you say? I'm telling you, you're a piece of trash, Li Ruoxue said, unafraid of him. Instead, she took a step forward and stared straight into his eyes. Your mother is lying in there, and nobody knows if she is dead or alive. Your other woman has been tortured beyond recognition. And what about you? You're just here, barking like a mad dog. What good does that do, except make you feel a little better? You're asking for it. Chu Fan could no longer hold back. He grabbed Li Ruoxue by the neck and slammed her against the wall. Li Ruoxue's face turned red from his pinching, and she couldn't breathe, but instead of begging for mercy, she laughed. What? You want to resort to violence just because you can't win an argument? She looked at Chu Fan, her eyes full of provocation. If you've got the guts, strangle me. Otherwise, you better act like a man and get back at me for all the humiliation you've suffered. Chu Fan looked at her, his eyes, which were frighteningly red, were fighting back and forth between murderous rage and calmness. I don't know how much time passed before he gradually loosened his grip. He didn't say anything more, but just stared intently at Li Ruoxue. Li Ruoxue also looked at him, and the two of them glared at each other, neither willing to give in. Suddenly, Chu Fan smiled. He stopped pinching her and instead reached out and ripped off Li Ruoxue's coat, which he had already torn to shreds. Ah! Li Ruoxue screamed and instinctively tried to block it. But it was too late. Didn't you want to see how I get my revenge? Chu Fan picked her up and carried her to an empty ward next door. Fine, I'll let you be the first one today, experience it for yourself. Let me go. You're insane. Chu Fan ignored her, kicked open the ward door, and threw her onto the bed. He growled in her ear, Today, I'll make you the star. Didn't you think I was incompetent? I'll show you what real skill is. She tried to resist, but Chu Fan was too strong. Her skills were no match for him. She initially resisted fiercely, but later Tomato stopped her from writing. I don't know how much time passed before the noise inside finally stopped. Chu Fan took a drag of his cigarette, walked to the bedside, and just stood there watching her. Do you still think I'm useless now? Li Ruoxue didn't say anything, she just silently shed tears. Alright, stop playing the victim. Chu Fan stubbed out his cigarette on the windowsill. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. He grabbed Li Ruoxue's chin, forcing her to look at him. You want to use me to help you become the head of the Li family, right? Li Ruoxue was startled. I can help you. Chu Fan laughed, and his laugh was terrifying. However, I have one condition. What are the conditions? I want you to arrange for me to meet your grandfather, Chu Fan said, enunciating each word clearly. Just the two of us, one-on-one. Impossible. Li Ruoxue refused without even thinking. My grandfather is surrounded by experts. You'd be throwing your life away if you went. That's my business. Chu Fan released her and stood up. Just tell me, can you do it or not? If you can do it, the Li family will be yours from now on. If you can't do it, he turned around, looked at the naked woman on the bed, and smiled. I will send you and your precious brother who is lying in Switzerland to Africa, so that you two can be reunited. Li Ruoxue's body trembled violently. Looking at the man before her, who was more terrifying than the devil, she knew she had no choice. Okay, she gritted her teeth and squeezed out the two words, I promise you. Very good. Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction. He didn't look at her again and turned to leave. He stopped at the door without turning his head. I'll give you 3 days. I want to see your grandfather at the Li family's house in 3 days. Chapter 95. Do you think I'm going to die today? These 3 days felt like they were dragging on and were incredibly difficult to endure. For Chu Fan, every second felt like a cat scratching at his heart. His mother is still lying in the intensive care unit, clinging to life with a bunch of machines, showing no sign of waking up. Wang Baobao's situation was even worse. After being taken back to the mansion, she locked herself in her room, refusing to eat, drink, or speak. The food Xiaoya brought in was untouched and brought out again. Once, Lin Shishir secretly went in to check on her and found her holding a fruit knife, cutting her arm. Her eyes were vacant. It was terrifying. If Xiaoya hadn't been quick enough to snatch the knife away, this girl would probably be dead. The atmosphere on the top floor of Yiping Jiangshan was incredibly stifling. No one dared to speak loudly. That night was the last day of the 3-day deadline. In the living room, Chu Fan's women gathered together, a rare occurrence. Damn it! That bitch Li Ruoxue, is she playing us for a fool? Lin Shishir paced back and forth in the living room in frustration. It's the last day already, and there's still no sign of anything. She wouldn't dare. Black Snake was wiping a military dagger she had just acquired, her eyes cold. If she dares to play any tricks, I'll fly to Switzerland tomorrow and cut off her brother's thing too. Xin Yuma and Han Ling didn't speak, but their expressions weren't good either. Just then, Chu Fan's phone rang. It was Li Ruoxue calling. Chu Fan pressed the speakerphone button, and the room immediately fell silent. My grandfather, Li Ruoxue's voice was calm on the other end of the phone, revealing no emotion, agreed. Tonight, at the Li family's old house, he wants to have dinner with you in person. Just the two of you. I've sent you the address. She paused, then sneered, but I have to warn you, in all my years, I've never seen an outsider walk out of our house alive. Really? Chu Fan smiled. Then I'll make an exception for tonight. Oh, right, he said into the phone in a flirtatious tone, as if suddenly remembering something. The treatment that night worked pretty well. When are you free? I'd like to give you a more thorough checkup. On the other end of the phone, Li Ruoxue's breathing visibly became erratic. You're asking for it. She cursed and hung up the phone immediately. Chu Fan looked at the phone that had been hung up and smiled. But there was no warmth in that smile. Honey. You're not really going? Lin Shishir was the first to panic. This is clearly a trap. Yes, Xin Yuma frowned as well. The Li family's old residence is guarded like an army. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I have to go, whether I like it or not. Chu Fan stood up and stretched. If I don't go, what will happen to my mom? What will happen to Wang Baobao? He felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at the worried women in front of him. All right, stop looking so gloomy. He clapped his hands. Let's have a pre-battle mobilization meeting. But he called several women to his side and began assigning tasks. Han Ling, he looked at the woman who hadn't said much but whose eyes were the most resolute. You're in charge of providing backup outside. I've found you some good spots where you can see the entirely family mansion. Remember, your task isn't to kill, it's to keep an eye on all their escape routes. Understood. Han Ling nodded. Black Snake, Xiaoya, he then looked at the two women who also had murderous expressions. You two, take the most capable fighters from the Snake Hall and sneak in from behind. Don't worry about me, your mission is simple: set fires and cause chaos. The bigger the commotion, the better. Alright. The Black Snake's eyes lit up. UMO, sure, he looked at the remaining two women. You two are in charge of stirring things up behind the scenes. While I'm having dinner with Old Manly, you two should release all the upgraded versions of those dirty secrets about the Xiao family. I want those people up there to know that the Li family isn't any good either. As for Isabel, he glanced at his phone one last time. I've already spoken to her. Her people are waiting at sea. If we mess up, she'll just use missiles to level the entire Li family estate. The women listened to his crazy plan and got excited. Did you all understand? Understood. Very good, Xu Fan nodded in satisfaction. Now it's my turn to reward you heroes. Without saying anything more, he simply picked up Qin Yuma, who was closest to him, and carried her towards the bedroom. Hey! What are you doing? Qin Yuma was both embarrassed and anxious, and she pounded on his shoulder. What are you doing? Xu Fan slapped her pert buttocks hard. Of course, it's to replenish my energy. Tonight will be a tough battle, he said, his voice laced with a sinister rage. I need to eat my fill first so I have the strength to kill. Lin Shirshir and Black Snake watched from behind, exchanged a glance, and then rushed in as well. Honey. Me too. I need to replenish my energy too. Damn it. Don't try to take it from me. That evening, the lights in the Li family's old house were brightly lit. This house, which occupies several hundred acres of land, looks like an ancient palace from the outside, but inside it is a military base, with sentries every 3 steps and guards every 5 steps, and armed guards everywhere. Two people were sitting at a long mahogany dining table. Xu Fan and Li Jin. Li Jin looked like an ordinary old man next door, dressed in a tang suit, leisurely brewing tea. But his eyes were sharp enough to kill. Young man, he poured Xu Fan a cup of tea and said slowly, you are the first person to dare to come here to eat alone. There is no other way. Xu Fan picked up his teacup and took a sip. If I didn't come, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to sleep. Hee, Li Jin laughed, you're pretty arrogant, kid. He put down his teacup and glanced at his watch. It's almost time. He had barely finished speaking when the restaurant door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Dozens of men in black suits rushed in. These guys all had bulging temples, cold eyes, and were holding guns. The dark muzzle of the gun was immediately pointed at Xu Fan. Xu Fan, Li Jingguo looked at him, a frightening smile spreading across his usually smiling old face. Don't you like to play around? Today, I'll show you what rules really mean. Xu Fan looked at the dozens of guns around him, but there was no fear on his face. He even had time to pour himself another cup of tea. Mr. Li, he looked at the smug old man and smiled. Do you think I'm doomed today? Otherwise what? What a pity, Xu Fan shook his head inside. He had barely finished speaking. Boom! A loud bang came from behind the house. Immediately afterwards, a towering flame illuminated half of the night sky. Li Jin's expression changed. What's going on? One of his men scrambled in. Master! Something terrible has happened. The backyard is on fire. There are so many women rushing in. What? Just then, a burst of gunfire suddenly rang out outside. It's Han Ling. She fired. Li Jin could no longer sit still. He suddenly stood up, pointed at Xu Fan, and roared, kill him. Kill him for me. Without hesitation, those dozens of bodyguards pulled the trigger. But it was too late. The moment Li Jin glanced at the doorway, Xu Fan moved. Using the table and the shadows of the people around him as cover, he silently circled around to Li Jin's back. In his hand, he held a kitchen knife that he had pulled out from somewhere, its cold blade pressed against Li Jingguo's wrinkled neck. Mr. Li, Xu Fan's voice rang in his ears. Chapter 96: Settling Accounts. The atmosphere in the restaurant was incredibly tense. Dozens of bodyguards stood with guns at the ready, their dark muzzles all pointed at Xu Fan, but none of them dared to fire. Li Jin felt a chill on his neck. The blade was pressed against his flesh. He was nearly 80 years old, and this was the first time he had ever felt so close to death. Don't move, he roared hoarsely. It was unclear whether he was speaking to his subordinates or to himself. That's more like it, Chu Fan smiled, pushing the knife in his hand a little further in, drawing a thin, bloody gash on Li Jin's neck. Mr. Li, shall we have a proper chat? He couldn't be bothered with the terrified bodyguards anymore, so he just grabbed Li Jin and dragged him back to the head seat of the table, shoving him into the chair with a thud. He made no attempt to be polite, pulling out the chair opposite him and sitting down, even pouring himself a glass of red wine. He acted as if this were his own home. Chu Fan Li Jin looked at the young man in front of him, and for the first time, fear appeared in his old eyes. You've won. Tell me, what do you want? Money? Or half of my Li family's assets? As long as you let me go, I'll give you anything. Want both? Chu Fan swirled his wineglass and laughed. Do you think you still have the right to negotiate with me? He didn't waste any more words, looked at Li Jin, and said, word by word, let's settle the score. The first debt was my dad's. 10 years ago, do you remember that small shop in Donghai City? I heard that Wang Jilong was your dog. You told him to bite people, and he didn't dare disobey. Today, I'm going to collect that debt from you, with interest. Li Jin's pupils suddenly contracted. The second debt, Chu Fan's voice grew colder, is my mother's. She's still in the hospital, covered in tubes, and we don't know if she'll live or die. The doctor said that even if she wakes up, she'll have to stay in bed for the rest of her life. My mother has never argued with anyone in her entire life. How could you actually do that to her? The third debt, Chu Fan said, and with a bang, the wineglass in his hand shattered in his hand. A shard of glass pierced his palm, and blood flowed down with the red wine, but he seemed not to feel any pain. Wang Baobao's. She's only 18, still a child. To get revenge on me, to avenge your granddaughter, you had her robbed and drugged. Li Jin, you motherfucker, are you even human? Li Jin was so scolded that he couldn't say a word, his old face turning red and white in turns. The accounts are settled. Chu Fan stood up and threw the still dripping knife on the table. Now, it's time to collect the debts. He glanced back at the group of women waiting impatiently at the door. Sister Snake, Xiaoya. Exist. Two women walked in, their eyes filled with hatred as they looked at Li Jinghua, who was lying on the ground, terrified and almost wetting himself. It's up to you two, Chu Fan's voice was soft, but it sent chills down your spine. Make him feel pain however you can. I only have one request. Don't let him die too quickly. Okay. Black Snake chuckled wickedly. Instead of using a knife, she picked up a Western-style fork from the table. Xiaoya quietly walked to the side and brought over the pot of freshly boiled, scalding hot tea. No. No. Li Jin finally snapped when he saw these two women who were more terrifying than devils. He tried desperately to back away, but the two Snake Clan sisters who rushed up held him down tightly, and he couldn't move at all. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, unlike any human cry, echoed throughout the entire Li family mansion. Black Snake's attacks were ruthless and precise, his fork aimed specifically at the most painful and fleshy parts of the body. Xiaoya was even more direct. She poured the scalding hot tea over Li Jinghua's head, drop by drop. Sizzle. A foul smell of burning flesh filled the restaurant. Li Jin rolled on the ground in pain, letting out howls like a wild beast. The dozens of bodyguards outside, armed with guns, turned pale with fright at the sight and didn't dare utter a sound. Chu Fan didn't look again. He took Qin Yuma and Lin Shishir's hands and walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows of the restaurant. Outside the window, his own masterpiece, the towering flames, were still burning. Honey, Lin Shishir nestled in his arms and asked softly, are we just going to let it go like this? Forget it? Chu Fan laughed, glancing back at the old man who had been tortured beyond recognition. That's too easy on him. He put his arms around the two women's waists, and his hands began to wander over their bodies. Once this is all done, let's go home and have a victory celebration, but I need to give you both a thorough check to see if you've gotten hurt today. Hearing the piercing screams behind them and feeling the burning heat of the man's hands on their bodies, Qin Yuma and Lin Shishir felt themselves going awry. A strange, surging desire, a mixture of fear and excitement, welled up within them. After an unknown amount of time, Li Jin's screams finally stopped. He lay sprawled on the ground like a lump of mud, his entire body covered in wounds, barely breathing. Boss, Black Snake walked over, covered in blood, this old thing is dying. Shu Fan nodded, released the two women in his arms, and walked up to Li Jinghua. He picked up the kitchen knife from the ground. Mr. Li, he knelt down, looking at the face that was no longer human. Do you have any last words? As if experiencing a final burst of energy before death, Li Jin suddenly opened his eyes, which were swollen to the point of being barely open. He looked at Shu Fan, and a strange smile appeared on his rotten face. He. His laughter was awful, and blood was oozing from his mouth. Shu Fan frowned. I forgot to tell you. Li Jin laughed as he pulled something that looked like a TV remote from his pocket. There is only one red button on it. At your mother's hospital. I had someone pack some good stuff. You killed me. He looked at Shu Fan, his eyes filled with madness and triumph, and she will have to pay with her life. Now, he said, holding up the remote control, it's your turn to choose. Shu Fan's face immediately turned cold. He stared intently at the remote control in Li Jinghua's hand, his fist clenched so tightly it cracked. He knew that he had been tricked by that old fox again. Chapter 97 Flipping the Table. The atmosphere in the restaurant was frighteningly cold. Li Jin's rotten face wore a crazy, smug smile, and the small remote control in his hand was his last trump card. Shu Fan's face was so cold it could scrape ice off. He stared intently at the remote control, the fire in his heart burning so fiercely it hurt his very insides. He felt as if he had truly been driven to a dead end. Ha 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 ha. Li Jin laughed even harder as he looked at Shu Fan's expression, which seemed to want to kill but dare not move. What? Scared? Shu Fan, aren't you so good at fighting? Aren't you so good at playing games? Keep being arrogant. He waved the remote control in his hand. Right now, your mother's life is in my hands. With just a light press of my finger. What do you want? Shu Fan interrupted him, his voice hoarse. What do I want? Li Jin laughed, looking at Shu Fan as if he were a dog. I want you to kneel down. I want you to kowtow to me in front of all your women. Kneel until I'm satisfied. Shu Fan didn't move. What? You don't want to? Li Jin placed his finger on the red button. Then I'll count to 3. After 3, you can prepare to collect your mother's body. 3. 2. No. Before Shu Fan could speak, Lin Shishir, who was standing next to him, burst into tears and knelt down with a plop. I'll kneel down for you. Please. Don't press. Xin Yuma and Black Snake were also anxious and wanted to go up and pull them out, but they didn't dare. Who do you think you are? Li Jin didn't even glance at Lin Shishir. I want him to kneel. Just then, Shu Fan suddenly smiled. Mr. Li, he said slowly, looking at the smug old man, do you think you've got this in the bag? Otherwise what? What a pity, Shu Fan shook his head. He took out his phone, opened a number, and put it on speakerphone. It seems you made a miscalculation. The call was answered quickly. Hello? Isabel's lazy, slightly sleepy voice came from the other end of the phone. Honey, it seems he is unwilling to release them, Shu Fan said. Oh? Is that so? Isabella's voice suddenly became clear, but it was still in that unhurried tone. Then tell him that his grandson Li Yunxiao is currently gambling in a casino in Monaco. My man just pointed a gun at his head and asked him whether he prefers red chips or white brains. Li Jin's expression changed. Also, Isabel continued, those hundreds of billions he is hiding in Swiss banks will be frozen within 5 minutes for allegedly financing terrorism. Oh, and that bomb in your mama's hospital, my people replaced it with a hard candy half an hour ago, strawberry flavored. I don't know if your mom will like it. You. Before Li Jin could finish speaking, his phone started ringing like crazy. A strange overseas number was answered, and his beloved grandson's tearful cries for help came through the phone. Grandpa! Save me! I don't want to die. Immediately afterwards, another urgent notification text message came from the bank, saying that his account had been frozen. Thump! The remote control in Li Jin's hand fell to the ground. He slumped into the chair as if all his strength had been drained, his old face drained of all color. His pride and power, his last trump card, were nothing but a fart in the face of this woman's absolute strength. Now, Shu Fan walked up to him, picked up the remote control from the ground, and waved it in front of him. Old man, weren't you very arrogant just now? Now, have you thought about how to beg me to let you die a little more easily? He didn't give Li Jin any more chances to speak. He turned around and glanced at Xiaoya and Black Snake beside him. It's up to you two, he said softly, but it sent chills down your spine. Make him suffer however you can. I only have one request. Don't let him die too quickly. Okay. Black Snake grinned maliciously. Instead of using a knife, she picked up a Western-style fork from the table. Xiaoya quietly walked to the side and brought over the pot of freshly boiled, scalding hot tea. No. No. Li Jun finally broke down when he saw these two women who were more terrifying than devils. He tried desperately to back away, but the two Snake Clan sisters who rushed up held him down tightly, and he couldn't move at all. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, unlike any human cry, echoed throughout the entire Li family mansion. After an unknown amount of time, Li Jun's screams finally stopped. Chu Fan took Qin Yuma and Lin Shishir's hands and walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows of the restaurant. Outside the window, the towering flames were still burning. Honey, Lin Shishir leaned against him and asked softly, "Is this all done? Finished?" Chu Fan laughed, glancing back at the old man who had been tortured beyond recognition. "This is nothing." He was rubbing the two women's breasts, and his hands began to wander over their bodies. "Once this is all done, let's go home and have a victory celebration, but I need to give you both a thorough check to see if you've gotten hurt today." Hearing the piercing screams behind them and feeling the burning heat of the man's hands on their bodies, Qin Yuma and Lin Shishir felt themselves going a little crazy. A strange mix of fear and excitement stirred within them. Just then, Chu Fan's phone rang. "It's Li Ruoxue." "Hello?" Chu Fan, Li Ruoxue's voice on the other end of the phone was no longer as cold as before, but instead carried a complex emotion that was hard to describe. "My grandfather, is he all ready?" "It'll be soon," Chu Fan said calmly, looking out the window. "What, are you worried about it?" "No," Li Ruoxue said after a moment of silence, "I'll be waiting for you at the Li family's old house. We should talk about the future of the Li family." "Okay." Chu Fan smiled. After hanging up the phone, he turned around and looked at the women who were still busy. "All right, stop playing." He walked up to the old man who was barely breathing and picked up the kitchen knife from the ground. "Mr. Li," he squatted down, looking at the mangled face, "my father debts, my mother debts, Wang Baobao's debts. Today, I'm going to settle accounts with you personally." Without further hesitation, he slashed down with the knife in his hand. Half an hour later, in the old Li family house, in that antique-style study, Li Ruoxue, dressed in a black silk robe, was kneeling in front of the coffee table, slowly brewing tea. Her movements were graceful, but her slightly trembling hands betrayed her inner turmoil. The door opened. Chu Fan walked in, still carrying a faint smell of blood. He didn't say anything, but sat down directly opposite Li Ruoxue. Li Ruoxue poured him a cup of tea and pushed it towards him. From today onwards, she looked at Chu Fan, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with complex emotions. "I will be in charge of the Li family." "And then?" Chu Fan took a sip of tea. Then Li Ruoxue smiled. She stood up, walked behind Chu Fan, and stretched out her fair and tender little hands to gently massage his shoulders. "I can give you anything you want." Her hand was quite restless, sliding down Chu Fan's chest and circling around his firm breasts. "Including me?" Chu Fan laughed, grabbed the restless hand, and pulled hard. "Eh?" Li Ruoxue screamed and fell into Chu Fan's arms. "You think I helped you just to seduce you?" Chu Fan pinched her chin, looking at her breathtakingly beautiful face so close to his. "Otherwise what?" "Of course not," Chu Fan laughed, a particularly wicked laugh. "I'm doing this so that you will willingly give me your body." Without another word, he lowered his head and kissed her fiercely. This time, Li Ruoxue did not resist. She simply closed her eyes silently, reached out, hooked her arm around Chu Fan's neck, and awkwardly responded. She knew she had won this gamble. But it seems I've also lost myself in it. Chapter 98. A new and even more terrifying female head of the family is born. The ambiguous yet tense atmosphere in the study had not yet dissipated. Chu Fan released Li Ruoxue and looked at her face, which was so red it was almost bleeding, and her eyes, which were filled with both shame and anger. He smiled. Now, he slowly helped Li Ruoxue straighten the nightgown he had torn to shreds, and his hand even gave her pert buttocks a pinch. "We can have a good talk about how to divide the spoils." "Get lost." Li Ruoxue slapped his hand away, but her voice was weak and powerless. She walked to the coffee table, poured herself a cup of cold tea, and gulped it down in one go, finally managing to suppress the anger in her heart. "My grandfather is dead, and my good-for-nothing brother is still abroad. The entire Li family is now a mess, she said, looking at Chu Fan with calm and calculating eyes. Those old guys are all cunning and ruthless. They will never let a woman like me sit in the position of family head so easily. So what? Chu Fan crossed his legs, acting as if nothing had happened. So, I need you, Li Ruoxue said, enunciating each word clearly, to help me subdue them. Help you? Chu Fan chuckled. What's in it for me? Benefits? Li Ruoxue smiled. She walked to Chu Fan's side and naturally sat on his lap, stretching out her fair and delicate arms to hook around his neck. Am I not enough? Her voice was soft and seductive, and her warm body, through the thin nightgown, pressed tightly against Chu Fan, rubbing against him restlessly. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, you vixen, you really know how to seduce people. Likewise, Li Ruoxue breathed into his ear, if you behave well, I'll hook you up every day from now on. Just then, the study door was pushed open. Lin Shirshir and He Shi poked their heads in with gossipy expressions. When they saw this disgusting scene in the living room, their faces turned ashen. Damn it! Black Snake was the first to curse. So that's why there was no sound all day, turns out they were sneaking food here. Husband! Lin Shirshir exclaimed anxiously, rushing forward to pull Li Ruoxue off Chu Fan. Get down! Don't corrupt my husband! Li Ruoxue turned around and looked at the several menacing women. Instead of being afraid, she smiled. In front of them, she lowered her head and kissed Chu Fan on the lips. Then, she slowly got off Chu Fan, straightened her clothes, and acted as arrogantly as could be. All right, Chu Fan clapped his hands, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Stop fooling around, let's get to the meeting. The next day, at the Li family's old residence, in the largest conference room. Dozens of Li's collateral relatives and the company's old guys sat there like they were attending a funeral, and no one said a word. The main seat is empty. Is everyone here? Li Ruoxue walked in from outside, wearing a black business suit and high heels. Behind her followed Chu Fan and his group of equally powerful women. Ruoxue, an old man with white hair, Li Zhen's younger brother Li Jianguo, looked at Li Ruoxue with displeasure. Your grandfather just passed away, his body is barely cold, and you're already in such a hurry to usurp the throne? That's right. What do you know about company management? You're just a girl. The Li family's huge business is in your hands, and you'll squander it all in no time. I think we should wait for Yunxiao to return before discussing the matter of the family head. The people below also joined in the chattering and jeering. Li Ruoxue didn't say anything. She just quietly looked at these old fools, her eyes chillingly cold. She slowly spoke after they had finished arguing. Are you done talking? The meeting room fell silent immediately. Now that you've finished speaking, it's my turn to speak. She walked to the head of the table and threw a document on it. First, she said, scanning everyone present, her voice devoid of any emotion, from today onwards, I am the new head of the Li family. Anyone who disagrees can get out now. Second, she picked up another document. This is a share transfer agreement signed by my brother, Li Yunxiao. He voluntarily relinquished all inheritance rights and transferred all the shares under his name to me. What? The people below immediately erupted in uproar. Impossible. How could Yunxiao possibly sign this? You must have forged it. Forged? Li Ruoxue smiled and winked at Chu Fan at the door. Chu Fan understood, took out his phone, opened a video, and projected it onto the large screen in the conference room. In the video, Li Yunxiao is naked from the waist down, hanging on a yacht. Next to him stand several blonde, wavy-haired women in bikinis, each holding a whip and a candle. Li Yunxiao begged for mercy while crying and pleading, and then hesitantly signed the document. That scene was incredibly exciting. Li Jianguo, who had been shouting the loudest just moments before, looked at his good-for-nothing grandson on the screen, his old face turning red with embarrassment, unable to utter a word for a long time. Third, Li Ruoxue ignored them and picked up the last document, a long list. The people on this list, she looked at the old men below who were already sweating profusely, and laughed, have done so many shady things with my grandfather over the years, embezzled so much money, and slept with so many people they shouldn't have. The list remembers it all clearly. I'm giving you two choices, her voice turned icy cold, either you spit out everything you've eaten and get out of the Li family. Either she paused, her eyes filled with murderous intent. I will send this list, along with my grandfather's account books, to the Discipline Inspection Commission. When the time comes, do you want to go to jail or go down to join my grandfather? The choice is yours. The entire conference room was deathly silent. Those old guys who were so arrogant just moments ago are now all wilted, like eggplants that have been hit by frost. Looking at the woman on the stage whose eyes were even fiercer than her grandfather's, they knew that the Lee family's fortunes had changed. A new, even more terrifying female head of the family has been born. After the meeting ended, Chu Fan put his arm around Lee Ruoshua's waist and walked in the ridiculously large back garden of the Lee family. "You're something else," Chu Fan pinched her pert buttocks, "even more ruthless than I expected." "I learned it from you," Lee Ruoshua rolled her eyes at him, but the hatred in her eyes was gone, replaced by something indescribable. "Now, the Lee family is yours," Chu Fan said, looking at her. "You've got everything you wanted. Shouldn't our cooperation also? You want to leave?" Lee Ruoshua stopped in her tracks. "Otherwise what?" "No." Lee Ruoshua turned around and looked at him, her beautiful eyes filled with stubbornness. "Although my grandfather is dead, his connections at the higher levels are still there. It wouldn't be easy for a woman like me to hold on to this position." "So what?" So, Lee Ruoshua took a deep breath, as if she had made a great decision. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Chu Fan on the lips. "You have to help me one more time." Her face turned red, and her voice became softer. "Help me have a baby. A true heir, possessing SSS-level bloodline. Isn't the atmosphere in Chapter 99 quite harmonious?" Lee Ruoshua's words, "help me have a child," left Chu Fan completely stunned. He looked at the woman in front of him, who had just been decisive and ruthless in the conference room, but was now blushing and asking him to lend her sperm. He almost burst out laughing. "What did you say?" He picked at his ear, wondering if he had misheard. "I said," Lee Ruoshua seemed to have used all her strength. She looked at Chu Fan, her beautiful eyes filled with a desperate madness. "I want you to have a child for me. A child who carries your blood and can rightfully inherit the Lee family's mantle." Chu Fan looked at her without saying a word. He knew the woman was insane. But she is also frighteningly intelligent. She knew that for a woman like herself to secure her position as the head of the Lee family, a group of wolves and tigers, was harder than climbing to heaven. But if she had a son with SSS-level blood, things would be different. That was the best gene that the Lee family had dreamed of for generations. It was her strongest trump card to shut up all the old folks. "Sure," Chu Fan laughed, reaching out to pinch that red and burning cheek. "I can be your stud, but my appearance fee won't be cheap." "What do you want?" Lee Ruoshua asked, biting her lip. "Money? Or half of the Lee family's shares?" "I don't want money or shares," Chu Fan shook his head. He pulled Lee Ruoshua into his arms and looked down into her eyes, which were filled with shock and anger. "I want you." "What?" "I said, I want you." Chu Fan's lips curled into a wicked smile. "From today onwards, you, Lee Ruoshua, are my woman." Chu Fan's woman. "The head of the Lee family is my woman." Chu Fan's woman. "Is this a reasonable condition? Don't even think about it." Lee Ruoshua's face turned pale instantly. She tried to struggle, but Chu Fan's arms were like iron clamps, holding her so tightly that she couldn't move. "Don't even think about it?" Chu Fan laughed. He lowered his head and took a light bite of the pair of full breasts that were heaving violently with anger. "Ah!" Lee Ruoshua's body trembled violently, and her whole body went limp. "Don't you like gambling?" Chu Fan's voice rang in her ear. "Today, I'll bet big with you. You win. I'll help you secure your position in the Lee family and even give you a son for free. You lost." He smiled. "You'll have to willingly be my bitch for the rest of your life." As he spoke, his hand became increasingly restless, slipping under the hem of Lee Ruoshua's business suit and moving back and forth across her smooth, firm thigh. You shameless." Lee Ruoshua's body trembled violently as she cursed, but her beautiful eyes gradually became misty. "Likewise." Chu Fan didn't give her any chance to resist. He picked her up by the waist and strode towards the lounge next door. What are you going to do?" "What?" Chu Fan kicked the door open and threw her onto the soft bed. "Of course, it's to sign the contract." I don't know how much time passed before the noise in the lounge finally stopped. Chu Fan walked out looking refreshed and slowly fastened his belt. Behind her, Lee Ruoshua, supporting herself against the wall, followed shakily out. Her expensive suit was torn to shreds, her hair was a mess, and there were still wet tear stains on her face. She looked as disheveled as could be. She looked at the man in front of her who seemed completely unaffected, her expression incredibly complicated. She felt as if she had made a bad deal. "All right, stop acting like your father just died." Chu Fan turned around and beckoned to her. "Come here, let's have a family meeting." But He took out his phone and made a video call to Lin Schercher. "Honey." The screen lit up, showing Lin Schercher's enlarged, slightly anxious face. "How are things on your end? Did those old fogies from the Li family give you any trouble?" "No," Chu Fan smiled, "it was just a meeting." As he spoke, he turned the camera toward Li Ruoxue, who was still tidying her clothes next to him. "Let me introduce you. This is Li Ruoxue, the new head of the Li family. And she is also your new sister." The other side of the screen instantly erupted in chaos. "What? Sisters? Holy crap. Honey, are you serious? It's only been a few days. And you've already won her over? You just wait, you surnamed Li. When I get back to Kyoto, I'm going to smash those headlights of yours." As Li Ruoxue listened to the women cursing and swearing on the screen, her beautiful face flushed red and then turned pale. Chu Fan acted as if he hadn't heard her. He looked at Li Ruoxue and smiled. "Look, isn't our family atmosphere quite harmonious?" Li Ruoxue. She's starting to regret it. Maybe she messed with a troublesome ancestor. The matter in Kyoto has finally come to a temporary end. With the help of Chu Fan, the newly enthroned empress, Li Ruoxue used swift and decisive methods to subdue all the disobedient old men within the Li family. Chu Fan wasn't idle either. With the help of the Rockefeller family, his condition finally stabilized. Although he was still unconscious, at least his life was saved. Wang Baobao was also taken to Kyoto and is receiving top-notch psychological treatment at a top-tier private sanatorium. Chu Fan visited her several times, but the girl remained the same, silent, unresponsive, just sitting by the window with her knees drawn up, sometimes for an entire day. Chu Fan knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. He owes her something that he'll have to repay slowly over the rest of his life. That day, Chu Fan was lying by the ridiculously large swimming pool at the Li family's house, enjoying the queen-level service of Li Ruoxue personally massaging his shoulders and legs. "I'm telling you," he asked lazily, his eyes closed, "aren't you afraid of things going wrong, with you rubbing against me all the time?" Li Ruoxue paused for a moment, her face turning slightly red. "I'm doing prenatal education in advance." "Damn," Chu Fan laughed, "your prenatal education is really hardcore." Just then, Han Ling walked in from outside. "Boss," she said, her expression a little strange, "there is someone outside looking for you." "Who is it?" She said her surname was Su. Her name was Su Wanqing. Chu Fan's eyes snapped open. He shoved the woman who was still groveling on top of him and sat up straight from the recliner. Su Wanqing. He will never forget this name for the rest of his life. She was the only woman he ever truly loved during his college years. She was also the only woman who dumped him. What is she doing here? Chu Fan frowned. "I don't know," Han Ling shook her head. "She just said she came to collect a debt." Chapter 100 My First Love and Debt Collection. Chu Fan's words, debt collector, stunned him completely. Su Wanqing. This name was like a needle, piercing his heart deeply. Back when he was in college, he was dirt poor and a nobody. At that time, Su Wanqing was the goddess that all the boys in the school wanted to pursue, but she ended up with him. That was the first time in his life that he had ever truly fallen in love. And what was the result? In her junior year of college, Su Wanqing broke up with him without warning and immediately got into a rich second-generation sports car. When he asked her why, she replied with 3 words, "You're not good enough." These 3 words, like a brand, have been a source of pain in his heart for years. "Husband? Husband?" Li Ruoxue, who was next to him, gave him a push, her voice carrying a hint of sourness. Chu Fan then came to his senses. He glanced at the woman next to him, whom he had just signed the contract with, and then thought about his first love who had dumped him. He felt a mix of emotions. "Let her in," he finally said. In the reception room of the Li family's old house, Su Wanqing, dressed in a white dress, sat there quietly, holding a cup of tea in her hand, sipping it slowly. Her beauty was completely different from Li Ruoxue's. Li Ruoxue was the kind of thorny enchantress who could steal a man's soul. But she was like a white lotus flower, pure and clean, making one dare not even have a dirty thought. This was the scene that Chu Fan saw when he walked in. Looking at the woman in front of him, whom he hadn't seen for several years but who seemed unchanged, the pain he had long forgotten welled up again. "Long time no see," he pulled out the chair opposite him and sat down. "You're doing well, you've even managed to find your way here." Su Wanqing put down her teacup, raised her head, and looked at him quietly with her clear, water-like eyes. I'm not here to reminisce, her voice was pleasant but cold. I'm here to collect a debt. Collecting a debt? Chu Fan chuckled. What do I owe you? You were the one who dumped me and ran off with a rich older man. What, now that older man's no longer useful, you want to come back to me, your backup plan? His words were both venomous and harsh. But Su Wanqing's face remained expressionless. She didn't say anything, but took something out of her expensive bag and placed it on the table. It's a photograph. The photo is a bit yellowed. It shows two young people laughing like idiots. The man is Chu Fan, and the woman is her. The background of the photo is a dilapidated little restaurant. Chu Fan stared at the photo, stunned. On your birthday during your junior year, Su Wanqing said calmly, looking at him, you drank too much and got into a fight, beating that gang leader outside the school into a vegetable. That man is the only son of the Zhao family in Kyoto. The Zhao family? Chu Fan frowned. He remembered. Yes, Su Wanqing nodded. The Zhao family is in the capital. Although they can't compare to the Li family, killing a poor student from out of town is easier for them than crushing an ant. It was my dad who used his connections to suppress this matter. But the Zhao family was not willing to give up. They put forward a condition. She looked at Chu Fan, and for the first time, a flicker of emotion appeared in her clear eyes. Let me marry their son, who is now in a vegetative state. To be a living widow for the rest of my life. Chu Fan felt as if his mind had exploded with a boom. He looked at the woman in front of him, at her frighteningly calm face, and felt as if his heart was being squeezed by someone, the pain making it hard for him to breathe. He always thought she disliked him because he was poor and was vain. He never expected that the truth would be like this. You? His voice was a little hoarse. Why, didn't you tell me? Tell you? Su Wanqing laughed, a laugh filled with bitterness. What's the use of telling you? To send you to fight the Zhao family to the death? Or to let you live with guilt for the rest of your life? My dad said you're no ordinary person. He said you'll make something of yourself someday. I can't destroy you. Chu Fan looked at her, unable to utter a single word. He felt like he was the biggest idiot in the world. Then you now. Now, Su Wanqing took a deep breath. The Zhao family is coming to recruit people. My dad, he can't hold on much longer. So, she said, looking at Chu Fan, word by word, you owe me, and now it's time to pay it back. The living room was deathly silent. Before Chu Fan could recover from the immense shock and guilt, a cold, slightly mocking voice came from the doorway. That's really touching. Li Ruoxue had somehow appeared at the doorway. She crossed her arms and looked at the two people inside with amusement. Are you done performing? She walked up to Su Wanqing, looking down at her with disdain in her eyes. If you're done performing, you should get out of here. This is my home now. As she spoke, she deliberately walked to Chu Fan's side, naturally sat on his lap, reached out and hooked her arm around his neck, and kissed him on the lips in front of Su Wanqing. That's how you assert sovereignty. Su Wanqing looked at her, then at Chu Fan, whose face was filled with complicated emotions. She was neither angry nor surprised. She simply stood up and straightened her skirt. Chu Fan, she said calmly, looking at him, I'll give you 3 days. If you can't resolve the Zhao family's issues after 3 days, then I will have no choice but to marry into the family myself. I must repay my father's kindness. After saying that, she didn't look at anyone else again and turned to leave. In the living room, only Chu Fan and Li Ruoxue, who was still sitting on his lap with a smug look on her face, remained. What? Li Ruoxue pinched Chu Fan's chin and laughed, feeling sorry for him. Is a woman who dumped you for money really worth all this? Chu Fan didn't say anything. He simply pushed Li Ruoxue off him, stood up, and walked to the window. He looked at the unfamiliar sky outside, his mind a jumble of thoughts. On one side is Li Ruoxue, who just signed a contract with him, helped him secure his position in Kyoto, and is even preparing to have his child. On the other side was his first love, who sacrificed her entire life's happiness to save him. What the hell is this? Just as he was so annoyed that he wanted to kill someone, Han Ling walked in from outside. Boss, she said gravely, something has happened in Donghai City. Explain. Black Snake and Lin Shishir have been reported. They're accused of money laundering and intentional assault. The police in Donghai City have now shut down their company and venue. It was done by the Zhao family. Chu Fan's eyes instantly turned red. He knew that this was the Zhao family warning him. Warn him to mind his own business. Son of a bitch. He punched the window pane hard. The tempered glass cracked instantly, revealing spiderweb-like patterns. This is fucking outrageous. This is outrageous. He turned around and looked at Li Ruoxue, who still looked indifferent, and the other women beside her who also looked nervous. He smiled. His laughter was both cold and insane. Don't just sit there, everyone. Doesn't the Zhao family like to play games? Then let's have some fun with him. I'd like to see just how tough the Zhao family really is. Chapter 101 To be buried with my son. In the reception room of the Li family's old house. Chu Fan's words, have some fun with him, instantly ignited the murderous aura that had just begun to rise in the room. Play? Li Ruoxue frowned immediately. Looking at Chu Fan's cold and crazy face, she felt a chill. How can you play? The Zhao family's influence in Kyoto is much greater than that of the Xiao family. Their patriarch, Zhao Shanhe, is a notorious smiling tiger who has connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles. If you go now, you'll be sending yourself to your death. Going to your death? Chu Fan laughed. He turned around and looked at Li Ruoxue, who still looked unhappy, and the other women beside her who also looked nervous. I'm a tough guy. Without wasting any more words, he immediately began assigning tasks. UMO, he looked at Qin UMO, you immediately contact the people I asked you to investigate. The dirty deeds the Zhao family has done over the years are definitely not something we only know about. Stir up the mess for me, and I'll make sure that old bastard Zhao Shanhe 1T have time to deal with me. Okay. Qin Yuma nodded. Han Ling, Xiaoya, he then looked at the two most capable fighters, you two, take the team that Isabel left behind. From now on, keep a close eye on everyone in the Zhao family, especially their son who's in a vegetative state. I want to see just how many men Zhao Shanhe has to protect his entire family. Clear. As for you. Chu Fan turned around, looking at Li Ruoxue with a slightly malicious smile in his eyes, my new patriarch. Li Ruoxue felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze. What do you want to do? Nothing. Chu Fan walked up to her, reached out, and naturally pulled her into his arms, even pinching her pert buttocks. I just want to ask you to help me prepare an outfit for a funeral. Whose funeral? Chaos Han. That evening, the entire Kyoto high society was in an uproar. Countless anonymous emails containing dirt on the Zhao family flooded the inboxes of major media outlets and disciplinary inspection departments. The Zhao group evaded tens of billions of yuan in taxes, evidence exposed. Corruption between officials and businessmen. Zhao's son-in-law, a department head, actually rose to his position through his father-in-law? Disregard for human life. Multiple safety incidents have occurred at Zhao's real estate projects, yet all have been forcibly suppressed. These stories are all incredibly sensational and seemingly true. For the first time, Zhao Shanhe, the patriarch of the Zhao family, felt that things were getting a little out of control. The phone in his study didn't stop ringing all night. Hey! Old Zheng? Let me explain. Director Li. Don't be angry. This is all slander. By the time he finally finished dealing with all those phone calls, it was already past midnight. He leaned back wearily in his chair, rubbing his temples, and for the first time, a serious expression appeared on his usually smiling face. He knew this was Chu Fan's counterattack. He never expected that this kid from Donghai City would be able to push him to this point in Kyoto so quickly. Just then, the study door was pushed open. A man who looked like a butler scrambled in. Master! Something terrible has happened. What's the panic? Zhao Shanhe shouted irritably, still angry. Young master, he's in trouble. What? Zhao Shanhe suddenly stood up from his chair. The hospital just called, the butleress voice trembled, they said tonight, unidentified people broke into the young master's ward and took all his life support equipment. Now the person is already. Zhao Shanhe felt a sudden darkness engulf his vision and almost lost his balance. His only son, just like that, gone? Chu Fan. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out those two words, his eyes filled with a look that seemed to want to devour Chu Fan whole. Meanwhile, Chu Fan was comfortably soaking in Li Ruoxue's ridiculously large bathtub. Li Ruoxue knelt beside him, wearing only a thin silk robe that was as thin as paper. Her face was flushed as she massaged his shoulders with her small, white, and tender hands. I say, Chu Fan asked lazily, his eyes closed, your service is quite thorough. Is there something else on your mind? Li Ruoxue paused for a moment, her face turning even redder. You're overthinking it, she said, but her beautiful eyes, as captivating as water, were incredibly alluring. I'm just fulfilling my obligations under our cooperation agreement. Really? Chu Fan smiled, grabbed the restless little hand, and pulled hard. Li Ruoxue screamed and fell into the bathtub. Water splashed everywhere. Her already thin nightgown, once wet, immediately became translucent, revealing everything underneath clearly. Since it's about fulfilling an obligation, Chu Fan grabbed her, his voice hoarse and husky. You should at least show some sincerity, right? Without another word, he lowered his head and kissed her. The water in the bathtub heated up quickly. I don't know how much time passed before the noise from the bathroom finally stopped. Chu Fan carried Li Ruoxue, who looked like she had no bones, out of the bathtub and threw her onto the soft bed. He lit a cigarette, leaned against the headboard, and slowly smoked it. Hey, Li Ruoxue took a while to find her voice. She looked at the satisfied man, feeling both ashamed and angry. Aren't you afraid that my grandfather's loyal old men might suddenly come back for revenge? What's there to be afraid of? Chu Fan exhaled a smoke ring. Right now, they're probably busier than anyone else. He had barely finished speaking when his phone rang. It was Han Ling calling. Boss, Han Ling's voice was calm on the other end of the phone. It's all taken care of. That vegetable from the Zhao family, I've made him sleep forever. Very good. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fan turned around, looked at Li Ruoxue, who was completely stunned, and smiled. See, I told you so? Li Ruoxue looked at him with the same expression she had when she saw a monster. Only now did she realize what kind of devil she had provoked. This man is ruthless not only to his enemies, but also to himself. He wasn't fighting the Zhao family at all, he was risking his life. Just then, Chu Fan's phone rang again. This time, it was an unfamiliar number. He accepted it. Chu Fan, is that right? A frail, suppressed voice came from the other end of the phone. It is Zhao Shanhe. It's me, Chu Fan chuckled. Mr. Zhao, what brings you here so late? You killed my son. Yes, Chu Fan didn't deny it at all. What, you disagree? There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a long while, Zhao Shanhe's chilling voice finally came through. Tomorrow morning, in the suburbs, at Panlong Mountain. I'm waiting for you. Didn't you want to seek justice for your first love? I'll give you this chance. However, his voice became incredibly venomous. I don't care how many people you bring. Tomorrow, you will all die there. Bury him with my son. Chapter 102 Panlong Mountain, Blood for Blood. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Chu Fan was already awake in Li Ruoxue's master bedroom. Two long, bare legs were pressing down on him, one belonging to Qin Yuma and the other to Han Ling. Last night's battle meeting before he left was fucking intense, leaving his back a little sore. He carefully removed the two legs from his body, and just as he was about to get off the bed, a pair of white and tender arms wrapped around him from behind. Honey, sleep a little longer. It's Li Ruoxue. This woman, I don't know if she's become addicted to acting or if she's really been won over, now calls me husband more naturally than anyone else. Sleep my ass, Chu Fan slapped her pert bottom. Have you forgotten what day it is today? Li Ruoxue's body stiffened for a moment before she remembered. Today is the day Chu Fan and that old bastard Zhao Shanhe agreed to go to Panlong Mountain to settle accounts. You really want to go? She hugged Chu Fan tightly from behind, her full breasts pressed against his back. Zhao Shanhe is a ruthless and heartless man. He must have set up a trap for you there. So what? Chu Fan laughed. He turned around, pinched Li Ruoxue's chin, and kissed her still sleepy face. He has the internet, and I have sex. As he spoke, he deliberately straightened his back. Li Ruoxue's face flushed red instantly. She spat at Chu Fan, but her beautiful eyes were filled with an unusual light. Panlong Mountain, on the outskirts of the city. This is the Zhao family's private territory. The entire mountain is surrounded by high electric fences, and there are surveillance cameras and hidden sentries everywhere. At the top of the mountain, in a quaint villa, Zhao Shanhe was wearing a white training uniform and was slowly practicing Tai Chi. He looked like an ordinary old man doing his morning exercises, but his eyes were as cold and ruthless as a wolf's. His only son died, but there was no trace of sadness on his face, only deep-seated hatred. Master, a butler-like man approached and said respectfully, everything is arranged. Our own people, along with the experts we brought in from the Golden Triangle, totaling over 300 people, are all in ambush, both up and down the mountain. Not even a fly, let alone Shu Fan, can get in. Zhao Shanhe nodded, lowering his fist. Where is Miss Su? They were also invited over, and they're in the tea room in the backyard. Very good, Zhao Shanhe laughed, a smile that sent chills down one's spine. Go, bring her here. I need her to see with her own eyes how that foolish brat is chopped into mincemeat, inch by inch. Shu Fan drove his car to the foot of Panlong Mountain. He didn't come alone. Behind him followed a dozen or so black SUVs. The doors opened, and hundreds of Snake Clan sisters, dressed in black combat uniforms and carrying fire axes, rushed out. Leading them were Black Snake and Xiaoya. Damn it! Black Snake cursed as he looked at the heavily guarded gate. This old bastard, does he really think this is a military base? Boss, Han Ling's voice came through the earpiece, I'm in position. There are at least 5 sniper positions around the villa on the mountaintop, all highly skilled. Be careful. Receive. Shu Fan didn't waste any more words, he gave the Black Snake a wink. Black Snake grinned maliciously. Instead of going through the main entrance, she carried over a section of railway track that she didn't know where it had been taken from. Sisters, she roared, go ahead and crash into them. A dozen or so Snake Hall sisters charged forward with howls. Boom! With a loud crash, the seemingly indestructible iron door was smashed open, leaving a large hole. The alarms on the mountain started blaring instantly. Kill! Black Snake was the first to rush in. A bloody melee erupted instantly. Although the Zhao family members were all professional fighters, the women from the Snake Hall were all like madmen, charging forward recklessly. Shu Fan didn't participate in the melee. He took Han Ling and Xiaoya and, taking advantage of the chaos, quietly sneaked up from the other side. A villa on a hilltop, with a tea room in the backyard. Zhao Shanhe was leisurely sipping his tea when a woman in a white dress, her face pale, sat in front of him. It's Su Wanqing. Miss Su, Zhao Shanhe put down his teacup and smiled, don't be so nervous. Once I've dealt with that little bastard, you'll be the rightful daughter-in-law of the Zhao family. You're shameless. Su Wanqing gritted her teeth and cursed. Hee, Zhao Shanhe wasn't angry. Wait a minute, there is something even more shameless. No sooner had he finished speaking than bursts of gunfire and shouts of killing erupted outside. Su Wanqing's expression changed instantly. He's here? They're here, Zhao Shanhe nodded. He stood up, walked to Su Wanqing, grabbed her hair, and dragged her to the center of the courtyard. Come on, I'll take you to see a good show. In the center of the courtyard, a large pit had already been dug, and next to it was a large pot. The water in the pot was bubbling and steaming. Dozens of men armed with submachine guns surrounded the entire courtyard. Just then, Shu Fan appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. He was splattered with a lot of blood, but none of it was his own. Shu Fan! When Su Wanqing saw him, tears immediately streamed down her face. See, I didn't lie to you, did I? Zhao Shanhe laughed, pulling out a knife and pressing it against Su Wanqing's neck. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. Either jump into that pot yourself, and I'll let you die a quick death. Or. He glanced at Su Wanqing's tear-streaked face. I'll slice you, my little lover, piece by piece, right in front of you. Shu Fan looked at him without saying a word. He silently took out a phone from his pocket, opened a video, and turned the screen towards Zhao Shanhe. The video starts off in darkness, then the lights come on, revealing a bizarrely decorated secret room with photos of little boys hanging on the walls. Zhao Shanhe, came Isabel's lazy voice from the video, that secret room under the rockery in your backyard, which you use to play with your little pets, is nicely decorated. My people just went in and took some photos for you, and they've also backed up all the videos of the boys you've collected. Tell me, if I were to send these good things to your old friends in the military and political circles for them to admire, would you still have any face left? Zhao Shanhe's face instantly turned from white to liver-colored. As he watched the video reveal his deepest, dirtiest secret, his old eyes showed true fear and madness for the first time. In that split second when he was distracted. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Han Ling's bullet accurately knocked the knife out of his hand. Shu Fan made a move. He ignored Zhao Shanhe and rushed straight to Su Wanqing, pulling her into his arms. Son of a bitch! Zhao Shanhe snapped out of his daze and roared as he reached for the gun on the ground. But it was too late. Xiaoya had appeared behind him without him noticing. In her hand, she held a blood-stained iron rod. Bang! With a muffled thud, Zhao Shanhe's head was smashed open. Red and white splattered all over the ground. He stared with disbelief in his eyes, then fell straight down. The courtyard fell silent instantly. Chu Fan held the woman in his arms, who was crying so hard she was almost sobbing, and the weight that had been hanging over his heart for years finally lifted. He looked down at her, his eyes filled with an incredibly complex expression. You idiot. He didn't say anything more, lowered his head, and kissed her fiercely. This time, Su Wanqing didn't dodge. She reached out and hugged the man she had waited so many years to hold tightly, responding awkwardly. It's unclear how much time passed before the two finally parted ways. Su Wanqing leaned against Chu Fan's chest, her beautiful face flushed red. She asked softly, what are we now? What do you think? Chu Fan smiled, pinched Su Wanqing's chin, and kissed her swollen lips again. Of course. I'd go home. As he spoke, he scooped Su Wanqing up in his arms and carried her into the villa. Hey! What are you doing? There are so many people watching. What are you afraid of? What you owe me all these years, tonight, you'll pay me back, principal and interest. Behind them, Black Snake and Han Ling exchanged a glance, both revealing a helpless yet slightly sour smile. Damn it, Black Snake cursed, another one trying to steal my job. Chapter 103 Zhao Shanhu's younger brother, Zhao Shanhu. Chu Fan, holding Su Wanqing in his arms, kicked open the door to the master bedroom of the villa. Ignoring the expressions of the women behind him, he simply threw his sweet and soft first love onto the large bed that could sleep several people. Hey! What are you doing? Su Wanqing was startled. She saw Chu Fan starting to take off his clothes, and her face flushed instantly. So many people. They dare not look. Chu Fan smiled, turned around, and beckoned to the women peeking in at the door. Come in, all of you, he said lazily. Let me introduce you to your new sisters. Who says she's my sister? Lin Shishir was the first to object. She stormed in, pointing at Su Wanqing on the bed. Husband. You can't be fickle. She's run off with another man, what do you still want her for? Exactly, Black Snake walked in with his arms crossed, looking annoyed. It's just a second-hand item, what's so special about it? They talked back and forth, saying the most unpleasant things imaginable. Su Wanqing sat on the bed, her face growing paler and paler, biting her lip tightly, unable to utter a single word. Have you finished speaking? Chu Fan waited until they had finished speaking before slowly opening his mouth. He walked up to Lin Shishir and Black Snake, one on each side, and gave them a hard slap on their pert buttocks. Slap! Slap! The two sharp cracks stunned the two girls. No respect for elders. Chu Fan scolded sternly. According to the order of entry, she was here before you all. From now on, you all have to call her elder sister, understand? No. Ha! Chu Fan's eyes widened. I heard that. Lin Shishir and the Black Snake exchanged a glance, and she muttered reluctantly. Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction. He walked to the bedside and, in front of everyone, pulled Su Wanqing into his arms, his hand sneaking inside her dress, which was already torn to shreds. All right, he smiled, looking at the several women in front of him, each with their own unique beauty and charm, but all looking displeased. We've finished discussing family matters. Now, it's time to get down to business. He held Su Wanqing in his arms and leaned down to kiss her swollen lips. You owe me all these years, he said, his voice carrying an undeniable domineering tone, and tonight, I'm going to get it all back, with interest. The next day, Chu Fan woke up to a woman's scream. When he opened his eyes, he saw that his big bed was in complete chaos. Lin Shishir and Black Snake were holding down a naked woman tightly, one on each side. It's Su Wanqing. You let me go. Su Wanqing struggled desperately, but she was no match for these two female hooligans. Let you go? Lin Shishir pressed her down while turning back to complain to Chu Fan. Honey. Look. This vixen is trying to sneak away while you're asleep. Chu Fan sat up, looked at the exciting scene before him, and laughed. He knew that these women were accepting the newcomer in their own way. All right, he yawned, stop fooling around so early in the morning. He had barely finished speaking when the door to the room was pushed open. Han Ling walked in, followed by Li Ruoxue, who had changed into a black business suit. Boss, Han Ling said with a serious expression, something has happened. The women who had been playing around inside the room immediately fell silent. Explain. The Zhao family, Han Ling said, her face grim, have made their move. She handed a tablet computer to Chu Fan. On the screen are two live monitoring videos. One section was the intensive care unit where Chu Fan's mother was located. Several men in white coats, who had replaced the original doctors and nurses at some point, were gathered around the bed, holding syringes and wearing cold smiles. The other section is the sanatorium where Wang Baobao is staying. A dozen or so thugs in black suits have already surrounded the small building. Just then, Chu Fan's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered and put it on speakerphone. Chu Fan, is that right? A cold, viper-like voice came from the other end of the phone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Shanhu, Zhao Shanhu's younger brother. You killed my brother and my good-for-nothing nephew, didn't you? So what if it is? Chu Fan's voice was cold. Not so good, Zhao Shanhu laughed, a laugh that sent chills down one's spine. I don't like fighting and killing. I prefer to destroy someone's spirit. Your mother, and your little lover named Wang Baobao, are both in my hands now. I'll give you two choices. His voice became incredibly cruel. First, you cut off your own limbs, then bring your first love over here, kneel in front of my brother's mourning hall, and kowtow to apologize. Second. He paused, then laughed even harder. I'll turn your mother into a work of art that can't speak or move. And then I'll sell your little lover to Africa, so she can experience what real hell on earth is like. Oh, right, he seemed to suddenly remember something. I forgot to tell you, I also sent someone to invite Su Wanqing's ungrateful father. He should be arriving soon. I'll give you an hour to think it over. If you're not here by an hour, he said, his voice full of mockery, then I'll just have to start by having your little lover as an appetizer. The call was disconnected. The entire room was deathly silent. Son of a bitch. Lin Shishir was the first to burst into tears, crying, these beasts. They're not human. Black Snake and Han Ling's faces also turned pale. They never imagined that Zhao Shanhu would be even more ruthless and vicious than his brother. This isn't a negotiation, this is forcing Chu Fan to his death. Chu Fan didn't say anything, he simply put on his clothes and lit a cigarette. He took a drag and exhaled a smoke ring. His face was obscured by the swirling smoke, making his expression impossible to discern. But everyone felt that a killing intent 100 times more terrifying than ever before was emanating wildly from him. Husband. Don't panic. Chu Fan stubbed out his cigarette, turned around, looked at the women in the room who were on the verge of collapse, and smiled. There was not a trace of warmth in that smile. Doesn't he like to play? Then let's play an even bigger game with him. He walked up to Li Ruoxue, pinched her chin, and looked into her eyes, which were also filled with shock. My empress, he said softly, but each word was like a nail, it is your turn to perform. Didn't you want to secure your position in the Li family? Today, I'm giving you that chance. I want you to use all the power of the Li family to uproot the Zhao family from the capital. He turned back and glanced at Han Ling and Xiaoya. You two, come with me. Where are we going? Where to? Chu Fan smiled. Of course, I'll go, invite Mr. Zhao for a cup of tea. And by the way, take his whole family down for a reunion. Chapter 10 For the loved one dies before my eyes. Chu Fan's words, send his whole family down to reunite, chilled the air in the entire room. He didn't say another word and turned to leave. Han Ling and Xiaoya didn't ask where they were going or what they were going to do. They just followed behind him, one on the left and one on the right. All three of them exuded a murderous aura that seemed to have no regard for their own lives. Husband. Xin Yuma and Lin Shishir quickly caught up, their eyes both red. We'll go with you. What are you going to do? Chu Fan turned around and looked at them. Go collect my body? He reached out and pinched the two girls' tear-streaked faces, a gesture that was unusually gentle. Sweetheart, stay home, he said. I'll be back. After he finished speaking, he didn't turn back. Watching the three figures disappear through the door, Lin Shishir could no longer hold back and burst into tears. He'll be all right, won't he? Xin Yuma didn't speak, she just clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. Only Li Ruoxue remained unaffected. She walked to the wine cabinet, poured herself a glass of red wine, and then dialed a phone number. Hello, it's me, her voice was cold. Pass the word down, everyone in the Li family who can be mobilized, get to work. I want all of the Zhao family's businesses in Kyoto to close tonight. Also, connect me to my brother's phone. Tell him that if he still wants to return to China, he should use all his connections to make sure that all of the Zhao family's companies overseas are shut down by tomorrow morning. That night, the entire city of Kyoto was in chaos. Countless cars with special license plates were driving recklessly through the city. Departments that were usually only seen on television were frantically seizing the Zhao family's properties. Fire inspection. Everyone stay still. Tax inspectors. Show me all your accounting books. The entire upper class of Kyoto smelled the stench of blood. They knew that the two largest families in Kyoto, the Li family and the Zhao family, had officially started their war. On the outskirts of the city, in an abandoned steel factory. This place had long been transformed by Zhao Shanhu into a private fortress, with armed bodyguards everywhere. Zhao Shanhu was sitting leisurely on a throne made of genuine leather sofa, looking at a man kneeling below. He is Su Wenqing's father, Su Genua. Mr. Su, Zhao Shanhu smiled. He looked 7/10 like his brother Zhao Shanha, but his eyes were more sinister and venomous. Why did you do this? If you had just handed over your daughter earlier, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Pa. Although Su Genua was beaten black and blue, he was still tough. You bunch of beasts. You'll all die a horrible death. He, Zhao Shanhu wasn't angry. He waved his hand and said, bring him up. Two bodyguards carried in a woman lying on a mobile hospital bed, her body covered in tubes. She is Chu Fan's mother, Li Lan. Immediately afterwards, two more people dragged in a girl with vacant eyes, covered in injuries, and unable to walk steadily. It's Wang Baobao. Look, Zhao Shanhu said to Su Genua, pointing at the two women, soon, your daughter will become like them. You. Just then, one of his men came running in, stumbling and crawling. Tiger Lord. Something terrible has happened. What's the panic? Our family's businesses in the city have all shut down. What? Zhao Shanhu jumped up from the sofa. Before he could react, another subordinate rushed in. Tiger. The Li family, under the guise of cleaning house, have wiped out all the people we've planted in the underworld. Hold. Zhao Shanhu kicked over the table in front of him. He knew that it was the little bitch Li Ruoxue who stabbed him in the back. Where's Chu Fan? He roared, his eyes red. Has he arrived yet? Coming. A cruel smile appeared on Zhao Shanhu's face. Good, he said 3 times. Since they're already here, let's make sure they don't leave alive today. He walked up to the 3 women and patted Wang Baobao's face, which had lost all color. Go and invite our guests to the observation deck. I need to make that little beast Chu Fan watch with his own eyes how the women he cares about most are turned into fireworks in my hands, one by one. The top of the tallest steel-making furnace in the steel plant is an open-air platform. A huge steel conveyor belt was slowly extending from one end of the platform to the huge, rusty steel furnace at the other end. The furnace opening was dark and emitted a smell of rust and chemicals. Chu Fan's mother, Wang Baobao, and Su Genua were all tightly bound to the conveyor belt. Zhao Shanhu was sitting in a chair, with the control switch for the conveyor belt right next to him. Behind him stood dozens of mercenaries armed with submachine guns. Chu Fan walked up the stairs from the opposite side alone. Han Ling and Xiaoya followed behind him. Chu Fan, Zhao Shanhu looked at him and laughed, you actually dared to come. Where is my mother? Chu Fan's voice was cold. Don't rush, Zhao Shanhu pointed to the conveyor belt behind him, look, aren't they all over there? He placed his hand on the red start button. Now, I'm giving you one last chance. Kneel down and kowtow. Kneel until I'm satisfied, and perhaps I can let you choose one to live. Chu Fan didn't speak, he simply watched the 3 people tied to the conveyor belt. His mother was unconscious, Wang Baobao's eyes were vacant, and only Su Genua was still desperately shaking his head at him. Don't worry about us. Let's go. Leave? Zhao Shanhu laughed. Today, none of you are leaving. He was just about to press the button to send these people to their deaths. Sudden. Bang. A gunshot rang out from afar. The head of a mercenary behind Zhao Shanhu exploded on the spot. It's Isabel. Her people, without anyone noticing, had already made it to the outer perimeter. Fire. Zhao Shanhu also roared. A chaotic battle erupted instantly. Han Ling and Xiaoya had already found cover, and their submachine guns were spitting fire like they were free. Chu Fan also moved. He ignored the mercenaries and charged straight at Zhao Shanhu like a cannonball. He knew that to catch the thief, you must first catch the king. Stop him. A dozen mercenaries immediately turned their guns on Chu Fan and opened fire. Chu Fan didn't charge headlong. Instead, he grabbed the corpse of a recently killed mercenary and used it as a human shield, charging forward through the bullets. Bullets thudded against the corpse. Even so, a stray bullet grazed his arm, drawing blood and slowing him down with excruciating pain. Zhao Shanhu, watching the man charging forward with a corpse on his back, covered in blood, finally felt fear. Without thinking, he pressed the red button hard. Wah! The massive conveyor belt slowly began to start moving. Mom! Chu Fan's eyes instantly turned red. As he watched the three men getting closer and closer to the steel furnace, he felt as if his world was collapsing. Just then, a dark figure suddenly rushed out from the side. It's Xiao Ya. She didn't know where the strength came from, but she actually smashed through a mercenary and then, amidst the dense hail of bullets, rushed towards the conveyor belt like a madwoman. Put! A bullet pierced her back. She staggered a bit, but still clung tightly to the conveyor belt railing, trying to hold it back with her own body. Xiao Ya! Chu Fan could no longer control himself. He looked up to the sky and let out a roar that sounded inhuman. The king's roar. An invisible wave of sound spread out from him instantly. The entire platform seemed to shake. Everyone, including Zhao Shanhu who was almost at the stairwell, had their minds go blank. Bang! Another shot rang out. Zhao Shanhu's head exploded like a watermelon. It's Han Ling. This was the opportunity she had been waiting for. After an unknown amount of time, the gunfire finally stopped. The platform was littered with corpses. Chu Fan rushed over and frantically smashed the control switch until the conveyor belt finally stopped. He ran to the conveyor belt, hugged his lifeless mother, knelt on the ground, and remained motionless. Beside him lay Xiaoya, who had also stopped breathing. Even in death, that girl's empty eyes still held a hint of relief. Qin Yuma and Lin Shishir also rushed over. They were all dumbfounded as they stared at the hellish scene before them. Husband. Chu Fan remained silent. He simply closed his mother's and Xiaoya's eyes silently. Then, he stood up and walked over to Su Wanqing, who was also terrified. He didn't say anything, but simply held her tightly in his arms. It's all over? Su Wanqing's voice trembled. No, Chu Fan said, looking at the bustling night view of Kyoto in the distance. His eyes, which had lost all emotion, were filled with icy hatred. This is just the beginning. The Zhao family, the Li family. One by one. They all have to die. Chapter 105. Your Zhao family must all die. The wind was strong on top of the steelmaking furnace, stinging people's faces. The gunfire around them had stopped at some point, leaving only the shouts of Black Snake and her team as they continued to clear out the smaller enemies in the distance. Chu Fan knelt on the ground, holding two corpses that were beginning to grow cold in his arms. One body is his mother's, and the other is Xiaoya's. He didn't cry or yell, he just held them still, as if trying to share some of his warmth with them. This is what Qin Yuma and Lin Shishir saw when they ran up. Everyone was stunned, standing still, not daring to even breathe. Husband Lin Shishir's tears streamed down her face. She wanted to go up to him, but Han Ling grabbed her arm. Han Ling shook her head at her. Su Wanqing stood not far away, looking at the man who was holding the corpse, his back stiff as a stone. The joy she had felt from the recent reunion vanished instantly, replaced by overwhelming guilt. She knew that these people had all died because of her. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Fan finally moved. He didn't speak, but carefully closed his mother's and Xiaoya's eyes and straightened their tattered clothes. Then, he stood up, picked up the two corpses one by one, and walked step by step toward the stairs. His movements were steady, but his eyes were frighteningly red, devoid of any light, only a deathly stillness. Go home. He only said those two words, then, carrying the corpse, walked past the group of women. The cold, desperate killing intent emanating from him made all the women present shiver involuntarily. They knew that Chu Fan, who was usually carefree and irresponsible, was dead. The one who survived is a devil. The Li family's old house has now become Chu Fan's temporary base. Chu Fan placed his mother's and Xiaoya's bodies in the largest bedroom. He didn't set up a mourning hall or hold any messy ceremonies, he just let them lie there quietly. He locked himself in his study for a whole day and night. The next day, the study door opened. Chu Fan came out. He had changed into clean clothes and combed his hair. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were frighteningly cold. In the living room, all his women were present. Black Snake and Lin Shirshir from Donghai City rushed over overnight in their private jet. Isabel also cancelled all her business deals and flew over from the United States. They're all here? Chu Fan glanced around at the group of women in front of him, each with their own unique features, but all looking worried. Okay, Chu Fan nodded, let us have a meeting. He walked to the head seat and sat down, without saying a word of nonsense, and immediately began assigning tasks. Isabel, he said, looking at the blonde bombshell, I want you to use all the resources of the Rockefeller family to find out the location of everyone in the Zhao and Li families. Whether they are illegitimate children hiding abroad or married daughters, I want to know where they are and what they are doing. No problem, Isabel nodded, but what is the price? The price? Chu Fan smiled, looking at Isabel with an undeniable domineering gaze. From today onwards, I am the Rockefeller family's sole representative in Asia. Is this price enough? Isabel's eyes lit up instantly. That's enough. Black Snake, Shirshir, Chu Fan said, turning to them, you two, transfer all the money we have on hand over to me. Also, call over the most capable sisters from the Snake Hall. I want everyone in Kyoto to know that my people, Chu Fan's people, have arrived. Good. UMO, he said, looking at Chin UMO one last time, you're in charge of contacting the media. I want every show from now on to make headlines. As for you. Chu Fan's gaze fell on Li Ruoxue, who hadn't spoken until now. Li Ruoxue's body trembled involuntarily. I want you to call your brother, Li Yunxiao, back to me. Chu Fan looked at her and said, word by word, tell him that the Li family is choosing a new head of the family. Li Ruoxue's face turned pale instantly. She knew that Chu Fan was going to eliminate them completely. That evening, at a private club in Kyoto that was not open to the public, the remaining core members of the Zhao family were gathered together, discussing countermeasures. The one leading the group was Zhao Shanbao, Zhao Shanhu's cousin. Our leader is dead. We can't just let this go, a young man roared, slamming his fist on the table. I'll take some men right now and chop that little bastard Chu Fan to pieces. Chop it up? How can you chop it up? Zhao Shanbao sneered. That crazy woman from the Li family is now in cahoots with Chu Fan. They've already ruined more than half of our Zhao family's business in Kyoto. What do you have to fight them with? Then, what should we do? Are we just going to give up like this? Of course not. Zhao Shanbao's eyes turned incredibly sinister. If we can't beat him with force, we'll play dirty tricks on him. He leaned close to their ears and whispered a few words. Doesn't he still care about his first love? We'll use that woman as a pretext. The next day, Su Wanqing's father, Su Genua, disappeared. Immediately afterwards, Su Wanqing received an anonymous phone call. On the phone, she could hear her father's screams. The other party only made one request, to go to the Dragon King temple on the outskirts of the city alone. Su Wanqing knew this was a trap. But she couldn't not go. She didn't tell Chu Fan that she didn't want to cause him any more trouble. She drove there alone. The Dragon King temple has long been abandoned, there isn't even a ghost in it. As soon as Su Wanqing stepped inside, more than a dozen men wielding knives rushed out from both sides. Leading the group was none other than Zhao Shanbao. Miss Su, he smiled as he looked at the pale-faced woman before him, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Where is my dad? Your dad? Zhao Shanbao smiled. He should be on his way to the Western Paradise by now. You. Don't rush me, Zhao Shanbao approached step by step, once I've served you well, I'll send you to see him. He looked at Su Wanqing's tear-streaked face and her body trembling slightly with fear. Everyone says you're the most beautiful woman in Kyoto. Today, I'll show you what you're really like on behalf of my brother. Without another word, he tore open Su Wanqing's white dress. Just then. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the head of one of Zhao Shanbao's henchmen exploded on the spot. Everyone was stunned. Chu Fan's figure had appeared at the temple entrance without anyone noticing. In his hand, he held a still smoking gun. Behind him were Han Ling and a strange girl with cold eyes and a strong murderous aura. You, how did you get here? Zhao Shanbao looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. I said, Chu Fan looked at him, his eyes like those of someone looking at a dead man, every single one of you in the Zhao family must die. Without uttering another word, he pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 A barrage of gunfire erupted inside the dilapidated temple. Chapter 106 I'll make a reservation first. The gunfire stopped inside the dilapidated temple. The air was filled with the smell of blood and gunpowder, so strong it made people want to vomit. The ground was littered with corpses. None of Zhao Shanbao's thugs survived. Zhao Shanbao was still breathing. He leaned against a pillar, one of his legs broken by a bullet, and watched in horror as the man walked towards him step by step. You stay away. Chu Fan didn't say anything. He walked up to Zhao Shanbao and stepped on his broken leg. Snap! Ah! Zhao Shanbao let out a scream that sounded inhuman. Where is her father? Chu Fan's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. He's dead. Zhao Shanbao was sweating profusely from the pain, but he still managed to keep talking. I had someone throw him into the steel furnace. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Zhao Shanbao's other leg was also rendered useless. I'll ask you one more time. Chu Fan pressed the gun against his forehead. Where's her father? It's in the back, in the woodshed. Zhao Shanbao finally broke down, crying and shouting, "Don't kill me! I was wrong." Chu Fan ignored him and turned to run towards the woodshed. Han Ling and Xiaoya followed. When they reached the door, Han Ling turned around and winked at the new girl. The girl nodded, walked up to Zhao Shanbao, and without saying a word, silently drew a thin, long military dagger from her waist. Once again, a piercing scream echoed from the dilapidated temple. The door to the woodshed was kicked open. Su Genoa was beaten beyond recognition, covered in blood and tied to a pillar, and had already passed out. Dad! Su Wanqing screamed and scrambled over to get there. Chu Fan quickly stepped forward to check and breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing, just a superficial injury. He's passed out. He untied the rope, and Su Wanqing immediately rushed over, hugged her father, and cried her heart out. Chu Fan didn't disturb her. He simply took off his coat and draped it over Su Wanqing's torn dress. Looking at the woman in front of him who had suffered so much for his sake, he was overwhelmed by guilt and heartache. He reached out, wanting to touch her head, but didn't know what to say. Just then, Su Wanqing suddenly turned around and hugged him tightly. Chu Fan! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She buried her face in Chu Fan's arms, sobbing uncontrollably, "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me." Silly girl, Chu Fan hugged her, smelling the familiar scent in her hair that he had longed for years, and felt his heart melt. I'm the one who should apologize. He didn't say anything more, but lowered his head and kissed her tear-streaked face, her swollen eyes, and her cold lips, again and again. At first, Su Wanqing's body was a little stiff. But soon, she softened, stretched out her still slightly trembling arms, and tightly hooked them around Chu Fan's neck, responding awkwardly. The two of them, in that dark and dilapidated woodshed, embraced and kissed, as if trying to make up for everything they had missed over the past few years. On the way back to the Li family's old house, the atmosphere in the car was a bit strange. Su Wanqing leaned against Chu Fan's chest and fell asleep. She was too tired. Chu Fan held her close, motionless, but his hands were quite restless, slipping inside the coat draped over her and gently rubbing her smooth back. Han Ling, who was driving, looked at this scene through the rearview mirror, and her icy face became even colder. "Boss," she suddenly spoke up, "have you forgotten that there's a bunch of older sisters at home waiting for you to go back and report?" She deliberately emphasized the word older sister. Chu Fan coughed awkwardly twice and withdrew his hand. That. Also, Han Ling didn't give her a chance to speak. "It's time to take care of your mother's and Xiaoyao's funeral arrangements." Chu Fan's face immediately darkened. The atmosphere inside the car instantly plummeted to freezing point. The Li family's old house. As soon as Chu Fan entered the door, he smelled a strong smell of gunpowder. In the living room, all his women were present. Lin Shishir and Black Snake from Donghai City, Jin Yuma and Li Ruoxue from Kyoto, and Isabel, who just flew back from the United States. Several women, divided into several groups, sat on the sofa, ignoring each other, but their eyes were practically spitting fire. Especially when they saw Su Wanqing, who was still asleep in Chu Fan's arms, their eyes looked as if they wanted to devour her whole. "Oh, you're back?" Black Snake was the first to speak, his voice dripping with sullenness. "So that's why you smell like a vixen. You found your old flame again. What ex-lover?" Lin Shishir chimed in sarcastically from the side, "I think it's more like a used shoe dot." "You two shut up." Chu Fan's face darkened instantly. He carried Su Wanqing into a guest room, settled her in, and then called a doctor to treat her father's injuries. When he returned to the living room, the atmosphere was almost ready to erupt into a fight. "Chu Fan! Li Ruoxue was the first to stand up. She crossed her arms and said coldly, "I don't care what your relationship with that woman is. But don't forget what you promised me." "Exactly," Isabel said, swirling her glass. "My people are still at sea. If you dare to abandon them, I guarantee that tomorrow, your Donghai city port will have several more sightseeing submarines." Chu Fan was at his wits' end looking at the several jealous women in front of him. He knew that his backyard was truly on fire. "Stop arguing," he roared, which finally silenced the women. He walked to the head seat of the sofa, sat down, and rubbed his temples. "I know you're all unhappy," he said, looking at them and emphasizing each word, "but now is not the time for infighting. The Zhao family hasn't fallen yet, and those old fogies in the Li family haven't given up either. My mother and Xiaoya's revenge hasn't been achieved yet either. Once I've settled all these matters," his voice turned icy cold, "I promise I'll make sure you're all shuang, a slang term for prostitutes. When the time comes, who goes first and who goes last, who gets on and who gets off, will decide the winner on the bed." His words were both vulgar and domineering. But for some reason, the women who were still angry blushed after hearing this, and their anger inexplicably subsided by more than half. "Humph, that's more like it." Black Snake was the first to sit down. Then I'll make a reservation first." Lin Shishir quickly raised her hand. Chu Fan looked at them and smiled. He knew that the fire in his backyard was, for the time being, extinguished. But he also knew that even bigger trouble was yet to come. Just then, a sister from the snake hall ran in from outside. "Boss, something terrible has happened. A group of soldiers have come from outside. They've surrounded us, their entire estate. Chapter 107. I want them to disappear from this world." The living room of the Li family's old house. The phrase "surrounded our entire estate" instantly transformed the burgeoning tension in the room into a chilling despair. "Damn it!" Black Snake was the first to stand up. She grabbed the fire axe from the table, her eyes bloodshot. "Not again? Do they really think I'm easy to bully? I'm taking my men out right now and will fight them to the death." "Don't be impulsive." Xin Yuma grabbed her arm. She looked at the faintly visible figures in military uniforms outside the window, her face deathly pale. "Those are regular troops. No matter how good our men are at fighting, they can't beat guns. What do we do?" Lin Shishir was almost in tears. "Are we just going to be stuck here like this?" The women looked at each other, completely panicked. They weren't afraid of being beaten or killed, but they were terrified of the feeling of being suffocated by absolute power. Only Chu Fan remained unaffected. He walked over to the head seat on the sofa and even poured himself a glass of wine. "Honey, what time is it? How can you still be drinking? What's the panic?" Chu Fan took a sip of his drink, his eyes, now devoid of any emotion, scanning every woman present. "The sky hasn't fallen yet." He turned his gaze to Li Ruoxue, who hadn't said much from beginning to end, but whose face looked the worst. "My empress," he looked at her and smiled, "are those people outside your people, or the people of your old folks?" Li Ruoxue's body trembled slightly. She knew that this was Chu Fan giving her an ultimatum. If she says she's one of her people, then she has to leave immediately and get rid of them. If she says no, then she will have no further use in this home. She knew better than anyone what would happen to a woman who had lost her usefulness. Looking at Chu Fan's expressionless face, and then thinking about her good-for-nothing brother and her deceased grandfather, she knew she had no choice. She took a deep breath, stood up, walked to Chu Fan's side, and knelt down in front of everyone's shocked gaze. She didn't speak, but simply reached out her small, white, and delicate hands, unbuckled Chu Fan's belt, and then buried her once arrogant face in her hands. Chu Fan's body tensed up suddenly. Looking at the woman at his feet, who had completely lost all semblance of her empress demeanor, he knew that his wildest horse, the wildest of horses, had finally been tamed by him. In the living room, the other women were all dumbfounded as they watched the scene. They never imagined that Li Ruoxue, that crazy woman, would actually. After an unknown amount of time, Li Ruoxue finally raised her head. Her beautiful face was flushed red, almost as if it were about to bleed, and her lips were swollen. But in her eyes, the struggle from before was gone, replaced by a calm acceptance of her fate. "Now," she said, looking at Chu Fan, her voice hoarse, "they are yours." "Very good." Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction, straightened his clothes, and stood up. He walked to the French windows, looked at the dark mass of soldiers outside, took out his phone, and dialed Zhao Weiguo's number. Commander Zhao, his voice was cold, I'll give you 3 minutes to get your men out of my doorstep. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. After saying that, he hung up the phone immediately. Honey. Are you crazy? That's the commander of the garrison. Chu Fan ignored them and simply looked out the window. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Just as the third minute was about to arrive, the dark mass of soldiers outside retreated like a receding tide. The entire manor returned to silence. In the living room, the women stared at Chu Fan's retreating figure with the same look they had on a god. They knew that from this day forward, this man was the true king of Kyoto. Late that night, Chu Fan's family meeting was held once again. But this time, no one dared to be jealous of her anymore. Listen up, everyone, Chu Fan said, looking at the women in front of him who were completely intimidated by him. From today onwards, our game is changing. I don't want the Zhao family to go bankrupt, nor do I want them to go to jail. He looked at them and said, word by word. I want them, one by one, to disappear from this world. Isabel, he looked at the blonde bombshell, are your people ready? Ready at any time, Isabel nodded. I have already located all of Zhao's immediate family members, a total of 37 people, whether they are in China or abroad. Very good, Chu Fan's lips curled into a cruel smile. Hanling, Black Snake, you two, take all the people we can move. From now on, I will call out a name, and you will go and kill one of them. Remember, I don't want survivors or evidence. All I want is a head. Yes. The two women's eyes were filled with excitement. The first one, Chu Fan read out a name from the list Isabel had sent him on the tablet. Zhao Shanbao's son, Zhao Zilong. He just turned 18 this year and is studying in the UK. His favorite hobby is racing. He turned back and glanced at Su Wanqing, who had kept her head down the whole time. Wanqing, his voice softened, a rare occurrence, I will give this first gift to him on your behalf. Su Wanqing's body trembled slightly. She looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. She didn't speak, but simply nodded silently. The next day, in London, England. On a private racetrack that is not open to the public. Zhao Zilong, dressed in a flashy racing suit, was embracing a blonde, blue-eyed girl and bragging. Honey, see this? This Bugatti Veyron, my dad just bought it for me. I'll give it to you when I'm tired of playing with it. Just as he was about to pin the girl down in the car and get a little excited, a curvaceous Asian woman in a black leather jacket walked over. It's a black snake. Handsome, she winked at Zhao Zilong, playing alone is so boring. How about taking me along? Zhao Zilong's eyes widened instantly. Without a second thought, he abandoned the foreign woman in his arms and moved closer to her. Okay, he said, putting his arm around Black Snake's waist. I'll play however you want. I want to do something exciting. Black Snake smiled, leaned close to Zhao Zilong's ear, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. For example, use your head as a ball to kick around. Before Zhao Zilong could react, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. He looked down and saw a sharp dagger already stuck inside. You. Black Snake didn't give him any more chance to speak. She spun the knife in her hand fiercely. Zhao Zilong's eyes widened instantly. He died without ever understanding what kind of person he had offended. Black Snake drew his knife, wiped it on the expensive racing suit, and then kicked the still convulsing corpse off the track. She took out her phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to Chu Fan. The photo shows Zhao Zilong's unseeing face as he died. Below, a line of text was added. Boss, the first delivery has been signed for. Chapter 108, the second in command of an armed group in the Golden Triangle. The living room of the Li family's old house. On Chu Fan's phone screen was Zhao Zilong's unseeing face, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. The women inside all crowded around. Holy crap! Snake's sister did this job so damn well. Lin Shirshir exclaimed first, her tone more excited than scared. Xin Yuma and Li Ruoxua stared at the photo, speechless for a long time. Although they also hated the Zhao family, such direct and bloody revenge still made them a little uneasy. Only Su Wanqing, looking at that photo, felt a hint of pleasure for the first time in her usually dull eyes. She didn't say anything, but silently walked to Chu Fan's side, stretched out her small, white and tender hands, and gently massaged his shoulders, just like Xin Yuma and the others did. Was it good? Chu Fan asked lazily without turning his head. Su Wanqing's body stiffened for a moment. Great. She nodded, her voice soft but firm. Is that satisfying? Chu Fan laughed, grabbing the small hand that was pinching and squeezing his shoulder and pulling hard. Ah! Su Wanqing screamed and fell into Chu Fan's arms. This is nothing, Chu Fan said, pinching her chin and looking at her breathtakingly beautiful face so close to his. The real show is just beginning. He turned around and glanced at Isabel, who was also looking excited. Next. Isabel smiled and swiped the tablet in her hand. Zhao Yaji, she read out a name, Zhao Shanhai's niece, and also the Zhao family's current public financial manager. This woman is a ruthless character. Most of the Zhao family's shady money passes through her hands. Right now, she's at a private club in the city, attending a socialite party. Very good, Chu Fan nodded. Han Ling. Exist. This person, Chu Fan said, pointing to Zhao Yaji's photo on the screen, is now in your hands. I don't want her to die too quickly. I want her to be utterly disgraced and dead. The girl didn't say anything, just nodded silently, and turned to leave. That evening, in Kyoto, at a top-tier private club that is not open to the public. Here, amidst the rustling of elegant clothes and the clinking of glasses, dozens of wealthy women and socialites, dressed in their finest attire, were chatting animatedly. Zhao Yaji, dressed in a black Chanel suit, was holding a glass of red wine and chatting with a few close friends. Have you heard? That old bastard from the Li family is dead. Really? Of course it's true, Zhao Yaji smiled smugly. My second uncle said that it won't be long before the entire Li family will be surnamed Zhao. They were chatting happily when suddenly, with a snap, all the lights in the club went out. Immediately afterwards, the huge projection screen on the wall lit up. A video is now playing. The video footage is very blurry, and it looks like it was filmed in a bizarrely decorated enclosed room. The main character is none other than Zhao Yaji. And beneath her was a young boy who looked to be underage. The two people were engaged in some indescribable, blush-inducing movement. That scene was as exciting as it could be, and as disgusting as it could be. Ah! The entire clubhouse instantly erupted in chaos. Zhao Yaji stared blankly at the woman on the screen who seemed to have gone mad. She never imagined that her deepest secret would be exposed like this. Turn it off. Turn it off right now, she screamed, trying to unplug the power cord, but it was too late. All the socialites present took out their phones and recorded this spectacular scene. Zhao Yaji knew that she was finished. Her life is over. Without thinking, she turned and ran outside. She just wanted to get out of this place that had ruined her reputation as soon as possible. She rushed into the elevator and frantically pressed the close button. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a girl dressed as a waitress slipped in. It's Han Ling. Who are you? Zhao Yaji looked at her, so frightened that she backed away repeatedly. The girl didn't say anything, she simply pressed all the elevator floor buttons silently. Then, she took out a thin, long steel wire from her pocket. No. No. A short, forcibly suppressed scream quickly rang out from inside the elevator. A few minutes later, the elevator doors opened on the first floor. Several socialites waiting to take the elevator screamed in fright when they saw the scene inside. There was only Zhao Yaji in the elevator. She was still standing, but her head was tilted at an odd angle. There was a thin bloodstain on her neck. Her eyes were wide open, filled with fear and disbelief. The Li family's old house. Chu Fan's phone vibrated again. It was a photo sent by Han Ling. The photo shows Zhao Yaji's face, her eyes wide open and deaf. Below, it's the same line of text. Boss, the second package has been signed for. Chu Fan glanced at it and then tossed the phone aside. He turned around and looked at Su Wanqing, who hadn't said a word since the beginning. What? He chuckled. Scared out of your wits? Su Wanqing's body trembled. She looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with a complex expression. Chu Fan, she looked at him, her voice trembling, you've changed. Really? Chu Fan smiled, then pulled Su Wanqing into his arms and kissed her cold lips hard. So you like me now, or the same, good-for-nothing who couldn't even protect his own woman? Su Wanqing didn't say anything, she simply reached out and hugged Chu Fan's waist tightly. Alright, Chu Fan patted her bottom, don't think about it too much. The Zhao family's affairs are not over yet. He picked up the tablet and looked at the dozens of names and photos of the Zhao family members on it, his gaze no different from looking at a pile of dead people. Next. His finger stopped on a name. Zhao Tianlong, Zhao Shanhe's illegitimate son. Currently, he is the second in command of an armed group in the Golden Triangle. He turned around and glanced at the black snake that had been eagerly poised to attack. Sister Snake, he laughed, this tough nut is yours to crack. No problem. Black Snake's eyes lit up immediately. She had been waiting for these words for a very long time. However, Chu Fan added, I'm worried about you going alone. He turned around and glanced at Li Ruoxue, who had just walked in from outside. You, he said, pointing at Li Ruoxue, go with her. What? Both women cried out at the same time. One of them is an underground queen who lives on the edge of a knife, and the other is a ruthless beauty who kills without blinking an eye in the business world. If these two get together, they're bound to cause a huge mess. What? You don't want to? Chu Fan looked at them and smiled. I have only one request, Chu Fan said, not giving them a chance to refuse. I don't care what methods you use, whether it's a honey trap or a self-inflicted injury. I want Zhao Tianlong's head. And absolute control over the armed forces under his command. Chapter 109 Next, it's time to seize territory. At the Li family's old residence, Chu Fan's words about absolute control left Black Snake and Li Ruoxue staring at each other in silence. The atmosphere in the living room was very strange. One is an underground queen who lives on the edge of a knife, the other is a ruthless beauty who kills without blinking an eye in the business world. If these two don't fight when they meet, it's already a favor to Chu Fan. Now, Chu Fan is actually making the two of them team up and go to the Golden Triangle, a place where there is no law, to kill a warlord and seize his territory. Is this a joke? What? You don't want to? Chu Fan laughed when he saw their disgusted expressions. Who the hell wants to go with her? Black Snake was the first to object, pointing at Li Ruoxue with a look of disgust. I'm afraid she'll stab me in the back halfway there. You think I want to go with you? Li Ruoxue sneered. I think you're all looks and no brains, you're lowering my IQ. You. Seeing that the two women were about to start fighting again, Chu Fan's face darkened. Stop arguing, he said, his voice not loud, but his unyielding tone silenced the two girls. I'm not discussing this with you, I'm giving an order. For this mission, you two should discuss who will be the team leader and who will be the deputy team leader. I only care about the results. After saying that, he ignored the two women who were still glaring at each other, grabbed Su Wanqing and Qin Yuma's hands, and headed upstairs. Let's go, darlings, he said, his voice just loud enough for the two people downstairs to hear. Late that night, a private plane took off from Kyoto Airport, bound for the Golden Triangle. The atmosphere inside the cabin was so cold it could freeze you to death. Black Snake and Li Ruoxue sat on opposite sides, ignoring each other. Hey, Black Snake finally couldn't hold back any longer. She looked at the woman opposite her who was slowly and methodically polishing her nails. What exactly is your plan? When we get there, you're not really going to rely on my sisters to charge into their machine gun positions with axes, are you? I told you, Li Ruoxue said without even looking up, you have to use your brain when dealing with men. And body. As she spoke, she took two sets of clothes out of her bag and tossed them to Black Snake. Black Snake picked it up and took a look. His face immediately turned black. One outfit was a bunny girl costume, with very little fabric. The other was a maid outfit, with a skirt so short it barely covered her buttocks. Holy shit! You're making me wear this? Otherwise what? Li Ruoxue rolled her eyes at her, then changed into a black, tight-fitting leather outfit. The zipper was undone so low that her breathtakingly full breasts were practically bursting out. Do you think someone like Zhao Tianlong would like your stinking, violent body? According to the information Isabel gave me, this Zhao Tianlong is a pervert. He doesn't like to play with those weak and delicate women, he only likes to play with the likes of us, the exciting ones. We're not going to fight this time, Li Ruoxue said with a playful smile, we're going to deliver food. Golden Triangle, a mountain peak. This is Zhao Tianlong's territory. He has transformed the entire mountain into a military fortress, and it is filled with heavily armed mercenaries. At the top of the mountain, in a villa decorated like a palace, Zhao Tianlong, shirtless, was drinking with two scantily clad women in his arms. He was tall and burly, with a fierce-looking face and a dragon tattooed over his shoulder. He didn't look like a good person. Damn it, he downed a glass of wine in one gulp, pushed the woman in his arms away, and cursed angrily, those useless guys in Kyoto. They can't even handle Chu Fan. They even got my dad involved. He was annoyed when one of his men came running in, stumbling and crawling. Brother Long. Brother Long. There are two girls outside. They say they admire you and came all the way from China to be with you. Oh? Zhao Tianlong's eyes lit up immediately. Let them in. A moment later, Black Snake and Li Ruoxue swayed their hips as they walked in. A scantily clad bunny girl, a queen in a tight leather outfit. The visual impact was so strong that all the men present were breathing heavily. Zhao Tianlong's eyes widened even more. Holy crap! He swallowed hard, she's top-notch. Without thinking, he waved to the two women. Come here, let your brother take a good look at you. Li Ruoxue and Black Snake exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of killing intent in each other's eyes. But on their faces, they all wore charming smiles. The two people sat down on either side of Zhao Tianlong. Brother Long, Li Ruoxue's voice was sickeningly sweet as she picked up a glass of wine and held it to Zhao Tianlong's lips. This is my first time in a place like this, I'm so scared. What are you afraid of? Zhao Tianlong grabbed her waist and his big hand began to wander over her body. With your brother here, I guarantee you'll be happy every day. He turned back and glanced at the equally fiery Black Snake beside him. And you, little wildcat, are quite a sight to behold. That's right, Black Snake laughed, and she naturally sat on Zhao Tianlong's lap, her full body rubbing against him restlessly. I'm just afraid, Brother Long, you can't handle it. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Tianlong was aroused by their teasing. I may not have any other skills, but I have a good back. Tonight, I'll show you two what a real man is. As he spoke, he picked up both women and carried them towards the bedroom. In the bedroom, on that big bed, a scene reminiscent of the romance of the Three Kingdoms soon unfolded. Zhao Tianlong wasn't bragging, his physique was truly damn good. He was like a tireless ox, tormenting Li Ruoxue and the Black Snake demon to the point of near death. At first, the two women were thinking about how to find an opportunity to kill him. But as they continued, something started to go wrong. They found themselves a little tipsy too. Especially when Zhao Tianlong used all sorts of methods they could never have imagined, methods that were both shameful and exciting. Damn it, this bastard. Black Snake bit his lip and cursed inwardly, but his body was honest and responded in kind. After what seemed like an eternity, this absurd battle finally came to an end. Zhao Tianlong looked at the two women on the bed, who were still panting, with a satisfied expression. How about that? He asked smugly. I didn't lie to you guys, did I? Neither Li Ruoxue nor the Black Snake spoke. They were both covered in sweat, as if they had just been pulled out of the water, and didn't want to move a single finger. Alright, Zhao Tianlong took a drag of his cigarette and stood up. The foreplay is over. Now, it's time to get down to business. He clapped his hands, and several bodyguards carrying ropes and all sorts of strange props immediately entered through the door. Li Ruoxue and the Black Snake's expressions changed instantly. They knew that this pervert was going to get serious. Hang them both up. A cruel smile appeared on Zhao Tianlong's face. Tonight, I'm going to show them what it means to wish they were dead. Several bodyguards approached with sinister grins. At this critical moment, bang! 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 Several gunshots rang out, and the heads of those bodyguards exploded on the spot. Zhao Tianlong was stunned. He turned around and saw a woman in a black combat suit who had appeared outside the window at some point. It's Han Ling. You. Before Zhao Tianlong could finish speaking, Li Ruoxue and Black Snake moved at the same time. Although they were both exhausted, they still had the strength to kill. Li Ruoxue pulled out a poison needle that she had hidden under her pillow and plunged it into Zhao Tianlong's neck. Black Snake rolled out of bed, pulled a dagger from his boot, and plunged it into his heart. Well. Zhao Tianlong stared in disbelief, then fell straight down. He died unable to understand how those two women who had served him so well could. Pooh. Black Snake pulled out his knife, wiped it on the still convulsing corpse, and spat. He's a fucking beast. Li Ruoxue also got out of bed. She looked at the corpse on the ground, her beautiful face expressionless. She walked to the window and looked at Han Ling outside, who nodded at her. She knew that Chu Fan, that bastard, was still worried about them. Just then, bursts of gunfire and explosions suddenly rang out outside the villa. It was Isabel's people who made the move. Li Ruoxue and the Black Snake exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of inexplicable tacit understanding in each other's eyes. They knew that this battle was not over yet. Murder was only the first step. Next, it's time to take over territory. Chapter 110, Taking Down the Golden Triangle. Outside the villa, the sounds of gunfire and explosions grew closer, and the entire hilltop trembled. In the bedroom, Li Ruoxue and Black Snake were still naked, standing next to Zhao Tianlong's still bleeding corpse. The air was filled with the smell of blood and hormones, which was intoxicating. Damn it, Black Snake glanced back at the reckless Han Ling outside the window, then at the equally reckless Li Ruoxue beside her, and cursed, that bastard Chu Fan, how come he's surrounded by crazy women like you? Same to her, Li Ruoxue rolled her eyes at her. She walked to the wardrobe, grabbed a white shirt from Zhao Tianlong and put it on. The shirt was big and long, just enough to cover her pert buttocks. Her two long, white, and straight legs were exposed, which was even more alluring than if she were not wearing any clothes. What do we do now? She turned to look at the Black Snake, who was still in a daze. Are we just waiting to die? Of course not. Black Snake also realized what was happening. She followed Li Ruoxue's example and put on a black shirt. Her full chest stretched the buttons so much that they almost burst open. Charge out. Are you out of your mind? Li Ruoxue said irritably. There are at least several hundred mercenaries outside. Do you think you can fight your way out? She pointed to a surveillance camera on the ceiling. This is the command center of this villa. Zhao Tianlong's most elite men are all there. Once we take that place, this entire mountain will be ours. Easy for you to say, Black Snake scoffed. Do you even know where the command center is? I don't know, Li Ruoxue smiled. She walked to Zhao Tianlong's body and pulled the poison needle from his still bleeding neck. But it knows. She took the blood-stained poison needle and gently drew a line on her own thigh, which was also stained with blood. A strange, warming sensation instantly spread throughout her body. What are you doing? The Black Snake was startled. Zhao Tianlong is a pervert who likes to play with thrills. Li Ruoxue's face slowly turned red, and her beautiful eyes became misty. He planted a kind of nerve gas in this villa that can excite people. The antidote in this needle will only be effective for half an hour. She threw the poison needle to the Black Snake. We only have half an hour now. Either kill them and get the antidote. Or she licked her lips, which were unusually red from the drugs. We'll just play with all the men in this villa until we die. Black Snake looked at the poison needle in her hand, then at the woman in front of her whose eyes were beginning to glaze over. She knew she had no choice. With a determined effort, she plunged the poison needle into her own thigh. The villa's corridor was in complete chaos. Dozens of mercenaries, guns at the ready, were about to go out to provide support. Just then, the bedroom door opened. Two stunningly beautiful women, each wearing a loose-fitting shirt and showing off their long, bare legs, walked out one after the other. A man with cascading black hair, fiery eyes, and a fire axe dripping with blood in his hand. A blonde with long, flowing hair, alluring eyes, and a poison needle gleaming coldly in her hand. That scene was incredibly exciting. All the mercenaries were dumbfounded. Girls, the leader swallowed hard, your boss is dead. Now behave yourselves and serve us well, and we might spare your lives. Yeah? The Black Snake laughed, and in front of everyone, she stuck out her tongue and licked the blood off her lips. I'm afraid you won't have the luck. She had barely finished speaking when she suddenly moved. She was like a mother leopard charging into a flock of sheep, her fire axe creating gusts of wind. Put! Put! Before the mercenaries could react, she had already cleaved them in two. Li Ruoxue was not idle either. Like an elegant dancer, she dodged left and right in the dense rain of bullets, and with each strike of her poison needle, she accurately pierced a person's neck. The mercenaries who were hit by the needles didn't even utter a sound before falling straight down, with eerie smiles on their faces. In less than 5 minutes, the corridor was littered with corpses. Both Black Snake and Li Ruoxue were a little out of breath. The neurotoxins in their bodies had begun to take effect. Damn, this thing, it's really strong. Black Snake leaned against the wall, feeling weak all over, with a surge of evil fire rising up in his lower abdomen. Li Ruoxue's condition wasn't much better. Her once snow-white skin had now turned an alluring pink. Let us go, she gritted her teeth, pulling the Black Snake up with her. We're almost there. The door to the command center was kicked open. Inside, a dozen men in military uniforms were holding guns and looking at them nervously. Leading the group was Zhao Tianlong's deputy, a one-eyed man. You. Surrender, Li Ruoxue's voice carried a hint of husky allure, or die. Bullshit. One-eyed dragon cursed. Brothers. Brother Long's revenge is right before our eyes. Get them. Whoever takes down these two sluts, I'll give them $1 million bounty. But no one moved. They all saw the hellish scene in the corridor. They were scared. A bunch of useless trash. One-eyed dragon cursed under his breath. He knew that he had to handle this matter himself today. He roared and charged at Li Ruoxue with his gun in hand. But a dark figure was faster than him. It's a black snake. She didn't know where the strength came from, but she actually used her body to crash directly into the one-eyed man's arms. Bang! 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 Several bullets hit her in the back. Puff! Black Snake spat out a mouthful of blood, but she didn't let go. Instead, she held onto One-Eyed Dragon tightly. She turned around and yelled at Li Ruoxue, who was still stunned. What are you still standing there for? Li Ruoxue came to her senses and looked at the woman who had risked her life to save her. Her beautiful eyes instantly turned red. Without further hesitation, she plunged the poisoned needle into the one-eyed man's temple. Well. The one-eyed man froze. He couldn't understand it until his death. How could these two seemingly gentle and weak women be so reckless? Thump. Both bodies fell down at the same time. The command center was deathly silent. The remaining dozen or so officers, witnessing this bloody scene, all knelt down with a thud. Spare me, spare me. Li Ruoxue ignored them and scrambled to her side to the black snake. Hey! Don't die. I won't die. Black Snake's face was frighteningly pale, but he still maintained his nonchalant attitude. It's just. I'm a little craving a man. She looked at Li Ruoxue and smiled. Damn it, you woman, you're really something. After saying that, her head lolled to the side and she fainted. It's unclear how much time passed before the black snake finally woke up. She found herself lying on a soft, large bed. The wounds on my body have been treated. A doctor in a white coat is examining her. Woke up? Li Ruoxue's voice came from the side. She had changed into clean clothes and was slowly sipping a glass of red wine. We won? Yes, Li Ruoxue nodded. Isabel's men have taken control of this place. Those mercenaries under Zhao Tianlong who refused to surrender have all been killed. Now, she said, swirling her wine glass and looking out the window at their new territory, this place belongs to the Chu family. She turned around and looked at the still somewhat weak black snake. In those beautiful eyes, the previous hostility was gone, replaced by an inexplicable tacit understanding. Once you're healed, she smiled, I'll take you to do something even more exciting. The black snake looked at her and smiled. She knew that in this place, it seemed she had found a new sister. A sister who was just as crazy and reckless as her. Just then, the satellite phone by the bed rang. It was Chu Fan calling. Hello? Li Ruoxue answered. All done? Chu Fan's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you all right? He's not dead. That's good, Chu Fan smiled. Come back soon. The family's victory celebration is waiting for the two of you. I've prepared some new toys for you. Chapter 111. An even more ruthless and insane enemy has appeared. The atmosphere on the private plane back to Kyoto from the Golden Triangle was very strange. Black Snake and Li Ruoxue sat at opposite ends of the room, ignoring each other. Both had just escaped death, were still injured, and looked rather pale. Hey, Black Snake finally couldn't hold back any longer. She looked at the woman opposite her who was slowly and methodically polishing her nails. What kind of bewitching potion did that bastard Chu Fan give you? How did he make you even betray your own grandfather? I'm not helping him, Li Ruoxue said coldly without even looking up. I'm helping myself. TCH, Black Snake scoffed, easy for you to say. In the end, he still got completely subdued by Chu Fan. Li Ruoxue paused for a moment while wiping her nails. She didn't refute it because what the Black Snake said was the truth. And you? She turned around, looking at Black Snake's black shirt that seemed about to burst, her beautiful eyes full of provocation. You risk your life for him, isn't it all to gain Chu Fan's favor? Holy shit. Black Snake exploded on the spot, that's love. What do you know? Just as the two women were about to start fighting again, a bodyguard dressed in a Rockefeller family uniform quietly handed them 2 glasses of red wine. The two men snorted, each picked up their wine glasses, and neither of them spoke again. The plane landed on the Li family's private helipad. Chu Fan had been waiting there like a king for a long time. Behind him stood a row of beautiful women dressed in identical maid outfits, all with their heads bowed and eyes lowered. Oh, you're back? Shu Fan chuckled as he looked at the two disgruntled women who had stepped off the plane. "Welcome back, our war hero." As he spoke, he winked at the row of maids behind him. The maids immediately rushed over, offering towels and massaging her legs and shoulders. "What's going on?" Black Snake asked, completely bewildered. "A celebration party, huh?" Shu Fan laughed. He walked between the two women, put his arms around them, one in each hand. "You two deserve the most credit this time. I'll reward you." As he spoke, he led the two women into the villa. He pushed Black Snake and Li Ruoxue into the bedroom. Upon entering, the two of them were dumbfounded. In the bedroom, Jin Yuma, Lin Shirshir, Han Ling, and even Isabel, who was never very sociable, actually, all changed into the same clothes as the maids outside. The clothes were made of very little fabric, yet they clearly outlined each of their figures. "Husband, husband?" Black Snake's eyes widened. What are you up to?" "Today," Shu Fan said, looking at the beautiful woman in front of him. "Let's decide the winner." The entirely family mansion was filled with the smell of hormones all night long. The next day, Shu Fan woke up exhausted. When he opened his eyes, he saw that his big bed was covered in a mess of people lying around. Black Snake and Li Ruoxue were mocking each other, cursing under their breath. "Damn it! You idiot! How dare you try to steal my seat? You big-breasted, brainless idiot! Don't you even know what kind of person you are?" On the other side, Lin Shirshir and Qin Yuma teamed up and were playfully fighting with the blonde, wavy-haired Isabel. "Let you be wild. Let you be provocative." Shu Fan was completely bewildered by the vivid and sensual scene before him. He knew that his harem would never have peace again. Just then, a butler in a suit knocked on the door, his voice trembling. "Mr. Chu. Get in here." The housekeeper pushed open the door and was so frightened by the scene inside that he almost wet himself. He quickly lowered his head and dared not look any further. "Explain." Someone delivered a box from outside," the butler's voice trembled, saying "It's a gift for you." "A congratulatory gift?" Shu Fan frowned, got out of bed, grabbed a bathrobe and put it on, then walked out. In the living room, a wooden box about half a person's height was placed in the center. There was no information left on it. "Open." Two bodyguards stepped forward and pried open the box with a crowbar. A strong smell of blood immediately wafted out of the box. The women who were still bickering inside the room immediately fell silent. They went over to take a look, and their faces turned pale. The box didn't contain any congratulatory gifts. It is one person. A person whose limbs have been cut off, leaving only the torso and head. It was Zhao Shanbao. He wasn't dead yet. He was staring at Shu Fan with eyes filled with fear and despair, making ho-ho sounds. He even wrote 2 words in blood on his chest. "Next." "Holy shit." Lin Shirshir was the first to vomit. Shu Fan's face immediately darkened. He knew he had oversimplified things. Killing Zhao Shanha and Zhao Tianlong doesn't mean the Zhao family is finished. The person behind this mess is more ruthless and insane than any of his previous enemies. Just then, Shu Fan's phone rang. It was still that unfamiliar number. He accepted it. On the other end of the phone came a distorted voice, the gender of which was indistinguishable. "Shu Fan," the voice said with a hint of mockery, "do you like the gift I gave you?" "Who exactly are you?" "Who I am is not important," the voice chuckled. "What is important is that you will soon be coming down to join me." "Oh, right," he seemed to suddenly remember something. "I forgot to tell you, your little lover named Wang Baobao, and your first love named Su Wanqing, are really good looking. Especially the two of them." Holy shit. Shu Fan couldn't hold back any longer. He kicked the box containing Zhao Shanbao away. "You just wait." His voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. "I don't care who you are, I promise I'll make you die a more gruesome death than him." A burst of unrestrained laughter came from the other end of the phone. Then, the call was disconnected. Shu Fan stood in the center of the living room, holding his phone, his whole body trembling. Chapter 112. They will all have to die with you. In the living room, Shu Fan hung up the phone. The room was eerily quiet. The only sound was the increasingly heavy breathing of the women. "Husband." Lin Shirshir's voice trembled as she looked at Shu Fan's expressionless face. Shu Fan didn't speak. He walked to the box that was still panting and glanced at Zhao Shanbao, who had been slashed into a human stump inside. Then he smiled. That smile sent chills down your spine. Don't panic, he turned around and looked at the women who were on the verge of collapse. The sky hasn't fallen yet. He walked over and sat down in the main seat of the sofa, as if the phone call from before was just a wrong number or a nuisance call. Isabel, he said, looking at the blonde bombshell, can we find that grandson who made the phone call? No, Isabel said, her face grim. They used an encrypted line, bypassing servers in more than a dozen countries. My people have been lost. So that means we don't even know where the enemy is, and we can only wait here for them to kill all our people? Black Snake's eyes turned red, and she slammed her fist on the table. Who said we had to wait? Chu Fan laughed, looking at all the women present with the same gaze he would give a pack of wolves preparing to go hunting. Doesn't he like playing games? Then let's flip the table. Without uttering another word of nonsense, he immediately began issuing orders. Isabel. Exist. I don't care what methods you use, I want you to use all the resources of the Rockefeller family to find every single member of the Zhao family who is still alive, regardless of gender, age, or whether they are in China or abroad. I need a list accurate to the second. No problem, Isabel's eyes lit up, but what is the price? The price? Chu Fan laughed. After this is over, I'll let you live on me for a month. Isabel blushed, but her blue eyes were filled with excitement. Make a deal. Li Ruoxue. Yes, Li Ruoxue's body trembled involuntarily. Didn't you want to be the head of the Li family? Chu Fan looked at her. Now, I'm giving you that chance. I want you to use all the power the Li family has in Kyoto to destroy all the Zhao family's remaining businesses. I don't care if you use underhanded or legitimate means, I want them to make sure they don't earn a single penny. Okay. Li Ruoxue gritted her teeth and nodded. She knew that Chu Fan was asking her to pledge her allegiance to him. Black Snake, Han Ling. Exist. You too, take all the able-bodied people we have. From now on, we won't follow the rules. Doesn't he like delivering packages? Chu Fan's lips curled into a cruel smile. Then let's help him clear out his inventory. I don't care what methods you use, whether it's kidnapping or assassination. I will make every single one of those bastards from the Zhao family who are still alive live in fear. I'll show them what happens when they mess with me, Chu Fan. That night, the entire city of Kyoto was in complete chaos. Countless 2.0 versions of dirt on the Zhao family have once again swept across the entire internet. This time, Isabel used Rockefeller's technology. No matter how much the other party tried to delete them, those posts stuck to the internet like a stubborn itch. The Zhao family's stock was smashed into a pile of worthless paper by someone with hundreds of billions of yuan as soon as the market opened. Black Snake and Li Ruoxue's men also went berserk, launching indiscriminate attacks on all of the Zhao family's properties in Kyoto. A war that is bloodier and more irrational than ever before has officially begun. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, in a secret manor located on the outskirts of the city, a middle-aged man dressed in a tang suit, looking refined and cultured, was slowly wiping a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He is Zhao Tianming, the current true leader of the Zhao family and the elder brother of Zhao Shanhe and Zhao Shanhu. One of his men scrambled in. Mr. Ming. Something terrible has happened. What's the panic? Zhao Tianming didn't even lift his eyelids. Is the sky falling down? Our family's business in the city, all of it was smashed by those crazy Li family members. The stocks, they crashed too. Oh? Zhao Tianming paused for a moment. That little bastard Chu Fan has started to fight back? That's not all. The subordinate was almost in tears. Our people who were planted overseas, they've all gone missing too. Zhao Tianming's expression finally changed. He knew that it was the foreign force behind Chu Fan who had made the move. Interesting, he said, taking off his glasses and standing up. Looks like I underestimated him. Just then, another subordinate walked in, carrying a tablet computer. Mr. Ming, his voice trembled, I just received it. A live video is playing on the tablet. The video was taken at one of Zhao Tianming's secret villas in the city. That was a place he used specifically to keep his mistress and his favorite female celebrity. Now, the villa is filled with corpses. Black Snake was stepping on a bodyguard's head, using his blood to write words on the wall. You're next. Meanwhile, the female celebrity whom he usually cherished like a precious treasure was hanging naked from the ceiling by Han Ling with a rope, her mouth stuffed with cloth, only able to make woo-woo sounds. Han Ling didn't touch her, but instead held a knife and gestured it back and forth across her snow-white skin. Chu Fan. As Zhao Tianming watched the bloody yet erotic scene on the screen, his usually composed face finally broke down. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out those two words, his eyes practically piercing through the screen. He knew that this time, he had really messed with a madman he shouldn't have messed with. "Someone come here," he shouted at the door. "Call all the experts we have back. And another thing." He turned around and glanced at his subordinate, who was already terrified. "Go, keep a close eye on Su Wanqing. Doesn't she care about her old man? Find a way to use her father as bait to lure her out. I'd like to see," a cruel smile appeared on his face, "whether it's Chu Fan's blade that's faster, or mine, has more tricks up its sleeve. I want him to watch with his own eyes how the woman he loves most is turned into a pile of rotten flesh in my hands." Late at night, Chu Fan's phone rang. It was Zhao Tianming calling. Chu Fan, Zhao Tianming's voice on the other end of the phone was devoid of its previous mockery, replaced only by icy killing intent. "You've successfully angered me." "Speak," Chu Fan said calmly, "how do you want to play?" "It's very simple," Zhao Tianming smiled. "Tomorrow night, at Panlong Mountain, in front of my brother's morning hall. You came alone. You win. You and all your women will live. You lost," he paused, "and they will all have to pay with their lives." "Okay." Chu Fan agreed without even thinking. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yuma, who was standing next to him, was the first to panic. "Honey. Are you crazy? This is clearly a trap." "I know it's a trap," Chu Fan looked at her and smiled, "but I have no choice but to go." He turned around and looked out the window at the pitch-black night sky. His eyes shone with an eerie light. "I'm quite curious. How many surprises can he prepare for me all by himself? I hope you won't let me down." Chapter 113: Li Ruoshu's Betrayal. The living room of the Li family's old house. Chu Fan's words, "Don't disappoint me," instantly intensified the already tense atmosphere in the room. "Husband. You can't go." Lin Shishir burst into tears first, clinging to Chu Fan's arm and refusing to let go. "It's a trap. If you go, you won't come back." "Yes," Qin Yuma's eyes also reddened, "Zhao Tianming is more cunning than his two brothers combined. The fact that he dared to send you alone means he is 100% confident that he can kill you." Chu Fan didn't say anything. He simply reached out and pinched the two girls' tear-streaked faces. "Do you think I'm going to my death?" He turned around, looked at all the women present, and smiled. There was no fear in that smile, only a reassuring confidence. "Don't worry," he pulled Qin Yuma and Lin Shishir into his arms and gave them both a big kiss on the lips. "When I get back, our victory celebration will continue." As he spoke, his hands became quite mischievous, slapping each of their buttocks. "Go and get ready. Tonight, it's our turn to close the net." That evening, at Panlong Mountain. The entire mountain was lit up, making the night as bright as day. In front of the Zhao family's morning hall, which had been burned to ruins, there was a table. Zhao Tianming sat alone behind the table, slowly polishing a golden pistol. Behind him stood dozens of men dressed in black combat uniforms and wearing tactical masks. These men were all like iron towers, and the stench of blood emanating from them could be smelled from a great distance. These people are the Zhao family's true trump card. They are top-tier mercenaries that Zhao Shanha hired from abroad at great expense. Just then, a black SUV drove up from the bottom of the mountain. The car door opened, and Chu Fan stepped out of the car alone. He was dressed in a black suit and carried no weapons. He walked step by step toward Zhao Tianming. "You actually dared to come." Zhao Tianming put down the gun in his hand, looked at him, and smiled. There is no other way. Chu Fan pulled out the chair opposite him and sat down. "I was afraid you wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I didn't come." Hee, Zhao Tianming chuckled, still as stubborn as ever. He clapped his hands, and two bodyguards, escorting a woman who was tightly bound, walked over. "It's Su Wanqing." With a cloth stuffed in her mouth, she could only shake her head desperately when she saw Chu Fan, her eyes filled with tears. "Look," Zhao Tianming said to Chu Fan, pointing at Su Wanqing, "your little lover is much more sensible than you. I was originally planning to play a cat and mouse game with you." "What a pity," he shook his head, a cruel smile appearing on his refined face. "I've changed my mind. Right now, I want you to see with your own eyes how she dies, bit by bit, right in front of you." He waved his hand. The dozens of mercenaries behind him all raised their guns in unison. The dark muzzles of guns were all pointed at Chu Fan. Xu Fan, Zhao Tianming looked at him with the same gaze he would give a dead man. In your next life, remember to choose a good family when you are reincarnated. Don't mess with people you can't afford to mess with. He was about to order the shooting to begin. Sudden. The dozens of mercenaries behind him suddenly all turned their guns around. The dark muzzle of the gun was turned around and pointed at him. Zhao Tianming's face froze instantly. You all. Mr. Zhao, the mercenary captain, who was leading the group, removed his mask, revealing a white face. He saluted Xu Fan and said, Miss Isabel asked me to give you her regards. She said she had repaid her debts. Zhao Tianming was completely dumbfounded by the dramatic scene before him. He never imagined that the ace player he had spent a fortune to hire had actually been bribed long ago. Now, Xu Fan stood up, walked up to him, took the golden pistol, and pressed it against his forehead. Mr. Zhao, you've played your cards. Now, it's my turn. No. Zhao Tianming finally panicked. He knelt down with a thud, grabbed Xu Fan's leg, and began to beg for mercy. Master Chu. I was wrong. I'll give you all the money. I'll give you the entire Zhao family. Please, spare my life. Spare you? Xu Fan smiled, turned around, and glanced at Su Wanqing, who was also stunned. He didn't say anything, but simply handed the gun in his hand to her. Su Wanqing looked at the still steaming gun, then at the man on the ground begging for mercy like a dog. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hatred. Without hesitation, she took the gun and pointed it at Zhao Tianming's head. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the whole world fell silent. Xu Fan looked at the woman in front of him, who was trembling all over after firing the gun. He didn't say anything, but simply hugged her tightly in his arms. It's all over, he whispered in her ear. Let us go home. On the way home, in the car, Su Wanqing leaned quietly against Xu Fan's chest, without saying a word. Xu Fan knew she needed time. As soon as we entered the Li family's old house, we smelled a foul odor. In the living room, all his women had changed into clothes that were sure to get your blood pumping. There are bunny girls, maid outfits, nurse uniforms, and even police uniforms. Husband. Lin Shishir was the first to greet them. She looked at Su Wanqing, who looked haggard, in Xu Fan's arms, and then at her own clothes, which were barely made of any fabric. Her face turned red instantly. What are you doing? A victory celebration, huh? Black Snake stood up from the sofa, the buttons of her police uniform nearly bursting from her ample bosom. We thought you hadn't come back for ages. Xu Fan was completely bewildered by the vivid and sensual scene before him. He knew that the fire in his backyard would never be extinguished. He handed Su Wanqing to Qin Yuma, who was standing next to him. Take her to rest. Then, he turned around, looked at the women who were still posing seductively, and smiled. That smile was full of malevolent fire. Now that you're all dressed up, he said, unbuckling his belt as he walked toward them, you should make the most of it, right? Come on, my darlings. Let me, your husband, give you a good check of your work. After an unknown amount of time, Xu Fan emerged from the dilapidated bedroom, looking utterly exhausted. Just as he was about to go check on Su Wanqing, Li Ruoxue, dressed in a maid's outfit, came up to him with a glass of water. Honey, her voice was soft and seductive, are you tired? Have some water. Xu Fan looked at her and smiled. He knew that he would never have a moment of peace in his life. He took the water, took a sip, and was about to say something. Suddenly, he felt everything go black before his eyes, and he lost consciousness. As he fell, he saw a smug, cruel smile on Li Ruoxue's beautiful face. Xu Fan, she crouched down and patted his face, her voice cold and slippery like a snake. Do you really think I would willingly be your dog? Chapter 114. Li Ruoxue, you just wait. In the living room, Xu Fan's eyes were still open when he collapsed. He watched as a cold, smug smile, unlike anything he had ever seen before, appeared on Li Ruoxue's beautiful face. He wanted to move, to speak, but his body felt like it didn't belong to him. He couldn't muster any strength. His mind was also like a jumbled mess, growing heavier and heavier. Husband. The bedroom door was pushed open, and Lin Shishir ran out barefoot. When she saw Xu Fan lying on the ground and Li Ruoxue standing next to him with a cold smile, she was completely stunned. What did you do to him? Li Ruoxue didn't say anything. She simply stood up slowly and clapped her hands. With a whoosh, dozens of men dressed in black combat uniforms and wearing tactical masks suddenly rushed out from all directions of the living room. These men were completely different from the bodyguards from before. Each of them had cold eyes and was carrying a gun. The dark muzzle of the gun was immediately pointed at the several women who had just rushed out of the bedroom and were not yet dressed. Damn it! Black Snake reacted the fastest. She tried to grab the axe that was thrown on the sofa, but it was too late. The two men in black moved with terrifying speed, pinning her down from both sides. Qin Yuma, Han Ling, and Su Wanqing were also subdued one by one. They had just finished a meeting with Chu Fan and were completely exhausted, no match for these professional thugs. Li Ruosh Yue. You bitch. How dare you betray my husband? Lin Shishir was being held by the arms behind her back by two men, but she was still cursing desperately. Betrayal? Li Ruosh Yue laughed. She walked up to Lin Shishir, reached out, and ran her red-nailed finger across Lin Shishir's tear-streaked face. I never said I was his person. She walked to Chu Fan's side, squatted down, pinched his chin, and lifted his face, which had lost all color. Look, she said to Chu Fan, pointing to the women who were being held at gunpoint and unable to move, your women seem to be not so capable. Chu Fan's eyes twitched. He wanted to speak, but could only make a ho-ho sound. He finally understands now. This woman was acting the whole time. She helped him not because he had seduced her, but because she was using him. Using this knife, she could get rid of all those troublesome old men in the Li family, as well as her good-for-nothing brother. Now that the obstacle is gone, he should naturally throw away his knife. Aren't you wondering why you can't move? Li Ruoshue smiled, a smile that was both beautiful and venomous. What I gave you to drink wasn't poison. It was a neurotoxin extracted from the South American rainforest. It won't kill you, but it will turn you into a living dead who can only see and hear, but can't do anything. Don't worry, she whispered in Chu Fan's ear, in a voice only the two of them could hear, I won't kill you. I need to keep your SSS level seed so you can give me a son. But before you get to work, her eyes became incredibly playful, I need to show you how each of your women becomes my toy. She stood up and walked to Qin Yuma. Qin Yuma was being held down by two men, and her maid outfit, which Chu Fan had already torn to shreds, could barely cover anything now. Tsk tisk, Li Ruoshue reached out and touched Qin Yuma's smooth thigh. Secretary Qin, I heard that you used to be a famously aloof goddess in Kyoto. Pa! Qin Yuma spat at her fiercely. Smack! Li Ruoshue slapped Qin Yuma across the face, causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. Still being stubborn? She laughed, turned around, and beckoned to a black-clad man next to her who was staring wide-eyed. You, she pointed at Qin Yuma, are yours tonight. Remember, I want to hear her call. The man in black was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with ecstatic joy. Thank you, miss. You dare. Chu Fan's eyes instantly turned red. He tried desperately to move, but his body felt like it was filled with lead, and he couldn't move even a finger. He could only watch helplessly. Li Ruoshue pointed to the shackles of Zhao Shanbao still trembling on the ground, and she then pointed to Zhao Tianming, who was also tied up, throw them both into the pond in the backyard to feed the fish. As for these few. Her gaze swept back and forth over the voluptuous bodies of Black Snake, Lin Shishir, and Han Ling. Take them all away and wash them clean. Tonight, I'm going to throw a party to properly treat my loyal subordinates. After she finished speaking, she stopped looking at the women who had completely given up hope, turned around, and walked step by step in her high heels to Chu Fan. She crouched down, looked into those eyes that were practically spitting fire, and smiled. Chu Fan, she reached out and gently touched Chu Fan's fairly handsome face, the gesture as tender as if she were petting her pet. Don't look at me like that. From today onwards, you, and your women, belong to me. I will make you watch with your own eyes how they are gradually ruined in my hands. I will show you what true despair is. After she finished speaking, she stood up and left without looking back. In the entire living room, only Chu Fan remained, lying on the cold floor. As he listened to the heart-wrenching cries and pleas for mercy from his women outside, he felt as if his heart was being crushed bit by someone's hand. An unprecedented feeling of powerlessness and regret overwhelmed him completely. Bite. Just as he was about to be swallowed by this despair, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Detection indicates the host has suffered an unprecedented dual blow, both mental and physical, pushing their will to the limit. SSS rank bloodline, King's Domain, passive activated. King's Domain, a king will never be a slave. Within this domain, the host will be immune to all mental and physical control effects. The system is attempting to regain control of the body. 10%. 20%. Warning. Warning. Unknown strong interference encountered. Recapture failed. System has switched to emergency mode, attempting to repair the most basic neural connections. It is estimated that the host will regain partial control over the little finger of their left hand in 72 hours. As Chu Fan listened to the cold system notification in his mind, for the first time, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes, which had been devoid of any emotion, a hope even stronger than the fires of hell. Li Ruosh Yue. He used all his strength to roar in his heart, word by word. You just wait. Chapter 115. A perverted person makes perverted rules. The Li family's old mansion, once a living room symbolizing the highest power in Kyoto, has now become Chu Fan's hell. He lay there on the cold floor, watching helplessly as his beloved women were dragged away one by those men in black like dead dogs. Their cries, curses, and pleas for mercy cut into his heart like knives. He tried to shout, but only a ho-ho sound came out of his throat. He wanted to move, but his muscles were like someone else's, completely unresponsive. For the first time in his life, he felt so useless and pathetic. A surge of regret and anger burned within him, making his eyes red. Li Ruosh Yue. He used all his strength to repeatedly chew on that name in his mind. You just wait. After what seemed like an eternity, the chaotic noise outside finally stopped. Two men in black came in, lifted him off the ground, and dragged him into a hall he had never been to before. This place has been transformed into a temporary party venue. Dozens of Li Ruosh Yue's elite troops, having all taken off their combat uniforms and gone shirtless, revealing their muscular physiques, were drinking and eating around several tables, creating a scene resembling a chaotic dance of demons. At the far end of the hall is a raised platform made of sofas. Li Ruosh Yue leaned back lazily like a queen, holding a glass of red wine and sipping it slowly. At her feet, Qin Yuma, Lin Shishir, Heishi, Han Ling, and Su Wanqing were all dressed in scant black lace-made outfits, their hands and feet bound, kneeling in a row. The clothes clung tightly to their bodies, clearly outlining their voluptuous figures with ample breasts and buttocks. Their mouths were also gagged, so they could only make mmm sounds, and their eyes looked like they wanted to kill someone. Chu Fan was thrown down from the platform, facing the women. He could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Don't be in such a hurry. Li Ruosh Yue took a sip of her wine, looked at her subordinates below whose eyes were practically green with envy, and smiled. That smile was both beautiful and venomous. Today, everyone has done a great job. I, Li Ruosh Yue, always keep my word. If I say I will reward you, I will definitely do so. She stood up and walked to the kneeling women, looking at them one by one as if she were selecting merchandise. She first walked up to the black snake, reached out, and used her red-nailed finger to trace a line across the snake's full breasts. This is spicy enough, she nodded, but it has a terrible temper and needs to be properly disciplined. She walked up to Lin Shishir and pinched her tear-stained face. This one is too young, it probably won't last long. Finally, her gaze fell on Qin Yuma. Tisk, she pinched Qin Yuma's chin, forcing her to raise her head. Secretary Qin, I heard that you used to be a famously aloof goddess in Kyoto. I wonder, are you this aloof when you're in bed? Qin Yuma's eyes were red. She tried desperately to spit on Li Ruosh Yue's face, but her mouth was covered, and she could only make woo-woo sounds. Still being stubborn? Li Ruosh Yue wasn't angry. She turned around, smiled at the group of men below who were already getting impatient. Tonight, she said, pointing to the women, they are all yours. However, she changed the subject, I like to do things that are interesting. Let's play a game. She clapped her hands, and two of her men carried a cage up. Inside the cage were several brightly colored venomous snakes, their tongues flicking out. This game is very simple, Li Ruosh Yue said with a cruel smile. Come up one by one and play with them. Who can make them moan the loudest, the wildest, the most like a female dog? Then tonight, this woman belongs to someone else. If anyone doesn't perform well and doesn't get them to come out, she pointed to the cage, then you'll just have to make do and play with these little darlings for a while. The men below, instead of being afraid of these absurd rules, were all excitedly yelling. Young Miss is awesome. Long live the young lady. Chu Fan lay on the ground, listening to the cheers of these beasts and the desperate, sobbing sounds of his women. He felt like his heart was about to explode. He desperately tried to move, to kill those beasts. But it didn't work. He's a complete waste now. Just then, the cold system notification sounded in his mind again. The system is attempting to repair the most basic neural connections. Repair progress, 30%. Warning. Warning. The neurotoxin in the host's body is too potent, hindering repair. The repair route has been replanned. It is estimated that the host will regain partial control over the little finger of their left hand in 48 hours. 48 hours? Chu Fan felt he was on the verge of despair. In 48 hours, the daylily buds were all cold. All right, Li Ruoxue smiled as she looked at the impatient men below from the high platform. The game begins now. Who wants to be the first to come up and taste the flavor of our secretary Qin? A bald, burly man was the first to charge forward, roaring. He walked up to Qin Yuma with a lewd grin on his face and began to tear off the few pieces of cloth that were on her body. No. No. Qin Yuma shook her head desperately, tears streaming down her face. Chu Fan's eyes also turned completely red. He stared intently at the bald man, his eyes filled with a look that seemed to want to devour him alive. Move. Get moving, you bastard. He used all his strength, roaring wildly in his heart. He concentrated all his thoughts and hopes on his left little finger. One time. As long as I can move. Just as that bald man's dirty hand was about to touch Qin Yuma's body, a miracle happened. Chu Fan's left little finger twitched slightly, almost imperceptibly. Bite. Host's will to survive has exceeded the critical point. King's domain forcibly activated. Forcibly covering neurotoxins. Control of the body is being reclaimed. 1%. 2%. 3%. A familiar, slightly tingling sensation started in his little finger and gradually spread throughout his body. Although it's slow, his body is gradually regaining sensation. Chu Fan lay on the ground, his face expressionless. But in his eyes ignited a killing intent even fiercer than the fires of hell. Li Ruoxue. You bunch of beasts. Just wait to die. He roared in his heart with all his might, each word distinct. Chapter 116 Go, settle the score with her. On the high platform, the bald, burly man grinned lewdly and reached out his fat, dirty hands to grab Qin Yuma's maid outfit, which was already almost torn to shreds. No. No. Qin Yuma desperately tried to back away, tears streaming down her face. The despair in her eyes was heartbreaking. Chu Fan lay on the ground, his eyes bloodshot. He stared intently at the bald man, his gaze filled with a hatred that seemed to want to devour him whole. Move. Get moving, you bastard. He used all his strength, roaring wildly in his heart. He concentrated all his thoughts and hopes on his left little finger. One time. As long as I can move. Just as that bald man's dirty hand was about to touch Qin Yuma's body, a miracle happened. Chu Fan's left little finger twitched slightly, almost imperceptibly. Bite. Host's will to survive has exceeded the critical point. King's domain forcibly activated. Forcibly covering neurotoxins. Control of the body is being reclaimed. 1%. 2%. 3%. A familiar, slightly tingling sensation started in his little finger and gradually spread throughout his body. Although it's slow, his body is gradually regaining sensation. Chu Fan lay on the ground, his face expressionless. But in his eyes, a murderous intent even fiercer than fire ignited. Li Ruoxue. You bunch of beasts. Your death is nigh. He used all his strength to roar in his heart, word by word. Arrive. Sizzle. The sound of tearing fabric could be heard very clearly in the hall. The lace covering Qin Yuma's chest, which was already quite bare, was ripped off by the bald man. Large swaths of snow-white skin, still bearing ambiguous red marks, were suddenly revealed. Ha 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 ha. The men below all burst into animalistic laughter. Li Ruoxue held her wineglass, watching the exciting scene unfold before her, a satisfied smile appearing on her beautiful face. She enjoys seeing these women, who are usually high and mighty, being trampled underfoot and humiliated at will. The bald man was practically drooling over the beautiful scenery before him. Without any further hesitation, he pounced on Qin Yuma. Just then. Put. A very soft sound, like a watermelon being punctured, suddenly rang out. The bald man froze. He lowered his head, looking at his chest in disbelief. There, a chopstick had appeared somewhere, I don't know when. An ordinary wooden chopstick, which seemed to have flown from nowhere, pierced his heart, leaving only a small section sticking out. Well. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only large gushes of bloody foam came out. He collapsed with a plop, landing right at Qin Yuma's feet. The entire hall fell silent instantly. All eyes were on the man who was still lying on the ground, looking like a useless piece of trash. Chu Fan, at some point, was able to move again. He used one hand to support himself on the ground and slowly sat up. His movements were slow and laborious, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. "I'm sorry," he said, looking at Li Ruoxue, who was also stunned on the platform, and smiled. That smile was chilling. "Just now, my hand slipped." As he spoke, he picked up another chopstick from the overturned table next to him. Now, he looked at the group of men in black below, who were already terrified. Whose turn is it? No one dared to utter a sound. They stared at the bald man on the ground, chopstick stuck in his chest, eyes wide open in death, and turned pale with fright, not daring to utter a sound. "Young miss. This boy is strange. What are you afraid of?" Li Ruoxue finally came to her senses. She looked at Chu Fan, who was still struggling to stand up, and her beautiful face regained its previous cruelty and disdain. "He's just having a final burst of energy before death. Get him. Whoever can kill him, I'll make him sleep with all his women. A generous reward will surely attract brave men." The closest men in black exchanged a glance, roared, and charged at Chu Fan with their guns drawn. But they are fast, and someone is faster than them. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the head of the guy at the front exploded instantly. It's Han Ling. She didn't know when, but she had already broken free of the ropes and reached for a gun from the waist of a bodyguard who had been shot dead next to her. "Damn it! Anyone who dares to touch my man, you'd all die." The black snake roared, biting through the rope on her hand with her teeth, and then rammed into the arms of the black-clad man who hadn't yet reacted, biting his neck. Ah! A chaotic battle erupted instantly. Although there were many men in black, Chu Fan and her women were all like madmen, charging forward recklessly. Chu Fan did not participate in the melee. He simply walked slowly, step by step, up to that high platform. With each step he took, he regained a bit of strength. When he walked to Li Ruoxue, when he was in front of Shui, he acted as if nothing had happened. You stay away." Looking at the man in front of her, whose eyes were more terrifying than those of a devil, Li Ruoxue finally became afraid. She tried to run, but it was too late. Chu Fan grabbed her by the neck and lifted her off the sofa. "Don't you like playing games?" He looked at the face that had lost all color and laughed. "Now, it's my turn to set the rules for you." He ignored Li Ruoxue's struggles and, with her neck still in his grasp, dragged her in front of the trembling women. He reached out and pulled the cloths out of their mouths, one by one. "Look closely," he said to the women, pointing at Li Ruoxue, whom he was choking and who was on the verge of death. "From now on, she is yours. You just suffered so much injustice and hardship. Now," a cruel smile curled at the corner of his lips, "let her pay back double." After he finished speaking, he threw Li Ruoxue, who was already suffocating, onto the ground. Xin Yuma and Lin Shishir looked at the woman coughing like a dog on the ground, and then at Chu Fan with his cold eyes. They knew that if they didn't do something tonight, they would have no status in this family anymore. "Sisters," Black Snake was the first to step forward, still holding the blood-stained chopstick she had just pulled from the bald man. "It's our turn to collect the debt. Stuff her whole with chopsticks." After what seemed like an eternity, the commotion in the hall finally subsided. The ground was littered with corpses. Li Ruoxue lay sprawled on the ground like a lump of mud, her entire body covered in unscathed skin, barely breathing. Chu Fan walked up to her and squatted down. Now, he pinched the face that was no longer human. "Do you still want me to be your stud?" I was wrong." Li Ruoxue cried and begged for mercy. "Please, let me go." "Let you go?" Chu Fan laughed. He didn't say anything more, but turned around and glanced at Su Wanqing, who had been standing in the corner watching everything from beginning to end. He waved to her. Su Wanqing hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. Chu Fan handed her the blood-stained chopstick. "Go," his voice softened, "a rare occurrence, and settle our score with her." Su Wanqing looked at the chopsticks in her hand, then at the woman on the ground who was almost dead. A trace of pity flashed in her beautiful eyes. But when she thought of her father, who was still lying in the hospital, and the grievances she had suffered over the years, that trace of reluctance instantly turned into a deep-seated hatred. Without further hesitation, she picked up her chopsticks. "No! No!" A piercing scream echoed throughout the hall. Chu Fan didn't look again. He took Qin Yuma and Black Snake's hands and stood up. "Let us go," he said, turning back and smiling at the group of equally excited women. Chapter 117. You want to kill me? Are you willing to? The hall reeked of blood and gunpowder, the smell was awful. Chu Fan stopped looking at the pile of rotten flesh on the ground. He took Qin Yuma and Black Snake's hands and stood up. Let us go. He turned around and smiled at the group of women who were also looking excited. Alright, it's time to get down to business. You've been so tense for so long, you all need to relax. As he spoke, he put his arm around Qin Yuma and the Black Snake and swaggered upstairs to the master bedroom. Lin Shishir and Han Ling quickly followed. Only Su Wanqing remained rooted to the spot, staring at the unseeing corpse on the ground and the terrified Li Ruoxue, her beautiful face filled with complex emotions. In the old Li family house, in that large bedroom that could sleep several people. The atmosphere here is a completely different world from the hellish scene downstairs. Chu Fan lay sprawled on the soft bed like a spineless emperor. He was surrounded by a group of stunningly beautiful women, each with their own unique charm, all completely naked. Husband. Lin Shishir was the first to cling to him. She knelt beside Chu Fan's legs and rubbed her full body against him restlessly. I did my part today, so how are you going to reward me? Exactly, Black Snake chimed in from the side. She had just finished showering, and her body was still damp. Her bronze skin looked smooth and shiny under the light. I got shot today and almost died. Don't you have to compensate me properly? Qin Yuma and Han Ling didn't speak, but their eyes were fixed on Chu Fan as if they were hooked. Looking at the vibrant scene before him, Chu Fan felt that the little strength he had just recovered was about to disappear again. What's the rush? He laughed, pinching one of the two towering peaks in each hand. Heroes, you'll receive awards one by one. He rolled over and pinned Lin Shishir, who was closest to him, beneath him. Let's start with you, you loud and boisterous little devil. After what seemed like an eternity, the victory celebration in the bedroom finally came to an end. Chu Fan leaned against the headboard, looking at the women sleeping haphazardly on the bed, their bodies covered in ambiguous red marks, and felt incredibly satisfied. Just then, the door creaked open. Su Wanqing walked in carrying a glass of water. She had changed into clean clothes, but her face was still frighteningly pale. When she saw the mess in the room, she froze for a moment and instinctively wanted to leave. Come in, Chu Fan's voice rang out lazily. Su Wanqing hesitated for a moment, but still walked in. She walked to the bedside and handed the water glass to Chu Fan. You. She looked at Chu Fan, her eyes filled with unbearable complexity. What are you planning to do next? What should we do? Chu Fan took a sip of water and smiled. He didn't answer, but instead reached out and pulled Su Wanqing onto the bed as well. Ah! Su Wanqing screamed and fell into the pile of soft bodies. Of course. Chu Fan rolled over and pinned her down as well, his voice hoarse and husky. You'll have to get back what you owe me first. You let me go. Let you go? Chu Fan laughed. He lowered his head and kissed those cold lips hard. Do you think it's possible? He didn't waste any more words and directly showed her the answer through his actions. The next day, the entire upper class of Kyoto was in an uproar. Overnight, the Li family changed hands. But what shocked everyone the most was that Li Ruoxue, the legendary empress who was said to be even more ruthless than her grandfather, publicly announced that the Li family would henceforth follow Chu Fan's lead. Everyone was baffled. These two were clearly fighting to the death, so how could the Li family's empress become Chu Fan's #1 henchman overnight? The Zhao family's affairs were also widely publicized. Everyone knows that the sky over Kyoto has changed. An unknown kid from Donghai City has managed to conquer the two biggest mountains in Kyoto in less than a month. At this moment, the man who had stirred up the entire capital was lying in bed, sleeping like a log. He was too tired. Just as he was sound asleep, a figure dressed in a maid's outfit silently walked in. It's Li Ruoxue. She looked at the man sleeping soundly on the bed and Su Wanqing, who was also unconscious beside him, and a cold killing intent flashed in her beautiful eyes. She took a thin, long poison needle out of her pocket. The tip of the needle gleamed with a blue light. She walked step by step toward the large bed. Just one touch, just a gentle touch, and the man who destroyed everything for her, and who gave her everything, would fall asleep forever. At that time, the entire Li family will belong to her alone. Her hands were trembling. She looked at Chu Fan's handsome face, still asleep, and her mind was a jumbled mess. On one side was the horrific state of her grandfather before his death, and on the other side was the humiliating scene of herself being treated like a plaything. On the other hand, this man in bed was giving her a feeling she had never experienced before, a feeling that was both frightening and pleasurable. To kill or not to kill? Just as she was hesitating, the man on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't speak, just quietly looked at her, his eyes calm, yet seemingly knowing everything. Li Ruoshue's body trembled violently. The poison needle in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. She knew that she had lost again. You want to kill me? Shu Fan sat up and laughed. What a pity, Shu Fan shook his head, then pulled the still trembling woman onto the bed. You've missed your chance. However, he said, pinching Li Ruoshue's chin and looking into her eyes filled with fear and despair, I've decided to give you another reward for your sincerity. I'll punish you. Use your mouth to feed me. Chapter 118 Zhao Wuji, interesting. The lingering, sweet and cloying smell in the bedroom hadn't dissipated yet. Shu Fan looked at the trembling woman beneath him and smiled. He didn't continue, but slowly got off her, grabbed a bath towel, and threw it on her naked body. All right, he lit a cigarette and leaned against the headboard. Stop pretending. I know you're not that easy to back down. Li Ruoshue's body stiffened for a moment. She slowly sat up in bed, wrapped herself in a bath towel, and her beautiful eyes, which had been filled with fear, were now filled with a cold calm that was hard to understand. You win, she said, looking at Shu Fan in a hoarse voice. From today onwards, I am your dog. A dog? Shu Fan chuckled, exhaling a smoke ring that landed on Li Ruoshue's face. I have no interest in keeping a dog. Especially, a dog that might bite its owner. He reached out, pinched Li Ruoshue's chin, and looked into her beautiful eyes. I want you to be my woman. A woman who can warm my bed, moan, and even bite people for me outside. Li Ruoshue didn't speak, she just looked at him quietly. What? You don't want to? Do I even have a choice? Li Ruoshue smiled, a smile that was more painful than crying. No. Shu Fan released her and got out of bed. Put on your clothes, he said slowly, his back to her. Downstairs, there's a mess waiting for you, the new head of the household, to clean up. The atmosphere in the living room was very strange. The women, who had just finished the meeting and looked completely exhausted, had all gotten dressed, but none of them said a word. They stared at Su Wanqing, who had a calm expression, their eyes filled with venom. Especially Lin Shishir and Black Snake, their eyes looked like they wanted to tear Su Wanqing apart on the spot. Just then, Shu Fan and Li Ruoshue came down from upstairs. Li Ruoshue had changed into clean clothes, but her walking posture was still a bit strange. Husband. Several women immediately surrounded them. Is everything resolved? Shu Fan nodded, walked to the main seat on the sofa and sat down. Then, facing Li Ruoshue who was still standing there, he patted his thigh. Li Ruoshue's face paled slightly, but she still obediently walked over and sat on his lap. They were as obedient as could be. In the living room, the other women watched the scene with eyes practically spitting fire. All right, Shu Fan said, his arm around Li Ruoshue's waist, his hand wandering restlessly over her tight-fitting skirt. We've finished talking about things at home. Now, it's time to get down to business. He turned around and glanced at Han Ling, who hadn't said much from beginning to end, but whose eyes were the coldest. How's the investigation into the Zhao family going? We found out everything. Han Ling handed over a tablet computer. Besides those we already killed, there is one last person left in Zhao Shanhai's lineage. Zhao Wuji. He is the elder brother of Zhao Shanhai and Zhao Shanhu. Now, the remaining members of the Zhao family all listen to him. This guy is more cunning than his two brothers combined, Han Ling said with a serious expression. He has been abroad all this time, managing all of the Zhao family's shady businesses. He has come back this time to avenge his two good-for-nothing brothers. Where are the others? I don't know, Han Ling shook her head. This guy is very cunning and never shows himself easily. My people have lost track of him. That's interesting. Shu Fan laughed. Far from being angry, he was even more excited. He turned around and looked at the Empress in his arms who had completely lost all her temper. My new patriarch, he pinched Li Ruoshue's cheek, it's your turn to perform. Didn't you want to secure your position in the Li family? Now, I'm giving you that chance. Help me find him. In the following days, the entire city of Kyoto was shrouded in an unseen storm of bloodshed. Under Chu Fan's instructions, the newly enthroned Empress Li Ruoshue began to launch a devastating attack on the remaining forces of the Zhao family in the most insane and unreasonable way. She's like a mad dog, biting anyone she sees, no matter who they are. As long as they have even the slightest connection to the Zhao family, they will immediately suffer her cruelest revenge. The entire upper class of Kyoto was stunned. They just couldn't understand how Li Ruoshue, who used to be somewhat law-abiding, could suddenly become a complete madwoman overnight. Only Li Ruoshue herself knew that she wasn't crazy. She is cool. The feeling of trampling all those who had looked down on her and schemed against her under her feet, watching them cry and beg for mercy, was 100 times more satisfying than being under Chu Fan. And all of this was given to her by that man. Looking at herself in the mirror, her gaze growing colder yet a smile always playing on her lips, she knew that she seemed to be starting to like the feeling of being a queen. Of course, this was when that man wasn't around. That night, Chu Fan was lying in bed, enjoying the gentle service from Su Wancheng and Qin Yuma on either side of him. Husband. What is it about me that you like? I like you, Chu Fan smiled, then rolled over and pinned the still wandering little vixen beneath him. Good in bed, not clingy. Just as he was preparing for the next step of in-depth communication, Li Ruoshue walked in from outside. She was still wearing that blood-stained business suit, but her face was flushed with excitement. Found it. She threw a tablet on the bed. Above is an address. That old fox Zhao Wuji is hiding here. Chu Fan glanced at it and smiled. Very good. He got out of bed and started getting dressed. Honey. Where are you going? Go collect the debts. Chu Fan turned around, looked at the two naked women on the bed with resentful expressions, and smiled. Wait for me to come back, he said, his voice carrying an undeniable air of dominance, and we shall continue. After he finished speaking, he left without looking back, taking Han Ling and Xiaoya's sister with him. The room was left with the warmth of spring and two sexually frustrated women. Chapter 119. You are now committing suicide in front of the whole world. Chu Fan, along with Han Ling and the new girl, the three of them, in 3 cars, sped through the streets of Kyoto late at night. The atmosphere inside the specially modified Mercedes-Benz, provided by Isabel, was frighteningly cold. Boss, Han Ling said, glancing at the calm-looking man in the rearview mirror as she drove, are we just going to go like this? Otherwise what? Chu Fan lit a cigarette and slowly took a puff. They've already sent out invitations, we can't just not go, can we? But. There are no buts, Chu Fan interrupted her. Tonight, it's either him or me who dies. Meanwhile, the entire city of Kyoto was in complete chaos. Li Ruoshue, the newly enthroned empress, has completely unleashed the Li family's war machine, which had been dormant for many years. Dozens of Li family thugs dressed in black suits stormed into a high-end club owned by the Zhao family. From today onwards, this place belongs to the Li family. The man in the lead kicked open the door and slammed his machete onto the table. Anyone who disagrees, step forward. The managers and security guards who used to work for the Zhao family looked at each other, none of them daring to say a word. On the other side, Black Snake, along with hundreds of her sisters transferred from Donghai City, was even more straightforward and brutal. Their target was a secret warehouse belonging to the Zhao family in the suburbs, which served as a transit point for all of the Zhao family's illicit income. Sisters. Black Snake stood on the roof of an SUV, holding a lit gasoline bottle in her hand. Burn them. Dozens of gasoline bottles were thrown at the same time. Boom. The towering flames illuminated half the night sky. The entire underground world of Kyoto was filled with the stench of blood. They knew that the Zhao family was finished. In the suburbs, in a seemingly ordinary private sanatorium. This is where Zhao Wuji is hiding. Chu Fan's car stopped at the entrance of the sanatorium. As soon as he got out of the car, dozens of dark gun barrels were pointed at him from all directions. Mr. Chu, a man in a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses walked over. Our boss has been waiting for you for a long time. Chu Fan ignored him, only glancing at the heavily armed mercenaries around him. Where are my men? Hee, don't be in such a hurry, the man laughed, a laugh that sent chills down one's spine. We dare not neglect Mr. Chu's women. It's just that the way we invited them was a little special. The man took out a tablet computer and opened a video. In the video, Su Wanqing received a phone call and, upon hearing the news that her father was critically ill, hurriedly ran out of the Li family home. However, she was intercepted by several cars on the way. As for the other one, the man clicked on another video. The Li family's defenses are indeed quite good, but unfortunately, there are always 1 or 2 servants who are short of money. In the video, a maid from the Li family frantically tells Wang Baobao that Chu Fan had an accident at the hospital and that she should go there immediately. Without thinking, Wang Baobao gets into the car and never returns. Mr. Chu, the man put away his tablet, a smug look on his face. Now, may we go in and see our boss? Shu Fan's face was so cold that you could scrape ice shards off it. He followed the man into the sanatorium. Inside, it's a completely different world from the outside. The place is decorated like a palace, and there are nurses and doctors dressed in revealing clothes everywhere. They were led into a huge hall that looked like an operating room. In the very center of the hall, there was a huge round hospital bed. On the bed lay two naked women, bound tightly. They were Wang Baobao and Su Wanqing. Their mouths were gagged, their bodies were covered in bruises, their eyes were vacant, and they were motionless. Beside the bed stood a middle-aged man dressed in a tang suit, who looked refined and cultured. He is Zhao Wuji. Shu Fan, he looked at Shu Fan and smiled, "Welcome to my paradise." Shu Fan's eyes instantly turned red. He wanted to rush forward, but Han Ling and the new girl held him back tightly. They knew that rushing forward now would be suicide. "Don't get so excited." Zhao Wuji seemed to enjoy Shu Fan's expression of wanting to kill but being unable to. "Take your time, let's play slowly." He clapped his hands, and a woman in a nurse's uniform pushed over a small cart. The vehicle was filled with all sorts of strange and unsettling toys. There were whips, candles, and some other unidentified things with wires attached. "Look," Zhao Wuji picked up a barbed whip and lightly ran it across Su Wanqing's smooth thigh. "Your first love has really nice skin. I just don't know how many lashes she can withstand." He walked up to Wang Baobao and pinched her face, which had lost all color. "And this one, TSK, still a virgin, right?" He turned around, looked at Shu Fan, and laughed. "Tell me, if I let her be pampered one by my dozens of men in front of you, what would your expression be? What exactly do you want?" Shu Fan's voice sounded like it was being squeezed out from between his teeth. "Not good." Zhao Wuji threw down the whip in his hand, pulled out a chair, and sat down on the edge of the bed. "I just want you to see with your own eyes how the woman you care about most is gradually ruined in my hands." "Oh, right," he seemed to suddenly remember something, and he pointed to the huge screen on the wall. "I forgot to tell you, our party today is being broadcast live worldwide." The screen lit up. Above are the faces of Isabel and Li Ruoxue, both filled with shock and anger. "Shu Fan! You dare!" "Look," Zhao Wuji laughed, "your other two little lovers seem to be in a hurry too." Now, he looked at Shu Fan, his eyes filled with madness and smugness. "I'm giving you a choice. Either you commit suicide right now, in front of the whole world. Or," he turned around and glanced at the two women on the bed who were already trembling, "I'll have them put on the most spectacular live sex show for you. You choose." The entire hall was deathly silent. Shu Fan looked at the two women on the bed who were already in despair, and then at the two women on the screen who were also on the verge of going crazy. He knew that he had no choice today. He slowly took a gun from Han Ling's hand. He released the safety and pointed the cold muzzle of the gun at his temple. "No. No." Su Wanqing, lying on the bed, shook her head desperately, tears streaming down her face. Shu Fan looked at her and smiled. That smile no longer held the previous domineering and crazy attitude, but only a kind of heartbreaking tenderness. "Wanqing," he said, looking at her, each word distinct, "this time, it's my turn to protect you." After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, and his finger slowly pulled the trigger. Just then, boom! A loud bang was heard, and the entire sanatorium seemed to shake. Immediately afterwards, dust began to fall from the ceiling. "What's going on?" Zhao Wuji suddenly stood up. One of his men tumbled in. "Boss! Something terrible has happened. Outside, there are so many tanks outside. They've surrounded our entire sanatorium." "What?" Zhao Wuji's face turned pale instantly. He knew that in China, only one person could mobilize a tank. That is. Before he could figure it out, the door to the hall was kicked open from the outside. An elderly man in military uniform, with a general star on his shoulder, walked in, surrounded by a group of fully armed soldiers. The old man looked to be in his 70s or 80s, but his eyes were sharper than an eagle's. He didn't even glance at the chaotic scene inside the room. He just stared intently at Shu Fan, who was still holding a gun and pointing it at his head. "You brat!" he roared, his voice booming so loudly it made the entire hall vibrate. "You dare to move a muscle! If you die, how am I supposed to face my dead daughter?" Chapter 120, My maternal grandfather suddenly appears? And he's a general. Chapter 120, Your grandfather. The old general's outburst at the sanatorium stunned everyone present. "If you die, how am I supposed to face my dead daughter?" "Daughter?" Shu Fan held the gun, pointed it at his own head, and was completely dumbfounded. He stared at the old man in front of him, who had stars on his shoulders and an intimidating aura, his mind blank. Zhao Wuji was dumbfounded. He looked at the dozen or so dark tank barrels outside, then at the old general who had appeared out of nowhere. His previously smug face turned pale instantly, devoid of any color. He knew that he had really bitten off more than he could chew today. "What the hell are you standing there for?" the old general roared again, waving his hand at the soldiers behind him. "Go in. Clean up all that scum in there." "Yes." Dozens of heavily armed soldiers charged in, yelling as they entered. Zhao Wuji's mercenaries were nothing but a fart in front of these regular soldiers. In less than a minute, they were disarmed and squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands like grandsons. Zhao Wuji tried to run away, but two soldiers kicked him in the back of the knees, and he fell to his knees with a thud, with gun barrels pressed firmly against the back of his head. The entire hall was cleared out in an instant. The old general ignored the mess and walked step by step to Chu Fan. He looked at Chu Fan, his sharp eyes filled with complex emotions: anger, disappointment, and a hint of indescribable tenderness. "You brat!" He reached out and snatched the gun from Chu Fan's hand, throwing it on the ground, "just like your good-for-nothing father. Whenever something happens, all you do is try to kill yourself." Chu Fan looked at him without saying a word. "Grandpa?" Chu Fan's mind went blank again. "My name is Su Zhenbong," he said. "Your mother, Su Li, is my only daughter." Chu Fan felt as if someone was squeezing his heart, and the pain made it hard for him to breathe. "His mother's surname is Su?" "Back then, she severed ties with me and ran away from home because of your penniless father." Su Zhenbong's eyes were a little red. "I always thought she was doing well. It wasn't until 10 years ago that I found out about her." He didn't say anything more, but Chu Fan understood what he meant. "Over the years, I have been sending people to watch you in secret. I thought you were different from that good-for-nothing. But I never expected." He glanced at the other women beside him, who also looked shocked. "You're even more of a bastard than him. So young and already doing bad things. Instead of getting involved with gangsters, he's hooked up with a bunch of shady women." "What do you mean, you?" Su Zhenbong slapped Chu Fan hard across the back of the head, nearly knocking him over. "My grandson, since when did he get the right to be bullied by some Tom, Dick, or Harry?" He turned around and glanced at Zhao Wuji, who was so scared he was about to wet his pants. He didn't say anything, but took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, it's me." His voice was calm, but it sent chills down your spine. "It's time to close the net on the Zhao family." After hanging up the phone, he didn't even glance at Zhao Wuji again. His gaze was as if he were looking at a pile of garbage. "Take him and all his men away. Send them to where they belong, so they can reflect on their actions." "Yes." Zhao Wuji was dragged out like a dead dog. Even in death, he couldn't understand what kind of monster he had provoked. The hall finally quieted down. Su Zhenbong looked at his grandson, who was still standing there in a daze, and the women around him who also looked embarrassed, and he was furious. "What are you looking at?" he roared. "Get over here now and help your people up." Chu Fan then came to his senses and quickly ran over to untie Wang Baobao and Su Wanqing, who were still tied up on the bed. As soon as the two girls were free, they immediately rushed into Chu Fan's arms and cried their hearts out. Okay, it's all right now." Chu Fan held one on each side, coaxing and comforting them with practiced ease. Su Zhenbong watched from the side, his old face as black as the bottom of a pot. Cough, cough. He coughed heavily twice. Chu Fan then remembered that there was a great master standing next to him. He smiled awkwardly and handed the two still crying girls over to Qin Yuma and the others. Grandpa," he rubbed his hands together, a little embarrassed. "Thank you for today." "Thank me?" Su Zhenbong sneered. "I'm here to collect your corpse." He glanced at Chu Fan's messy harem and became increasingly angry. A gangster, a hitman of unknown origin, the mayor's daughter, the spendthrift daughter of a billionaire, and a blonde, blue-eyed foreign woman. What is this garbage? "You," he pointed at Chu Fan's nose, "come with me." After he finished speaking, he turned and walked out. Chu Fan had no choice but to follow. Outside the sanatorium, those dozen or so tanks were still parked there like monsters. Su Zhenbong stood in front of a tank, his hands behind his back, looking at the distant sky. "Kid," he said without turning his head, "I know you have a lot of questions in your mind. I won't waste my breath on you. You've avenged your mother yourself, that's good. It shows you still have some of the spirit of the Su family. But," he changed the subject, "from today onwards, you have to cut all ties with those shady people and things around you. Especially that girl surnamed Lin, and that gangster. My grandson, Su Zhenbang's grandson, cannot be associated with this kind of person. Xu Fan frowned. That's impossible. What did you say? Su Zhenbang turned around abruptly, his eyes like knives. I said, impossible. Xu Fan looked at him, not backing down at all. They are my women. For life. You. Grandpa, Xu Fan looked at him and smiled. I know you're doing this for my own good. But I'm the one who decides my own life. If you don't like them, you don't have to see them. But if you dare to lay a finger on them, his voice turned cold, don't blame me for disowning you as my grandfather. The grandfather and grandson just stood there in front of the tank, staring at each other. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. After an unknown amount of time, Su Zhenbang suddenly smiled. Good, good, good. He said good 3 times in a row. You've got guts. Much more guts than your good-for-nothing father. He didn't say anything more, turned around and got into a military vehicle. Kid, he said, looking at Xu Fan before the car door closed, the waters of Kyoto are deeper than you can imagine. You'd better watch yourself. The convoy drove away quickly. Xu Fan was left alone, standing there, gazing at the distant sky, lost in thought. He knew that his amazing grandfather, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, was right. He's only just begun his game in Kyoto. Even bigger trouble is yet to come. Chapter 121. From this day forward, Su Wanqing is your eldest sister. Outside the sanatorium, the dozen or so tanks were still parked there, their dark cannons pointing skyward, looking quite frightening. Xu Fan watched his grandfather Su Zhenbang's convoy drive away, then stood there alone and lit a cigarette. The wind was strong, making his clothes flutter loudly. He knew that his adoptive grandfather was right. The waters of Kyoto are far deeper than he imagined. The Zhao family has fallen, but who knows how many more ferocious crocodiles are lurking beneath the surface. Let's go. He stubbed out his cigarette, turned around, and went back to the sanatorium. In the hall, his women were all like defeated roosters, none of them uttering a word. Wang Baobao and Su Wanqing, 2 girls who had just crawled out of the gates of hell, were being protected by Qin Yuma and Lin Shishir on either side, who were quietly comforting them. Li Ruoxue and Isabel sat to one side, seemingly chatting about something. Han Ling and Black Snake were leading the Snake Hall sisters in cleaning up the mess at the scene. Xu Fan was completely bewildered by the chaotic scene before him. All right, he clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention, don't just sit there, go home and have a meeting. The Li family's old residence has now become Xu Fan's harem. As soon as Xu Fan entered the room, he was choked by the overwhelming smell of gunpowder and coughed twice. In the living room, his women were clearly divided into several camps. Lin Shishir, Black Snake, Qin Yuma, and other former members of the East Sea sat on one side, each with their arms crossed, looking at the person opposite them with unfriendly eyes. Opposite her stood Li Ruoxue, who had just surrendered. Behind her stood 2 Cheongsam-clad maids who had previously fought with Han Ling, and the others. Their aura was in no way inferior. Isabel, the blonde bombshell, acted as if nothing had happened, sitting alone and leisurely sipping her red wine. The most embarrassed person was Su Wanqing. She was all alone, sitting in a small corner, head down, not looking at anyone. Damn it, Xu Fan cursed as he looked at the 3-way standoff before him. I've stirred up a hornet's nest. He cleared his throat, walked to the head seat of the sofa, and sat down with an air of authority. Look at me, everyone. The women, who were still glaring at each other, reluctantly turned their attention to him. I know you're all resentful, Xu Fan said, looking at them with a smile, especially you few. He pointed to Lin Shishir and Black Snake. One of them felt that as the original wife, she deserved the most credit. He then pointed at Li Ruoxue. One felt that he had just abandoned darkness and embraced light, and that now was the perfect time to make a name for himself. Finally, he glanced at Isabel, who was still tasting her wine. Another one is that he considers himself a friend from abroad, detached from worldly affairs. His words were so direct and harsh that they stunned the women. But, Xu Fan's face darkened, I'm telling you all, you better fucking give up those little schemes. From today onwards, there's only one rule here. He looked at each woman present and said, word by word. Whoever can make me happy is the boss. If anyone dares to stab me in the back or cause internal strife. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth, I'll make her feel good until she dies. The entire living room was deathly silent. The women who had been so tense just moments before all blushed and lowered their heads. They knew this man wasn't joking. All right, Xu Fan nodded in satisfaction, seeing that he had stunned them all. We've finished discussing family matters. Now, it's time to get down to business. He turned around and glanced at Su Wanqing, who hadn't said a word. Wanqing, come here. Su Wanqing's body trembled slightly. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. She hesitated for a moment, but still went over. Chu Fan pulled her into his arms and made her sit on his lap. Ah! Su Wanqing screamed and instinctively tried to struggle. But Chu Fan's arms were like iron clamps, holding her so tightly she couldn't move. Don't move, Chu Fan lowered his head and breathed into her ear, let me hold you for a while. His voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of indescribable weariness. Su Wanqing's body slowly went limp. She stopped struggling and simply leaned silently into the warm embrace she had longed for all these years. In the living room, the other women watched the scene with eyes practically spitting fire. Especially Lin Shirshir, her lips are so pouty, you could hang an oil bottle on them. I know that you all feel I owe her, Chu Fan said calmly, holding the woman in his arms who had lost all her temper, looking at the jealous men below. That's right, I do owe her. What I owe her is a lifetime. So, his voice became incredibly domineering, from today onwards, she, Su Wanqing, is your eldest sister. Anyone who dares to disrespect her is disrespecting me. Did you all understand? Understood. Several women reluctantly nodded. Very good. Chu Fan smiled, lowered his head, and kissed Su Wanqing's cool lips. Then, he turned around, looked at the women who were still sulking, and smiled. Don't just stand there. Come here and pay your respects to your eldest sister. As he spoke, his hands wandered restlessly over Su Wanqing's dress, his eyes full of suggestive intent. By the way, let me, your husband, give you a good check to see if you've been slacking off these past few days. Chapter 122 General Grandfather is up to his old tricks again. The next day at noon, Chu Fan finally emerged from the bedroom, leaning against the wall for support. He felt that all the battles he had fought in the past 2 days combined were not as tiring as last night's family meeting. The atmosphere in the living room was very strange. Several women were already up and eating breakfast around a huge dining table. They all looked quite energetic, except for their slightly odd walking posture. At the head of the table sat Su Wanqing, who looked quite uneasy. Lin Shirshir, Heishi, Qin Yuma, and even Li Ruoxue, these women who are usually quite domineering, were all acting like submissive wives today, serving her food. Sister, please try this. It's a truffle that was flown in from France. Big sister, have some milk to soothe your throat. Su Wanqing had never seen anything like this before, and she was so frightened that she could barely hold her chopsticks. Stop pretending, Chu Fan yawned and plopped down on the sofa. Aren't you all being sarcastic and unpleasant? Honey. Lin Shirshir was the first to rush over. She knelt beside the sofa, massaging Chu Fan's legs while complaining, you have to stand up for us. Look at her, she took your seat the moment she arrived, and last night she even. What happened last night? Chu Fan chuckled. Last night humph. Lin Shirshir's face flushed red as she recalled the chaotic scene from last night. Chu Fan felt incredibly satisfied looking at the women in front of him who, despite their verbal protests, were still obedient. He knew that the rule he set yesterday had kept these little devils in check. Just then, a man who looked like a butler ran in, trembling. Mr. Chu. What's wrong now? Several military vehicles have arrived outside, the butler's voice trembled. They say General Su is coming to see you. General Su? Chu Fan was stunned for a moment before he remembered that it was his maternal grandfather, Su Zhenbang. The women who had been arguing in the living room immediately fell silent. They had all witnessed firsthand how terrifying the old man was. Let him in. Chu Fan waved his hand. A short while later, Su Zhenbang, dressed in casual clothes but with no less murderous aura, strode in. Behind him were 2 guards carrying guns. As soon as he entered the door, his eyes, sharp as knives, swept around the living room. When he saw those women dressed in revealing bathrobes, each one looking like they had no bones, his old face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Nonsense, he roared, the sound so loud it made the chandelier on the ceiling shake. Lin Shirshir and the others trembled in fright, each one like a quail, not daring to utter a sound. Only Chu Fan remained unfazed, leaning back on the sofa and lazily watching him. Grandpa, he chuckled, so angry? Did you eat gunpowder? You little bastard. You still have the nerve to laugh. Su Zhenbang walked up to him in a few steps, pointed at his nose and cursed, look at yourself. A grown man, all you do is fool around with a bunch of women all day. You've completely disgraced me, Su Jinbang. What have I lost face about? Chu Fan said innocently. I'm promoting social harmony and helping to solve the re-employment problem for single young women. You. Su Jinbang was speechless for a long time after hearing his words. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. I didn't come here today to argue with you. He pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Chu Fan, his gaze becoming extremely serious. I've arranged a path for you. I've already spoken to the higher-ups. Starting next week, you'll be going to the Southeast Military Region as a Special Forces instructor. With your skills and talent, I guarantee you'll be a star on your shoulders within 3 years. I'm not going. Chu Fan refused without even thinking. What did you say? I said I'm not going. Chu Fan looked at him and smiled. I'm used to being lazy and can't stand that kind of constraint. Besides, I have so many mouths to feed. What will happen to them if I leave? As he spoke, he winked at the women next to him. You. Su Jinbang slammed his fist on the table in anger. Don't think I don't know your scheming ways. You just can't bear to part with your licentious harem. That's right, Chu Fan didn't deny it at all. Why should I be willing to give up my woman? Fine. Su Jinbang laughed angrily. He stood up and looked down at Chu Fan. I'm giving you one last chance. Either break up with these shady women and come with me, and I'll guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and honor. Either his eyes turned icy cold, I'll personally clean up this garbage for you. I'd like to see if they can still be as glamorous as they are now without you as their backer. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the women in the living room changed. They knew that the old man wasn't joking. You dare. Chu Fan also stood up, his usually nonchalant face suddenly tightening. You can try, he said, looking at his grandfather, enunciating each word clearly. If you lay a single hair on their heads, I will make the entire capital of Kyoto pay for your dead daughter's death. The grandfather and grandson just stared at each other, wide-eyed. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. After an unknown amount of time, Su Jinbang suddenly smiled. You've got guts. He didn't say anything more, and turned to walk out. He stopped at the door without turning his head. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. If you still don't give me an answer in 3 days, he said, his voice devoid of any emotion, then I will have no choice but to educate my disobedient grandson in my own way. The military vehicle drove away. The living room was even quieter than before. The women all stared at Chu Fan, their eyes filled with fear and worry. They knew that Chu Fan was really in deep trouble this time. This is a problem 100 times bigger than the Zhao and Li families combined. Chu Fan didn't say anything. He just silently walked back to the sofa, sat down, and lit a cigarette. He knew that his grandfather had given him an enormous problem. On one side, there is supreme power and a bright future. On the other side were these women, who, despite their constant troubles, were now bound to him. What the hell should I choose? Just as he was so annoyed he wanted to kill someone, a small, white, and delicate hand reached out from the side, took the cigarette from his hand, and then pressed its soft lips against his. It's Li Ruoxue. Choose them, she said, looking at Chu Fan with an unusual gleam in her beautiful eyes. I'll help you turn the world upside down. Chapter 123. Is your Su family's reputation more important than my bloodline? The living room of the Li family's old house. Looking at the women in front of him who were on the verge of collapse, he felt extremely irritated. On one side was his powerful maternal grandfather, and on the other side were the women he had slept with. What the hell is this? Turn the world upside down? Chu Fan looked at Li Ruoxue, who was standing beneath him with a stubborn expression, and laughed. What do you think you can do? Turn the world upside down with your mouth? Of course I can't do it alone. Li Ruoxue ignored his sarcasm. She got off Chu Fan, her beautiful eyes scanning every woman present. But when we're together, it's a different story. She walked up to Qin Yuma. Secretary Qin, although your father has fallen, his network of connections in Kyoto, built up over decades, still exists, right? Those uncles and elders who received favors from him and are now afraid of being purged should be quite happy to see the Su family, this big tree, also sway along, right? Qin Yuma's eyes lit up instantly. She then walked up to Lin Shishir and the Black Snake. Miss Lin, your family has so much money you don't know what to do with it. Sister Black Snake, your sisters are scattered throughout every nook and cranny of Donghai City. Can the two of you join forces and throw Donghai City into chaos? Black Snake and Lin Shishir exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. Finally, she walked up to Isabel. The eldest daughter of the Rockefeller family, she looked at the blonde beauty and smiled. Your maternal grandfather, Sujinbong, I've investigated him. What he cares about most is not the soldiers under his command, nor the money in his bank. It's his old face and his so-called old comrades in arms. Tell me, if I gave you all the evidence of those old guys' corruption in keeping mistresses, would you have the ability to make these scandals spread all over the world in a single day? Isabel swirled the wine in her glass, her blue eyes full of amusement. That sounds interesting. So, Li Ruoxue turned around and looked at Chu Fan, who was completely dumbfounded. Now, do you still think we can't turn the tide? Looking at the women in front of him who had been so tense just moments before, but were now all brimming with energy, Chu Fan knew that he had underestimated them once again. You're something else, he laughed. No wonder you're a woman who can even outsmart your own grandfather. Your brain is damn sharp. However, he changed his tone, his eyes becoming somewhat malicious. The plan is good. But our Women's Revenge Alliance needs a leader, right? Who decides? The women looked at each other, none of them willing to concede to the others. I'm in charge. Lin Shursher was the first to jump out. I contributed the most money. Bullshit. Black Snake cursed, I sent the most people. Stop arguing, Li Ruoxue said coldly, arms crossed. To be the boss, you have to see whose methods are more cunning. As she spoke, she deliberately winked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan felt like his head was about to explode as he watched these women about to start fighting again. All right, he clapped his hands, stop arguing, you fucking idiots. Boss, it's me. You, he said, pointing to the women, all of you have to listen to me. As for who among you is the second sister and who is the third sister? A wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. We'll settle that in bed. That very night, an invisible war officially began. Isabel acted the fastest. In less than 3 hours, several high-ranking officials in Kyoto received anonymous phone calls from overseas. The phone conversation was simple, their secret accounts in Swiss banks and private photos of their respective mistresses. Those old guys who were just shouting along with Su Jinbang suddenly wilted. Xin Yuma wasn't idle either. She locked herself in her study and made one phone call after another. The next day, all sorts of rumors began to circulate throughout the officialdom of Kyoto. Hey, have you heard? It seems General Su is nearing the end of his life and is preparing to let his grandson take over. Which grandson? The one who's involved in organized crime in Donghai City? That's right. I heard that kid is bisexual, and he even managed to win over that crazy old woman from the Li family. These rumors, spread with great detail and conviction, caused widespread panic. The area around Donghai City was even more lively. Lin Shursher and Black Snake, two girls who thrive on chaos, simply used money to set the entire underground world of Donghai City ablaze. Overnight, every well-known gang in Donghai City received a message. Whoever can create the biggest commotion will receive a venture capital of 100 million from Miss Lin. The entire city of Donghai was in complete chaos. The Su family compound. As Su Jinbang listened to one bad news after another from his subordinates, his old face turned so dark it seemed to drip water. He never imagined that his good-for-nothing grandson could cause such a commotion. They've rebelled. They've all fucking rebelled. He slammed his hand on the table, and the mahogany table immediately cracked. Master, a man who looked like a butler walked in tremblingly. Outside, those two girls from the Lin and Qin families have brought people and blocked our house. What are they trying to do? They said. The butleress voice trembled. They said they wanted to give a betrothal gift on behalf of Mr. Chu. What? Su Jinbang rushed out to take a look and almost fainted from anger on the spot. Dozens of Rolls Royces adorned with large red double happiness characters were parked in front of his house, completely blocking the entrance. Lin Shursher and Qin Yuma, each holding a megaphone, were shouting. General Su. We, on behalf of Chu Fan, have come to present betrothal gifts to your granddaughter, Su Wancheng. A bride price of $100 million. Is that enough for you? A crowd of reporters and ordinary people had already gathered around, all taking pictures with their phones. Su Jinbang felt that he had lost all his dignity today. Get them out of here, he roared, pointing at the door. But no one dared to move. Just then, Chu Fan called. Grandpa, came Chu Fan's lazy voice from the other end of the phone. Do you like this gift I gave you? You little bastard. Don't rush, Chu Fan laughed, the real show is just beginning. I'll give you 3 days. Either you obediently settle things with my women. Either his voice turned cold, "I'll make your precious granddaughter, and all the women around me, pregnant with your great-grandchildren. At that time, I'll see whether your Sioux family's reputation is more important, or whether your Sioux family suddenly has so many more people with my bloodline." Chapter 124, Flipping the Table Again. At the entrance of the Sioux family compound, dozens of Rolls-Royces were blocking the way, and Lin Shirshir and Qin Yuma were still shouting through a megaphone. "General Sioux. If the bride price isn't enough, I'll add more. If that's still not enough, I'll give you half of my Lin family's assets as a betrothal gift." As more and more people gathered to watch the spectacle, the reporters' flashbulbs never stopped. Hearing Sioux fans' outrageous words on the phone, "Is your Sioux family's reputation more important, or your lineage?" Su Zhenban was so angry that he trembled all over and almost crushed his phone. You dare. Let's see if I dare." Sioux fan's voice was still in that lazy tone. "Grandpa, I don't have many other advantages, but I have a good back and can have many children. If you push me too far, I guarantee that within a year, you'll be holding a bunch of great-grandchildren with SSS-level bloodlines. At that time, will you acknowledge them or not?" Beep, beep, beep. Chu Fan hung up the phone without waiting for his reply. As Su Zhenban listened to the busy tone on his phone, his battle-hardened face turned a deep purplish red for the first time. He had never been treated like this in his entire life. They've rebelled. They've all fucking rebelled. He kicked the stone lion next to him, making it sway. "Master, what should we do now?" the butler asked, trembling. "What do we do?" Su Zhenban's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Doesn't he like to play around? I'll play along with him today." He ignored the two crazy girls still yelling at the door and turned back to his study. He dialed an encrypted number. "Hello, it's me." His voice was chillingly cold. "Connect me to the Southeast Military Region and have them send a regiment to surround Donghai City. Tell them there are terrorist activities. And another thing," he paused, then continued, "tell the disciplinary committee to hurry up. Investigate Qin Zhenggui's case tonight. I want him to spend the rest of his life in jail. Don't stop with the Lin family either. Tell those hungry wolves on Wall Street that money is no object. I want the Lin group to disappear from this world tomorrow morning." He issued one order after another, each one a deadly threat. He wanted to teach his arrogant grandson what a real state apparatus was. That evening, in Kyoto, at the Li family's old residence. The atmosphere here is even more tense than outside. Damn it! That old bastard Su Zhenban has really gone mad. Black Snake slammed his hand on the table, his eyes turning red. "I just received news that all of our Snake Gang's locations in Donghai City have been surrounded by the soldiers. Not even a mouse can escape. Our family is finished too." Lin Shirshir slumped on the sofa, tears welling up in her eyes. "My dad said the other party has so much money they don't care about it. We can only hold on until tomorrow morning at the latest." Qin Yuma's face was also frighteningly pale. She had just received news that her father's case had been classified as treason and the verdict would be delivered as early as next week. The women were all like defeated roosters, completely at a loss. Their plan was good, but they forgot that they were facing a real behemoth that could mobilize an army. "Why are you all looking so long-faced?" Chu Fan walked out of the bedroom, followed by Li Ruoxue, who also had a complicated expression on her face. Looking at the women in front of him who were on the verge of collapse, he was not angry at all, but rather amused. "So what if we're surrounded by soldiers? It's no big deal. This isn't big enough?" "Of course it's not big," Chu Fan said, walking to the head of the sofa and pouring himself a glass of wine. "Doesn't Su Zhenban like to flip the table? Then let's make a hole in his sky." He turned around and glanced at the blonde bombshell, Isabel. "My international friend," he swirled his glass, "it's your turn to perform." Isabel smiled, her blue eyes shining with excitement. "That's exactly what I've been waiting to hear." She took out her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, it's me." Her voice was calm, but the content was domineering and unreasonable. "Start the scandal operation. Send out the first batch of names now. I want those old guys to know that if they take money from the Rockefeller family, they have to do things for us." In less than an hour, the whole world was in an uproar. Countless top-secret scandals about Kyoto's top officials have been released like snowflakes through major overseas media outlets. Shocking. A high-ranking military official in a certain region is found to possess billions of dollars in unexplained assets overseas? An epic sex scandal. A highly respected old general was involved with his own daughter-in-law. These materials are all incredibly sensational and authentic, each accompanied by high-definition and censored photos and videos. A massive earthquake struck the entire upper class of Kyoto. Those old guys who were shouting and yelling with Su Jinbong yesterday were terrified and ran to the Su family overnight, begging him to find a solution. Inside the study of the Su family compound. Looking at the overwhelming scandals online and his old comrades crying and begging for mercy, Su Jinbong's old face showed a look of horror for the first time. He never expected that Chu Fan would have such a trump card hidden in his hand, a card that could shatter the heavens. He knew that this time, he had really gone too far. Just when he was at his wit's end, Chu Fan called again. "Grandpa," came Chu Fan's lazy voice from the other end of the phone, "do you like the second gift I gave you?" What do you want?" "I'm your grandfather." "Would I harm you?" Su Jinbong's voice trembled. "Not so good," Chu Fan laughed. "I just wanted to tell you that I'm not one to play by the rules. If you like playing games, I have something even more exciting that I guarantee will make you ruin your reputation in your later years." "Now," Chu Fan's voice turned cold, "I'm giving you one last chance. Either settle all my woman's affairs for me. Or," he paused, "we can work together to poke a hole in the sky and see who looks worse." The call was disconnected. Su Jinbong stood in the study, holding his phone, feeling a chill run through him. His grandson has really gone mad for these women, daring to directly challenge his own grandfather. The next day, just as dawn broke. In Donghai City, the army surrounding the Snake Hall quietly withdrew. The Lin family's precarious stock was miraculously pulled back by a much larger sum of money. Shin Yuma's father was also declared to have insufficient evidence and released in court. A storm that seemed poised to destroy the world vanished just like that. In the master bedroom of the Li family's old house, Chu Fan breathed a sigh of relief as he listened to Shin Yuma and the others laughing and crying on the phone. He hung up the phone, turned around, looked at the several women on the bed who also looked excited, and smiled. "All right," he said, unbuckling his belt as he walked toward the large bed. "The enemies are all taken care of. Now, it's time for us to have a victory celebration, but tonight," his voice laced with a lewd glint, "I'm going to get every one of you pregnant with my child." Chapter 125 Goen Ninth Bureau invited me for tea? Chapter 126 Family Meeting. Dozens of Rolls-Royces were still blocking the entrance to the Su family compound, but Lin Shishir and Shin Yuma, who were using a loudspeaker to call out, had already returned. The atmosphere in the living room of the Li family's old house was very strange. As soon as Chu Fan hung up the phone, the women looked at him as if he were a god. "Husband, it's over?" Lin Shishir was a little incredulous. "That's Su Jinbong. A man who can shake the entire nation with a stomp of his foot in Beijing. And he's just intimidated by a few words from Chu Fan? Finished?" Chu Fan chuckled. He walked to the middle of the group of women, picked one up with each hand, and pinched one of their pert buttocks. "This is nothing." Looking at the women before him, each with their own unique beauty and charm, all gazing at him with adoration, a surge of lust rose within him. "Let us go," he said, putting his arms around Shin Yuma and Lin Shishir's waists and swaggering toward the bedroom. "Our family meeting should move on to the next agenda item. I need to take a good check out each of you to see how much potential you all still have that I haven't been able to unlock." The next day, the entire upper class of Kyoto was in an uproar. General Su actually admitted defeat. The troops surrounding Donghai City withdrew overnight. Shin Yuma's father was also declared to have insufficient evidence and reinstated to his original position. The Lin family's stock, which was on the verge of collapse, was miraculously pulled back by a mysterious and massive amount of capital. No one could understand what had happened. Only a few well-informed people knew that all of this was related to a young man named Chu Fan from Donghai City. Overnight, this name became the biggest taboo in Kyoto. Inside the study of the Su family compound. As Su Jinbong listened to one bad news after another from his subordinates, his old face became so gloomy it seemed to drip water. He didn't get angry or curse, he just sat there quietly, but his eyes were completely cold. "Master," a butler-like man walked in tremblingly, outside Mr. Chu's women are outside again." "What are they trying to do?" They said, the housekeeper's voice trembled, they said they wanted to collect compensation for emotional distress on behalf of Mr. Chu. "This is outrageous." Su Jinbong slammed his hand on the table, and the mahogany table immediately cracked. He knew that it was that little bastard who was forcing him. Force him to bow his head, force him to admit defeat. Let him in. A moment later, Chu Fan, with Su Wanqing in his arms, walked in as if he were strolling through his own backyard. "Grandpa," he looked at the old man with a murderous expression and smiled, "what's your decision? What exactly do you want?" Su Zhenbong stared intently at him. Not so great. Chu Fan pulled out a chair and naturally let Su Wanqing sit on his lap, his hand sneakily slipping inside her dress. "I just wanted to tell you that not just anyone can touch my people. If you make a move, you'll have to pay the price." "You? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?" Chu Fan laughed. He lowered his head and kissed Su Wanqing's face, which was so red it was almost bleeding. "If you're not satisfied, you can continue playing. I'm just a worthless life, I don't care. I just don't know if your old face, and the backsides of your old comrades in arms, are clean or not." Looking at his stubborn and unyielding grandson, Su Zhenbong knew that he had truly failed this time. "We can't beat them in a tough fight. The soft one is even more shameless than him." "Fine," he took a deep breath, looking as if he had aged 10 years in an instant, "I admit defeat. I will take care of your woman's affairs. From today onwards, Donghai City is yours. As for Kyoto, as long as you don't go too far, I won't interfere anymore. But," he looked at Chu Fan and said, "word by word, you and that blonde woman beside you must cut ties completely. My Su family's grandson cannot have any dealings with foreign forces." Chu Fan looked at him and smiled. He knew that the old man was truly afraid. What he feared wasn't him, but the behemoth behind Isabel that he couldn't afford to offend. "Okay," Chu Fan nodded, "but I have one condition." "What are the conditions?" "I need you to do something for me." A cold smile curled at the corner of Chu Fan's lips. "I need you to use all your connections to find someone for me. A person who lives in the shadows and enjoys delivering packages. For the next month, Kyoto was unusually quiet. Chu Fan didn't cause any more trouble. He acted like a real rich young master, spending his days eating, drinking, and having fun with his group of women of all shapes and sizes. Today is Chu Fan's birthday. A pool party is being held at the Li family's old mansion, next to its ridiculously large swimming pool. Chu Fan's women all changed into bikinis with very little fabric, and the scene was incredibly exciting. Lin Shirshir and the Black Snake were like two beautiful snakes, coiled around Chu Fan, one feeding him grapes and the other giving him red wine. Xin Yuma and Su Wanqing, blushing, were applying sunscreen to him. Their little hands were so slippery it was hard to tell if they were applying oil or starting a fire. The most outrageous ones are Li Ruoxue and Isabel. These two queen-like women were actually, each on one side, using their long legs clad in black stockings to give him a leg massage. Chu Fan lay in the middle, feeling like he was about to reach heaven. He finally understood why all those emperors in ancient times died so young. Just when he was about to die of joy, a man in a black suit who looked out of place in his surroundings walked in. Behind him were two equally expressionless young men. "Mr. Chu Fan, is that right?" The leading man took out a red booklet and flashed it in front of him. "We are from the 9th Bureau of the National Security. We have a few questions we would like to ask you, to assist with the investigation." "National Security Bureau, 9th Bureau?" Chu Fan was stunned for a moment. He had never heard of this department before. The women who were still playing around by the pool suddenly quieted down. "Who are you?" Lin Shirshir was the first to object. "Do you know whose territory this is? How dare you come in and arrest people?" "Miss Lin," the man smiled, a smile that sent chills down one's spine, "we know this is the Li family home. We also know that you are the eldest daughter of the Lin family. But," his voice turned cold, "when it comes to national security, the Li family and the Lin family are nothing." He waved his hand. Dozens of men in identical uniforms had somehow surrounded the entire swimming pool. These people are completely different from the soldiers under Su Zhenbong. The murderous aura emanating from them was truly the result of crawling out of piles of corpses. Chu Fan's face also darkened. He knew that the bigger trouble his grandfather had mentioned was about to begin. "Come with us, Mr. Chu. Our bureau chief," the man smiled, "would like to invite you for a cup of tea." Chapter 126. This time they've kicked a hornet's nest. The atmosphere by the pool was frighteningly cold. The dozens of men in black uniforms, each like a robot, stood with guns at their sides, their faces expressionless, completely surrounding the pool. "Holy shit!" Black Snake was the first to react. She shoved away the young model who was still feeding her grapes, grabbed a nearby wine bottle, and cursed, "Where did this stray dog come from, daring to mess with me?" The two maids in Cheongsams beside Han Ling and Li Ruoxue also moved at the same time. Their eyes were cold, and their hands were already reaching for the weapons hidden under their clothes. But while they are fast, there are others who are even faster. Click! Dozens of synchronized gunshots rang out in the hall. The women froze in their tracks. No matter how good they are at fighting, they can't outrun a bullet. Don't move. Chu Fan's voice was calm. He slowly sat up from the recliner and shielded his naked women behind him. He looked at the man in the lead, the one wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and smiled. The Ninth Bureau of the Ministry of State Security? He clicked his tongue. Never heard of it. What, a newly established department, coming to solicit business? Mr. Chu, you're quite the joker, the leading man chuckled, a smile that made one uncomfortable. Our bureau chief has long admired you and specially sent us to invite you and your confidants over for a cup of tea. He deliberately emphasized the words confidant. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's face darkened. He knew that the other party wasn't targeting him alone. I'll go with you, he said. They, stay behind. That won't do, the man shook his head. Our director said that the ladies around you are no ordinary people. He glanced at the Black Snake, the new queen of Donghai City's underworld. He glanced at Lin Shishir and Isabel again, two female financial goddesses who can stir up the world's financial markets. Finally, his gaze fell on Li Ruoxue, and this one, the new head of the Li family. Our director said that it would be such a waste if talented people like you could not serve the country. Isabel took a step forward, listening to his sarcastic tone. Do you know who I am? Her voice was cold. I am Isabel of the Rockefeller family. I advise you to think about the consequences before you take action. Of course I know, the man smiled. He took out a tablet, opened a video, and handed it to Isabel. Our director said that he also admires your grandfather, so he specially sent someone to New York to visit him. In the video, Isabel's powerful grandfather is sitting in a luxuriously decorated study. Standing beside him are several young men with yellow skin, wearing the same uniforms as the men in front of them. Isabel's face turned pale instantly. She knew that her biggest backer had been silenced. Now, the man put away his tablet and looked at Chu Fan. Mr. Chu, would you do us the honor of coming with us? Chu Fan didn't speak, he just stared intently at the man in front of him. He knew that this time, he had really messed up. Not only did the other party know all his secrets, but they could also easily cut off all his escape routes. This is no longer a problem that can be solved by fighting and killing. This is a dimensional reduction attack. Okay, he took a deep breath and nodded, I'll go with you. However, I have one condition. Explain. Those girls, he pointed to Su Wancheng and Wang Baobao beside him, are innocent. Let them stay. The man glanced at the two women who were completely terrified and smiled. Our director is only interested in players. As for these burdens, he waved his hand, we're not interested. Chu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around, looked at the women who also had resolute expressions, and smiled. All right, stop acting like you're at a funeral. It's just going to have a cup of tea. It's no big deal. As he spoke, in front of everyone, he kissed each of the women on the lips. When he kissed Li Ruoxue, he even stuck out his tongue and licked her cold lips. Wait for me to come back, he whispered in her ear, in a voice only the two of them could hear, our contract still needs to be fulfilled. Li Ruoxue's body trembled violently. Half an hour later, Chu Fan and his few most important women were taken onto a black, unmarked transport plane. The plane flew westward and finally landed in a huge underground base deep in the desert. Here, it's like something out of a science fiction movie, with researchers in white lab coats and heavily armed soldiers everywhere. They were separated and put into several rooms made of transparent alloy. Chu Fan's room was in the very center, and he could clearly see that his women were all locked up in the room opposite him. Just then, the transparent wall in front of him suddenly lit up and turned into a giant screen. A person appeared on the screen. A woman. A woman dressed in a white lab coat and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked intellectual and beautiful, but whose eyes were frighteningly cold. Hello, Chu Fan, the woman looked at him and smiled. Let me introduce myself. I am the head of the 9th Bureau of the National Security Bureau. You can call me Doctor. I am their director. Name? Identity? Status, extremely excited, currently studying a perfect experiment. Affection level, 100. You're mine. Looking at the negative 100 favorability rating and the string of question marks, Chu Fan knew that he was really in big trouble this time. What exactly do you want? Not so great, the doctor laughed, pointing at Chu Fan and then at the women opposite him. I just wanted to see just how amazing an SSS level bloodline really is. I also want to see how a caged beast will react when it watches its companions being dissected and studied one by one. As she spoke, she snapped her fingers. Suddenly, several mechanical arms extended from Qin Yuma's room. Those robotic arms, holding all sorts of strange, gleaming surgical instruments, began to slowly approach the woman who was already pale with fright. Ah! Chu Fan! Save me! Bastard! Chu Fan's eyes instantly turned red. He slammed his fist hard against the transparent wall. But it didn't work. The wall didn't even shake. Don't be so hasty, the doctor said, laughing even more heartily at his impotent rage. The game has only just begun. From this day forward, her eyes became incredibly fervent. You are all mine. I need to study this SSS level bloodline carefully. Chapter 127. My turn, I'll set the rules for you. Inside the underground base, on the huge screen, the doctor's face smiled with a smile that was both beautiful and sinister. Before her, Chu Fan's women were experiencing the most desperate moment of their lives. Ah! In Qin Yuma's room, those cold mechanical arms had already gripped her limbs, arranging her in a big shape and fixing her to the cold operating table. She tried to struggle, but the mechanical arm was incredibly strong, and she couldn't move at all. A sharp scalpel dangled in front of her eyes, its cold gleam reflecting off her face, which had lost all color. Don't be afraid, the doctor's voice on the screen said, with a hint of morbid excitement. I'm just taking some samples. Your skin, your blood, and your heart that is beating wildly out of fear are all excellent research materials. You bastard! Let her go! Chu Fan frantically pounded his fists against the transparent wall, which made muffled bang sounds, but his own hands were already a bloody mess. It's no use, the doctor laughed, seemingly enjoying Chu Fan's impotent rage. This wall is made of the latest shape memory alloy. Not even a missile could break through it, let alone you. She ignored Chu Fan and instead looked at the other rooms with great interest. Damn it! You androgynous old hag! Black Snake cursed in her room. You dare to fight me one-on-one. I'll squeeze your balls out. A one-on-one fight? The doctor laughed. I have no interest in fighting a female gorilla who can only make noise. As for you. Her gaze fell on Han Ling, who hadn't said much from beginning to end but had the coldest eyes. Former elite of the Dragon Soul Special Forces, skilled in combat, assassination, and intelligence analysis. In terms of physical fitness, you are the closest to Chu Fan among us. I'm very interested in you. As soon as she finished speaking, more than a dozen tubes, thicker and more frightening than the mechanical arms from before, suddenly emerged from Han Ling's room. The front end of the tube is covered with countless needles. Don't be nervous, the doctor's voice was full of temptation. I just want to see what interesting reactions you will have when your body is injected with our latest stimulant. For example, she licked her lips. Would you in front of your man, act like a beast in heat, and play with yourself? Han Ling's face turned pale instantly. You dare. You'll see if I dare. Chu Fan watched the scene and felt like his heart was about to explode. He knew that this crazy woman wasn't joking. She wanted to use this most disgusting and despicable method to trample his and his woman's dignity to shreds, bit by bit. He stared intently at the beautiful face on the screen, his eyes filled with a desire to devour her whole. Interesting, Isabel's voice suddenly rang out. She was surprisingly the calmest of the women. You went to all this trouble to bring us all here, just to watch a live Animal World show, didn't you? You're not doing this for the country. She looked at the doctor, her blue eyes sharp and all-seeing. This is a personal vendetta. The doctor's smile froze for a moment. You want him, Isabel pointed to Chu Fan, who was still smashing the wall. You want to make him yours alone. You don't want to study him, you want to possess him. Slap. 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 The doctor didn't say anything, but simply clapped his hands lightly. As expected of the Rockefeller family's eldest daughter, she laughed. Her brain is much more useful than those big-breasted, brainless idiots. That's right, she no longer concealed, her eyes becoming incredibly fervent and possessive. I want him. I want to turn him into my most perfect creation. I want to grind away that wildness in him, bit by bit. And then train him into the most loyal dog who only listens to me. And you, she looked at the women and smiled, are the tools I use to tame him. I want him to watch with his own eyes how you, one by one, are played with, maimed, and turned into a pile of rotten flesh that even you find disgusting. I want him to kneel down and beg me in his deepest despair and pain. Beg me, give him a chance, to be a dog. Her words, like knives, pierced the hearts of everyone present. That guy is a complete lunatic. Shu Fan's fist stopped. He stopped smashing the wall and roaring. He simply watched quietly as the woman on the screen had completely gone mad. Then he smiled. That smile held no anger, no despair, only a chilling calm that sent shivers down your spine. Yeah? His voice was soft, but clear, reaching everyone's ears. Then you'd better keep a close eye on it. He had barely finished speaking. Bite. The cold, robotic notification sound rang in his head again. Host's mental energy has reached its peak. Multiple female mental energies with deep connections to the host have been detected synchronizing. Attempting to build a mental link network. A familiar, slightly tingling sensation instantly spread throughout his body. He could clearly feel that something inside his body had awakened. It seems that he and his women have established an invisible and intangible connection, yet it is very real. He could sense their fear, their anger, and their indomitable spirit. Don't be afraid. He didn't say anything, but the thought clearly appeared in the minds of every woman. Shin Yuma and Lin Shershur were both stunned. They all turned around and looked at the man who was still lying on the ground. Now, Shu Fan smiled, looking at the equally surprised doctor on the screen. It's time to change the way we play this game. A mental link has been established. Utilizing the link network, all energy is being concentrated to forcefully break through the neural blockade. Control of the body is being reclaimed. 10%. 20%. 30%. Chu Fan's left little finger twitched slightly, almost imperceptibly. Then, the ring finger. Middle finger. Index finger. Finally, the whole hand. He slowly propped himself up from the ground. His movements were slow and laborious, but each movement was imbued with a powerful force. No. Impossible. The doctor looked at the man on the screen who had already stood up, and for the first time, a look of horror appeared on that handsome face. My neurotoxin can't possibly be ineffective. Nothing is impossible. Shu Fan cracked his neck, making a series of crackling sounds. He looked at the woman on the screen who was completely panicked and smiled. He laughed like a ghost. Are you done being arrogant? Now, a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. It's my turn to set the rules for you. Chapter 128. I will make her end in pain and humiliation. In the underground base, Shu Fan's words, "It's my turn to set the rules for you," caused the doctor's beautiful face on the screen to lose all color for the first time. Impossible, she screamed, looking at the man who had already stood up. My neurotoxin couldn't have failed. Nothing is impossible. Shu Fan cracked his neck, making a series of crackling sounds. He looked at the woman on the screen who was completely panicked and smiled. That smile was enough to send chills down your spine. Don't you like playing? He said, walking toward the transparent wall. Now, it's my turn to be the dealer. Stop him. The doctor seemed to remember something and roared into the base's internal communication system, activate the highest level of defense. Electrocute him. Electrocute him to death. As soon as he finished speaking, countless blue arcs of electricity instantly appeared on the floor and walls of Chu Fan's room. That sizzling sound is enough to send chills down your spine. Husband. Shu Fan. The women opposite were so frightened their faces turned pale. Shu Fan acted as if he hadn't seen it. He reached out and gently touched the seemingly indestructible wall. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he spread his 5 fingers and suddenly exerted force. Bite. King's domain unfolds. Analyzing the current spatial energy structure. Analysis complete. System vulnerability discovered. Reverse intrusion in progress. Bang! With a muffled thud, the alloy wall, which was said to be impenetrable even by missiles, was actually like a block of tofu, with 5 deep finger marks left by Chu Fan's forceful pinching. Immediately afterwards, the entire base seemed to shake. All the screens went black in an instant. The electric arcs that were originally meant to electrocute Chu Fan also went out. What's going on? In the control room, the doctor stared at the pitch-black screen and the console that was constantly sparking, and she completely panicked. Report, Doctor. Our main system has been hacked from the inside. A researcher turned around and shouted in disbelief, the attacker's privileges are higher than yours. Impossible. Just then, all the alarms in the base went off like crazy. Boom. Boom! Boom! One loud bang after another came from all directions. The sturdy doors of the alloy rooms where Chu Fan's women were imprisoned were actually forced open from the inside, one after another. It was those robotic arms that were originally meant to torture them. They seem to have lost control and have started attacking their own people like madmen. Damn it! Open it for me! In Black Snake's room, the mechanical arm that was originally going to inject her with stimulants suddenly changed direction and inserted all those dozens of needles into the body of a guard standing next to her, who was holding a gun and staring blankly. The guard didn't even utter a sound before collapsing straight down, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Immediately afterwards, the robotic arm slammed into the door like a battering ram. After a few blows, the alloy door was deformed from the impact. Black Snake seized the opportunity, kicked open the door, and rushed out. Her clothes, already torn to shreds, could barely cover anything now. Her full breast swayed with her movements, making one dizzy from the sight. You bastards! Go to hell, you sons of bitches! She picked up a rifle dropped by a dead guard from the ground and unleashed a barrage of fire at the terrified men in black in the corridor. Day. At the same time, the same scene was playing out in several other rooms. Qin Yuma, Han Ling, Lin Shishir, Isabel, Li Ruoxue. These women, who were just moments ago at the mercy of others, have now erupted and begun a frenzied counterattack. Some of them grabbed guns, while others used their high heels as weapons, and went on a killing spree among the men in black who were still confused about the situation. The entire underground base was in complete chaos. In the control room, the doctor watched the hellish scene on the monitor and the man walking towards her step by step. Finally, she was afraid. You, what kind of monster are you? Chu Fan smiled, walked to the huge glass container used to imprison him, reached out and flicked it lightly. Didn't I already say that? I am the bookmaker. He ignored the terrified woman and turned to look at Han Ling, who had also been released but was still looking at him warily. Go, he said, pointing to the control room, and locked the door. Today, none of the people inside, a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth, will leave alive. Han Ling nodded, then turned and left. Chu Fan then turned around and looked at the doctor who had no way out. All right, he pulled out a chair and sat down at the control panel. Now it's our turn to have a proper chat. Don't you enjoy research? He pointed to the operating table next to him, which was stained red with blood. Today, I'll let you experience what it's like to be an experimenter. He turned around and glanced at Isabel, who also had a murderous look on her face. My dear Miss Rockefeller, he chuckled, you must be quite knowledgeable about women's anatomy, aren't you? Isabel licked her lips, her blue eyes gleaming with excitement. Certainly. Then Chu Fan pointed to the doctor who had started to tremble, is in your hands. I have only one request. I want her to taste all the toys she just tried to use on my woman. I want her to slowly end in the most painful and humiliating way. Chapter 129 The God-Making Plan. In the control room, Han Ling clicked the heavy alloy door shut from the outside. The room fell silent immediately. All that remained were the doctor's increasingly labored breathing and her few terrified subordinates. Chu Fan ignored the woman who had no way out. He turned around and looked at the few women who had just crawled out of the gates of hell and were barely clothed. The anger in his heart finally subsided a little. Go wash up, he said in a hoarse voice. Change into clean clothes and wait for me. The women looked at each other, then obediently went outside. In the entire control room, only Chu Fan, Isabel, and the doctor who had collapsed to the ground remained. All right, Chu Fan pulled up a chair and sat down in front of the control panel, acting as if this were his own home. Now, it's our turn to have a proper chat. Isabel smiled. She walked to the operating table, which was stained with blood, and picked out the thinnest silver needle with an electrical wire from the pile of messy toys. Doctor, is that so? She walked up to the trembling woman, squatted down, and gently traced the silver needle across the woman's well-preserved face. Don't you like research? Today, I'll let you experience what it's like to be an experiment. What do you want to do? The doctor looked at the silver needle in her hand that was still crackling with electricity, and finally became afraid. Nothing, Isabel laughed, her blue eyes filled with cold excitement. I just want to see how beautifully you will moan when the current passes through the most sensitive nerves in your body. Without another word, she plunged the silver needle into the hole. Ah! A scream that sounded inhuman echoed throughout the control room. Chu Fan watched from the side, his face expressionless. He simply took his phone out of his pocket and opened a video. The video shows Qin Yuma and a few others crammed into a small bathroom, wiping each other's bloodstains. The scene was incredibly erotic. Damn it, Chu Fan cursed under his breath, they're all fucking devils. After an unknown amount of time, the screams in the control room finally stopped. That once arrogant doctor is now lying on the ground like a lump of mud, his body covered in charred marks from the electric shock, foaming at the mouth, and he no longer resembles a human being. Isabel stood up, threw the silver needle on the ground with disdain, and stomped on it with her expensive high heels. Useless, she scoffed. It's only just begun and the power's already gone. She walked to Chu Fan's side and naturally sat on his lap, stretching out her fair and delicate arms to hook around his neck. Darling, she breathed into his ear, what about my favor? It's alright, Chu Fan pinched her pert buttocks, but it was a little too fast. Fast? Isabel's eyes narrowed instantly. You mean fast? Of course not, Chu Fan laughed, then lowered his head and kissed those cool lips. I mean, she is too fragile. He turned around and glanced at the pile of mangled flesh on the ground. Hey, he waved to the woman who was still convulsing, you're not dead yet, are you? If you're not dead, get up and let us continue our conversation. The doctor's body suddenly trembled. She tried desperately to back away, but she had no strength left in her body. Now, Chu Fan looked at her, his gaze no different from looking at a pile of garbage. I'll ask, you answer. I have no interest in listening to nonsense. Who are you? The doctor's voice trembled. Who I am is not important, Chu Fan laughed. What's important is you, and what exactly is this so-called Ninth Bureau of National Security behind you? Looks like they haven't had enough fun yet. Chu Fan turned around and winked at ISA. Isabel understood, and she stood up with a smile, picking out an even more exciting one from the pile of toys. No. I'll talk. The doctor finally broke down. The Ninth Bureau of the National Security Bureau, it's true, she cried out, but we're not what you think. We are the most secret department in Bureau 9, codenamed Pangu. Our mission is to study everything in this world that transcends scientific understanding. Including your SSS-level bloodline. Research? Chu Fan laughed. I think it's more like possession. Yes. The doctor nodded without hesitation. I do want to possess you. But that's not our ultimate goal. Our ultimate goal is to create a god. Creating a god? That's right. The doctor's eyes lit up with fervor once more. You're not the only one in this world with a bloodline like yours. What we need to do is find all of you. Then, extract your best genes and create a perfect new human being with godlike power. Chu Fan and Isabel exchanged a glance after hearing her crazy words, and both saw a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. They knew that they seemed to have provoked a mad organization that was 100 times more terrifying than the Li family and the Zhao family combined. Then, has your god been created? Not yet. The doctor shook his head. The experiments have been unsuccessful. What we've created are all flawed monsters. So, that's why you need me? Yes. The doctor nodded. Your bloodline is the most stable and strongest we've discovered so far. With your genes, we... Bang! A gunshot rang out, interrupting her. The doctor now has a bloody hole between his eyebrows. She stared with disbelief in her eyes, then fell straight down. The one who fired the shot was Han Ling. She didn't realize when she was already standing at the door. You talk too much nonsense, she said coldly. Chu Fan frowned as he looked at the corpse on the ground. He knew that Han Ling was afraid that things might change if things dragged on. But deep down, he had a bad feeling. Just then, the entire base suddenly began to shake violently. Dust started falling from above. What's going on? Oh no! Isabel glanced at the frantically flashing red lights on the control panel and her face turned pale instantly. This madwoman activated the base's self-destruct program before she died. Holy shit! Chu Fan cursed, then picked up Isabel and yelled at the door. Stop fucking standing there! Run! Chapter 130: Escape from the Desert Laboratory. In the control room, Chu Fan's voice became hoarse from shouting run. The entire underground base was shaking violently, and the light tubes on the ceiling were exploding one after another, scattering sparks everywhere. Hold! Chu Fan cursed, then scooped up Isabel, who was still somewhat dazed, and yelled at the other women at the door who were equally terrified. What the hell are you all standing there for? Do you want to die here? The women then realized what was happening. Let's go. Han Ling was the first to rush out. She grabbed Qin Yuma and Lin Shishir, who were still trembling, and ran outside. Black Snake and Li Ruoxue followed closely behind. The entire base was in complete chaos. Countless researchers in white lab coats and heavily armed soldiers scurried around the corridor like headless flies. Boom! With a loud bang, a passageway not far away collapsed. They buried dozens of people who were trying to escape alive inside. Damn it! This way is blocked. Black Snake cursed. Come with me. The cold system notification sound was still ringing in Chu Fan's mind. Control of the body regained. 70%. 80%. Base structure map loaded. Optimal escape route being planned. Although he can't fully control the base's system yet, he can still look at a map without any problem. He carried Isabel and led the group of women through maze-like passages, turning left and right. Honey! Where are we going? Lin Shishir cried out. Go pilot the Gundam. Chu Fan shouted without turning his head. On the map in his mind, there was a place marked with a red dot. Pango Project, Experimental Vehicle, Helipad. A dozen minutes later, the group finally arrived safely at a huge gate made of alloy. On the door were two large, blood-red characters. Restricted area. This is it. Chu Fan put Isabel down and walked to the door. He felt around on the door, which looked like it was perfectly sealed, and finally found a groove smaller than a fingernail. He pressed his thumb on it. Bite. SSS level bloodline detected. Permissions confirmed. Welcome, highest level user. The heavy alloy door creaked open slowly. Behind the door was a huge space, like a helipad. Inside, there was a strangely shaped, entirely black aircraft. That thing looks like an alien spaceship. Holy shit. All the women present, including Isabel, who had always been quite good at putting on an act, were dumbfounded. They never imagined that such a thing would be hidden beneath the desert. Don't just stand there. Chu Fan was the first to rush forward. Get on the boat. Several women quickly followed. Just as Li Ruoxue, the last one, ran onto the aircraft. Boom! Another loud bang. The entire tarmac began to shake violently. A concrete slab bigger than a truck came crashing down from above with a whoosh. It hit Li Ruoxue, who had just run up. Careful! Without a second thought, Chu Fan turned around and pounced on her. But someone was faster than him. It's Qin Yuma. She didn't know where the strength came from, but she actually pushed away Li Ruoxue, who was already terrified. But she herself didn't have time to dodge. UMO. Chu Fan's eyes instantly turned red. He could only watch helplessly as the huge concrete slab slammed down on that frail woman. At this critical moment, a dark figure suddenly darted out from the side. It's a black snake. She roared and used all her strength to send Qin Yuma flying. But she herself was hit on half of her body by the falling cement slab. Puff! Black Snake spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to his knees with a thud. That arm, which had just been reattached not long ago, was smashed to pieces again. Sister Snake! Damn it! Black Snake leaned against the wall, her face pale with pain, but she still maintained her nonchalant attitude. I'm fine. Chu Fan could no longer hold back. He rushed forward and picked up the woman who was still trying to hold on. You all better sit tight. He grabbed the black snake and rushed into the cockpit. Without even glancing at the complex control panel that looked like a book written in heaven, he directly placed his hand on the main screen. Bite. Highest privileges confirmed. Kunpeng 1, initiating. The entire aircraft suddenly lit up with a hum. The roof of the helipad slowly opened. Outside, there was endless yellow sand and the setting sun. Goodbye, trash. Chu Fan turned around, glanced at the completely chaotic underground base, and smiled. He shoved the control lever hard. The black aircraft, accompanied by a tremendous roar, soared into the sky. The very moment it flew away. Boom! 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 The entire desert seemed to shake. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the spot where they had just been. The scene was like a nuclear explosion. Chu Fan looked at the towering flames and the unconscious woman in his arms, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. Pangu, is that right? I don't care who you are. Just you wait.